Chapter 1, The Invincible Godly Hero System. Chen Yun, let's break up. Next to the teaching building of Maple City's first middle school, outside a restroom, Chen Yun's girlfriend, Lu Qian, said to Chen Yun in an icy and merciless manner, Qian, why? What exactly did I do wrong? Why did you break up? Chen Yun looked agitated and questioned loudly. Not long after the first year of high school started, in a sea of people, Chen Yun fell in love at first sight with Lu Qian, and by now had been a couple for almost 3 years. Although Chen Yun's family conditions are relatively poor, but good-looking, is the Fengcheng First Middle School grass? Academic performance is not bad. Stable play to get a university is not a problem. Just stepped into high school. Handsome Chen Yun was adored by many female classmates, but Chen Yun fell in love with the school flower Lu Qian. The two also fell in love very quickly. Love. The two have been criticized by the teacher, but in Chen Yun's repeated assurances will not delay the results. The teacher only reluctantly agreed. 3 years, Lu Qian large and small various requirements. Chen Yun will promise, and even use a whole semester of after-school time to do part-time work, just to buy Lu Qian a new pineapple phone. But every time Lu Qian asked Chen Yun for a gift, he would be indifferent to him, and Chen Yun met with Chen Yun showed great impatience, and recently even Chen Yun's phone calls and text messages are not returned. Chen Yun's good friend Zhang Quan and Chen Yun said, before in the nightclub saw Lu Qian, saw her and 4 or 5 men dancing together bouncing, but Chen Yun where will believe? In the last Friday when the school, Chen Yun witnessed Lu Qian on their school a rich second-generation luxury car, but Chen Yun constantly in the heart to comfort themselves. Lu Qian just hitchhiking classmates ride just. It wasn't until now that Lu Qian proposed to break up that Chen Yun's fantasies were completely shattered. Chen Yun, thank you for taking care of me in every way these past few years. You also want me to be happy, don't you? Now that I've met someone who can make me happier, let's just break up. Qian, tell me, is breaking up with me because of Yin Shiping? So what if it is? Qian, don't you understand? Everyone knows that Yin Shiping is a playboy, relying on his family's money and being a rich second generation himself. He spends every day outside playing with women, and I don't even know how many women have been played by him. How could he possibly be really fond of you? Chen Yun, you also know that Yin Shiping is rich. He can buy me bags and lipsticks every day. What about you? A pineapple phone made me wait for a full semester. My youthful years were wasted by you. Qian, although Yin Shiping can buy you a lot of things now, but when he gets tired of playing around, he will abandon you. Chen Yun, you don't have to say anymore. I just came here today to inform you. Please don't harass me again. Qian, don't be fooled by Yin Shiping. Did he force you to say this? I'll go find him right away. Chen Yun, you've had enough. You fatherless bastard. Being with you, are you going to rely on you to support me from now on as a part-time job? Lu Qian's words were like 5 thunderbolts, exploding in Chen Yun's mind, his ears like bees, buzzing endlessly. Although he knew that Lu Qian might no longer like himself, but just a few words, shocked Chen Yun for a long time cannot return to God. How this woman can be so vicious. 5 years old, the parents left has been hidden in the heart of Chen Yun's pain, and their own beloved woman with the heart of this deep scar to viciously humiliate themselves. This moment, Chen Yun to Lu Qian's heart completely died. Seeing through Lu Qian as a person, Chen Yun's incomparably angry emotions in turn gradually calmed down, his voice low. Lu Qian, in the past, it was me who was blind to look at you, but you shouldn't have insulted my parents. Please apologize immediately. Chen Yun, your brain isn't broken, right? Could it be that what I said wasn't the truth? Who am I to apologize? Lu Qian looked at Chen Yun with a disdainful expression, her eyes filled with contempt. At this moment, a voice full of mockery came from behind Lu Qian. Chen Yun, did my family Qian say anything wrong? Aren't you just a little smashed seed that was born with parents and raised without them? No money and still want to rely on my family Qian? What a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Yin Shiping with a cigarette in his mouth and a bad smile on his face, walked out from behind Lu Qian, raised his hand and slapped on Lu Qian's beautiful buttocks, causing Lu Qian to let out a pout. When Chen Yun and Lu Qian fell in love, the biggest scale was only holding hands, not even kissing Lu Qian's mouth once. But now Lu Qian could be teased by Yin Shiping like this. Yin Shiping, you stepping horse have to apologize to me even today. Chen Yun could no longer endure that his parents could be so casually abused by these two people. Raising his fists, which were already clenched tightly, knuckles white, he angrily slammed them towards Yin Shiping. Yin Shiping contemptuously looked at the rushing Chen Yun. A little force, a fist hit Chen Yun's face, too late to dodge. Chen Yun, who was hit by the punch, instantly felt a heavenly spin as a large stream of blood gushed out from his nose and mouth, and he tilted his head back and collapsed on the ground. Yin family in Maple City also counted as some powerful family. Is a long heritage of martial arts family? People in the family practiced martial arts since childhood. Naturally, not Chen Yun. This will not know anything. do not know the rules and regulations of the dilettante can be compared to. Seeing Chen Yun being knocked to the ground, Yin Shiping walked forward, rubbing his foot on Chen Yun's face continuously. With a smirk on his face, his eyes narrowed into a slit as he looked at Chen Yun, who fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Chen Yun, why are you so unbeatable? How is it that you can't get up from a single punch? Ha 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 ha. Yin Shiping wrapped his arms around Lu Qian beside him and scoffed loudly. Young Yin is so powerful. Chen Qian likes it so much. Lu Qian hugged Yin Shiping's arm and shook it back and forth, pampering him. You stepped on the horse. Chen Yun struggled to support himself. He felt that he would pass out at any moment. Yo, you still dare to scold me? Yin Shiping raised his foot and heavily kicked Chen Yun's head several more times, fearing that Chen Yun would not die. Even if Chen Yun died, a poor student with no background and no power, in Maple City, his Yin family could take care of it in minutes. Yin Shiping's punch had already put Chen Yun's life in fear, and the successive kicks to the head were completely unwilling to give Chen Yun a chance to live. Chen Yun only felt as if he was falling into an abyss. The darkness was continuously devouring his consciousness. Was this what people felt before they died? Suddenly, a crisp mechanical female voice sounded in Chen Yun's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to go into hysterics. Invincible Godly Hero System is in the process of activating. A light blue light screen suddenly appeared in Chen Yun's vision as he felt on the verge of fainting. On the light screen was a loading interface with a progress bar that was rapidly climbing. 10%, 50%, 80%. Chen Yun thought that he was hallucinating as he was about to pass out, as Yin Shiping's continuous kicks made it too much for him to top. Just as Chen Yun was about to pass out, the mechanical voice from earlier sounded again. Ding! Invincible Godly Hero System activated successfully. Chapter 2, Explosive Hammer. Ding! Host Chen Yun, you will be led by me to achieve the cause of 10,000 lifetimes, fame for the ages, and become a great summer. I'm damned, all about to die. Can you stop bragging? The system that didn't look too bright heard Chen Yun's voice that was swimming in air, and only then did he react. Oh, hold a trace, ah. Ding! The host has successfully activated the Invincible Divine Magnificence system, clearing the host of all negative effects and restoring the host's body to its optimal state, rewarding 100 Divine Magnificence points. In an instant, all the pain disappeared. Chen Yun only felt that the previous violent beating by Yin Shiping had never happened, and his body was alive and well again. System? This kind of thing that Chen Yun had only seen in novels had actually happened to him? In the next second, a blue curtain of light that only he could see instantly appeared before Chen Yun's eyes. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, 38, plus, weakling. Spirit, 38, plus, retard. Dasha coins, 10000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 victory. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the Invincible divine magnate system, which is only effective for the host and cannot be transferred. The balance of the host has been successfully bound to the major banks in this world, and can be paid using any payment method. The balance comes from a reasonable source, so please rest assured that the host can use it. Divine Magnificence Points. Consume 100 million dasha coins to obtain 1 Divine Magnificence Point, or obtain them through system-issued quests. Martial arts, obtained through system-issued quests. Skills, free to search for additional points. Physique 38, Spirit 38, Retarded? Nima, is there such a thing as mocking people? System, can that introduction in brackets be changed? Chen Yun asked. Reporting a hint host, the realm is a system setting. It cannot be changed. It can only be changed by raising the corresponding points through Divine Magnificence Points, and the system introduction will change on its own. Alright, I'm not very satisfied with this system of yours. Grass. Chen Yun glanced downwards, and at a glance, he saw the large string of dasha coin balances. 1, 10, 100, 1000. Brother, father, grandfather, ancestor. I'm really very satisfied with this system of yours. If this string of balances was true, then wouldn't he be richer than everyone in the world? The richest man in the world was nothing. The Forbes list was nothing again. All of your people's possessions all added up would not be as much as a fraction of mine. It was as if Chen Yun had already seen all sorts of luxury cars, villas, and beautiful women waving at him, forcibly calming down his excitement. Chen Yun saw another 100 Divine Magnificence Points. The system had just said that it was possible to enhance one's attributes through Divine Magnificence Points. This weakling and retard were just too much of an eyesore. Let's boost these two first. Without hesitation, Chen Yun chose to pull his physique up first, and when he raised it to 100, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Whether or not to spend 10 Divine Magnificence Points to raise physique to shadow-bearing first order. Chen Yun decisively chose to raise it. Immediately afterward, Chen Yun felt as if he was wrapped in a warm furnace. His body was indescribably comfortable. It felt as if his entire body was filled with strength, and his body's muscles actually showed signs of growing larger, abundantly powerful, as if he could kill a mad cow with a single punch. Chen Yun used all of his remaining divine magnificence points to raise his spirit again. A coolness was felt in his mind. It seemed like he had gotten a little smarter. Physique became shadow-bearing first rank, scraping by. Spirit raised to 66, little retarded. Looking at the parentheses behind the spirit column, Chen Yun felt speechless with a black line. Just as Chen Yun was feeling the changes brought about by the divine magnificence points strengthening his body, a gasp broke the silence around him. Een Xiao, there is someone else next to him. Chen Yun, he should be dead beyond death. You Tai Fox, I really can't help it. Chen Yun opened his eyes and saw Yin Jiping's hands leaning against the wall, and Lu Qian facing each other. The air was filled with ambiguity, and the picture was blood-curdling. Lu Qian was also very cooperative in responding to Yin Jiping with flirtatious movements. Just as Yin Jiping was about to pull out his tools and wanted to study them, the sound of Chen Yun getting up startled both of them. The little Yin Jiping, who was just about to raise his head, instantly shrank back, causing Yin Jiping's fire to rub off on him. Chen Yun, it's fine for you to lie on the ground and play dead, but you just want to spoil my fun at this time. Yin Jiping raised his fist, his face grim as he charged straight towards Chen Yun's head. Bang! The image of Chen Yun falling to the ground did not appear. Yin Jiping looked at Chen Yun with some dismay. The previously unbeatable Chen Yun was now able to catch his fist. One must know that he had practiced martial arts since childhood and came from a martial arts family. His punch was not something that any ordinary person could catch. Could it be that it was because he had just eaten Vigo, causing his body to weaken? Yin Jiping and Lu Qian, you must pay for this today. My parents are not something you can insult at will. Chen Yun could feel that Yin Jiping's two successive punches didn't change much. It was because his own body had been strengthened by the system, and his strength had greatly increased, which was why he was able to catch Yin Jiping's punch. Chen Yun gripped Yin Jiping's fist and slowly exerted force, squeezing Yin Jiping's fist to the point that it crunched. Yin Jiping's expression gradually changed from doubt to fear. Chen Yun's strength was something that Yin Jiping had only seen in the instructions of the clan elders of his family. Who was he? Yin Jiping? He was the deserved pride of the Yin family, a martial arts family in recent years, and at only 18 years of age, he was about to enter the shadow-bearing realm in martial arts, and the elders of the family had long since passed the age of old, and their martial arts realm was only the fourth stage of the shadow-bearing realm. Chen Yun was able to suppress himself to death. Could it be that Chen Yun had already been a powerful member of the shadow-bearing realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He, Chen Yun, was merely a poor student. It must be the fact that he had just eaten whey that caused him to be unable to use his qi. Yes, that must be it. Yin Jiping kept comforting himself in his heart. Chen Yun, don't be arrogant. If it wasn't for my current poor health, 10 of you wouldn't be enough for me to beat you up. Be sensible and hurry up and release my hand. I'll be generous and leave you alone. Yin Jiping bared his teeth in pain, but his mouth continued to release harsh words. If it was before he had gotten the system, Chen Yun might have thought twice about Yin Jiping's words, but now he was a different man. He was now the richest man in the world, a small family in the middle of a municipal land. Chen Yun really didn't put it in his eyes. Chen Yun gripped Yin Jiping's hand harder and harder, and with a fierce tug, a heartbreaking scream could be heard. Yin Jiping's arm was actually pulled hard and dislocated. Drooping helplessly, Chen Yun took advantage of the situation and threw another punch, smashing heavily on Yin Jiping's face. 2 nosebleeds immediately flowed out like an unscrewed faucet. The intense pain hit him instantly, causing Yin Jiping to stagger and fall to the ground. He couldn't believe that a poor student would dare to beat him like this. Lu Qian on the side was also stunned by this scene. The always weak and humble Chen Yun had dared to injure the Yin family's youngest master. Chen Yun walked himself to the nearby wash basin to clean up the bloodstains from Yin Jiping's earlier beating. Yin Jiping, this arm is considered the price you pay for insulting my parents. If you dare to mess with me again in the future, I don't mind giving you a taste of being crippled. After saying that, Chen Yun took another step forward, raised his hand and slapped 8 slaps at the still-dazed Lu Qian. Lu Qian's white and tender pretty face immediately swelled up. Her hair was a bit messy from the beating, and her entire person appeared to be in a sorry state. After doing these things, Chen Yun's mood was instantly much more relaxed before he left in stride. He couldn't wait to verify if the dasha coins given by the system were real. Chen Yun exited the school gates and casually stopped a cab. Master, Orchid Pavilion Hotel. Chapter 3 The Lanting Hotel. Classmate, $23.50. Just give me 23. The cab master had a naive face and said to Chen Yun with a smile, "Thank you, uncle." Chen Yun took out his worn-out cell phone, selecting the Invincible godly hero system that he had just bound, and paid the money over with his hands somewhat trembling. Collection arrived at $23.5. Little brother, you're too polite. Chen Yun did not reply. staring blankly at the light blue light screen in front of him. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, shadow-bearing first order, plus, makes do. Spirit, 66, plus, little retard. Dasha coins, 999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. 5. Divine greatness points, 0. Skills, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yun suddenly burst out laughing. This invincible godly hero system was surprisingly real. Since I have so much money, then from now on, I, Chen Yun, am going to live differently. The previous life was really too stifling. In the future, I will live a life that is more exciting than even the immortals. Orchid Pavilion Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Maple City. Being able to enter and exit here was a symbol of status and money. After getting down from the cab, Chen Yun surveyed this glorious building. If it was in the past, Chen Yun would not have had the courage to even look at it. Hello, welcome to the Orchid Pavilion Hotel. The waitresses standing on both sides, all of whom were big beautiful women with white skin, respectfully bent down to welcome Chen Yun. However, none of them came forward to receive Chen Yun. Having been engaged in this industry for so long, one had long since learned to recognize people by their clothes. Because of the school uniform that had become a bit dirty from the fight, coupled with the appearance that hadn't been taken care of much, Chen Yun didn't look like a rich kid no matter how he looked at it. In their opinion, Chen Yun must have just made a bet with his classmates, and came in to fight. Although there was some contempt in their eyes, they were still very respectful in their welcome due to their professional conduct. Chen Yun just stood in the center of the lobby, constantly surveying the opulent decorations, secretly thinking in his heart, not bad, not bad. I'll have to buy this hotel if I have the chance. If the few waiters behind him knew what Chen Yun was thinking, they would probably call out to shake the grass. With this poor look, he actually wanted to buy the only 7-star hotel in Maple City. What a daydream. Oh, it was not too late now, so dreaming was not out of the question. After another long time, seeing that there was still no one coming to receive Chen Yun, Lin Momo from the front desk just couldn't stand it anymore and waved her hand towards Chen Yun. Sir, do you have an appointment? Lin Momo, who was studying in Jiangchang, was already a junior this year, and happened to be interning in the Lanting Hotel in Fengchang. Seeing that the several waiters at the entrance did not want to take care of Chen Yun, she was really embarrassed for Chen Yun, and hurriedly greeted him. Hearing that someone was finally receiving him, Chen Yun followed the voice and looked over. An innocent-looking woman with a sharp high ponytail and white skin paired with a black professional suit instantly made little Chen Yun want to raise his head. No appointment. Chen Yun walked up to the front desk, and at a glance, he saw the pair of proud capitals that held up the uniforms that could barely wrap around them, and his nosebleed seemed as if it would flow out in the next second. Then sir, do you want to eat or housing? In fact, Lin Momo also didn't feel that Chen Yun was really here to consume at the Orchid Pavilion Hotel, because Chen Yun's this student dress made her also feel that Chen Yun was just coming in to put on a fork, so that he could leave after putting on a fork, and he wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he hosted him, and Chen Yun wouldn't be so embarrassed. Eat, 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 oh good. Then sir, do you have a membership card? Lin Momo froze for a moment. She thought that Chen Yun would bull her for a while before finding an excuse to leave. She didn't expect him to actually come to eat. No, do I have to have a membership card? Chen Yun asked. Sir, it's not necessary. For the membership card will be followed up with certain discounts. Without a membership card you can eat directly if you want to. It will just be slightly more expensive. Lin Momo secretly spat, said it will be a little more expensive. But this is also a huge cost for her as an ordinary college student. The life of the rich is really unimaginable. Then do one. Anyway, he has so much money. Directly run a card to charge more into it. And in the future, you don't always need to come out to pay for your meals. Just directly pat your ass and leave. Save the trouble. Okay sir, how much do you intend to recharge first? Well, 1 billion. Good. Wait, more. How much? Lin Momo's eyes widened. Her red lips slightly opened, already trying very hard to restrain her emotions, but it still attracted attention from the surroundings. The few waitresses at the door heard Lin Momo make such a big commotion, and agreed that it was Chen Yun's pretending to be a fork that had made Lin Momo impatient, and they all revealed despicable looks. It's a good thing the sisters didn't go to receive that bumpkin just now. Look at how annoyed Foamy is. It's only Foamy the newcomer who doesn't understand. The commission didn't earn, but also got into trouble. I want to recharge $1 billion first. Is there a problem? Chen Yun was puzzled. Did he say less? Not letting him recharge? No, there is no problem. First, sir. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Lin Momo was so shocked that she spoke a little shiveringly. 1 billion. That was $1 billion. The Orchid Pavilion Hotel was the only 7-star hotel in Maple City, and its yearly turnover wouldn't exceed 100 million dasha coins, right? This is $1 billion. The the turnover of the Lanting Hotel for 10 years. The high school student in front of her was about to top up the Lanting Hotel's turnover for 10 years. Can she, as a small intern, not be shocked? Lin Momo's whole body shivered as she handled the membership card for Chen Yun, and when she clicked on the recharge amount, she confirmed the recharge amount over and over again, fearing that she would click more or less than a few zeros. When Lin Mo clicked to confirm, she was prompted by the computer that she did not have permission for the time being. It was only then that Lin Mo reacted to the fact that she was still just a trainee, as being shocked by Chen Yun just now had made her forget that she didn't have the authority to handle such a large amount of money for a customer yet. Hold. Sorry sir, I'm just an intern here. I don't have the authority to handle such a large amount for you yet. Please wait a moment. I will contact the manager right away. Okay. Chen Yun looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with her hands full and felt more and more adorable. Hey, hello Manager Lu. Someone at the front desk wants to apply for a $1 billion membership card. Please come over. Lu Chang, who was leisurely drinking tea in his office, choked on a mouthful of tea at Lin Momo's words. What? Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Chang hurriedly dropped the teacup in his hand, organized his clothes, combed his big greasy head back and hurriedly rushed to the front desk. It didn't take long for Manager Lu to arrive at the front desk, which only had one guest, Chen Yun. Hello sir, is it you who wants to recharge $1 billion? Lu Chang was also a little confused in his heart. This person was dressed like a high school student. How could he look like a rich kid? Could it be that the son of any big family is unwilling to reveal his identity and is deliberately hiding it? Well, it's me who wants to charge $1 billion. Chen Yun replied. Oh, okay. I'll handle it for you. Please wait for a moment. Okay. Which payment method would you like to choose? Sir, scan the code. Chen Yun calmly took out his cell phone and pulled up the payment code. Only a beep was heard. Payment was successful. The page of successful payment came from the cell phone, and in the system interface, the balance column had been deducted by 1 billion, and the divine greatness points had correspondingly increased by 10 points. Lu Chang and Lin Mo on the side were filled with shock. This high school student had actually charged 1 billion, although they had a bit of mental preparation. The moment the payment was displayed as successful, the two were still unable to return to their senses for a long time. Chapter 4 Upgrading. A one-time recharge of $1 billion. There hadn't been such an astonishing recharge record when looking at the whole country. A high school student casually took out $1 billion in cash, and his family's assets were feared to be even more incalculable. Is it a super family with hundreds of billions, or trillions of assets? A small 7-star hotel? People might not even put it in their eyes. Lu Chang, who had returned to his senses, bent down even more respectfully and said to Chen Yun, Sir, this way please, the meal is already prepared for you. Okay. Chen Yun was about to leave when he turned his head again and said to Lin Mo, Is it convenient to add a contact? Lu Qian was known as one of the 3 school beauties in Maple City First Middle School, and in Chen Yun's eyes, Lin Mo was even more than Lu Qian. When you met a beautiful woman, there was no reason not to add? Yes, sir. A blush immediately rose on Lin Mo's pretty face, and she became a little stuttered in her speech. Such a big shot actually taking the initiative to ask to add himself was something she hadn't expected. The most crucial thing, he should still be a much younger brother than herself, right? After adding contact information with Lin Mo, Chen Yun then turned to leave. Lu Chang, on the other hand, after glancing at Lin Mo with deep meaning, hurriedly trotted to Chen Yun's body to lead the way. To be seen by such a big shot, is how many people dream of wishing? More or less can get some benefits from it. Just the commission from Chen Yun's order today was a huge fortune for Lin Mo. After Chen Yun was seated in the luxurious private room, all sorts of delicious dishes were brought up one by one. Thousands of dasha dollars of king crabs, huge incomparable Australian dragons, sweet and delicious French Girardot oysters, as well as precious and incomparable beluga caviar, French foie gras and Spanish ham, etc. The delicacies that could not even be seen on the internet in the past were now randomly piled up in front of Chen Yun. Chen Yun's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Being rich was so damn good. Sir, all of these ingredients are flown in every day from all over the world, and every dish is personally guarded by the world's top head chefs. Please take your time to enjoy it, and you can order me at any time if there's anything you need. Lu Chang finished his introduction before carefully exiting from the room. Chen Yun, who hadn't eaten in the afternoon, had now long been starved to the front and back, and with a jolt, he dove into the various cuisines and began to feast. After eating for almost 2 hours, and being too propped up to be able to hold on any longer, only then did Chen Yun satisfactorily end the meal. After finishing the meal, Lu Chang and the several waiters who had received him at the entrance earlier, sent Chen Yun all the way to the entrance of the hotel. Watching Chen Yun stop a cab to leave, Lu Chang could not help but lament. Are all rich people so grounded nowadays? The several waiters behind him looked at each other with confused faces and hurriedly went forward to inquire. Manager Lu, who is that person? And you have to personally send him to the door? That gentleman is a big shot. Do you guys know how much he just recharged in our hotel? How much? 1 billion. A whole billion. Lu Chang turned around and went back after saying that, leaving only a few stunned waitresses with their jaws dropped swaying in the wind. They had just despised and disdained Chen Yun as a bumpkin, but now Chen Yun had transformed into a rich second generation. He had also recharged his membership with $1 billion at once. This one-time commission must be $1 or $2 million, right? They immediately envied Lin Momo, earning $1 or $2 million in commission in one night. If only they had been the ones to receive them at that time. It's their own fault for being blind. Several beautiful waitresses were chagrined for a while, beating their chests. Chen Yun got out of the car outside the entrance of a dilapidated neighborhood. Although this neighborhood was a bit shabby, the rent was very cheap, and Chen Yun was able to support himself by working part-time after school. Now that he had money, he would definitely have to go to the best real estate center in Maple City and buy the most expensive mansion to enjoy. Chen Yun returned to his house and lay on his bed, recalling everything that happened today. It was so unbelievable. A poor boy, who was punched to death, turned out to be the richest man in the world. It was a rather outrageous storyline in a novel, but it had really happened to Chen Yun. Chen Yun opened the system interface. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, shadow-bearing first order, plus, makes do. Spirit, 66, plus, little retard. Dasha coins, 99999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. 5. Divine How points, 10. Skills, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. Looking at the little retard in the spirit column, Chen Yun fell into deep thought. It wasn't possible that adding all 10 remaining divine magnificence points wouldn't change little retard, right? Chen Yun silently added all 10 divine magnificence points to spirit. The spirit column was raised from 66 to 76, little retard. Martyr. Sure enough, out of sight, out of mind. Chen Yun directly chose to close it. The 10-point boost in spirit allowed Chen Yun's mind to feel cool again, and his ability to think and react could be felt to be much stronger than before. Chen Yun casually brought a copy of the math college entrance exam simulation questions, and the topics that he couldn't do before. He now had a lot of ideas after a quick glance. The recitation of the arts? Chen Yun felt that he had already familiarized himself with it after reading it once. It seems that the effect of this enhancement is very significant. Chen Yun secretly rejoiced. According to this, his previous strength of only being able to get into the first book might be able to get a number 1 in the province. It seemed like he would have to spend harder in the last 2 months. He had to hurry up and upgrade this little retard. The next day, when Chen Yun arrived at school, he noticed the contemptuous eyes of the surrounding students. Chen Yun's face was calm. He could guess that the odds were that Lu Qian and Yin Jiping were behind this. Walking into the classroom, the noisy class turned into thinly veiled chatter. Hey, did you read the school flower Lu Qian's friend circle last night? Lu Qian dumped Chen Yun. Looked and looked. I really didn't expect Chen Yun to be this kind of person. That's right. On the surface it looks well dressed. I didn't expect it to be that kind of person. After Chen Yun came straight to his seat and sat down, Zhang Quan, his best friend, scurried over. Chen Yun, don't think about it, as the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. In a few days I'll ask my girlfriend to trick all her girlfriends out. Go after whichever one you fancy. Lu Qian, that stinky. What kind of bull is she talking? Zhang Quan took a chair and sat on Chen Yun's side and continued. She even said that you wanted that in the restroom. How is that possible? Don't I know what kind of person you are? A beautiful woman is lying in front of you. Your little Chen Yun can't even lift his head up, and you would actually think about that kind of thing? Zhang Quan, I'm going to you up. Believe it or not, I'll clean you up. Come on Chen Yun, let's duel. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Quan twisted his bucket thick waist and gestured at Chen Yun. Chen Yun looked at this good brother in front of him and couldn't help but helplessly hold his forehead. In the blink of an eye, it finally came to the end of the school day. Classes didn't matter to Chen Yun anymore. Through the divine magnificence points that had raised his spirit to a little retarded 76, Chen Yun was confident that getting into a major university would be a handful, not to mention that he still had 2 months of time to come and improve. After bidding farewell to Zhang Quan, Chen Yun took a taxi to Maple City's best real estate center. Maple Leaf 1, Chapter 5 1 Billion Mansions. Maple Leaf 1. It was the best residential area in Maple City, and it was also ranked in the entire Jiangnan province. The whole Maple Leaf 1, according to the mountain and water, back against the Maple Mountain, facing the Maple River. The scenery is unique, like a fairyland on the ground. Maple Leaf 1 has only 2 buildings. One has 40 floors. The largest household covers an area of up to more than 2,000 square feet. In this inch of land in the excellent location, the price of housing is naturally expensive. The price of a square area was as high as $500,000 coins. At this price, it was enough to buy a nice house in full in some small counties. And in Maple Leaf 1, $500,000 can only buy a square area. To be able to live in Maple Leaf 1, all of them are big shots in the society. Money is just a string of numbers for them. In the parking lot, all kinds of luxury cars were commonplace, and multi-million level cars were also common. Chen Yun walked into the sales center of Maple Leaf 1. The hall was very empty. 3 or 2 sales ladies sitting together chatting gossip. After seeing Chen Yun came in, there was no one willing to receive. Maple Leaf 1 has been open for 2 or 3 years, but only a handful of houses have been sold. Not because of the quality of the house, resulting in customers not willing to buy, but they cannot afford to buy. A house, often hundreds of millions of dollars, is not a small amount of money for anyone. Maybe they have hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. However, there were very few people who could take out hundreds of millions of cash to buy a house for themselves. All the sales ladies looked at this somewhat clean-looking high school student wearing the uniform of Maple City No. 1 high school and did not believe that Chen Yun would be here to buy a house. Maybe Chen Yun just came in to rub the air conditioning and left in a while. So everyone was still chatting amongst themselves and did not take Chen Yun to heart. Chen Yun also stood in the hall for quite a while, and seeing that there was still no one coming to receive him, he could only shout out, "That, I'm here to buy a house." The empty hall echoed with Chen Yun's voice as the environment became eerily quiet. All the sales ladies stared wide-eyed, like they were looking at a little cutie, staring at Chen Yun as if they were still unmoved. They all waited to see Chen Yun laugh. At this time, a male salesman held the brochure and trotted over to Chen Yun. "Sir, are you looking to buy a house?" Sun Lin came over to inquire about Chen Yun with a trying attitude. In fact, in his heart, he also thought that Chen Yun was here to take them for fun. But he had an old man and a small family waiting for him to support them, and his own base salary here was causing him a lot of stress. With a try-and-see attitude, what if, in case Chen Yun really bought a suite here, a 1% commission, based on the cheapest floor plan of Maple Leaf 1, it would be millions of dollars. "Do you still have the most expensive house here?" Chen Yun asked. Since he had so much money, he naturally wanted to enjoy the best. Chen Yun had heard about the prices of Maple Leaf 1 before, which could easily be several $100 million, making many tycoons shy away. But now the price of Maple Leaf 1, in Chen Yun's eyes, was just a little bit of money. What? Sun Lin's face was unbelievable. He hadn't heard it wrong just now, right? The most expensive house in Maple Leaf 1? I said, do you still have the most expensive house here? Chen Yun repeated again. There. Yes, there are still. Sun Lin, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly introduced himself to Chen Yun. The largest house type of Maple Leaf 1 is on the 40th floor of the 2 buildings, which are not yet for sale. Both of these houses cover an area of more than 2,600 square meters, which is the largest house type of Maple Leaf 1. The house is on the 40th floor high, and it can overlooking the whole Maple City's beauty, and even more so, there is the Maple River and Maple Mountain in front of and behind it. Give me a set then. Chen Yun waved his hand and interrupted Sun Lin's long-winded introduction. Chen Yun believed that the most expensive house in Maple Leaf 1 naturally had his reasons for being expensive, and there was certainly no need to talk about the environment and comfort. Others might need to consider the issue of money, but he, Chen Yun, did not need. As the world's #1 richest man, the world's remaining tycoons combined might not be as rich as him, right? The cash in his hand was enough for him to spend as he wished. How to be comfortable, how to come on the line. Sun Lin, who was still talking eloquently, was again confused by Chen Yun's words. What did he just say? Give him a set? The most expensive one? Over 2,000 square meters of oversized area. The unit price of a square meter is as high as $500,000 coins, and he said he wanted a set? The 2 most expensive units in Maple Leaf 1 are valued at over $1 billion. This high school student wanted to come to a set? Sun Lin had been shocked to the point where his mouth was wide open, unable to accept it for a moment. First, sir, how about, why don't we take a look first, and then say it again? Sun Lin tentatively asked Chen Yun. That's fine, then let's go up and take a look first. It's just the right time to take me to familiarize myself with it, otherwise I might even get lost at night. Good, okay sir, I'll first go get the key. Sun Lin's heart already had a million grass mud horses galloping past. See, this kid still wants to stay directly tonight. Sun Lin hurriedly turned around and tremblingly ran to get the key. Other sales ladies see Sun Lin to get the key, feel very puzzled. The introduction of the introduction on the line. How also ready to take Chen Yun to see the house. A high school student only. There is a need to be so serious? A supervisor-like woman said to Sun Lin. Little son, remember to wear shoe covers in. Don't get dirty. Sun Lin hurriedly said back. Okay, Sister Wang. Sun Lin brought Chen Yun and rode the elevator up to the 40th floor. Sun Lin opened the door to the room, and was about to remind Chen Yun to put on shoe covers, but Chen Yun had already walked in. Sun Lin only had to put them on himself, and he would have to clean the house later when Chen Yun finished looking at it. Chen Yun just entered the door. He was deeply shocked by the three sides of the room's huge 270-degree viewing floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire Maple City from indoors, which not only had an excellent view, but also had penetrating light. Sir, this house has a super large area of more than 2,000 square feet, adopts the structure of a duplex. The pickup height has a full 10 meters height. The three huge and incomparable floor-to-ceiling windows are the biggest feature of this house. You can enjoy all the beautiful scenery of Maple City from here. Sir, the balcony covers an area of about 500 square feet. Surrounding the three floor-to-ceiling windows, there is also a spacious pool here. You can have a pool party with your friends here. Sir, this is your bedroom. Sir, Chen Yun followed Sun Lin, feeling more and more satisfied with the house. Not bad, not bad, I like it. Chen Yun nodded his head and praised. Alright, take me down to pay, Chen Yun said. First, sir, are you serious? Sun Lin really couldn't believe that this high school student in front of him was actually going to buy this most expensive house in Maple Leaf 1. That was worth a whole $1 billion. How many rich people had to think twice about even the most ordinary house in Maple Leaf 1? While this high school student in front of him was lightly going to buy this most expensive house. Won't you know when you take me down to make the payment? Okay, sir, just a moment while I wipe down the floor. Sun Lin said. No need to wipe it down. I think it's quite clean. You really don't need to wipe it down? Sir. Well, let's go down and do the formalities, Chen Yun said. Good. Yes sir. Sir, please follow me. Sun Lin's heart was beating wildly, so excited that he didn't even take off his shoe covers as he led Chen Yun towards the sales hall. If Chen Yun really bought this $1 billion supermansion, then he could probably get nearly $10 million in commission. Just thinking about it, Sun Lin could hardly control his emotions. That was a commission of nearly $10 million. It was enough for their family to live the rest of their lives without any worries. Chapter 6, Landscape Car Dealership. Sun Lin came hurrying with the drawn-up contract, fearing that Chen Yun would back out. Sir, the contract has been drawn up. Please take a look at it and pay if there are no problems. Sun Lin looked at Chen Yun with anticipation. The sales lady who had previously waited to see Chen Yun's joke had long since dropped her jaw in shock. What was the situation? The contract was all drawn up? Wasn't that student here to rub the air conditioner? Did he really come to buy a house? Wait a minute. Which key did Sun Lin take from Sister Wang? It seems to be the key to one of the two most expensive houses in Maple Leaf 1. That house is worth $1 billion. The commission alone would be nearly $10 million. All the sales ladies couldn't help but hold their breaths. Their palms clenched up as they all waited for Chen Yun to make the payment. Chen Yun took the contract, didn't even look at it, casually signed it, and then took out his bank card and swiped it. Tick. The payment was successful. Deduct 1 billion dasha coins and increase 10 divine magnificence points. Hearing the prompt of successful payment, everyone couldn't help but stand up, their eyes all filled with envy and remorse. That high school student had actually bought one of the most expensive mansions in Maple Leaf 1. Nearly 10 million commission. It just flew away from their eyes. All the sales ladies were in tears. Even the supervisor, Sister Wang, was filled with shock. Those tycoons had made her lay down her life for a month when they came to buy the most common type of flat, only to end up with hundreds of thousands of commission. It was only after seeing Chen Yun's successful payment that the big stone hanging in Sun Lin's heart finally fell to the ground. This was because holding a triancy attitude had allowed him to earn nearly 10 million dasha coins so easily in less than an hour. Sir, this is your key. Sun Lin respectfully handed the mansion key to Chen Yun. Aha! Chen Yun took the key and turned around to exit the sales hall, preparing to take a taxi to the Lanting Hotel for a meal. Seeing Chen Yun leaving, the people in the sales department all ran their asses to see him off, just to get acquainted in front of Chen Yun's eyes. Such a gold master. Maybe in the future we'll still buy a house here. Next time it may be their turn. The cab master looked at the sales ladies who were all smiles and bent over to send them off. Inwardly he was very surprised. That high school student sitting in the back, what kind of big shot was he? Actually able to make the best real estate sales ladies in Maple City send off each other like this. Master, the Lanting Hotel. Oh, okay. Chen Yun looked at the driving master and thought that he already had a driver's license, but he didn't have a car until now, and it wasn't too convenient to take a taxi all the time. So he said to the driver, Master, don't go to the Lanting Hotel, go to the Shan Shui Car Company. The cab master's eyebrows trembled again. Shan Shui Car Dealership. That was the biggest car dealership in Maple City. It could be said that most of the popular cars on the market could be seen there, and those that were rare on the market could also be seen. It was said that this Shan Shui car dealership, headquartered in the provincial city of Jiangchang, was founded by a large family in Jiangchang, and that there were branches of them all over Jiangnan province. Chen Yun picked up his cell phone again, and gave a call to manager Lu of the Lanting Hotel, asking him to send the meal to the Shanshui car dealership, saving himself the trouble of having to run to the hotel for a meal in a while. Manager Lu received the notification from Chen Yun, the big boss, and hurriedly got the back kitchen busy. After Chen Yun got down from the cab, he saw the four big characters of Shanshui car dealership at a glance. Just as he walked in, a middle-aged man greeted him. "Is this little brother here to see the car?" Chen Yun was surprised. This was the first time someone saw him wearing a high school uniform and took the initiative to greet him, so he couldn't help but feel a little bit good about this person. What kind of sports cars do you guys have here?" Chen Yun replied. "Little brother is looking to buy a sports car? We have countless sports cars here. I just don't know what price you want." "Little brother?" Wang Jingtian looked at Chen Yun with a smile and introduced. "We have hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of sports cars here. All kinds of brands, everything. What other car dealerships have? Shanshui car dealership also has. What other car dealerships don't have? Our Shanshui car dealership still has." "My humble Wang Jingtian, I do not know little brother your name?" Good crazy words, worthy of being a car dealership throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Chen Yun returned. "So it's brother Chen. Why don't I take brother Chen for a stroll and introduce him? Just tell me which car brother Chen has his eye on." Wang Jingtian said to Chen Yun. "Then I'll be grateful to brother Wang." "Brother Chen, this one is a Ferrari F8, equipped with a V8, 390 engine, 720 horsepower, and 100 kilometers acceleration can be done in 2.9 seconds. Chen Yun looked at the bright red and shiny, visually stunning Ferrari in front of him, and was very fond of it, asking, "Brother Wang, how much does this car cost?" "The landed price of this car is around $4 million. So cheap?" Chen Yun thought that it would be tens of millions at least, but he didn't expect that it would only cost 4 million. On the side of Wang Jingtian heard Chen Yun's words, the tip of his eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Resurveying Chen Yun, this age lightly dare to say that 4 million is cheap. The head will definitely not be small. Then brother Chen take another look at this car. Ferrari SF90 landing price of about 7 million, equipped with a plug-in hybrid powertrain. Maximum power up to 780 horsepower. The interior incorporates a large number of future elements. Chen Yun looked at the Ferrari SF90 in front of him, although he also felt very good. But how could a landing price of $7 million be worthy of his world's richest man status? "Brother Wang, there's no need to introduce these cars under $10 million. Just take me directly to see the most expensive ones within your car dealership." Hearing Chen Yun say this, Wang Jingtian was even more certain that Chen Yun's status was only high and not low. "Since brother Chen said so, then I will show you around." Chen Yun followed Wang Jingtian and arrived in front of a Lamborghini. "Brother Chen, this car is one of the few town treasures of the Maple City branch of the Mountain Water Car Dealership. Lamborghini Reventon Hardtop Edition, limited to 20 worldwide. Fighter-like body lines, sharp edges and corners, with matte black paint, just like a Landfighter's aura. Equipped with a 6.5L V12 engine, 0-100 acceleration in just 3.2 seconds, with a mid-engine layout. Brother Chen, this global limited edition Reventon, landing price $500 million. I wonder if brother Chen is satisfied." Wang Jingtian looked at Chen Yun with a smile. Even if he was a young master of a family, he was one of the few super families that could come up with $50 million to purchase a sports car. Chen Yun looked at the $50 million Lamborghini Reventon and couldn't help but spit in his heart. Only $50 million? It couldn't even be exchanged for a single divine magnificence point. "Brother Wang, is there a more expensive car?" Chen Yun asked. Wang Jingtian's heart froze. He thought that this global limited edition Lamborghini Reventon was enough to satisfy Chen Yun, but he didn't expect Chen Yun to think that it wasn't enough. Wang Jingtian's heart was immediately a little tangled. These days the Maple City store did happen to have a luxury car that was shipped from the headquarters to the branches around the world to be used as an exhibition. But that car was the favorite car of the big boss of the Shanshui car dealership, valued at hundreds of millions of dollars, limited to only 5 units globally, and rich people were not necessarily able to buy it. It belonged to the non-sale items. "Brother Chen, there are more expensive cars, but that car is the favorite car of the big boss of our Shanshui car dealership. I guess he won't sell it," Wang Jingtian said to Chen Yun with embarrassment. Once Chen Yun heard that there was a more expensive one, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly said to Wang Jingtian, "Brother Wang, take the trouble to communicate with the big boss. Just tell him that money is not a problem." Wang Jingtian looked at Chen Yun's confident demeanor and couldn't help but become more curious about Chen Yun's identity. "Good, then I will go and communicate with the boss." "Brother Chen, wait a moment." After saying that, Wang Jingtian walked to the inner room, and Chen Yun then wandered around the car dealership. Just then, another couple walked in outside the car dealership. The woman was heavily made up and dressed up, holding the man's arm and talking and laughing along the way. Han Fei just walked into the Shanshui car dealership and saw Chen Yun, who was wandering around the store. Phew, isn't this Chen Yun? Chapter 7 Lamborghini. Chen Yun, are you here for a part-time job? Han Fei brought the woman with him and walked towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun was also a bit surprised that he was so unlucky to bump into Yin Jiping's fox friend Han Fei here. Yin Jiping, Han Fei and Xie Yuanlong, jokingly referred to as the three bastards of Maple City by the upper-class circle, were notoriously wealthy second generation. All three of them, like Chen Yun, attended Maple City First High School. Seeing that Chen Yun did not pay any attention to himself, Han Fei thought that he was caught in his words and continued to open his mouth to taunt. I didn't realize that the scope of your part-time business is quite wide, delivering takeaways, tutoring, and now you're moonlighting as a car model, right? Ha 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 ha. Han Fei and the woman beside him laughed out loud. Come on, Chen Yun, introduce us to the cars here. I'm going to give one to my little girlfriend. If you introduce it to my satisfaction, I'll give you $1,000 tip. How's that? Just then, Wang Jingtian walked out from the inner room. The big boss had already spoken to him. That love car could be sold to Chen Yun, as he had not seen it either. At such a young age, he was able to wind up wanting to purchase hundreds of millions of dollars of seats, and the power behind it was incalculable. As Wang Jingtian walked in, he also saw Han Fei, who was beside Chen Yun, and greeted him. So it's Mr. Han. Is Mr. Han also here to buy a car? Boss Wang, I'm here to send you a big order again. I'm going to buy a car for my little girlfriend, and I want to ask the Chen car model in Boss Wang's store to introduce me. Han Fei stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at Chen Yun with a smug expression. When Wang Jingtian heard Han Fei's words, his heart was stunned. This bastard Han Fei was truly not afraid of death. What kind of person was Chen Yun? He, the big boss of the Shanshui car dealership, wanted to befriend him, and now he was actually humiliated like this by this young master from a small family. According to the big boss's guess, the power behind Chen Yun, randomly releasing a bit of energy, Ten Han family probably can't compare. Also want to send him a big order. Every time to come or stingy, said to buy. In fact, just bring a different woman over to pretend to be a fork, pretend to be gone. Look at the car, also only look at $1 or $2 million. This order can be really big. It's like Chen Yun's little brother. The cars below the 10 million level are too lazy to look at. I really don't understand where this Han Fei's head is broken. Wang Jingtian's face sank, and he said to Han Fei in a cold voice, Han Fei, brother Chen Yun is a valued guest of my Shanshui car dealership. It's not something you can humiliate here. If you speak out of turn again, I'll directly kick you out. If you want to buy a car, please wait. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the dumbfounded Han Fei and led Chen Yun to see the car that was the favorite of the big boss of the Shanshui car dealership. Brother Chen, this is the luxury car that happened to be doing an exhibition at the Maple City Landscape car dealership recently. Wang Jingtian lifted the black cloth covering the car, and a divine car was thoroughly displayed in front of Chen Yun. Brother Chen, this is the Lamborghini Veneno Poison Hardtop, a hardtop version of the Poison limited to only 5 units worldwide. Its appearance is based on the maximum efficiency aerodynamic design. The lines are clear, as if the dragon scales and sharp blades, like a product from outer space. Lightning headlights, horizontal blade, equipped with 6.5L V12 engine, 0-100 acceleration as long as 2.7 seconds. The whole body uses carbon fiber. After listening to Wang Jingtian's introduction, and then looking at this divine car in front of him, Chen Yun has long been unable to extricate himself. I believe that there is no man who can refuse this Lamborghini Poison in front of him. Good car, good car, Chen Yun praised without mincing words. Han Fei, who had followed him, also saw this Poison and was instantly shocked. Isn't this Poison? There are only 5 hardtop version of the Poison worldwide. How can there be one here? Han Fei luxury car also seen a lot. Lamborghini Poison, this kind of god car is naturally understood. He also very much want to have a, but why do not have that strength? Did not think that today is actually here to see a real one? How can he not excited? The woman beside Han Fei saw that he reacted so much, and hurriedly hugged Han Fei's arm and pampered him. Hubby, people want this car. Want your sister to want. Do you know how much this car costs? At least $500 million. There's no market for it. I can't even afford to drive it. Why would I give it to you? $500 million. The woman was shocked by the price. So expensive? Chen Yun was very satisfied with this Lamborghini Poison and said to Wang Jingtian, Brother Wang, has your big boss agreed to sell this beloved car to me? Brother Chen, just now the big boss and I said that he very much wants to make a friend with Brother Chen, so he relented and plans to sell it to Brother Chen. Chen Yun was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly replied, Then thank your big boss for me. I would like to meet your big boss's unrivaled elegance when I have the chance. Han Fei, Who was on the side? Listened to the clouds. What Shanshui car dealership big boss wanted to know Chen Yun? He had heard of the big boss of the Shanshui car company. He was a big name in the business circle. Stomping his foot, the entire Jiangnan province's economy would tremble. When he heard that Chen Yun was going to buy this poisonous vehicle, he was first stunned, followed by a crazy laugh. This was the funniest joke he had heard since Han Fei came out of his mother's womb. Could he not know what kind of family Chen Yun was? Yin Shiping had only brought Lu Qian last week to give him another good popularization. Orphan whose parents are dead, with no family, and has to rely on a part-time job to make ends meet. Now actually talking about buying this Lamborghini poison worth at least $500 million? Chen Yun wasn't crazy, was he? Selling his body on the side to make $500 million? Part-time jobs until your asses don't fit together wouldn't make $100 million. Chen Yun, you're daydreaming in broad daylight, aren't you? You even want to buy this Lamborghini poison? You didn't take the wrong medicine today, did you? Han Fei covered his stomach and was really pumped up with laughter. The Han family was also considered a small power in Maple City. His Han family head came and didn't even dare to say that he had the funds to buy this poison. Now this Chen Yun, who relied on a part-time job in order to make ends meet, even said that he wanted to buy this godly car. It was really a big joke. Wang Jingtian frowned tightly as he looked at Han Fei, who was constantly mocking Chen Yun. He really couldn't figure out who on earth gave him the courage. If Chen Yun was really as bad as Han Fei said, and a poor man was able to stand until now without the slightest bit of stage fright, then he must be a character in the future as well. This kind of person who could make a career in the future. Wang Sangjie didn't believe that he would be foolish enough to come here to show off. Moreover, Wang Jingtian is very confident in his own ability to read people. He can see the Chen Yun kind of hands and feet on the money of the indifferent. At first glance is to have a strong family background for support. Otherwise Wang Jingtian would not be wearing high school uniforms. Chen Yun just came in on the rise to welcome. But Chen Yun himself did not say anything more to Han Fei. He wasn't in a good position to intervene either, and could only properly warn the unaware Han Fei. Han Fei, Mr. Chen Yun is a valued guest of my Shanshui car dealership. Please show some respect or I wouldn't recommend asking security to drag you out. Wang Jingtian frowned and heckled. Boss Wang, don't let this poor boy Chen Yun fool you. He's a poor bastard who has to work part-time to make ends meet, Han Fei said to Wang Jingtian with a smile. Wang Jingtian was about to continue saying something, but was stopped by Chen Yun raising his hand. Brother Wang, when there's a mad dog next to me, I usually choose to ignore it. I like the car. Swipe the card. Chapter 8 Yin Shiping's Lies. Who are you calling a mad dog? Crazy dogs are next to you. All the mad dogs are next to you. Han Fei was on fire, pointing at Chen Yun and gritting his teeth. Chen Yun, if you can buy this poison today, I'll take your last name. Wang Jingtian, who was standing at the side, looked at Han Fei with eyes that looked a bit strange. It's fine if you scold yourself. What's the point in stepping on a horse and dragging my old man into it for no reason? Wang Jingtian took the bank card handed over by Chen Yun and said, Okay brother Chen. Wang Jingtian turned around and went into the inner room. Not long after he came out with a POS machine. Brother Chen, this poison was bought at a price of $600 million when our big boss acquired it. Now I am prepared to sell it to you still at a price of $600 million. I wonder if Brother Chen can accept it. Acceptable. Of course it's acceptable. Chen Yun knew that this Lamborghini poison, which was limited to only 5 units worldwide, was not something that money could measure. As time passed, its price would only rise higher and higher. The fact that the big boss of the Shanshui car dealership was able to sell the poison at the price he bought it for was a big favor that he had taken on himself. Since Brother Chen is satisfied, I'll swipe my card? Well, swipe it. Chen Yun returned. Wang Jingtian took Chen Yun's card and swiped it from the side of the POS machine. Drop. The payment was successful. A small ticket slowly printed out from the POS machine. Wang Jingtian was not surprised that Chen Yun was able to buy the poison, while Han Fei on the side had long been dumbfounded in place. After swiping the card, the POS machine could print out a small ticket, which all individuals knew meant that the payment was successful. This means that Chen Yun's bank card just now, quietly lying 600 million. Han Fei instantly felt his mind spinning a bit. Didn't Yin Shiping tell himself that Chen Yun was just a poor student? A poor student who relied on a part-time job to make a living had actually transformed into a super rich man today, casually pulling out $600 million in front of himself, buying the Lamborghini poison that was limited to only 5 units worldwide. $600 million in cash. The Han family in Maple City is also considered a powerful party. The entire family's assets are valued at more than $1 billion. But if the Han family were to take out $600 million in cash to buy a poison for Han Fei, the head of the Han family would be the first one to jump up and open Han Fei's head. The family has more than $1 billion in assets. Take out almost half of the money to buy a transportation for your young master of the Han family? Unless Han Fei was crazy to do so. Not to mention taking out 600 million. For the Han family to take out 100 million right now, it would probably take half a day to put it all together. And in the end, it wouldn't be able to come together. But if Chen Yun was so rich, why did In Jiping tell himself that Chen Yun was a pauper? Han Fei couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Chen Yun was a master who liked to dress up as a pig and eat tigers? Did he trick In Jiping as well? In fact, Chen Yun was a young master of a super big family, hiding his identity just to find true love. As a result, In Jiping stole his young girlfriend. So now Chen Yun is not pretending? Showdown? The more Han Fei thought about it, the more he felt that his analysis was very reasonable, and cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. In Jiping, you're stepping on a horse to pit me to death. Anyone who could casually pull out $600 million to buy himself a car. Which one of them wasn't a superpower behind him? If this kind of big shot is not happy, a few words can make a dozen of the Han family's hard-earned wealth in an instant ashes. And just now, he had eaten leopard's gall, daring to taunt Chen Yun like this, making a fool of himself at every turn. At the thought of this, Han Fei's legs instantly went soft. Kneeling down with a thud, he tightly hugged Chen Yun's jade feet and cried out in pain. Young Master Chen, just now, it was me, Chen Fei, who was blind and had eyes that didn't recognize Tai, and unintentionally offended you. So please forgive me as an adult. It's all because In Jiping that lied to me, saying bad things about you in my ears every day. I was also accidentally tricked by that son of a, and only then did I speak out against young Master Chen. Woo, carrot, Han Fei cried while slapping himself. In Jiping, you son of a, tricked me so hard. Chen Yun squatted down and patted Han Fei's face and said, weren't you quite capable of pretending just now, Chen Fei? Why don't you keep pretending now? Young Master Chen, I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Woo, __. The young master of the Han family, who was imposing 1 second, was on his knees crying out to his mother and father in the next second, having changed his name. Right at this moment, the sound of a bus's roar suddenly came to mind outside. Immediately afterward, he saw Manager Lu of the Orchid Pavilion Hotel, with a dozen or so waiters, come in from outside with luxurious lunchboxes. Wang Jingtian was somewhat confused by this scene. Chen Yun stood up and said to Wang Jingtian, Brother Wang, I came over in a hurry to buy a car and haven't eaten yet, so for convenience I let the people from the Lanting Grand Hotel send the meal to you. Please bear with me. Brother Wang, I see, then Brother Chen should dine first. Worthy of being the young master of a super family, he was still able to have the Orchid Pavilion Grand Hotel deliver takeout. Wang Jingtian had been in Maple City for many years, so he naturally knew that the only 7-star Lanting Grand Hotel in Maple City, the Lanting Grand Hotel, had never had any delivery business, much less heard of anyone being able to ask the Lanting Grand Hotel to deliver takeout. But for a character who could take out $600 million to buy a car, it was not surprising that he could hire the Lanting Grand Hotel for delivery. Brother Wang, come along, Chen Yun asked. Since Brother Chen invited me, it would be ungrateful of me to push back. Seeing that there was no place around where he could eat, Manager Lu hurriedly waved his hand towards the back, and the waiters brought folding dining tables and a few chairs from the bus, unfolding them enough for 7 or 8 people to dine together. King crab, lobster, steak, ham, oysters, bluefin tuna, red wine, one after another on the table. Still kneeling in place, Han Fei saw the takeaway Lanting Hotel, more certain of his inner conjecture. This Chen Yun is definitely a super big family's young master. Han Fei was even more terrified. The life and death of the Han family now all depended on Chen Yun's mood. The head of the Han family was afraid that he didn't know that the wealth that had been painstakingly accumulated over several generations had inexplicably gone on a journey beyond the gates of hell. Chen Yun and Wang Jingtian talked and laughed at the dinner table, slowly eating and chatting, and it took 2 to 3 hours to finish the meal. Brother Wang, what other luxury cars do you have at the car dealership? I plan to buy some more to go back and drive for a change, Chen Yun asked. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Wang Jingtian inwardly shuddered again. Still buying Brother Chen, the Maple City branch has luxury cars above the 10 million level. Right now there is only the Lamborghini Reventon that I have just seen and the Poison that you have bought away. But if Brother Chen has any favorite cars, he can directly talk to me and I can transfer them over to you from other cities for Brother Chen. I don't have any favorite luxury cars either, as long as they are expensive. Chen Yun paused. Why don't I pay the fee to Brother Wang now, and when the time comes, Brother Wang can just send someone to deliver the car to my place. That's fine. I wonder how much budget Brother Chen still has, Wang Jingtian asked. 300 million. What? Wang Jingtian almost fell off his chair. 300 million more? Did this money come from the wind? Worthy of being Brother Chen? What a great deal. Wang Jingtian took Chen Yun's card and scratched away another 300 million. Kneeling on the side, Han Fei listened to the two men's conversation, his heart already completely numb. The amount of money spent on a meal was already more than Han Fei had spent in his entire life. Chen Yun chatted with Wang Jingtian for a while longer before preparing to go home. As for Han Fei, Chen Yun didn't care that much, as long as he didn't come to mess with himself. Otherwise Chen Yun didn't mind wiping out the Han family. Chen Yun pulled open the door of Poison's car and sat in it, slowly driving out of the Shanshui car dealership before speeding off with a kick of the gas. Chapter 9 Dream Haven. Chen Yun drove the Lamborghini Poison through the city. The handsome appearance and explosive roar caused passers-by to turn around frequently, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Did I see it right? That seems to be a Lamborghini Poison. It seems good. Like it's really a Lamborghini Poison, or a hardtop version of the Poison. I remember there are only 5 of them in the world, right? When did we have such a godly car in Maple City? Wow, the owner seems to be a handsome guy. I want to marry him. Handsome guy, I want to give you a monkey. For a while, Chen Yun's Lamborghini Poison went viral in other people's chat groups and circles of friends, and everyone was inquiring as to which big shot was driving to Maple City. Chen Yun parked his car and returned to the mansion of Maple 1. Looking at everything in front of him, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Chen Yun lay on the comfortable sofa, took out the newly replaced Pineapple 15, downloaded Cat Live, registered an account Cloud Duke, and prepared to look at beautiful women to kill time. The previous Chen Yun never watched live broadcasts. One is no time. The second is that the previous cell phone is really too worn out. Chatting a day are stuck to death, let alone watching live broadcasts. Chen Yun casually clicked on a popular live broadcast room, and saw the female anchor Meng Meng's passionate hot dance. A few scattered pop-ups floated by from time to time. Today, Hook, brothers come to see my wife dance again. It turned out to be a tycoon who waved his hand and angrily swiped 50 rocket ones, worth a total of $50,000, and asked the anchor by name for a dance. Meng Shiwen is a senior student at the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Relying on her excellent looks and good talent, she has grown step by step from a small anchor at Cat Live to one of the few head anchors in the face value section. Although Meng Shiwen is already a big anchor that many people envy, but can give her a brush of 50,000 worth of gifts at a time is also very little. Since the tycoon had paid money to name his own dance, Meng Shiwen also danced very hard, wanting the tycoon to brush some more. Chen Yun looked at the screen. Meng Shiwen, long flowing hair swaying jumping, a pair of big eyes with a smile and playfulness, charming, clothing tightly attached to the delicate body, skin like white jade, half covered. See Chen Yun breathless, heartbeat uncontrollably accelerated. What a siren! No wonder there were tycoons who swiped $50,000 of gifts for her at a time. Thank you Blossoming Fortune for sending Rocket One. Thank you Big Brother Blossom Fortune. Apparently it was the tycoon Big Brother who had seen Meng Shiwen siren-like dance and had been deeply mesmerized. Little Meng, when are we free to come out for a meal together? Dream Shiwen said with a slight apology after seeing Blossom Fortune's pop-up. I'm sorry, Big Brother Fugue. Dream never has offline activities. Oh. Dream Shiwen knew the virtues of these tycoons. Usually after asking an anchor out for dinner, the next step was to explore the origin of life. This is the unspoken rule between everyone and each other. The anchor woman can get a considerable amount of scientific research expenses, and even some people thus evening on the big money, and from then on live a broad wife's life with brocade clothes and food. Meng Shiwen also understands that going out to eat is almost like agreeing to research projects with Blossom Fortune. So Meng Shiwen decisively chose to refuse. She grew from a small anchor step by step to a big anchor, during which there were quite a few people who wanted to ask her to go out to eat, but they were all rejected one by Meng Shiwen, who instantly felt nauseous at the thought of researching projects with these fat-headed men. The Gold Masters could only choose to give up after many fruitless attempts, so the total value of the gifts that Dream Shiwen had harvested from her live broadcast up to now wouldn't exceed 10 million. Little Dream, is the gift I brushed not enough? Then I'll brush you some more. Immediately afterward, a large string of gift special effects kept surfacing in the live broadcast. Blossoming Fortune sent out Rocket 1x1. Blossoming Fortune sent out Rocket 1x2. Blossoming Fortune sent out Rocket 1x5. Blossom Fortune sent out Rocket 1x10. Another 10 rounds of Rocket 1. The crowd of onlookers called out Nubikras, and the pop-up snapped 6 up. Big Brother is awesome. Worship Big Brother. 666. I wonder if Big Brother Fortune can take Little Dream today. Little Dream but refused a bunch of Gold Master Big Brother. Brush more than rich Big Brother is not refused. Calm. Dream Shiwen looked at the gift from Blossom Fortune and said in a euphonious voice, thank you for the 10 rockets sent by Big Brother Blossoming Fortune. But Dream really doesn't wire down the activity. Oh, I'm really sorry. Chen Yun watched and also watched Dream Shiwen's live broadcast for quite a while and couldn't help but send out 20 rounds of rocket number 1. Mr. Yun sent out Rocket 1x1. Mr. Yun sent out Rocket 1x2. Duke Yun sent out Rocket 1x10. Mr. Yun sent out rocket 1 times 20. Gorgeous special effects instantly rolled across the live broadcast. Pretty girl add a Wi-Fi? Chen Yun snapped and asked. The audience that was still watching the show instantly boiled up again. Prince Yun is mighty. Duke Yun is domineering. Does eunuch Yun still lack a little brother? At a glance, Duke Yun is not a fat-headed, stupid pig like Blossom Fortune. On the bed of a certain hotel, a fat-headed man saw a pop-up saying he was a stupid pig, as if he had been poked to the sore spot, and promptly stormed out. Tramp, where did the rabbit brat come from? Dare to rob the woman that the laborer has his eyes on. Blossom Fortune, where did the little brat come from? You dare to spoil my good deed? Yun Gongzi, are you talking about me? Omega? Blossoming Fortune, you're still playing dumb? Superscript 33, Cloud Duke, I can brush it if I want to. Why are you fat and care so much? Omega, Blooming Rich, good. What a nice phrase to brush if you want to. Tonight I'll see if you can brush or I can brush. Blossoming Fortune sent out rocket 1x1. Blossom of Fortune sent out rocket 1 by 10. Blossom Fortune sent out rocket no. 1 by 20. Big Brother Fortune's cowhide. Big Brother 666. Fugue Big Brother I wanna give you a monkey. Blossom Fortune, Rabbit Child continue right triangle and area operators. Mr. Yun sent out rocket 1x1. Mr. Yun sent out rocket 1x20. Mr. Yun sent out rocket 1 times 40. Mr. Yun sent out rocket 1x60. Thank you Mr. Yun for the 60 rockets. Dream loves you Meng Shiwen looked at the two people who disliked each other in the pop-up screen. He couldn't help but be a little curious about this Duke Yun. Looking at his name he should be a young man. Meng Shiwen also did not think too much. The more the two send the better. Tonight he can be said to have earned a lot of money. Lying on the bed of the blossoming rich face ugly. Did not expect this halfway out of the guy is still a little difficult to deal with. But looking at the screen alluring and charming Meng Shiwen, the blossoming rich gritted his teeth. Decided to charge a hand again. If you can impress Meng tonight, you may have the opportunity to study the project with me. It is said that this Meng has never had. Take her don't mention how cool it will be. Blossom sent out rocket 1x10. Blooming Fortune sent out rocket 1x50. Blooming Fortune sent out rocket 1 by 100. Blossom has sent rocket 1x200. 200 rocket 1 immediately turned on the full screen announcement. Luxurious special effects cycled through all the live rooms. Dream's live room instantly rose to 1 million popularity. And everyone ran to see which tycoon it was again. Throwing away money for the redheads. Big Brother 66,666. Fortune Big Brother is mighty. 200 rockets. Big Brother Bullnose. 666. Dazzling pop-ups raced across the public screen. Thank you Big Brother Fugue for the 200 rockets. The little woman has nothing to offer but a song. Meng Shiwen's heart had already blossomed with joy. Today he earned hundreds of thousands of dollars in one night. Thanks to that Duke Yun. If it wasn't for Duke Yun stimulating Blossoming Fortune, he wouldn't have swiped 200 rockets. Blossoming Fortune, where is that bastard? Mr. You, didn't he just brush it whenever he wanted to? Blossoming Fortune, what's the point of pretending in front of me? Blossoming Fortune, you want to be a hero without strength? Get lost before it's too late. Yun Gongzi Big Brother this can be tolerated? Duke Yun him. Stop screaming. Your Duke Yun Big Brother is already too scared to come out. Ha 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 ha. Meng Shiwen was actually quite looking forward to this Duke Yun continuing to punch Blossoming Fortune in the face. After all, judging from the screen name, how could Duke Yun give a better first impression than Blossoming Fortune? However, after another 10 minutes, there was still no Yun Gongzi moving at all. It's all been said. Your Duke Yun has long been scared away. Duke Yun is really a wimp. No fun no fun. Everyone disperse. Right at this moment, Duke Yun's pop-up screen suddenly floated across the public screen. Can't this software charge 100 million at once? Charging it makes my hands sore. Chapter 10, Charging to the point of hand soreness. The melon-eating crowd was instantly aroused by Chen Yun's arrogant words. Yo, Mr. Yun is actually still here? Thought you were hiding in fear. What a braggart. Still recharging $100 million. Mr. Yun's cowhide. 666. Blossoming rich. The little brat can only brag on the internet. In reality see if I don't break your legs. Chen Yun was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with them and backhandedly swiped a treasure map. The treasure map was also just discovered by Chen Yun when he was recharging. He had always thought that everyone swiped rockets because rockets were the most expensive of the gifts. But it turned out that there was another gift worth 5,000, which was 5 times more expensive than Rocket 1. Chen Yun was a bit puzzled. With this stuff, why would he still need to brush the rockets? Isn't the hand pointing sour? The treasure map could be clicked 4 times less than Rocket 1 could. Do they know how much of a burden those 4 clicks can lighten? Mr. Yun sent out the treasure map X1. Mr. Yun sent the treasure map X10. Mr. Yun sent out a treasure map times 100. Various cool special effects instantly dominated all the live rooms. The announcements that came one after another overwhelmed all the viewers. 666666666. Duke Yun Big Brother Bullnose Ah. Duke Yun Big Brother Invincible. So rich. I'll see who dares to spray my Duke Yun. I'm Duke Yun's most loyal licking dog. Meng Shiwen was also made dizzy by the whole onslaught of Chen Yun's gifts. Seeing as this Duke Yun didn't have the slightest intention of stopping Yunak Yun gave out a treasure map X500. Mr. Yun sent out treasure map X1314. Mr. Yun sent treasure map times 5200. Mr. Yun sent out treasure map times 6666. Mr. Yun sent out a treasure map times 9999. Finally, Chen Yun's fingers were really numb from pointing before he stopped. Only then did Chen Yun understand why those tycoons liked to give gifts, because it was just too good. 9,999 treasure maps. The entire platform of Cat Live was shocked. The popularity of Meng Shiwen's live broadcast room had long since surpassed 20 million. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't know how many keyboards they had smashed, and they were still sending out pop-ups. Met the real Big Brother. Everyone come and worship. This is the real Big Brother. 666666666. Yun Gonzi Big Brother still lacks grandchildren? Does Big Brother's family still lack a watchdog? I brought my own chain. Yun Gonzi Big Brother Nyo Boi. Meng Shiwen sat on the chair, looking at the pop-ups and special effects that were frantically surging in front of the computer, her hands covering her small mouth with an unbelievable face. 9,999 treasure maps? One treasure map was worth 5,000 dasha coins. 9,999 in a row. A total value of close to $50 million. This is the Cat Live streaming platform. No, it is the highest value gift-giving record ever within the entire live broadcasting world. Cloud Duke, where's the blossoms? Cloud Duke, drink a little horse urine, you are high-minded. In front of me you are life and death. Blossoming Fortune in the hotel looked at the special effects on the phone and the pop-ups sent by Chen Yun, so angry that his teeth were shivering, and the expression on his face was even more ugly than eating Ali. He sent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and in the end, he didn't even touch Meng Shiwen's hair. Angry Blossom Fortune lifted the covers and kicked the sleeping beauty lying beside him under the bed. Prince Yun is mighty. Duke Yun is domineering. Duke Yun, beauty, add a whiz? The shining special effect was incomparably conspicuous in the dense pop-ups, and was seen by Meng Shiwen at a glance. Good Duke Yun. Returning to her senses, Meng Shiwen hurriedly replied, sending a private message to Chen Yun in the background. Chen Yun added the prestige and then exited Meng's live room, intending to go to other live rooms to stroll around, and then brush billion points. Chen Yun just clicked on a hot dance channel's live room. The cool entry special effects dominated half the screen. The female anchor immediately excitedly clamped her voice to welcome Mr. Yun little brother into the live room. Does little brother Yun Gonzi want to see ballet or pole dance? The originally few pop-ups instantly boiled over. Big Brother is here. Welcome Duke Yun's Big Brother. Yunak Yun Big Brother has come to spread money again. Duke Yun, can we watch a different dance? The female anchor understood in seconds and immediately replied, yes. Of course yes Duke Yun. Chen Yun didn't talk nonsense, and directly the treasure map went off. Duke Yun sent out the treasure map X10. Duke Yun sent out the treasure map X100. Mr. Yun sent out a treasure map X500. The ecstatic hostess immediately jumped up from her chair as Chen Yun sent it while the hostess performed. Yunak Yun sends out treasure map X666. The female anchor wanted to cover up and threw out a shirt from the nurse's uniform. Yunak Yun sent out treasure map X999. The anchor woman bent down again and reached into the table for a while before picking up a pair of pants from the floor. Chen Yun's nosebleed as he watched, his eyes almost sticking to the screen as his fingers continued to send gifts to the anchor woman. Duke Yun sent out the treasure map X1314. Mr. Yun sent a treasure map times 2222. Seeing that the most wonderful picture was about to appear in front of the audience, the quick-eyed supertubes instantly blocked the live broadcast room. Ultra. A word popped out of the mouths of the more than 100,000 people across the country who were watching this live broadcast in unison. Chen Yun, who was lying on the sofa, also cursed, watching with vigor, stepping on the horse to give me a seal. Sooner or later, I will buy this cat live broadcast, and then open this supertube that is like a dog. Martyr. Chen Yun had to go to other live room wandering. See the eye of the female anchor is 500 treasure map start send. Talent show is good. And hundreds of treasure map. This night, all the people watching the live broadcast are like playing chicken blood. This Yun Gonzi went to where? There are a group of loyal fans with where? They couldn't count how many treasure maps this Duke Yun had given away in a single night. They had long been completely numb and only knew to deduct 6 on the public screen. Chen Yun also doesn't know how many treasure maps he has sent out tonight. Anyway, the Cat Live account has long reached full level. pulling out the system interface. After seeing that the divine hero point has increased by 1 point, only then did Chen Yun choose to stop. Spending money through live streaming gifts was just too inefficient. Chen Yun's hands were on the verge of point wastage, and he had only barely spent $100 million in one night. Just as Chen Yun was about to go back to his room to rest, a phone rang suddenly. Chen Yun looked at the call. It was that kid Zhang Quan who called, answering and asking, "Hello? You kid is not sleeping at night. What are you looking for me for? Of course I miss you, my old northern nose." As soon as Chen Yun heard Zhang Quan's voice, his lewd demeanor could immediately come to mind. "What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Say what you have to say. Chen Yun, you really don't know how to behave. Tomorrow is the weekend. In order to celebrate your kid getting rid of that dead Lu Qian, I purposely asked my girlfriend to trick all of her girlfriends to come tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, right in Buckingham. At that time you fancy which directly pick. You must come. There's a heavyweight guest tomorrow," Zhang Quan said mysteriously. Chen Yun froze, inwardly very touched. Zhang Quan from the first year of high school, and he is a good buddy. Zhang Quan also knows his own family situation, but he did not therefore dislike Chen Yun, but instead, take care of every aspect. Zhang Quan's family is also considered a small asset. His father is a small boss. Zhang Quan has also repeatedly wanted to give Chen Yun a sum of money, but were rejected by Chen Yun. Zhang Quan had to ask Chen Yun to eat from time to time, to ease his financial pressure. As a result, this Chen Yun, like a demon, bent on Lu Qian, part-time job to earn money, all to Lu Qian to spend. Their own are so hungry that they cannot afford to eat, if not Zhang Quan's help. At that time, Chen Yun is estimated to die of direct starvation, but also where is the word now meet the system. Got it, we'll definitely be there tomorrow, then I'll go to sleep first. North knows, good night, roll. Chapter 11, Louis Vallon. The next day, Chen Yun woke up with a start and it was already noon, so after washing up, he drove to the Lanting Hotel for lunch. When Chen Yun got down from the Lamborghini Poison, the waiters at the entrance had already seen this cool supercar from afar and were respectfully bending down to wait. Seeing that it was Chen Yun who got out of the car, a few waiters could hardly hide the shock in their hearts. Wasn't this the low-profile big brother that they had looked down on last time when he had recharged $1 billion? If the big brother had also driven over in a supercar last time, how would they have dared to blindly leave Chen Yun hanging out to dry? "Sir, are you here to eat?" The four long-legged beauties, speaking in unison, asked with sweet voices. "Aha." Chen Yun returned indifferently. "Sir, please follow me." One of the beautiful waitresses trotted in front of Chen Yun and led the way in front, deliberately twisting her thin waist. Chen Yun looked at the woman scratching her head in front of him and let her perform. He, Chen Yun, was fond of women, but he did not look at all goods. When he passed by the front desk, Chen Yun did not see Lin Momo that intern. Maybe it is not yet time to go to work. After all, the last time he came was at night. This chick is also interesting. So a super rich man added her. In exchange for other women are afraid of early to send their own fruit photos over. But she has not contacted himself until now. Really calm. After Chen Yun had his meal, Manager Lu and the four beautiful waitresses respectfully sent Chen Yun out of the hotel again. Watching Chen Yun driving the Poison speeding away. "Mr. Chen is really young and handsome and charming. I want to give Mr. Chen a monkey." The four beautiful waitresses looked at Chen Yun's departing direction as if they were nymphomaniacs. "Don't even look at what kind of status you guys have and how can you be worthy of Mr. Chen? Don't daydream here. Hurry back or your wages will be deducted." Manager Lu's words pulled the four beauties back to reality and smiled sarcastically. "If only I could marry Mr. Chen." Manager Lu looked at the direction Chen Yun drove off in, her eyes mesmerized. Chen Yun drove towards the city center. Chen Yun planned to go to Wanxiang City to shop and buy some clothes for himself. 3 years in high school, no matter whether it was school or vacation time, Chen Yun always wore his school uniform. Living on a tight budget, he couldn't afford to spend money on himself. Clothes that he could wear would do. But Chen Yun is also about to graduate from high school. Can't go to college, to the society, or wear high school uniforms, right? What's more, the last thing he lacked right now was money. In the past, he didn't have the money to buy it, but now that he had money, he definitely wanted to dress himself up in a more handsome and elegant manner. Chen Yun drove the car into the underground parking lot of Wanxiang City and did not park it in the outdoor open parking lot. He did not want to be too high profile and exposed to the public eye right now, but the cool appearance still attracted passers-by to stop and watch, letting out bursts of shrieks of surprise. I don't know if any of the several cars that Wang Jingtian was allowed to buy had a more low-key looking appearance, and it wasn't good to be the center of attention of the crowd all the time. Chen Yun rode the elevator to Vientiane City, strolling all the way to the east and looking around the west, slowly arriving at a few luxury clothing areas, like the French haute couture brand Louis Vuitton, also known as LW, as well as Tuner, Dior, Givenchy, Guma, English Boy, and so on. all had physical stores in this Vientiane city. Chen Yun walked into LW's store and was immediately greeted by a pretty counter girl. Welcome, what product would you like to see? Sir, I can introduce it to you. Buy some clothes. Okay sir, this way please. Has Mr. come to our store to look around before? No, just came to browse today. You recommend some for me? Chen Yun returned. Okay sir. The counter assistant took a jacket from the shelf and introduced it to Chen Yun. Sir, this geometric-style denim jacket is equipped with kangaroo pockets, presenting the collage portrait pattern from LW's fall-winter fashion show this year. The monogram jacquard denim bottom is embellished with embroidered fabric stamps in different shades, perfect for your temperament. Chen Yun took it from the hands of the counter sister. The material of the jacket has a unique sense of comfort when touched in the hand. The sample of the clothes is also very fashionable. As the pyramid of the fashion industry, Louis Vuitton's design is naturally nothing to speak of. Wrap it up. Chen Yun threw the clothes to the counter attendant again, and took a shirt off the shelf himself. The counter attendant at the side hurriedly organized the clothes in her hands, and then introduced them to Chen Yun. Sir, this shirt is inspired by haute couture fashion. The body is cut from transparent mesh and embellished with crochet-style embroidery in different shades, making it suitable for both day and night occasions in the summer. Without waiting for the counter sister to finish her introduction, Chen Yun tossed the dress to her and went to the rack to get another dress. The counter sister's hands were in a frenzy as she took the shirt Chen Yun threw at her and began to introduce it to Chen Yun again. Sir, this shirt. Wrap it up. Sir, this. Wrap it up. First, wrap it up. Chen Yun constantly take clothes from the shelf. Feel satisfied directly thrown to the side of the cabinet sister. The cabinet sister did not have time to introduce. A piece of clothing was dumped over. I don't know how long. LW men's counter shelves, enough less than half of the clothes, 1.7 m tall counterkeeper, was drowned by the clothes to the disappearance of the shadow. Chen Yun looked around. Hey, just also followed the side of the counter sister how disappeared? The counter sister had long been annoyed by Chen Yun like a volcano that would soon erupt. She thought for a moment that this Chen Yun was here to cause trouble, and fought to redirect her body. What the hell did you buy? Check out. Okay sir, please wait. Sir, your current consumption totaled 1,113,970 whole. What payment method would you like to choose? Swipe your card. Yes sir. When Chen Yun first entered the store, the counter attendant thought that this high school student in school uniform would be tangled up in this and that because of the price. But as a result, Chen Yun's sweeping shopping even made her suspect for a moment that Chen Yun was here to have fun with himself. It wasn't until the payment was successful now that the counter attendant realized that she had stumbled upon a trenchant rich second generation. Sir, your current consumption at LW has reached 1 million whole. This side has upgraded you to LW's Junior VIP. After becoming LW's VIP, you will receive invitations to LW's fashion shows every quarter. Fashion show? The kind that has a lot of beauties walking on the runway? You can go and take a look when you have the chance. Chen Yun picked a set of clothes, went to the fitting room to change out of the school uniform, put on the newly purchased clothes. The temperament immediately changed dramatically. Previously still a civilized-looking, weak high school student, now transformed into an aura full open, graceful beautiful boy. People rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. This saying is very reasonable. The counter girl looked at the approaching Chen Yun and was slightly distracted. She then realized that Chen Yun's appearance turned out to be so handsome. A handsome and clean face, two sword eyebrows slanting into the temples, a pair of phoenix eyes looking at the power, high nose, thin lips closed, dry and sharp hairstyle, so people cannot help but think. Chen Yun looked at the large and small shopping bags in front of him, his face sad. He had only just started shopping himself. How could he take so many things by himself? So he asked, "Can you guys deliver these clothes to my house?" "Of course sir." Being able to deliver to his home would allow Chen Yun to continue shopping in Wanxiang City without having to carry a large bag of clothes by himself. And even if he could carry it, with so many things, his car wouldn't fit later. After Chen Yun wrote his address to the counter girl, he turned around and left to wander around the other stores to see what else he wanted to buy. "Welcome to your next visit, sir." The counter attendant sent Chen Yun away and picked up the address Chen Yun had just left behind, ready to arrange for delivery. When she saw the address on the paper, she was shocked. The address on the note was actually written on the top floor of Maple Leaf 1. If it was just an ordinary floor of 1 Maple Leaf, the counter attendant might not be surprised. After all, the tycoons who could live in 1 Maple Leaf, buying luxury goods like LW was like buying groceries. More or less people who know are clear that the two sets of top floor mansions of 1 Maple Leaf, from the opening to now also not sold, and the address that the high school student had just given himself was indeed the top floor of Maple Leaf 1. This set of top-floor mansions worth $1 billion actually belonged to a high school student. Chapter 12 Black Bear Gang. When Chen Yun came out of Wanxiang City, the sky had already darkened. The purchased clothes? Chen Yun had already asked them to send them to the mansion at Maple Leaf 1 through and through. Chen Yun looked at the time. It was already 6:30, less than half an hour from the time he had agreed with Zhang Quan, and it would take almost half an hour or so to rush over now. Chen Yun drove the poison and rushed towards Buckingham. Now at the peak of the off-duty period, Chen Yun was traveling on an important traffic intersection, and according to the navigation, as long as he drove out of this main road, the rest of the journey would be unobstructed. Chen Yun rushed and finally arrived at the Platinum Han Club. The neon lights of Platinum Han had already been turned on, and the entire building was shrouded in colorful flashing lights. The reception manager standing at the entrance of the clubhouse hall saw Chen Yun's poison driving up, and his pupils suddenly tightened. 2 days ago, the circle of friends in group chats were rumoring that this mysterious Lamborghini poison was which Big Shot was driving to Maple City, and he did not expect it to appear in front of his eyes today. Li Ziqiu hurriedly greeted him and guided Chen Yun to park. When Li Ziqiu saw Chen Yun coming down from the car, an extremely young face came into view, leaving him stunned. When Chen Yun was still in the car, he could not see very clearly, thinking that this Big Shot would be a middle-aged man with a glowing and imposing appearance. He did not expect that the one who got out of the car would be a young man with a jade-like appearance and definitely not more than 20 years old. This Big Shot, who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, a limited number of divine cars around the world, and who was making a lot of noise in the various circles of friends in Maple City, was actually so young. "Hello sir, do you have a reservation?" Li Ziqiu stepped forward and asked fawningly. Chen Yun reported the number that Zhang Quan had given him to Li Ziqiu. Li Ziqiu was puzzled in his heart. This number was an ordinary box in the Platinum Han. According to reason, such a Big Shot is most concerned about the rehearsal and face. It is not too much to pack down the Platinum Han tonight. How come he only booked a very ordinary box? However, Li Ziqiu did not dare to ask more questions. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he walked in front to lead the way for Chen Yun. "Sir, this box in front is it. Please feel free to command if you need anything." "Aha." Chen Yun pushed open the door of the box and walked in. Zhang Quan and the 4 girls were already sitting inside. "Yo, who is this? So handsome." Zhang Quan stood up from the card seat and patted Chen Yun's shoulder vigorously. Asterisk 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 asterisk, or LW. The sharp-eyed Zhang Quan instantly recognized the clothes Chen Yun was wearing. Wasn't that LW's latest release this season? Zhang Quan would occasionally go to LW's store and buy a few pieces when he saw a style he liked, so he naturally recognized LW's newly released clothes. "It's okay, Chen Yun. You're enlightened in the head. Finally willing to spend money on yourself." Zhang Quan put his arm around Chen Yun and introduced him to the 4 girls on the card table. "This is the school bully of our Maple City First High School, my good buddy Chen Yun." "Hello." All 4 girls politely greeted Chen Yun. Chen Yun also smiled and waved his hand in greeting. These 4 girls Chen Yun had an impression of. One was Zhang Quan's girlfriend, Su Nuhan, and there were 2 others who had only met a few times at school but did not know their names. The last one was presumably the heavyweight guest that Zhang Quan was talking about, and Chen Yun's ex-girlfriend, Lu Qian, who was also the top 3 schoolgirls of Maple City No. 1 Middle School. Chu Yenran. "I asked everyone out to play tonight because I want everyone to relax. Even though it's close to the college entrance exams, we can't be too tense. Let's eat and have fun tonight. The entire consumption of the venue, all paid for by me," Zhang Quan yelled. The 4 girls on the seats were so happy that they clapped vigorously one after another. "Mr. Zhang is mighty." Chen Yun also clapped while finding a seat next to Zhang Quan. Unexpectedly, Zhang Quan directly kicked Chen Yun up, then leaned his hand on Chen Yun's ear and whispered, "Chen Yun, tonight I've gone through a lot of trouble to get No Han to ask her prettiest best friend Chu Yenran out for you. You kids should seize the opportunity." After saying that, a hand pushed Chen Yun next to Chu Yenyan. Chen Yun stumbled and almost fell on Chu Yenyan. The back of his neck could even feel her warm nostrils. The first time he observed Chu Yenyan so closely, he didn't expect this little nymph to be so well developed. "I'm sorry it's all because that kid Zhang Quan pushed me. Sorry. Chen Yun awkwardly scratched his head before sitting next to Chu Yenran. "No, it's okay." Chu Yenyan's face had long been red like a ripe persimmon, and she was busy lowering her head, biting her lips, and shyly not daring to look at Chen Yun. Chen Yun fell brightly to measure up Chu Yenran. A pure and beautiful face, jaw pointed, nose high, willow-like eyebrows, pink cherry lips, without powder, choo-choo moving. Chen Yun sighed in his heart. Worthy of being one of the school flowers, looking so pure and seductive, it really makes one's heart feel sorry for her. Everyone's atmosphere is a bit marvelous. Seeing the shy Chu Yenyan and Chen Yun who was staring daggers at the school flower, Zhang Quan smiled and spoke, "Then let me dedicate a song for everyone." Under the baking of Zhang Quan, the atmosphere in the box finally started to come alive. Everyone sang a few songs, Even the pentatonic Su Nuhan volunteered to howl a couple of times, and in the end, it was too much to bear, and was snatched off the microphone by Zhang Quan, before a few other people were spared. After drinking a few drinks, Chen Yun said hello to Zhang Quan and the others and got up to go to the restroom for convenience. Pushing the door out, a drunken bald man staggered up to him, and Chen Yun carefully avoided passing by. When Chen Yun returned after relieving himself, he realized that the door to the compartment was open. Chen Yun was puzzled. He remembered that he had closed the door himself when he came out. Perhaps someone else came out to use the restroom and forgot to close the door. Walking into the box, Chen Yun saw that the drunken bald guy from earlier was tangling with Zhang Quan, and his other hand was about to grab towards Chu Yanran's body. Chu Yanyan, which has seen this kind of scene, was scared to scream repeatedly, tears crying out, the body constantly shrinking back. Want to find something to rely on? The heart in this moment fell to the bottom of the valley. Cold, cold, cold. Seeing that the salty pig's hand was about to touch Chu Yanran, Chen Yun behind him immediately arrowed forward and grabbed the bald man's arm, making it impossible for him to take another step forward. The bald head followed the direction of the grabbing of his arm and glanced backward. Chen Yun was coldly gazing at him. Kid, don't mind your own business. Just now, he had gone to the toilet to let out some water, and happened to pass by Chen Yun's box where they were, and threw a piece of glass on the door. He caught a glimpse of the beautiful and lovely Chu Yanran, who was a beautiful woman, and with the strength of his drink, he had barged right in. Almost he was able to touch the beauty, but was spoiled by this kid. The bald guy only felt like his arms were firmly nailed in the air, unable to move. He pushed Zhang Quan away and kept trying to draw his arm back, but Chen Yun's hand was like a vice, leaving him in a dilemma. Do you know who I am? Seeing that he couldn't draw his arm back, the bald man had to shout out a threat. Old me is a member of the Black Bear Gang. If you know what's good for you, let go of my hand. Zhang, who was about to go up and kick the bald guy, had an ugly color. Ordinary people might not know about the Black Bear Gang, but people like him who often mixed in nightclubs and bars. The Black Bear Gang's name was as loud as a thunderclap. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Chen Yun. The Black Bear Gang, one of the two major underground forces in Maple City, controlled most of the gray industry chain in Maple City, with a gang of as many as 1,000 gangsters, and many arrogant and domineering rich second-generation people could only obediently clamp their tails when they heard the name of the Black Bear Gang. Zhang Quan quickly stepped to Chen Yun's side and bent down to him. Chen Yun, you guys go first, leave him to me. In the current situation, it was feared that it would be very dangerous to let the background-less Chen Yun's few people stay here. If the Black Bear Gang's men came later, they would be even more unable to leave. Today was Zhang Quan's invitation for Chen Yun's party. If something happened, he would feel incredibly guilty. Seeing Zhang Quan whispering something beside Chen Yun, the bald man thought that Chen Yun was scared and smiled contemptuously. Loosen your hands if you're scared, or else you'll have a good time. Chen Yun still stared coldly at the bald head, sending a pang of hair down the bald head's heart. Naturally, Chen Yun would not be afraid of this bald head, and the so-called Black Bear Gang behind it. He was worried about what would happen to the 4 weak women around him in case of a fight. Chen Yun's physique had already reached the first stage of shadow bearing under the system's reinforcement, but what strength the first stage of shadow bearing was, he was not sure. It should not be a problem to defend himself, but he was afraid that the Black Bear Gang would be outnumbered, and he would not be able to protect the 4 girls in a melee. Chen Yun pondered for a moment and let go of the bald man's arm. Seeing that Chen Yun had released himself, the bald man hurriedly took a step back, keeping a certain distance from Chen Yun, and laughed harshly. What a brat! Quite a lot of strength. There's no woman that your brother Biao has his eye on that he can't get his hands on. None of you will escape tonight. The bald guy shouted towards the door. Come here, all of you. Not far away from an open box, a dozen of vicious, tattooed youths instantly surged out, crowding the aisle that could only accommodate 3 or 4 people wide. Zhang Quan, who was about to breathe a sigh of relief, gritted his teeth when he saw the delinquent youths that surrounded him again. You! The girls inside the box looked at the punks outside the door who were undisguised and filled with lustful eyes, trembling with fear. Chen Yun looked at the bald man with a face full of obscenity and knew that this matter was afraid to be difficult to discuss. Chen Yun gently patted the frightened Chu Yanran and comforted. Don't be afraid, it's fine. For some reason, Chen Yun's words made Chu Yanyan feel particularly at ease and weakly returned. Good. Chen Yun turned around, his face somber, and said to the bald man, the woman you fancy has to follow you, right? Is there any law in your eyes? The bald man snorted and laughed, looking at him like a little cutie, like looking at Chen Yun. Ha, the law? You're talking about the law in front of me? Then I'll tell you, in the eyes of the Black Bear Gang, we Black Bear Gang are the law. The woman that I, Zhang Biao, have my eye on, has to follow me. Looking at the extremely arrogant bald man in front of him, Chen Yun didn't want to say any more nonsense, and Zhang Quan exchanged a glance. the two of them violently rushed up. How could the bald man not expect that these two rash young men would still dare to make a move when they saw so many people? Stop! All stop! Brother Biao! Stop it! Just when they were about to fight each other, a voice caused everyone to freeze for a moment, all looking towards the door with puzzled faces. When Li Ziqiu saw that Chen Yun's box was crowded with Zhang Biao's people, he felt bad and immediately dashed over. The punks outside the door made way for Li Ziqiu, who ran in a panic. When Zhang Biao saw that it was Li Ziqiu, he was immediately furious, and a wave of anger went straight to his head. Li Ziqiu, you'd better have something very important when you step on the horse, or else I'll even beat you together. Seeing that Chen Yun and Zhang Biao had yet to fight, Li Ziqiu let out a long breath and said respectfully to Chen Yun, "Sir, I am very sorry for causing you trouble. Please rest assured, sir, just leave the next matter to me." Seeing this scene, everyone, including Zhang Biao, had their jaws dropped in shock, their mouths wide open in utter disbelief. Li Ziqiu didn't care about the reactions of the people around him, and tried to lower his voice as much as possible, pretending to be serious as he heckled at Zhang Biao. "Zhang Biao, you don't want to die. Don't involve the entire Buckingham. Do you know who he is? You dare to make a move against him? Are you an old man eating arsenic? Are you tired of living?" Zhang Biao, who was being scolded, was a bit unresponsive and subconsciously asked, "Who is he?" "He is the owner of that Lamborghini poison that sells for hundreds of millions of dollars and is limited to 5 units worldwide. The big shot that even your Black Bear gang leader wants to get acquainted with. How dare you make a move on him?" Li Ziqiu's words were like a thunderbolt from the ground, exploding in Zhang Biao's head with a buzz. "What? You're telling the truth? He's really?" Zhang Biao lost his voice. The wine completely woke up, eyes full of fear. Two legs like cotton cannot stop trembling. He secretly glanced at Chen Yun, is to find Chen Yun is still coldly watching him. "Finished? It's over. This is finished." A few days ago, when the picture of the Lamborghini poison went viral in Wilson, the Black Bear gang leader personally ordered that he must find this big shot and wanted to pay his respects. Now that he has completely offended Chen Yun, he has dragged the Black Bear gang into a situation of no return. Not only did the gang leader pay homage to him, but he had also become an enemy for no reason. If you let the master know that he had messed with such a big man for the Black Bear gang, he would have to be crippled if he didn't die. Zhang Biao also thought of the gang master's ruthlessness, and could not help but shiver. His knees softened and he directly fell to the ground. "My lord, I didn't mean to provoke you. My lord, I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please, please let me go." Zhang Biao continuously begged for mercy from Chen Yun, hitting his head against the floor as hard as he could. His forehead was already dripping with blood. Zhang Quan and a few girls looked at Zhang Biao, who was lying on the floor and constantly kowtowing, and looked at Chen Yun with eyes filled with shock, especially Zhang Quan. From the time he knew Chen Yun in high school until now, it was the first time he could not see through this good brother. Chen Yun himself was also a bit puzzled. Earlier were ready to fight, but the reception manager said something in Zhang Biao's ear, let him attitude change greatly. Just at this moment, another voice rang out from outside the door. "Zhang Biao, you have great guts, daring to make trouble at my Platinum Han. You're impatient with life, aren't you?" A middle-aged man in a suit walked in, and when Li Ziqiu saw him, he hastened to greet him respectfully. "Mr. Gao." When Li Ziqiu came to the box, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to suppress Zhang Biao, so he told Platinum Han's general manager, Gao Tunfeng, everything. When Zhang Biao saw Gao Tunfeng coming, he hurriedly knelt down and went to hug Gao Tunfeng's thigh, begging for mercy. General Manager Gao, I know I'm wrong. You plead with His Excellency for me. Spare my dog's life." Gao Tunfeng kicked away the pleading Zhang Biao and bowed to Chen Yun. "Sir, I am the general manager of Platinum Han. Gao Tunfeng, I am sorry for letting these spoil your pleasure tonight. You can do whatever you want with Zhang Biao. My Gao family will take care of the Black Bear gang for you." Zhang Quan on the side could no longer remain calm. Platinum Han's general manager, the Gao family's Gao Tunfeng, had shown up as another underground force in Maple City, the core figure of the Gao family. How many people would find it difficult to seek an audience with him on a regular basis? But now he even showed up for Chen Yun, and even treated Chen Yun with respect. What exactly was this Chen Yun's identity? He hadn't even realized it before? Chen Yun looked towards Chu Yenran's few people and asked, "What do you guys want him to do with him?" The four girls had all received varying degrees of shock and now only wanted to leave quickly. Su Nuhan said to Chen Yun, "Whatever, Chen Yun, take Ran and leave quickly. You guys see to it. Thanks for tonight, Mr. Gao. We'll leave first." Chen Yun said to Gao Tunfeng, Where? It's our fault for not taking good care of you. If a few of Mr. S friends need compensation, please contact me then." Gao Tunfeng stepped forward and handed Chen Yun a black and gold business card. Chen Yun accepted the business card and helped Chu Yenran, who was a bit disoriented, out of Platinum Han. After walking out of Platinum Han, Zhongquan finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to ask Chen Yun. Chen Yun, what exactly is your identity? Even Gao Tunfeng is so polite to you. I'm not sure. I don't even know who Gao Tunfeng is. Chen Yun explained with a bitter smile. He really wasn't sure why this Gao Tunfeng was so polite to him. Zhongquan could only give up and stopped pursuing. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Then Chu Yanyan will be handed over to you. I will send the others back. Mr. Gao, what about Zhang Biao? Li Ziqiu asked. Gao Tunfeng looked coldly at Zhang Biao, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said indifferently, waste his hand, then send it to Zhao Yuan. Mr. Gao, don't. Mr. Gao, Mr. Gao, you might as well kill me. Chapter 14, Shocked Schoolgirl. Yan Yan, feeling better? Chen Yun asked with concern. Better. Leaving the stuffy environment of the box, Chu Yanyan felt much better under the stimulation of the cold wind at night. Thank you Chen Yun, you almost scared me tonight. Chu Yanyan, who had slowed down, playfully winked at Chen Yun. How had the world weary her ever experienced such a thing before? And when she was at her most helpless, it was Chen Yun who stood out and shielded her behind him. At that moment, Chu Yanran's heart felt like it was being illuminated by the rising sun. Her body was warm. A man would stand out. Look, Shen Quan also rushed up. Only he's not as capable of fighting as me. Ha ha. Chen Yun smiled boldly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Thanks to you and Zhang Quan. Otherwise I'm going to be touched by that smelly rascal. As soon as Chu Yanran thought of this, she pouted her small mouth, exasperated. Oh right Chen Yun, I have a question I want to ask you. I don't know if, do you mind? Chu Yanran's eyes flowed as she looked towards Chen Yun, a little curious and a little worried. A question from a beautiful schoolgirl, how would I mind? Chen Yun joked. Then I'll ask. Chen Yun, Lu Qian said that it was because you tried to force yourself on her that she broke up with you. Is that true? Chen Yun was slightly stunned. He thought Chu Yanyan would ask how she knew this kind of nightclub manager like Gao Tunfeng, but he didn't expect to ask how he broke up. Seeing Chen Yun froze, Chu Yanyan hurriedly explained. I'm also just curious. It doesn't matter if you don't say it la. Chen Yun looked at the somewhat anxious Chu Yanyan and smiled faintly. So do you think what she said is true or false? Of course it's fake. Chu Yanran blurted out without thinking. Oh exempt? Why so sure? Chen Yun was very curious. Did this little nymph believe in herself so much? That, because of intuition? Chu Yanran could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Why did she react so much just now? It was really humiliating. Chen Yun looked at Chu Yanyan who was lowering her head in front of him, rubbing her small hands, paused and opened his mouth. It seems that the schoolgirl's intuition is quite accurate. Lu Qian did say something false. She smacked me as poor, scolded me as an orphan, and then kicked me out and ran away. With Yin Shiping, Chen Yun calmly recounted to himself that since his parents left in a car accident when he was 5 years old, Lu Qian's appearance was the hand that reached out to Chen Yun after the light shone into the darkness. At that time, Chen Yun had regarded her as his life, the second closest relative without blood, while Lu Qian was. Now, he has put down that self-involved past, his own true heart, but in exchange for Lu Qian's betrayal, lose a person who does not love himself. Chen Yun, and what loss? Bowing her head, Chu Yanran heard that she had guessed correctly. Her eyes lit up, and she muttered in a small voice, I knew it. But then she heard that Chen Yun had been parentless since childhood and met Lu Qian, a gold-digging woman in a tragic relationship. Her eyes couldn't help but dim, feeling heartbroken for Chen Yun. Chen Yun looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night, so he said to Chu Yanran, Yan Yan, it's already quite late. Let me send you home. Chu Yanyan then realized that it was getting late. Picking up her phone and looking at the time, she suddenly looked anxious. Oops, it's so late. Chen Yun, I'll take a taxi back myself. You hurry and take a taxi home as well. Chen Yun smiled faintly and said to Chu Yanran, you still have to wait for a cab. I'll drive you back. It's faster that way. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Chu Yanyan did not react for a moment. What? You want to drive? To send me? Chu Yanyan was a little unsure, thinking that she had misheard, and looked at Chen Yun in confusion. Yeah, you'll probably have to wait a long time for a taxi now, and it'll be even later to go back. Take my car, Chen Yun said. You have a car? Chu Yanyan looked at Chen Yun unlike lying, a little confused. She remembered that just now Chen Yun said that he was poor. Oh no, it was said that Lu Qian disliked Chen Yun for being poor. Chu Yanyan was in school and had heard some rumors about Chen Yun. Her classmates said that Chen Yun's family was not very well off and he needed to rely on a part-time job to make a living. Then how did Chen Yun have a car? Maybe it was for convenience and then bought a second-hand car with the money he saved from his part-time job? Chu Yanran was a bit curious and said to Chen Yun. Then, Chen Yun, thank you, tonight is really troublesome for you. We are all classmates well, and such a beautiful beauty riding alone in a car at night. I am not assured, Chen Yun said while taking Xu Yanran towards his car, only to see Chen Yun walk to the front of a supercar, reached out and pulled out a key from his pants pocket and pressed it, walked over to the passenger side and pulled upwards. The door of the poison was like a one-armed eagle, wings drumming and fluttering. Followed behind Chen Yun. Xu Yanran has long been stunned, wide-eyed, open small mouth, half a day unable to speak. After a long time, only shook his head, said to Chen Yun, "This is your car?" Although Xu Yanran didn't know much about cars, the first feeling she got from the luxury car in front of her was that it was priced extraordinary, like the muscle texture body lines, dark and tan carbon fiber, and the high-cocked tailfin, bringing about a strong visual impact. On the hood is a golden fighting bull. This is not Lamborghini? Xu Yanran exclaimed in shock that a luxury car that could easily cost millions was actually Chen Yun's. Didn't the students say that Chen Yun needed to rely on a part-time job to make ends meet? It's my car. What's wrong? Chen Yun looked at the shocked Xu Yanran and reminded, "Schoolmate, don't be dumbfounded. If you go back so late in a while, your mama is going to beat your ass." Hearing Chen Yun's joking words, Xu Yanyan's face swish red, hurriedly came to the car door, carefully bent down and sat into the passenger side. Chen Yun asked Xu Yanyan's address. Ignition start. Roaring roar. Xu Yanyan cannot help but heartbeat accelerated. Inner hidden excitement. This is the first time she sat on such a luxury car. Late at night on the streets, vehicles are scarce. Dark poison into the night. Where it passes, the explosive roar resounds. Xu Yanran in the car curiously asked Chen Yun, "Chen Yun, this sports car of yours is very expensive, isn't it?" It's quite expensive. It costs several $1 million. Then a lot of classmates say that your family is not very well off. How do you? Hey, secret. Chen Yun had a mysterious look, and although Xu Yanran was curious, she still suppressed the doubts in her heart, and obediently admired the city that was constantly regressing. The system was Chen Yun's biggest secret. It was categorically impossible to tell anyone else. Even if he faced his beloved one in the future, he would never be able to tell. If he wasn't careful, he could possibly lead himself to death. However, Xu Yanran's question also gave Chen Yun a wake-up call. He used to be from a poor family. Suddenly popping up with so much money would most likely cause suspicion. He had to come up with an excuse to cope with his friend's inquiries. Here it is. Xu Yanran reached out, pointing to a neighborhood in front of her. "Chen Yun, thank you. I'll leave first then. Be careful on your way." Only after sending Xu Yanyan safely home did Chen Yun drive home. On the road, the cell phone placed aside vibrated. It was an incoming call from Wang Jingtian. Chen Yun picked up the phone and answered it. "Hello, Brother Wang. Brother Chen. I don't know if I have disturbed you this late?" No disturbance. It just so happens that I'm not sleeping either." "What's up, Brother Wang? Is it the car I ordered that has arrived?" "That's right. I just finished organizing the contract for the last car. Tomorrow, all the cars ordered by Brother Chen can be shipped to Maple City. I would like to meet with you to discuss the matters of delivering the cars. I don't know if Brother Chen is free tomorrow?" "Tomorrow is fine. How about tomorrow night? At the Orchid Pavilion Hotel?" Okay. Then I won't bother Brother Chen." Chapter 15. Come every day? Today was Monday. Chen Yun changed into his school uniform and went downstairs to take a cab to school. Chen Yun originally wanted to drive there, but his poison was just too flashy, so it was better to take a taxi. Upon arriving in class, Zhang Quan, as usual, moved a stool and came to nag Chen Yun. Although Zhang Quan knew that Chen Yun, who had been his best friend for 3 years, had woven a huge lie to the people around him, and even he was kept in the dark. However, Zhang Quan's intuition told him that Chen Yun would not hurt himself, and that Chen Yun must have had his reasons for doing so, which did not affect the friendship between them. "Did you go out to a room with Xu Yanran last night?" Zhang Quan idly asked Chen Yun. "Opened it, thanks to you." Chen Yun looked at Zhang Quan with a smile and said, "Does Xu Yanyan have feelings? There shouldn't be any, right?" Zhang Quan spread his hands, revealing an "I know you" look. "After talking to Su Nuhan for so long, you shouldn't be a fledgling, right?" Chen Yun asked inadvertently as he rested his chin. Zhang Quan was stunned by Chen Yun's words and immediately became annoyed. "You're the one who's a fledgling. Yo, how come there's someone else who's in a hurry?" Chen Yun grinned and laughed. "You." Being said so by Chen Yun, Zhang Quan's heart scratched like an itch. How to convince Su Nuhan to help her grow into a real man. Jingle bells. When school ended at noon, Chen Yun was packing up his things when a sweet voice suddenly came from outside the classroom. "Chen Yun." Chen Yun looked up. It turned out to be Xu Yanyan, big school flower. What did she come to find herself for? The surrounding students were also attracted to Xu Yanran's melodious voice and took a look to realize that she was actually the schoolgirl. she came to find Chen Yun? The eyes of the male students in the class looking at Chen Yun were filled with envy and jealousy. Only last week in the school's other school flower made a big fuss. And now there is a big school flower to throw herself into the arms of this Chen Yun to Chu Yenran to pour what enchanted soup. Perceiving that the surrounding boys had a look of wanting to eat people, Chen Yun's heart fluttered and hurriedly slipped out. Chu schoolgirl looking for me, what's the matter? Can't I find you if there's nothing to do? Chen Yun, Chu Yenran playfully asked. Of course not. You've seen it. The boys around look like they want to eat me. If schoolgirl Chu has something to look for me, she can use her cell phone to contact me. Being seen by your classmates is not a good influence on you. Chen Yun was after all infamous by Lu Qian's rumors. He didn't want Chu Yanyan to be subjected to other students' strange gazes because of it. Chu Yanyan's eyes rolled, pondered for a while, and asked curiously, like an underground lover? Chen Yun almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What was this little nymph's head thinking about? Hastily and woefully changing the topic. It's better to say what you have to do. Oh, I would like to invite you for dinner tonight. Chu Yenran rubbed her hands together in anticipation and asked Chen Yun. Yeah, treat me to a meal at the Orchid Pavilion Hotel. Chen Yun had a bad smile on his face. Chu Yanyan instantly revealed a bitter face and said angrily. Chen Yun, there's you who rip people off like this. This one doesn't work. Change it. Chu Yanyan crossed her waist and said with a pout. Lanting Hotel is the only 7-star hotel in Maple City. Chu Yanyan naturally knew its high consumption. If they invited Chen Yun to go in for a meal, the two of them would have to be detained inside for how long to brush the dishes without knowing. Then why don't I treat you to a meal at the Lanting Grand Hotel? Chen Yun thought about it. Anyway, he was going to find Wang Jingtian in the evening, so he would invite this little ninny to have a good meal by the way. Shouldn't I be the one to treat you? Chu Yenran was a bit moved, but still hesitated. This isn't too good, right? Going in for a meal seems to cost a lot of money. Although Chu Yanyan had seen Chen Yun's multi-million-dollar limousine last night, she was clear that the Lanting Grand Hotel consumed a lot of money. After all, no one's money came from the wind. Besides, it shouldn't be her own treat. If she went for another meal, she owed Chen Yun another favor. Since you are not going, then even if go, I'm going. Who said I'm not going? Seeing that Chen Yun was planning to back out, Chu Yenran hurriedly said, it's not my money that's being spent anyway. The last sentence was whispered so that only Chu Yanyan herself could hear it. Then let's meet at the school gate after school this afternoon. Chen Yun and Chu Yenran talked and laughed all the way, causing a pang of jealousy in the hearts of the surrounding male students. This scene was coincidentally seen by Lu Qian, who was walking behind the two, and Lu Qian's face was cloudy. Her ex-boyfriend seemed to have become somewhat different. After school in the afternoon, Chen Yun walked quickly towards the school entrance and realized that Chu Yenran was already waiting there. The loose school uniform still could not cover Chu Yanyan's concave and convex figure, and her shoulder-length black hair was brushed by the evening breeze, which had a different flavor. Chen Yun gently tapped Chu Yanyan's shoulder, and the latter was startled with a jolt. You're going to scare me to death. Chu Yanyan patted her plump chest and said to Chen Yun, why are you so timid? Let's go. Let's take a taxi over. Chen Yun and Chu Yanyan got into the cab together. Master, Lanting Hotel. When they got out of the car, Chu Yenran grabbed the money and paid it, saying that she could eat a little more peacefully in a while. Welcome to the Lanting Grand Hotel. Several waitresses with white skin and good looks greeted respectfully, seeing that the two were wearing high school uniforms, but they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, as Chen Yun's appearance had long been firmly engraved in their minds. Chu Yenran, who had come to the Orchid Pavilion Hotel for the first time, looked around like a curious baby just like Chen Yun. Wow, Chen Yun, look at this place. It's so beautiful. Looking at Chu Yanyan's eyes sparkling, Chen Yun said with a smile, if schoolgirl Chu likes it, I'll bring you here every day in the future. Good wow. Chu Yanyan just wanted to agree. Her head shook like a rattle drum again. Forget it, you'll go broke if you come every day. Chen Yun smiled and did not say anything. A beautiful waitress came forward and asked, Sir, is it still the same as usual? Aha. Chen Yun said back, turning to Chu Yenran, let's go eat. Still the same as usual? Chu Yenran instantly froze when she heard the waiter's words. Chen Yun really came every day? Driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car and eating at a 7-star hotel every day. How rich must this be? Oh, passing by the front desk. Still not seeing Lin Momo? Chen Yun couldn't help but frown. Did she leave her job? Chen Yun did not think much about it. Perhaps Lin Momo went back to school. The two were brought into the luxury box. Just sat down not long. The dishes were presented one by one. Roasted nuisance, but also constantly seeping out of the blood of the tomahawk steak, much larger than the face of the king crab, enough to 2 arms thick, delicate meat, flavorful Australian lobster, a grain of crystal clear, fragrant Yangzhou fried rice, and a bottle of more than $300,000 worth. From the Lafite Rothschild Chateau's genuine Chateau Gourmand wines, Chu Yenran looked at the mountains of delicacies on the table and couldn't help but gulp. Chen Yun eats so luxuriously every day? A meal of tens of thousands of dollars. Eat here all the time, eat 3 times a day. A month to be. Chu Yenran did not dare to continue counting. If she knew that tens of thousands of dollars could not afford to buy a bottle of red wine in front of her, this large table of dishes to millions of words, she killed all dare not eat. Chen Yun saw that the dishes were almost ready and said to Chu Yenran, "Chu school flour, quickly eat it. A moment cooled cannot be delicious." Chu Yenran looked at the table full of food, salivating, clapped a piece of roast duck into her mouth. Immediately both eyes glowed, so happy that she wanted to clap. Yummy yummy, this is too delicious. Chu Yenyan held a large crab leg in her left hand and held a spoon in her right hand, scooping a spoonful of fried rice and shoving it into her mouth. Any of the delicacies were all marvelous. Usually not willing to spend money, but now that she could actually feast, she couldn't care less about the image of the schoolgirl, and wolfed it down. Do. A phone ringing suddenly came from the table. Chapter 16 One Iwei. While Chen Yun and Chu Yenran were eating, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Chen Yun took a look at the call alert. It was Wang Jingtian calling, so he answered it. "Brother Chen, I've arrived at the Orchid Pavilion Hotel." "Alright Brother Wang, just report my name directly to the waitress. She will bring you over." Chu Yenran, who was eating with her mouth full of oil, heard Chen Yun's conversation and asked curiously, "Who is it?" "Oh, nothing. A friend came over to deliver something, so go ahead and eat." As soon as Chu Yenran heard that someone was coming, she hurriedly used a napkin to wipe away all the grease stains on her hands and the residue on her mouth, before she elegantly took her chopsticks and began to chew and swallow slowly. Click! Wang Jingtian carried a bag in his hand and pushed the door in. Inside the box, besides Chen Yun, there was also an innocent-looking, dignified and elegant girl who was eating. "This is Brother Chen's girlfriend?" Wang Jingtian looked at Chen Yun and asked. Wang Jingtian's shocking words startled Chen Yun and hurriedly explained. "Ah ha ha, Brother Wang is joking. This is my classmate, Chu Yenran. I also really want to be Chu's classmate's boyfriend, but she doesn't see me yet. Ha ha." When Chu Yenyan heard Wang Jingtian address himself, a glint flashed in her eyes. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush, her heartbeat thumping. "Humph, stinky Chen Yun, still want to be my boyfriend." Chu Yenran was shy, and her heart actually had a slight anticipation. Oh, it's me who was abrupt. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Chu." Wang Jingtian realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly apologized. Chen Yun introduced Chu Yenyan again. "Yenyan, this is my friend, Wang Jingtian." "Hello, Uncle Wang." Chu Yenyan politely said hello. "Sit down, Brother Wang. Let's chat while we eat." "That's good." Chu Yenyan was obviously a little nervous after Wang Jingtian came in, and her eating also became tiptoe and careful. The disc on the dining table did not dare to reach out and turn it, only eating the food that was closer to her. A pair of big, pitiful eyes, sneaking glances towards the disc of large Australopithecines from time to time. Between Chen Yun and Wang Jingtian's conversation, they also sensed Chu Yenran's constraints, her gaze occasionally falling on the Australian lobster that was far away from her. While listening to Wang Jingtian's report, Chen Yun reached out to turn the disc on the table. Chu Yenyan saw the disc on the table begin to rotate, and the plate of large lobsters began to move ever closer to her, her eyes staring, her heart leaping with excitement. "Come quickly, come on, set." Wow, it really stopped. The plate of large lobsters accurately stopped in front of Chu Yenran. Chu Yenyan looked up and saw that neither Chen Yun nor Wang Jingtian were paying attention to herself, and hurriedly carefully used her chopsticks to clip on a piece, and the fresh and sweet juice instantly rippled in her mouth. "Brother Chen, all the cars have already been transported to the Shanshui car dealership. Tell me Brother Chen's address in a moment, and they will all be delivered tomorrow. With $300 million, I have procured a total of 10 luxury cars for Brother Chen. Most of the luxury cars are worth more than $10 million. There are also 1 or 2 sports cars worth a few $1,000,000, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom, so that if Brother Chen sometimes wants to go out in a low-key manner, he won't be bothered by a bunch of luxury cars." It had to be said that Wang Jingtian's consideration was very thoughtful. Chen Yun was still troubled by the poison being too ostentatious this morning. It was really a case of someone sending a pillow when he dozed off. It came at the right time. "Brother Wang, it's really hard on you. I was still troubled about this matter this morning, but I didn't expect you to solve it for me," Chen Yun said with a smile. Where, it's all what I should do." "Oh, right Brother Chen, the money you gave me after removing the money to buy the car. There is still more than 900,000 left. You tell me the card number. I will transfer it to you." Wang Jingtian pulled out his cell phone and was about to operate it, but was stopped by Chen Yun reaching out. "No need Brother Wang, take the extra money as a small token of my appreciation. Maybe there will be things to trouble you in the future." "How can this be? Nearly $1 million. Not a small amount, brother Chen. Wang Jingtian said with some embarrassment. Brother Wang, just accept it. Do you see me as someone who lacks $1 million? Chen Yun laughed. His money was simply inexhaustible. Would he still care about that measly few hundred thousand? Wang Jingtian hesitated for a moment before deciding to accept it. Then thank you, brother Chen. Chen Yun and Wang Jingtian ate and chatted at the same time, sometimes turning some of the delicacies in front of Chu Yenran in passing. Only then did that little ninny react to the fact that it had always been Chen Yun who every time so happened to turn the delicious food near her, and her heart felt a burst of warmth at once. Lanting Hotel Chairman's office. Wen Yiwei sat on the office chair, reviewing the documents with full concentration. Suddenly, Wen Yiwei saw that in the recent financial statement, there was an entry of $1 billion in revenue. Her eyes shrunk slightly, and she immediately used her green jade finger and dialed the phone on her desk. Manager Lu, come to my office immediately. You're saying that he, a high school student in a school uniform, recharged $1 billion at once? Wen Yiwei was expressionless, staring at Lu Chang. Yes, Dongwen. Lu Chang was stared at somewhat unnaturally by Wen Yiwei's strong gaze. Wen Yiwei was the newly appointed director of Wen's Group. Lanting Grand Hotel was a company under Wen's Group in Jiangchang. Wen Yiwei would personally inspect these branches every month, and every time she arrived, she made Lu Chang sit on pins and needles, and she was a strong woman. Wen Yiwei frowned slightly. Could it be the young masters of those hidden great families, daring to recharge $1 billion in cash at once? It was estimated that only they had such a bold hand. Wen Yiwei reached out and dialed another number, and not long after, a lazy female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Lily, help me look up someone. Wen Yiwei covered the microphone and asked Lu Chang, what's that person's name? Lu Chang, who was suddenly QD, rushed back. His name is Chen Yun. Wen Dong. Wen Yiwei let go of the microphone. Chen Yun. Only after 2 or 3 minutes did a voice come from the phone. Chen Yun, male, 18 years old, attending Maple City's first middle school. Both his parents died since he was young. No more relatives in the world. Raised by Qiushan Welfare Institution. Listening to Chen Yun's identity information, Wen Yiwei became more and more certain of her suspicions. Can Chen Yun's information in the Autumn Hill Welfare Institution be found? Find. Can't find it. Well, it's fine. After hanging up the phone, Wen Yiwei's heart basically had an answer. Those big families, who threw their heirs into the world to practice, would erase the relevant background of their birth and then put on a fake identity. If this is the case, that group, no matter what the cost, must get Chen Yun's help, even if it is his own. Thinking of this, Wen Yiwei's 1,000-year cold face, there is actually excitement surfaced, but Lu Chang, who stood by the side, looked like he had seen a ghost. Wen Dong just, laughing? Wen Yiwei instantly adjusted his emotions, coldly asked Lu Chang, do you have Chen Yun contact information? Yes, Wen Dong, and Mr. Chen is dining downstairs right now. Wen Yiwei immediately stood up and smoothed his suit. Lead the way. Chapter 17, Wen's Group. Knock knock knock. Just as Chen Yun and Wang Jingtian were chatting, there was suddenly a knock on the door, followed by the door being pushed open from outside. Lu Chang and a woman, one after the other, walked into the box. Lu Chang respectfully introduced himself to Chen Yun. Mr. Chen, I've disturbed your meal. Our Wen Dong wants to see you. Chen Yun had a puzzled look on his face. He also did not know what this Wen Dong wanted to see him about. Chen Yun sat on the chair and turned his head to look behind Lu Chang, only to see that woman, a head of curly hair like a waterfall draped over her shoulders, a pair of large almond eyes, a slender and upright nose, fair skin, jade hands encircling her chest, a lady's suit, exuding the flavor of a mature woman, cold as frosty face, squeezed out a smile. Hello Mr. Chen, I am the current director of Wen Group, Wen Yiwei, glad to meet you. Wen Yiwei walked forward and generously extended her slender hand to Chen Yun. Chen Yun stood up and politely shook it. Wen Yiwei's hand was soft as if it was boneless, warm with a hint of coldness. Hello Wen Dong. I wonder what you're looking for me for. Wen Yiwei looked at the people inside the box. Lu Zhenshi immediately retreated wisely. Wang Jingtian also understood Wen Yiwei's meaning, greeted Chen Yun and went to wait outside the box. Chu Yenran, who was only focused on her meal, sensed Wen Yiwei's gaze and looked up. Her light eyes were able to radiate an icy aura, causing her to shiver. Then I'll go out first. Chu Yenran was just about to get up when she heard Chen Yun's voice. She stays. Chen Yun stared blandly at Wen Yiwei. Wen Yiwei's heart was shaken. Her thunderous and forceful methods made all her subordinates fear her. How long had it been? No one dared to look straight at her like this. Wen Yiwei was even more convinced of Chen Yun's identity as the heir to the hidden family. Mr. Chen, the next conversation between me and you belongs to business secrets, and I must ensure that the environment of the conversation is safe. I trust her. Chen Yun blurted out. Chu Yenran's heart warmed. so she was already someone Chen Yun could trust. Wei looked at Chen Yun's undeniable eyes and could only agree helplessly. Mr. Chen, are you from a hidden family? The air within the box suddenly seemed to freeze as if it was frozen. A needle could be heard and it was terrifyingly quiet. You investigated me, Chen Yun suddenly bellowed, his eyes fixed dead center on Wei, as if he was a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, ready to pounce and tear her to shreds. Chu Yenran was startled by Chen Yun. The Chen Yun in front of her was like a completely changed person, exuding a terrifying aura. Chen Yun's strong sense of oppression caused Wei's chest to become stuffy, unable to breathe, and she hurriedly spoke. Chen, Mr. Chen, I have no ill intentions, it's because I have a favor to ask of you, and I had no choice but to do this. Hearing Wei's explanation, Chen Yun's angry face slightly eased, but he still asked coldly, say, why are you investigating me? Wei's chest rose and fell as she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Mr. Chen, I am not investigating you. Then why are you linking me to the hidden family? Chen Yun frowned. Because I learned that you had recharged a one-time amount of $1 billion at our hotel. Therefore, I presumptuously surmised that you, Mr. Chen, are from the hidden world family, and I would ask that Mr. Chen be able to forgive me for my presumptuousness. When Chu Yenran, who was on the side, heard what Wei said, she almost did not sit still and fell to the ground. Chen Yun had charged $1 billion in one go at the Orchid Pavilion Hotel? Although she had guessed that Chen Yun might be rich, she had never thought that Chen Yun was actually this rich. That was a whole $1 billion. Chen Yun did not see Chu Yenran's shocked gaze, staring straight into Wei's eyes, unable to see the slightest crack. What are you looking for me for? Seeing that Chen Yun did not deny it, Wei thought that Chen Yun had acquiesced to his identity of coming from a hidden family, and with more certainty in his heart, he opened his mouth. Mr. Chen, Wen Group is about to go bankrupt. Wen's Group has had a broken capital chain since last year, and has been relying on selling off assets and laying off employees to barely support itself until now. Wen's Group sought help from previous partner companies, but they were all rejected, and seeking financing from banks to alleviate the cash flow problem. They were even told that they were not eligible. I suspect that there are hostile companies that are secretly making trips, which led to Wen's Group's current situation. So what does it have to do with me if you say this? Chen Yun said indifferently. As if she expected Chen Yun to say this, Wei stroked a strand of hair behind her ear and said confidently, Mr. Chen, I'm guessing that you are able to top up $1 billion at one time at the Orchid Pavilion Hotel, and you must hold hundreds or even hundreds of billions of dollars in your hands. If you can take a stake and inject capital into Wen's Group to solve the capital problem this time, I can guarantee that with my ability, it's only a matter of time before Wen's Group becomes a world-facing multinational company in the future. And you, as a shareholder of Wen's Group, will bring in far more lucrative earnings than your current investment. And in the future, with Wen's Group as your back, you return to. Wei stopped very sensibly and did not continue. Chen Yun lowered his head and pondered over what Wei had said. His family's poor background made the huge amount of money brought in by the system simply unexplainable. And if it was investigated by someone with an interest in it, it would easily arouse suspicion. And Wei had completely treated him as a powerful hidden family clan, which could well explain the sudden display of economic strength. Chen Yun now only needed to cater to Wei's suspicions, packaging himself as a descendant of a hidden family, and wait until the power behind himself had taken shape, so he wouldn't be afraid to be tracked down by others. This Wei had really thought of a good idea for him. Chen Yun raised his head, his eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly asked, You are so confident in leading the Wen Group to the world, so how did you let the capital chain of the Wen Group break? Hearing Chen Yun's question, Wei let out a bitter smile and explained to Chen Yun, Mr. Chen, I was only promoted to director after Wen Group's financial chain broke. Wow! Chen Yun could not help but look at Wei in a higher light. To be able to maintain the Wen Group with a broken capital chain for such a long period of time, Wei's ability was unquestionable, and it was not unlikely that she would lead Wen Group to the world in the future. Good. I can take a stake in Wen's Group to help Wen's Group through this crisis. But, I have a condition. Seeing that Chen Yun agreed to take a stake, Wei hurriedly agreed without waiting for Chen Yun to finish. I promise, no matter what the condition is, even if Mr. Chen wants my body. Put. Chen Yun almost spewed out another mouthful of blood. What do you take me for? Am I Chen Yun that kind of person? Well, Dongwen, you've misunderstood. My condition is, in the future, the director of Wen Group must always be you. If you can't agree, I will immediately withdraw my investment. Chen Yun was worried that after this crisis, the other shareholders of Wen's Group would kill the donkey and reinstall a loser director who had no skills and could only rely on connections. After all, he really hoped that Wei would be able to lead Wen's Group to the world. Wei did not expect that Chen Yun's condition was like this. Remembering her own reckless words just now, A touch of redness even surfaced on her 1,000-year frosty face. Mr. Chen. Then I will immediately contact the shareholders who are willing to sell their shares. Please wait a moment. After Wen Yiwei finished speaking, she hurriedly went out to prepare. Chapter 18 Acquisition. Inside the box, Xu Yanran, who had listened to the entire conversation between the two, had been completely confused. Listening to Wen Yiwei's words, Chen Yun now has at least tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of cash in his hands, and will also be acquiring Wen's Group's shares in a moment. Xu Yanran's father was currently working in a branch of Wen's Group in Maple City, and she could often hear some news about the head office Wen's Group in her father's mouth. A large group with a market capitalization of more than $100 billion. Her father dreamed of entering it, and now, her own classmate, the 18-year-old Chen Yun, was actually going to acquire the shares of Wen's Group. If 20% of the shares were acquired, that would be tens of billions. 100 million. Xu Yanyan didn't even know how to spend it, but Chen Yun was at tens of billions of dollars in a short conversation. Xu Yanyan was shocked by these news and was unable to return to her senses for a long time, sitting frozen in her chair. It wasn't until a hand kept shaking in front of Xu Yanyan's eyes that she came back to her senses and saw Chen Yun looking at her with a smile on his face. What are you gawking at, schoolgirl Chu? Xu Yanyan nervously looked at Chen Yun, swallowing her saliva as her eyes widened. Chen Yun, so you're so rich? Chen Yun deliberately sighed and said helplessly, hey, actually I don't want to expose it. It's really because Lu Chen bullied me too much. That's why I don't want to pretend anymore. I'm showing my cards. Hearing Chen Yun personally admit it, Xu Yanyan was still shocked and covered her small mouth, her heart inexplicably lost. Seeing Xu Yanyan bow her head and stop talking, Chen Yun also did not bother her. My classmate is 100 billionaire. Anyone who hears such shocking news needs time to digest it. Outside the door, Wang Jingtian walked in at this time and asked Chen Yun, Brother Chen, you and Wendong. He had just been outside the door and seemed to have heard Chen Yun yelling, oh, it's fine Brother Wang. I talked to Dongwen about some business matters. Wen Yiwei quickly walked back to the office, took out her cell phone and sent out a message in a prestige group of a dozen people. Wen Yiwei, good evening shareholders. Does anyone want to sell the shares in their hands? It didn't take long for the message to be sent out, and someone in the group replied, Wen Xuanbai, Xiaowei, is what you said true? Wen Shuda, how can it be true? Who has the ability to take our shares now? Wen Tao, yes Xiaowei. You have to find out if it was sent by the Zhou group. It is impossible for us to sell our shares lower than the lowest price in the market. These old foxes of theirs have already been privately looking around for someone to sell off Wen's Group's shares, and even though they have pushed the price down to the lowest possible price, no one has ever been willing to acquire them. Instead, Zhou's group sent representatives every once in a while, wanting to acquire it at a very low price, and when Wen's Group disagreed, they weren't in a hurry, as if they were in a position to win. Shareholders again stupid. Also understand as Zhou's in dealing with Wen's Group, and the other side of the curtain, very likely to hide a strong foreign superpower, because in the entire Jiangnan province, there is no force that can force the Wen Group into such a situation. Anyway, all shareholders please rest assured that the shares of Wen's Group will be acquired at the normal market price. Wen Yiwei's words, like a deep water bomb, the shareholders in the group immediately exploded. This is likely to be their only chance to exit. The group chat fell silent for a while, and the messages suddenly erupted again in a flash. Wen Shuda, is everything you said true? Wen Yongqiao, how much the other party wants to acquire? I will transfer all of it. Wen Tao, I also want to transfer all. When Wen Yiwei tallied up, all the shareholders were surprisingly all willing to sell their shares in their hands. Wen Yiwei looked at the stack of share transfer agreements in front of her, took a deep breath and hurriedly ran downstairs to find Chen Yun. Mr. Chen, I've sorted out all the shareholders who are willing to sell. Wen Yiwei picked out the pile of contracts, one by one, and read them to Chen Yun. Wen Xuanbai, shareholder of Wen Group, selling 23.8% of Wen Group's shares. Wen's Group shareholder, Wen Shuda, sells 19.6% of Wen's Group shares. Wen Tao, shareholder of Wen Group, sells 15.2% stake in Wen Group. Wen's Group shareholders, a total of 100.0% shares of Wen's Group were sold to Mr. Chen, a total of 100.434.620.000.000. Chen Yun frowned slightly when he heard Wen Yiwei's report. What were those shareholders of Wen Group up to? All of the shares are to be sold to me? Chen Yun had a vague feeling of being pitched inside. Chen Yun took the pen and agreement handed over by Wen Yiwei, and after signing it, without the slightest hesitation, he paid the money into the account given by Wen Yiwei. After Wen Yiwei's cell phone showed that the funds had arrived, at this moment, Wen's Group completely belonged to an outsider surnamed Chen, and was Chen Yun's private property alone. Wang Jingtian stood on the sidelines, frozen in place. This is what Chen Yun talked about. Chen Yun bought the entire Wen Group? Wang Jingtian still couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the 10 minutes he had been out, Chen Yun had so easily finalized a $100 billion project? At that time, when Chen Yun bought the poison, Wang Jingtian thought that Chen Yun had at least a few tens of billions of dollars in his hands, and now it seemed that his guess was still too conservative. Wen's group, as a few leading enterprises in Jiangnan province, had contributed greatly to the province's economic development. The group's valuation was even as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, which was no less than that of Wanxie Group, the parent company of Shan Shuwei Car Company, landscape car company Big Boss Lu Jining. In the Wanxie Group is only and a few shareholders shareholding, while Chen Yun is to buy the entire Wen's Group, a person 100% holding. Xu Yanyan, in hindsight, heard a total of 104,032 million whole. His head suddenly blank, only to feel dizzy. 104,032 million whole. Xu Yanyan didn't have the slightest concept of so much money. She only knew that with so much money, just counting the digits would take a long time. Looking at Chen Yun, who looked calm in front of the huge amount of money, and then looking at herself, Xu Yanran's heart could not help but produce the idea of self-shame. Chen Dong, now Wen's Group and all of its companies, all belong to you alone. What requirements do you have? Please feel free to command, Wan Yiwei said respectfully. Now Wen's Group was Chen Yun's property, and she was like a housekeeper at home, needing to take care of all matters of the company for Chen Yun. I won't ask about the company's affairs in the future. You'll be solely responsible for it. I believe in your ability. I'll provide Wen's Group with a constant flow of funds. Chen Yun leaned back in his chair and said indifferently. Chen Yun was still very satisfied with Wan Yiwei's ability. He could be very assured that he would hand over Wen Group to Wan Yiwei to manage. Right at this moment, the system's light screen suddenly surfaced in front of Chen Yun's eyes and a window popped up. Ding! Mission in progress. Mission content, find Lin Maxian and obtain the Divine Dragon Ancient Ring. Mission reward, 100 Divine Magnificence points. Running Thunder Fist, Elementary. The sudden mission startled Chen Yun. A mission? This was the first time the system had released a quest, so Chen Yun was a little curious and immediately checked the content of the quest. Find Lin Momo? Chen Yun's eyes condensed. The last few days to the hotel, he did not see that intern Lin Momo. He thought that Lin Momo had gone back to school and did not think much about it. Could it be that Lin Momo had an accident? Where to find? Chen Yun was about to call Lu Cheng to ask about it. The cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Lin Momo. Mr. Chen, save me. Chapter 19, Shadow-Bearing Ninth Order. Mr. Chen, save me. Immediately following that was a real-time location share. Suddenly, the two messages were immediately withdrawn after less than 3 seconds of being sent. However, Chen Yun could already make out that location, which was in Maple City's only harbor. Maple City Harbor. Lin Momo was now in danger. Which one of you has a car? Chen Yun's face sank, his tone grave and serious. Seeing Chen Yun's face not looking too good, Wan Yiwei hurriedly said, Chen Dong, I have a car. Immediately drive to the door and wait for me. Okay Dong Chen. Wan Yiwei hurriedly trotted out. Chen Yun turned his head and explained to Chu Yanran and Wang Jingtian again. Sorry, it's suddenly a bit of an emergency. Yan, if you still want to eat something, just talk to the waiter directly. You go back alone at night, pay attention to safety on the road, and remember to send me a wiki when you arrive home. After saying that, he hurriedly left, leaving the two people in the box to look at each other. In the car, Wan Yiwei drove and looked at Chen Yun, who was frowning in the rearview mirror and was resting his eyes. Wan Yiwei was a little curious. A $100 billion deal hadn't even made him look embarrassed. What was it that could make this man so anxious? Chen Yun opened the system and a blue screen of light surfaced. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, Shadow-Bearing First Order, plus, makes do. Spirit, 76, plus, Little Retard. Dasha Coins, 9999999887695704436. 5. Divine Greatness Points, 1024. Skills, Vehicle Driving, plus, Elementary. Chen Yun decided that he would first raise his spirit to the next stage before adding all of his remaining Divine Magnificence points to his physique. Because next, he knew nothing of the dangers he was about to face and had to raise his strength to the limit of what he could achieve now. Whether or not to spend 10 Divine Magnificence points to raise the spirit to the first stage of chirography. A Chi Dragon? The ninth son of the dragon. Could it be that the realm of the spirit was divided according to the 9 children of the dragon? Chen Yun did not hesitate and determined to upgrade. Chen Yun then added all of his remaining Divine Magnificence points to physique. Unlike the very beginning, the Shadow-Bearing realm required 10 Divine Magnificence points to be spent on each edition, and the remaining points were exactly enough for Chen Yun to add them 99 times. With only 10 Divine Magnificence points missing, Chen Yun would be able to reach the limit of the Shadow-Bearing realm. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, 9th Order of Shadow-Bearing, plus, makes do. Spirit, Chiaroscuro First Rank, plus, make do. Dasha coins, 999999998876957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 0. Skill, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. After adding the points, a warm current surged in his chest and swooned out towards the limbs of his entire body. Chen Yun could feel his body's muscles bulging slightly, full of explosive power. And his strength was far too powerful compared to when he was at the first rank of Chang's shadow, especially with his spiritual advancement to the Chi Kuei first stage. He could even clearly sense Wen Yiwei's heartbeat, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind became cavernous. The car drove for another 20 minutes or so. Chen Yun could already see the tall and dark cranes standing side by side. Chen Dong, Maple City Harbor is here. Pull over. The Fengqing port at night was laced with a faint odor. Under the darkness of the night, a few orange headlights in the harbor flickered and flickered. Thousands of containers were neatly placed, and the dim light made it impossible to see how many more were in the distance. Chen Yun remembered that the positioning sent by Lin Momo was very close to the shore. Chen Yun decided to first slowly feel his way along the shore to see what he could find. Chen Yun said to Wen Yiwei, who was standing by his side, "There may be danger next. I won't guarantee your safety. You stay in the car and drive away immediately if the situation is not right." After saying that, Chen Yun drilled into the night and disappeared in front of Wen Yiwei's eyes. Wen Yiwei's pair of bright almond eyes turned as if she was thinking about something. Chen Yun quickly weaved his way through piles and piles of containers, moving ever closer towards the shore of the harbor. Every now and then, a few tractor trailers could be seen, dragging heavy containers past. Chen Yun carefully snuck behind the containers, avoiding being spotted by the drivers coming and going. Finally, Chen Yun saw the Maple River in the haze. The river was calm and flowing slowly. A half-height guardrail was built on the bank to prevent anyone from accidentally falling into the Maple River. Chen Yun hid between the containers and felt his way along the bank. Suddenly, not far away, he saw a separate mobile house, and in the open space outside the house, there were 6 or 7 men, drinking and chatting around a small table. The shore of the harbor. Chen Yun had already groped back and forth twice, basically certain that the positioning issued by Lin Momo came from the activity room not far away. The men outside should be the people guarding her. How to go over? The activity room had its back to the shore, the door facing the harbor, and outside the door were those guards. To go through the front door, one had to beat them. However, Chen Yun did not understand the strength of those people at all, and if he took such a risky action, there was a possibility that he would get himself involved, and if he could outsmart them, he would never attack them, which was the next best thing to do. So what else could be done? Suddenly, an idea emerged in Chen Yun's mind. He could use his hands to grab the ground, hang his body on the bank's flood prevention wall, slowly move to the back of the room, and then flip in through the window, so that he could perfectly avoid the sight of the guards. Chen Yun immediately ran in the opposite direction of the activity room. Between the container and the guardrail, there is still a distance of more than 10 meters. Chen Yun needs to activity room cannot see the place to turn down the guardrail. Moyo ran about 200 meters away. Chen Yun quickly threw the open area in the middle. A flip, like a gecko firmly attached to the flood wall. Chen Yun felt the strength in his small arms. He felt that he could use this position to move a few kilometers without taking a breath. With the cover of the night, no one noticed that on the ground under the guardrail, there was a pair of hands like crabs, approaching towards the activity room. If someone was on the opposite side of the river, they could clearly see that there was actually a person on the flood wall who was moving rapidly and horizontally. Chen Yun quickly moved to the back of the activity room under the flood control wall, and his hands forcefully propped up, quietly flipped up. "Big brother, the gangmaster told us to capture that person, and we are not allowed to touch her, and we still have to watch her here all day. Why don't we just make her, and the brothers go in style? Old 6, shut the up. You think about women all day long. Can you have some success? If you screw up, you'll be the one who gets screwed. Yes, brother 6. If we don't fulfill the master's mission, all of us brothers will suffer." Hearing these words, a man with a sharp mouth and a weak face couldn't help but shiver and stop speaking. Chen Yun cautiously observed the surroundings. The few guards were still sitting at the table. Only then did Chen Yun put his heart down and began to survey the activity room in front of him. As expected, the back of the activity room, there is a hidden window. Chen Yun, incomparably careful, slowly opened, looking for a good landing point, quickly tumbled into the house. A set of actions in line with the clouds and water, did not make the slightest sound. Activity room did not turn on the lights. Dark. The house area is not large. Chen Yun quickly in a corner, found a cloaked hair, eyes godless, limbs curled up together Lin Momo. These days were the darkest moments in Lin Momo's life. Those men, every day to her fists and feet a meal. Delicate body has long been bruised and battered, all over the body. Suddenly, Lin Momo saw Chen Yun appeared out of thin air. The whole person froze there, eyes first unbelievable, then ecstatic. To the end, the corners of the eyes there are 2 lines of tears out. Lin Momo covered her mouth. Silence, sobbing. Chen Yun quietly stepped to Lin Momo's front, half squatted down and made a gesture of silence. Hush, keep quiet. I'll take you out of here. Chapter 20, Found. Lin Momo had found it. Where was the divine dragon ancient ring? Chen Yun looked around. The house was cluttered and littered with discarded cigarette butts and mineral water bottles. The acidic and stinking bucket of instant noodles and the residual odor of cigarette butts were mixed together, suffocating. A worn-out iron bed was casually placed in the house, and a gentle touch seemed to make a creaking sound. Fengqing Harbor is very quiet at night. Only the Maple River gently beat on the flood control wall, emitting a clatter sound, and occasionally from the distance came a few heavy and long steam whistle. The mobile home was hardly soundproof, and Chen Yun could even hear conversations outside the room. Chen Yun walked gently, avoiding the water bottles scattered all over the floor, so as not to make any noise and attract the attention of the people outside the room. Chen Yun searched the ground and found no trace of the ring, only a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner. Chen Yun did not rummage through. If the ring was inside the activity room, then it should be hidden inside. Sure enough, Chen Yun carefully rummaged around for a while, and finally found the tiny ring in an inverted cup. Chen Yun picked up the ring and gently wiped it with the corner of his coat. The shape was as the name suggests, a lifelike divine dragon coiled around it in a circle. The ring was dark and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. Chen Yun put it on the ring finger of his left hand, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding! Mission, find Lin Momo and obtain the divine dragon ancient ring. Mission completed. Rewards being distributed. Chen Yun felt that in his mind, a bunch of strange knowledge suddenly flooded in, all of which were related to the running thunder fist, the posture of throwing a punch, how to generate power, the amplitude of swinging the arm. This feeling was as if Chen Yun had practiced the running thunder fist countless times long ago, familiar with the essentials of it, and it was clear as day in his mind. Chen Yun was instantly excited. This system was also too amazing. He felt like he could now fight 10 by himself and couldn't wait to immediately go out and beat up the people outside the house. Strongly suppressing his excitement, Chen Yun opened the system. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, 9th order of shadow bearing, plus, make do. Spirit, chiropractor first rank, plus, make do. Dasha coins, 999999998876957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 100. Martial arts, running thunder fist, plus, elementary. Skill, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. Chen Yun spent another 10 divine magnificence points to raise his physique to the limit of the shadow-bearing realm. Unsurprisingly for Chen Yun, the number of divine magnificence points required to enter the next realm had increased again. Whether or not to spend 100 divine magnificence points to raise his physique to the first stage of pure June, it turns out that the next realm of the physique is the pure June realm. Bearing shadow, pure June. What is the connection between these two? Chen Yun secretly pondered. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his mind. The 10 famous swords. Right. The 10 famous swords of ancient times. Shadow-bearing sword, pure June sword, fish intestine sword, Gan June sword. Why did the system use the 10 famous swords of ancient times to name them? Chen Yun couldn't figure it out and simply didn't think about it. The remaining divine magnificence points were not enough for Chen Yun to advance to the pure June realm, so Chen Yun added all of his remaining divine magnificence points to spirit. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, shadow-bearing limit, advancement, make do. Spirit, chiropractic first rank, plus, make do. Dasha coins, 999999998876957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 0. Martial arts, running thunder fist, plus, elementary. Skills, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. After exiting the system, Chen Yun's body strength increased greatly again, and he felt that the strength of the 9th stage of the shadow-bearing realm wouldn't be able to last more than 2 moves in front of him. The shadow-bearing realm limit and the 9th order of shadow-bearing were only one small realm apart, but the difference in strength was an abyssal difference. Chen Yun came in front of Lin Momo and squatted down to ask in a low voice, "Can you still use your hands?" Lin Momo moved her arms and raised her head, her eyes red as she nodded to Chen Yun. "In a moment, you lie on my back. I'll carry you around and out from below." A flash of redness surfaced on Lin Moxian's pale face as she nodded towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun squatted and turned around. Lin Momo pressed her hands down on Chen Yun's back. Her legs trembled as she stood up, and suddenly became unsteady, and her entire body fell onto Chen Yun's back, letting out a muffled grunt. Fortunately, the sound is very small. Chen Yun's quick eyes and hands. Use his hands to hold Lin Momo on his back, while Lin Momo's 2 slender and cold arms wrapped around his neck. Standing up, Chen Yun afraid of Lin Momo halfway exhausted, and while Lin Momo's legs coiled around his waist. At this time, Chen Yun's back was like carrying a human-shaped school bag. Fortunately, Lin Momo's body was small, and Chen Yun was taller, so it wasn't too difficult to move. Chen Yun carefully checked once again, To ensure that Lin Momo will not slide down from his back, quietly stepped to the window, one hand holding Lin Momo, one hand on the frame of the window. Cav suddenly force from the window out of the activity room. Chen Yun followed the same method as when he came, flipping down the guardrail and attaching himself to the flood wall. Only this time, Chen Yun's back had an extra Lin macho on it, and he slowed down his moving speed, carefully moving away from the activity room. Lin Momo, who was lying on Chen Yun's back, closed her eyes tightly and buried her head deeply into Chen Yun's back, not daring to look at the maple river beneath her. Lin Momo's heart was very shocked that Chen Yun's strength was so great that he could actually carry himself on his back and move on the flood wall. But in her heart, she was also very afraid that Chen Yun would run out of energy if she carried herself on her back, and the two of them would fall into the maple river together. Lin Momo thought of this and buried her head even tighter. The soft peaks in front of her chest, close to Chen Yun, warm nostrils lingering on her back, her hands and feet entwined even tighter, her heart like a deer in the headlights. Her face gradually ceased to be pale and colorless. Only Chen Yun did not have the heart to feel this wonderful feeling right now. He focused his attention on the moving hands. Just as Chen Yun was moving little by little with Lin Momo on his back, an angry shout suddenly came from the direction of the activity room. "Don't run!" Chen Yun was inwardly shocked. He had been discovered. Lin Momo lay on Chen Yun's back, her eyes closed tightly, biting her lips tightly. Her delicate body could not stop trembling. She was afraid of being caught back again. Chen Yun's brain raced. No way. Can't continue to stay on the flood wall. If they blocked it from above, Chen Yun and Lin Momo only had one way to die. Chen Yun drew out his left hand and supported Lin Momo on his back. His right hand tensed up and gave a strong push. The powerful strength of the shadow-bearing realm limit allowed Chen Yun to instantly return to the ground on the harbor shore with Lin Momo on his back. But when Chen Yun came up, he realized that the people outside the movable room hadn't found Chen Yun at all. They were chasing after him in the direction of the container. It turned out to be a false alarm. Chen Yun let out a long breath, and just as he was about to carry Lin Momo and prepare to roll down the guardrail, the men had already turned around, dragging the one who had been spotted towards the activity room. Chen Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he saw the person who was being dragged, his complexion suddenly changed. His face was grave, his two sword brows were almost twisted together, and his angry eyes held a hint of doubt. How is it Wen-Yiwei? Why was Wen-Yiwei found? Didn't I tell her to wait for me in the car? Chapter 21 Hand to Hand. Chen Yun couldn't figure out how the one who was caught would be Wen-Yiwei. This was trouble. He had just rescued Lin Momo, and Wen-Yiwei had gotten caught up in it again. Wen-Yiwei was a director of the Wen Group, and in the future, she would have to help Chen Yun, the hands-off boss, manage the entire Wen Group. So there was no way Chen Yun would let those people kidnap Wen-Yiwei. Chen Yun's head was instantly big. This was forcing him to go and fight those people. Chen Yun, who had no choice but to first put down Lin Momo on his back, and barked, "You stay here. I'll go save another person." Lin Momo reluctantly let go of Chen Yun's arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she whispered, "Aha." Chen Yun stood up and quickly ran towards the activity room. Right now, he could only hope that these few people were not too strong. Fan Wen and his group tugged Wen-Yiwei towards the activity room. Beside him, Li Huan stared at Wen-Yiwei with unblinking eyes, licked his lips, and said excitedly to Fan Wen, "Big brother, this woman can always be given to me to play with." Fan Wen swept a glance at Wen-Yiwei and said indifferently. Hearing Fan Wen's agreement, Li Huan's eyes grew more and more intense, already unable to hold back, reaching out to touch Wen-Yiwei. This woman was truly superb. Breasts so full that it seemed as if they were going to hold a lady's suit open. White face, tantalizing red lips, and a pair of charming almond eyes filled with fear. The high-strung and stubborn Wen-Yiwei finally got scared. She struggled to break free. Why didn't she listen to Chen Yun? In favor of stealing and following over, Wen-Yiwei felt remorse in her heart, and 2 lines of tears were left on her delicate melon face. Suddenly, Chen Yun, who was running towards the activity room, immediately caught the attention of the 6 people. "Chen Yun, save me!" Wen-Yiwei cried out as she saw the visitor clearly. An ominous premonition rose within Fan Wen at the forefront. His brows furrowed as he said to Li Huan behind him, "Old 6, hurry in and see if the person is still there." Hearing his big brother's words, Li Huan hurriedly rushed into the activity room and realized that Lin Momo had already disappeared. Big brother, people are gone." Li Huan panicked and ran out, trembling as he said. Fan Wen's face changed as he looked towards Chen Yun, who had already come a few meters away, and said sternly, "Where did you get the people inside?" This operation was something that the Black Bear Gang's leader, Zhao Yuan, and a mysterious man who was even respectful to Zhao Yuan had asked their 7 brothers to do, and if they failed, they were very clear about what would happen to them. "Yo, the evil one has even complained first." Chen Yun's eyes stared at Fan Wen as he coldly said, "Who instructed you to kidnap?" Kid, I advise you to be sensible and hand over the person yourself, otherwise I will let you know my Fan Wen's methods, Fan Wen said in a fierce voice. Oh, you little Yakuza. I also advise you to be sensible and release the person to me, or else I'll get you killed. Chen Yun looked at Fan Wen with disdain and sneered. Once Fan Wen heard Chen Yun's words, he burst out laughing and said to the brethren around him, Ha, 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 what did he say? He's going to get me killed? The others around them all burst into laughter as well. Chen Yun's words seemed like a joke to them. You milquetoast brat, when your grandfather I was killing people, you were still playing with mud, right? Ah ha 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 ha. Fan Wen looked hideous and said in a stern voice, hurry up and tell me, where did you hide the person? Chen Yun's face was icy cold, like a volcano about to erupt. Talking to these people was obviously impossible. He had been looking for his opponent's cracks, ready to deliver a swift blow at any time. Right at this moment, Lao San whispered in Fan Wen's ear, Big brother, there's a silhouette behind that kid. It should be Lin Momo. Fan Wen followed Lao San's gaze, and sure enough, there was a slim figure sitting by the parapet. Seeing that Lin Momo was still there, Fan Wen's heart also breathed a sigh of relief. If he really lost it, needless to say that mysterious person, Zhao Yuan, will directly get them killed. You kid is really good. You were able to bring her this far under our noses. Fan Wen marveled, but that's as far as it goes. Killing a minion like you makes my hands too dirty. Fan Wen instructed the two behind him. Old 6, you hurry up and go get Lin Momo back. Old 5, you go waste that kid. I want him to watch from the sidelines as we play games with this beauty together. Ha ha ha. Waniwei was shocked by Fan Wen's words and struggled for a while as tears continued to well up from her eyes. Old 5 swaggered to Chen Yun. In his opinion, Chen Yun couldn't even catch a single punch in his hands, and didn't put Chen Yun in his heart at all. Li Huan, on the other hand, ran all the way and was about to go and grab Lin Muai back. The thought that they were going to play a game with Waniwei made Li Huan unusually excited. Hearing Fan Wen's sickening words, Chen Yun's face was as gloomy as stagnant water as he said icily, You bunch of scum. The aura emanating from Chen Yun actually caused Old 5 to feel a hint of uneasiness, and he hurriedly swung a fist hard towards Chen Yun. Seeing his chance, Chen Yun dodged in a flash and shouted in his heart, Running Thunder Fist. Chen Yun's fist was as swift as lightning, so fast that Old 5 didn't even react to it. Amazing power instantly gushing out, a fist solidly hitting Old 5's chest cavity, only to hear a click sound. Lao Wu's ribs broke, flying backwards like a kite with broken strings. After Chen Yun finished with Old 5, he rushed to Li Huan's back with an arrow step, and delivered another powerful punch, like a tiger descending from the mountain, smashing heavily on Li Huan's back. Li Huan is still thinking about what game to play in a while, suddenly felt his back, like being hit by a train. The organs are misplaced, the mouth violently sprayed out a large stall of blood, 2 eyes black, straightforward fell down. Chen Yun's attack was like lightning in flint, resolving Old 5 and Old 6 in a matter of moments. Everything that had happened had only taken less than 10 seconds. Old 5. Old 6. Fan Wen droned sadly, looking towards Chen Yun who was clapping his hands. Fan Wen was fearful of Chen Yun for the first time, and the flame of revenge that he had just wanted to take was instantly extinguished. Although Old 5 and Old 6 would not be a match for Fan Wen even if they teamed up, he would never be as easy as Chen Yun, who had resolved 2 Seal Shadow 7th Order experts in the blink of an eye. Fan Wen was an expert of the 8th Shadow Bearing rank. What he couldn't even do, only the Shadow Bearing limit, or even the next great realm of the Shadow Bearing realm, the pure June realm powerhouses could do. And yet, Chen Yun had done it. This milquetoast brat in front of him, where exactly was he? Chen Yun looked up and saw the faces of Fan Wen and the others, covered in a look of horror. It looks like there shouldn't be any stronger existences than me in this group. After analyzing the situation, Chen Yun stepped towards Fan Wen and spoke coldly. Where are your means? Hurry up and bring them out, or you won't have a chance. Fan Wen's eyes panicked as he gritted his teeth and said, This is what you forced me to do. Don't think that you can clamor in front of me just because you've resolved 2 people of the 7th stage of shadow bearing. You're still tender. As soon as Fan Wen's words fell, the oldest 2, oldest 3, and oldest 4 behind him were like arrows leaving the strings. Whoosh! They rushed towards Chen Yun together with a sound. The tacit understanding between the 3 of them was as if they had practiced hundreds of times, instantly forming an encirclement, surrounding Chen Yun in the center. Seeing this scene, Waniwei's heart immediately rose to her throat, and her palms couldn't help but sweat for Chen Yun. Chapter 22, Black-Robed Man. Chen Yun's eyes locked onto the 3 people who were rushing up. The Chi Kuang's first-order spiritual power always made him feel that something was not quite right about the matter. What wasn't right? Chen Yun actually closed his eyes directly in front of the 3 people rushing up, using his spiritual power to carefully feel it. Fan Wen saw Chen Yun close his eyes at this time and let out a cold smile. This was a situation of certain death. However, remembering Chen Yun's heroic performance just now, Fan Wen was still a little nervous inside. there shouldn't be any more problems, and besides, there was. Thinking of this, Fan Wen relaxed a little. In a flash, Chen Yun suddenly opened his eyes, and he understood. It was killing intent. The three people in front of him had light aura, but no killing intent. The three of them were more like a front, used to confuse Chen Yun's eyes so as to hide the real sword. Suddenly, a shocking murderous intent emerged from behind Chen Yun's back, like a real murderous sword, stabbing straight into Chen Yun's chest. However, Chen Yun had already guessed it and suddenly turned around. A lean middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yun's eyes. When Lao Chi saw the suddenly turned Chen Yun, his eyes staring straight at himself, his heart instantly flooded with chills, wanting to stop in his tracks, but everything was too late. Chen Yun accelerated towards Old Seven, and Old Seven could only meet Chen Yun head-on. Chen Yun suddenly changed direction in his high-speed sprint, instantly arriving at Old Seven's side, all the power of his shadow-bearing limit converging on his right fist as he shouted in his heart, "Running Thunder Fist!" The whistling wind of the fist rushed straight towards the right side of Old Seven's body, as if a meteorite had fallen to earth, emitting a blazing light from the sky. A strong sense of danger instantly rose in Old Seven's heart as he tried his best to adjust his body, wanting to fend off Chen Yun's destructive punch. However, Old Seven's movements were like a snail's crawl in Chen Yun's eyes as the thunderous fist smashed heavily on Old Seven's right ribcage. The pain that came from his right rib, instantly causing Old Seven to let out a miserable howl. Bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down from his head, a fishy sweetness welled up in his throat, and a stream of blood gushed out. Straight sprinting Old Seven was Chen Yun punch, hard to hit a right angle. The body like a cannonball flying out, hit a few meters away from the guardrail, issued a bang, a muffled sound, fainted. Chen Yun turned around, changed direction, and blasted the Old Seven away. All actions in one go, clean and sharp. Old 2, Old 3 and Old 4, who were about to rush in front of Chen Yun, were instantly stunned into silence when they saw Old 7, who had been blown out a few meters away. If Chen Yun's defeat of Old 5 and Old 6 joint efforts had a certain element of sneak attack, then this time, the fact that Old 7, who had sneak attacked Chen Yun, had been blown away by a single punch was sufficient proof of Chen Yun's strength. Old 7 was an expert of the 8th stage of shadow bearing, just like their elder brother. Using this set of tactics, the brothers' tacit cooperation had also killed many times strong people at the 9th stage of shadow bearing, or even at the shadow bearing limit, utilizing a frontal attack to distract the enemy's attention. And finally the Old 7th, who excelled in stealth and had reached the 8th stage of shadow bearing, would complete the fatal strike, which the shadow-bearing realm enemy simply could not withstand. And Chen Yun was the first to recognize this unbeatable tactic of theirs. What kind of monster was this young-looking person? As the three looked at Chen Yun, who had effortlessly knocked Lao Chi unconscious, panic and nervousness appeared in their eyes, their entire body sweating as they unconsciously took a few steps back. Fan Wen behind the three brothers was also completely stunned by Chen Yun, his body trembling with an expression of about to cry out. What kind of monster had he met? The difference in strength between Fan Wen and Old 7 was not much. If Chen Yun wanted to deal with himself, he would have crushed him as easily as he did Old 7. Chen Yun's eyes were awe-inspiring as he looked at the three people who were constantly falling back, ready to take advantage of the situation and finish them off together to avoid any future troubles. Just as he was about to strike, Chen Yun suddenly felt an overbearing and incomparable aura come crashing down on him, instantly lifting several of Chen Yun's people out of the air. And Wen Yiwei, who was an ordinary human being, was even directly plunged into unconsciousness. Chen Yun used the momentum to roll twice on the ground and immediately rolled over and stood up, when a mysterious man clad in black robes suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-robed man had a stocky body, a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His exaggerated muscles couldn't even be covered by the black robe, and under the black hood was a white-faced mask with a bizarre smile. The smiling mouth on the mask was grinning to the back of his ears, and his two eyes were like crescent moons, and the black-robed man's soul-stealing eyes stared icily at Chen Yun, who had made a defensive stance. Through the mask, Chen Yun's forehead was constantly breaking out in a cold sweat. His body was like falling into an ice cave. From the bottom of his heart to the tip of his toes, Chen Yun felt an unprecedented pressure on this black-robed mysterious man in front of him, as if there was a lofty mountain pressing down on Chen Yun, leaving him breathless. However, what made Chen Yun strange was that his spiritual power could clearly sense that this black-robed man in front of him did not seem to have any malicious intent towards him. The black-robed man's sharp eyes scanned Chen Yun back and forth as if he was looking for something, looking at Chen Yun for a moment, as if all the secrets on his body had been seen by the black-robed man. The few people who were lifted off the ground, Fan Wen, saw the black-robed man's back and immediately knelt down and cried out, "My lord, you finally come! This brat is too powerful. Our brothers are really not opponents, our lord." The black-robed man did not turn around. His mouth faintly spat out a word, "Scram." Hearing the black-robed man's words, Fan Wen's tone trembled as he hurriedly returned, Good lord, Wheel roll, wheel roll. Fan Wen knelt on the ground and gave a quiet gesture to old 2, old 3, and old 4, and the 3 brothers understood and immediately went to carry the fainted old 5, old 6, and old 7 on their backs, and tremblingly ran backwards. Fan Wen was still trying to carry the fainted Wen Yi on his back when the black-robed man's icy voice came. Put her down. Fan Wen froze and could only put down Wen Yi, running out without looking back. Are you here to look for the ring as well? When Fan Wen and the others were out of sight, the black-robed man suddenly opened his mouth, his low voice hitting Chen Yun's heart like muffled thunder, causing Chen Yun's body to instantly stiffen, and his left hand subconsciously touched the divine dragon ancient ring. How did he know about the ring? Chen Yun tried to suppress the panic in his heart, calming himself down as he asked, "What ring?" Chen Yun's momentary daze and subtle movements were still captured by the black-robed man, and a deep luster swept across the eyes under the mask as the black-robed man said nothing more and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man's strong pressure suddenly dispersed, instantly leaving Chen Yun exhausted and propped up on his knees, panting heavily, bean-sized beads of sweat falling onto the ground drop by drop. The clothes on his body had long been drenched in sweat, and a breeze brushed past, causing Chen Yun to shiver. This was the first time Chen Yun had been in such a sorry state after obtaining the system. What exactly was the strength of that black-robed man? How did he know about the divine dragon ancient ring as well? Chen Yun glanced at the ring worn on the ring finger of his left hand and wondered in his heart. He didn't see it? Tick-tock tick-tock, tick-tock tick-tock. Just as Chen Yun was still rejoicing in the aftermath of his robbery, a sharp siren sounded in the distance. Chapter 23, Do you recognize? Zhang Qi, is Daxiao for you to come and go as you please? A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, about 40 to 50 years old, hovered in mid-air, standing with his arms folded, his eyes gazing at the mysterious man clad in a black robe in front of him. If any passers-by saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim, "How can they fly in the sky?" The black-robed man known as Zhang Qi said with a light laugh, "Song Feichen, your Shadow Ministry's nose is really smart. Following them wherever they go, it's really annoying." Song Feichen snorted coldly and said to Zhang Qi, "As long as you crazy people are not removed, there will not be a single day of peace in Great Xia." Zhang Qi, suffer death. Song Feichen stopped talking nonsense. His battle spirit was high as he rushed towards Zhang Qi, raising his hand to deliver a ferocious and incomparable mixed palm, as fast as lightning, exploding towards Zhang Qi's face. Zhang Qi smiled coldly, and without flinching, he met him, making a simple and unadorned heavy fist. The palm and fist collided, and the two figures instantly crisscrossed together, making a dull collision sound. Seeing that the mixed yuan palm was unable to suppress Zhang Qi, Song Feichen's hand gesture changed, transforming his palm into a finger, transforming into two indestructible mixed yuan fingers, violently attacking Zhang Qi's heart. Zhang Qi also reacted with great speed and hurriedly avoided it. Even with his strength, if he received this blow, he would definitely be seriously injured. Song Feichen and Zhang Qi's silhouettes were constantly entwined together, so fast that people could not see them, and the roaring sound produced when they exchanged blows was like a stone breaking through the sky. Fortunately, the place where the two people exchanged blows was in the suburb, and no one would notice the strange things that happened here. Bang bang bang, the two figures separated again. Song Feichen no longer had the calm and relaxed stance he had at the beginning. His two hands were slightly shaking. Zhang Qi on the other side wasn't much better. His breathing became a bit rapid, and the mask under his hood was shattered at one corner, revealing a forehead full of scruff. The strength of the two is similar. Who can't help who? There is no point to fight on. Zhang Qi a flash, disappeared. Song Feichen saw Zhang Qi ran away, also did not go to chase. Just rely on him alone cannot stay Zhang Qi, then also disappeared in the night sky. Tick-tock tick-tock, tick-tock tick-tock. A police car quickly drove towards Chen Yun and stopped beside him. The car door pushed open and then walked down two plainclothes-wearing criminal police officers. Seeing Lin Momo and the unconscious Wen Yi not far away, they inquired to Chen Yun who was standing on the side of the road. "Are you alright? Who called the police? Where are the kidnappers? Why are you here?" As soon as the two policemen saw Chen Yun from the moment they got out of the car, they inquired several questions. Chen Yun was puzzled. Who called the police? Suddenly seeing the unconscious Wen Yi on the side and having a guess in his mind, Chen Yun returned. It should be her who called the police. Chen Yun raised his hand to point at Wen Yi and continued. The kidnappers ran away. I received a distress message from a friend and came over to save her. The police looked at Wen Yi behind them, and then saw Lin Momo on the ground not far away. Their brows frowned slightly. They couldn't tell if Chen Yun's words were true right now. Buzz though. In the distance, an ambulance sped over, and the paramedic who got out of the car hurriedly asked, "Where are the injured?" Chen Yun pointed to the paramedics and they hurriedly ran off carrying stretchers and medical kits. After some examination, the more seriously injured Lin Momo was carried on a stretcher. Only the unconscious Wen Yiwei was helped into the ambulance by a paramedic. A police officer needed to record Lin Momo and Wen Yiwei's statements and followed Chen Yun in the ambulance, while another police officer stayed at the harbor to investigate the scene. When they arrived at the hospital, Lin Momo and Wen Yiwei were both sent to the emergency department for checkups, leaving Chen Yun and plainclothes criminal police officers squatting in the lobby waiting. "My name is Yang Su. What's yours?" the criminal cop asked as he pinned Chen Yun with his arm. "Chen Yun, can you describe to me what happened again?" Yang Su looked at Chen Yun and said. Chen Yun had no choice but to tell the story from beginning to end again, only that he didn't name the mysterious man and simplified the fight between himself and several of the Fan Wen brothers a bit. After listening to Chen Yun's words, Yang Su's eyes became a bit strange. "How many people did you say the kidnappers had in total?" 6 or 7. "Can't quite remember," Chen Yun vaguely returned. "You mean, if Wen Yiwei hadn't been discovered, or else you managed to save the hostages from them?" Yang Su's voice clearly raised a volume and even broke a little in the end. Yang Su had been able to roughly guess who the kidnappers were from Chen Yun's words. After all, the characteristics of the Fan Wen 7 were too obvious. Fan Wen 7 people, who had committed a lot of crimes, had always been a big problem in the criminal police force, giving the director a headache. The 7 people were highly skilled in martial arts and had excellent hands. The team had not only mobilized guns and a large number of police forces many times in order to catch them, but every time they returned without any success, and would also injure a few police officers. Chen Yun, on the other hand, said that he and Fan Wen 7 people had a small fight, and now they are still alive and well squatting here chatting. Chen Yun asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, Officer Yang?" Just when Yang Su wanted to say more, the nurse from the emergency room suddenly shouted in the hall, "Who is the family of Lin Momo and Wen Yiwei? Please come over here." Chen Yun and Officer Yang hurriedly stood up and walked over. When the young nurse saw Chen Yun and Yang Su walking over, she asked, "You are the families of Lin Momo and Wen Yiwei, right? Both of them have woken up. Nothing life-threatening at the moment. You guys can go and take a look." Chen Yun was about to lift his foot to go in, but Yang Su pulled him back and said, "You wait to go in? Wait for me to finish asking you before you come in." Yang Su quickly walked in. He was curious to know if it was really as Chen Yun said. Yang Su first came to Wen Yiwei's hospital bed, pulled a small stool and sat down before starting his questioning. "I'm criminal police officer Yang Su. May I ask if you're the one who called the police?" "It was me who called the police, Officer Yang." Wen Yiwei, lying on the hospital bed, had stabilized her emotions and replied, "Then please describe the events of the crime." So Wen Yiwei explained everything to Yang Su one by one. "How did you know that this is a kidnapping case?" Yang Su asked suspiciously. "Officer Yang, this is my personal guess. I was worried that by reporting a civil dispute, the police who came would not be able to deal with those kidnappers, so I made a guess from within the criminal case. It's safer to let you criminal police handle it," Wen Yiwei said to Yang Su with a slight apology. Yang Su thought to himself, if it wasn't for Chen Yun's presence, it was indeed very likely that the police officers who came would not be able to deal with Fan Wen and these people. "Ms. What? You are doing the right thing. You rest first, I won't bother you." After leaving, Yang Su went to ask Lin Momo again. The answer he got matched with Chen Yun and Wen Yiwei. It seems that Chen Yun didn't lie. He really fought with Fan Wen's 7 people and didn't fall into a disadvantage, and it was even Chen Yun who fought Fan Wen's 7 people away. After a while, Yang Su's face was covered with a complex look as he walked out from inside, looking at Chen Yun with eyes full of strangeness and incomprehension. "You go inside. I will contact you if there is any progress in the subsequent cases." Yang Su left after saying that. He still had to rush back to the police station to write the report. After Yang Su left, Chen Yun hurriedly came to Lin Momo's hospital bedside. His heart still had some questions he wanted to understand. "Lin Momo, do you recognize this?" Chen Yun stretched out his left hand, revealing the divine dragon ancient ring worn on his ring finger. Chapter 24 Ancient Ring. Lin Momo lay weakly on the hospital bed. Her right hand was inserted with a needle and was being transfused. Her pale face gradually had a touch of blood color. Chen Yun revealed the divine dragon ancient ring on the ring finger of his left hand and waved it in front of Lin Momo's eyes. "What's wrong, Mr. Chen?" Thinking that Chen Yun did not know that she had woken up, Lin Momo hurriedly replied back, "Oh, this on my hand, do you recognize it?" "There's nothing Mr. Chen, this is it, can't you see it?" Chen Yun used his right hand and spun the ring in front of Lin Momo. Lin Momo looked at Chen Yun's right hand, touching something on his left ring finger, but it was indeed empty, and she suddenly panicked. Mr. Chen, why don't I see anything? Is my head broken?" Lin Momo was a little anxious and seemed to be on the verge of crying. When Chen Yun heard Lin Momo's words, he suddenly looked stunned and felt incredulous. Lin Momo really couldn't see the divine dragon ancient ring on her hand? How could this be possible? Chen Yun was a bit incredulous and asked again in disbelief. there really isn't anything on my hand? Take a good look again. Chen. Mr. Chen, there really isn't anything on your hands. Lin Momo looked at Chen Yun's puzzled eyes. Her voice carried a sobbing tone. Could it be that her brain had been broken by Fan Wen's few people? Seeing that Lin Momo really couldn't see the ring on her hand, Chen Yun rushed to comfort her. If he kept asking, Lin Momo would not go crazy. Harm, I really don't have anything on my hand. I'm not testing you. I'm afraid that your little brain has been beaten up by those people. I have to find them to fight for my life. Chen Yun's eyes flickered, scratching the back of his head somewhat sheepishly. The whispering and sobbing Lin Momo heard Chen Yun's words and was at a bit of a loss for words. Frozen there, her mood as if she was riding a roller coaster. It turned out that Chen Yun's hands really didn't have anything. She thought that she had misread it and that it was her head that was wrong. Lin Momo breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest with a feeling of having escaped. Phew, thank you Mr. Chen. Originally, I thought that I would never be able to escape again. The message that I secretly sent out hadn't even been sent out for a few seconds before they found out and withdrew it. I didn't think that you, Mr. Chen, would have seen it and saved me. Lin Momo said this and looked at Chen Yun gratefully. You're an intern of the company. You were in danger. I would definitely save you. Also, don't call me Mr. Chen in one breath. Just call me Chen Yun. Right at this moment, Wan Yiwei walked over, her eyes lowered, full of apologies, and said to Chen Yun, I'm sorry Mr. Chen. I'm the one who dragged you down tonight. Chen Yun turned back to look at Wan Yiwei. In fact, it didn't matter too much if Wan Yiwei was captured or not. The strength of Fan Wen's 7 people and Chen Yun were too disparate. Even if Wan Yiwei was captured, Chen Yun was able to rescue her from Fan Wen's 7 people. It was just that Wan Yiwei's disobedience of his own orders made him a little angry. Wen Dong, you don't need to blame yourself, while everyone is safe and sound. But, you didn't listen to me and went AWOL, making me very dissatisfied. I hope you can learn this lesson in the future. Chen Yun paused, turned around to reveal the ring on his left hand, and asked, Can you see what's on my hand? Wan Yiwei froze and looked up at Chen Yun's left hand, which was still empty. Nothing, Dong Chen. Hearing Wan Yiwei's words, Chen Yun's expression stared, his eyes flickering a few times one after another, as if confirming the speculation in his heart. Lin Momo couldn't see it, Wan Yiwei couldn't see it, and that black-robed mysterious person obviously knew about the ring but didn't see it either. This divine dragon ancient ring, most likely only, just as Chen Yun bowed his head in thought, Lin Momo, who was lying on the hospital bed, was not calm. Lin Momo studied in Jiangchang, and before she interned at the Fengchang Landing Hotel under the Wenshur Group, she had learned the basic information of the Wenshur Group, and naturally recognized the new beautiful director of the Jiangchang Wenshur Group who had been appointed a few years ago. Lin Momo's eyes were filled with incredulity, her eyes revealing nothing but shock, her pale lips slightly open, looking at Chen Yun, then turning her head to look at Wan Yiwei, a director of a group with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. Like a little girl who had done something wrong, stood in front of Chen Yun and apologized, but also respectfully referred to Chen Yun as Chen Dong. It turned out that Chen Yun was the big boss of Wen's group. Then why did he recharge $1 billion to spend in his own group's company? Lin Momo's head was a bit spinning, suddenly remembering what Chen Yun said to himself after recharging that day. A faint blush couldn't help but appear on her fair face. After a while, Chen Yun raised his head and said to Lin Momo, who had her head lowered, Sister Moro, how is your injury? When Lin Momo heard Chen Yun's words, she did not dare to look at Chen Yun, her eyes flickering with shyness, her small hand gently pinching the bedsheet, her eyes wandering. The doctor said that now, there's nothing serious now, just recuperate properly. That's good. Sister Fomi feel at ease to recuperate from her injuries. When you recover, you'll follow Wen Dong as an intern. After Chen Yun finished speaking, he looked up to Wan Yiwei. What do you think, Wen Dong? Of course there is no problem. Only I will not be tolerant of her in every way because it is the person you recommended. Chen Dong, if it is not suitable I will still dismiss. As soon as we talked about work, Wan Yiwei's whole person was like a change. Her aura was all open, and she exuded a strong woman's aura that made people not dare to look directly at her. Lin Momo on the hospital bed, on the other hand, was all surprised. The bottom of her eyes flashed brightly. She came to the Lanting Grand Hotel for internship in order to be able to enter the Wen's group work one day. Did not think that she was blessed by a misfortune, but was able to follow the chairman of the board of directors for internship, and hurriedly said thank you. Thank you Wen Dong. I will definitely make you satisfied. Thank you Chen Xian. Thank you Chen Yun. It's okay Sister Moro, then you feel at ease and recuperate. I'll go back first. It was best that Wan Yiwei could train Lin Momo up. Chen Yun's future spending spree could not rely on Wan Yiwei alone. Wen's group would only be the first step. After settling Lin Momo, Chen Yun left with Wan Yiwei, Weniwe's body was only shocked into unconsciousness by the black-robed man, and was not seriously injured. Chief, no ring was found on the person who came to save Lin Momo. Jiangqi held a black satellite phone in his large rough hands. Oh, are you sure? On the other end of the phone, a magnetic, gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, which would make people fall deeper into it if they weren't careful. I'm sure, Jiangqi calmly returned. Alright then. Then there was a busy tone, and the other side had hung up. Jiangqi put down the satellite phone in his hand, exhaled deeply and shook his head with a bitter smile. His lapel had long been soaked through. Was it stressful just to talk to this big shot? Jiangqi no longer stay. Quickly fly towards the border of Daxia. His task has been completed. Just do not know the other several companions. After Chen Yun returned to the mansion of Maple Leaf One, he immediately collapsed onto the large, comfortable and soft bed. The black-robed man that had appeared this evening had really made his heart palpitate, and Chen Yun could feel that the black-robed man was extremely powerful. Who exactly was that black-robed person? Was he a foe or a friend? What realm had his strength reached? And how did he know about the Divine Dragon Ancient Ring in the system quest? Divine Dragon Ancient Ring. Thinking of the ring he had acquired in the system's quest, Chen Yun hurriedly raised his left hand. This ring? Even that incomparably powerful black-robed man was looking for it. What was so special about it? Chapter 25 The Difficult Question. Chen Yun surveyed the lifelike ring before opening the system interface. System, what is the use of this ring? Beep. Host detected wearing the Divine Dragon Ancient Ring. Divine Dragon Ancient Ring, the only key to finding the truth. Function, slowly strengthens the wearer's physique and spirit. Chen Yun looked at the system's introduction of the Divine Dragon Ancient Ring and fell into deep thought. The only key to finding the truth? What was the meaning of this? After a long time, Chen Yun was still clueless about this and could only ask the system. Finding what truth? Where to unlock it? The host does not have the authority to know at this time. Seeing that the system refused to tell him, Chen Yun had no choice but to call it quits. Fortunately, this ring was not useless. It could strengthen the wearer's physique and spirit, which allowed Chen Yun to become stronger every moment of every day. Chen Yun slowly closed his eyes, recalling everything that had happened this evening before finally falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Chen Yun took a taxi to school as usual. His car would be delivered to Maple Leaf One today, so he could drive a lower-profile car to school later. To the class. The atmosphere in the classroom is very depressing. From the college entrance examination has only less than 2 months left. After class time there are few students go out to relax. Students are sitting in the position of the pen and study hard. Even the tail Zhang all in the review. Only Chen Yun a person to come to the classroom. Directly lying on the desk. Peace of mind huffing and puffing. The first section is a math class. Math teacher Lu Chunglin wrote a question on the blackboard and said to the class, give everyone 10 minutes to answer the question, and start answering after 10 minutes. When Lu Chunglin finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the bottom of the podium, and everyone began to calculate on the draft paper. As time passed, almost all of the students' faces looked worried, their brows twisted together, and they couldn't help but start looking around and whispering, hey, can you write? No, how to? My ass. I don't even understand the title. I'm relieved to hear you say that. This question from old Lu was too difficult, right? That's right. It's almost the college entrance exam and he's still hitting us. 10 minutes later, Lu Changlin put down the teacup in his hand, held up the presbyopic glasses on the bridge of his nose and said slowly, how's it? It's all written out, right? Then I'll call someone up to write it. There was silence under the podium. No one dared to make a sound, burying their heads behind stacks and stacks of books, afraid that old Lu would notice. No one wants to come up voluntarily? Then I'll just randomly name one. Hearing that Lu Changlin was going to call the roll again, everyone covered their mouths to stifle their laughter, their eyes all sneaking glances at Meng Jiqi, the math class representative of their class. For 3 years in high school, whenever old Lu said he was going to call the roll, he would definitely call only one person, and that was his math class representative. Math class representative, come up and write, Lu Changlin said as he held up his presbyopic glasses again. As expected, the one who was named was still old Lu's favorite math class representative. Meng Jiqi had an ugly look on his face as he slowly stood up, his head like mush. What to do? Mada is going to go up there and Lu's face again. Did old Lu write this question? Meng Jiqi stood in his seat, and in his heart, he had already cursed Lu Changlin tens of thousands of times. Suddenly, Meng Jiqi's mind suddenly came up with a solution and hurriedly spoke. Teacher LV, I'm not too good at this problem, but Chen Yun will. He's great at math now, and I often ask him for advice on some topics. Yesterday in class, seeing the school flower Chu Yenran actually come to Chen Yun, the person he had been secretly in love with, and as a result, he was shortchanged by Chen Yun. Meng Jiqi's heart was about to be broken, and now it was just the right time to take this opportunity to humiliate Chen Yun a bit, in order to solve his heart's hate. Hearing Mang Jiqi's words, old Lu took off his presbyopic glasses. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he squinted to look for Chen Yun's figure under the podium. Oh, really? Then let Chen Yun come up and write about it. Seeing that old Lu agreed, Mang Jiqi immediately revealed a villainous look and sat down with a smile, turning his head to look for Chen Yun. All the students also bloated and turned to look at Chen Yun, only to find that guy was lying on his desk huffing and puffing. Chen Yun's deskmate saw this and hurriedly pushed Chen Yun. Chen Yun was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly pushed awake, helplessly sat up, shook off his numb arms, and looked towards the podium in confusion. What happened? Why are they all looking at me? The tablemate beside him hurriedly reminded Chen Yun in a low voice. Chen Yun, old Lu called you to go up to the blackboard to write a question. Zhang Quan, who was sitting in the last row, saw Mang Jiqi's face and instantly felt indignant on behalf of Chen Yun, itching to go up and beat up Mang Jiqi. Chen Yun rubbed his sleepy eyes, walked up slowly, leaned towards the podium, left hand wrapped around his chest, right hand resting on his chin, and began to look at the question written by old Lu. The stem of the question was very short, giving only one equation and two conditions about the function, requiring the function to be solved. Chen Yun knew what to do after just a glance. The mental power of the first stage of Chi Kiss had improved Chen Yun's IQ tremendously. If this was before, Chen Yun would have started scratching his head before he had even read half of the question. The students under the podium saw Chen Yun frozen there, as if they had already seen Chen Yun's embarrassing appearance in a moment. Mang Jiqi was even more exaggeratedly forward and backward, sneaking out a laugh, because Chen Yun's previous math scores had not been very good, always hovering above and below the passing line. Such a difficult topic. Even the study committee member who had the best math scores in the class couldn't solve it. A Chen Yun near the passing line would be even more unable to solve it. Mang Jiqi, who was in his seat, saw Chen Yun writing, and instantly whispered yin and yang to the surrounding students. Yo, Canton still insist on pretending to be a fork. Let's see how old Lu scolds him to death in a while. But gradually, the students under the podium followed Chen Yun's steps and the formula written, and even slowly realized that this puzzle, which was like a beauty wrapped in a pile of clothes, was actually shedding its garments one by one, and was about to reveal the white, attractive and delicate body inside. Phew, the last stroke fell. Chen Yun's heart had an indescribable pleasure, a pleasure that he could not experience when he was a math scum before. The students sitting at the bottom had long since stayed in their seats, and a few of the top math students even revealed dumbfounded, incredulous expressions. They followed Chen Yun's train of thought and realized that what Chen Yun had written down should be the correct answer to this question. How could they not have thought that it could be written like this? Chen Yun's thought process was truly marvelous. Mang Jiqi, who was the math class representative, naturally also discovered that the answer Chen Yun had written seemed to be the correct one. His eyes staring like bronze bells, his mouth so open that he could stuff down a fist, his face as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. How was this possible? This question is so difficult. How could Chen Yun, a person hovering at the passing line, be able to write it? LV Changlin, who stood by the side watching the whole thing, couldn't help but be impressed with Chen Yun as well, his eyes becoming a little softer as he walked up and patted Chen Yun's shoulder, signaling for Chen Yun to return to his seat. LV Changlin picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, speaking slowly. This question is from this year's National Olympiad. Chapter 26, Coming to the Door Again. This question is the topic of this year's National Olympiad. Old Lu's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, and the students under the podium instantly clamored. Asterisk. This question is actually from the National Olympiad. No wonder it's so difficult. I don't have a clue. When did Chen Yun become so powerful that he even knows the questions from the Olympiad? Didn't see it coming. Chen Yun's math is actually this awesome. The classmates were all of a sudden talking. Mang Jiqi's face became even more ugly when he heard old Lu's words. Gritting his teeth, his fists placed under the desk couldn't help but tense up. The National Olympiad's questions Chen Yun had actually written them all out. Lu Changlin pressed his hand, signaling his classmates to be quiet. It's only common sense that you guys didn't write it out. It's out of my expectation that Chen Yun was able to write it out. Mang Jiqi, you're right. Chen Yun has really put in some effort lately. You guys also need to learn from Mang Jiqi if you don't know how to do it, and ask for help more often. In Lao Lu's praise, Mang Jiqi's face was like being roasted by fire, hot and painful, and he couldn't wait to drill under the desk. For the rest of the day, Chen Yun spent the whole day in the eyes of the class worshipping him, making him somewhat flattered. After school, Chen Yun still chose to take a taxi to the Lanting Hotel to have a meal. Trust Wang Jingtian to buy the car has been all sent to the parking lot of the Maple Leaf one. Due to the number of cars is really too much. The purchase of the house sent the parking space cannot be parked. Chen Yun only had to buy a dozen more parking spaces used to put the car. Right after Chen Yun got into the cab, a red Ferrari that had been parked on the side of the road and a black commercial car followed up, trailing behind Chen Yun's cab. On the driver's seat of the bright red and beautiful Ferrari sat a man with a feminine look and delicate features, and beside him was clearly Chen Yun's ex-girlfriend, Lu Qian. Qian, don't worry. I will let the Chen Yun kneel and apologize to you in a moment. Lu Xing grinned, evilly smiling, his left hand holding the steering wheel. His right hand had quietly touched Lu Qian's beautiful legs. The bottom of Lu Qian's eyes flashed with a flash of deep humor, not resisting, allowing Lu Xing to put his hand on her leg. Still, brother, Lu Xing is good to me. After getting down from the cab, Chen Yun walked into the hotel with the confident stride of the world's richest man. Good evening, Dong Chen. Good evening, Chen Dong. A few beautiful waitresses at the entrance rushed to bow respectfully and welcome. Now Wen's group up and down the rumor spread. The company's shareholders nowadays had and only had Chen Yun. All the employees of Wen's group had long since imprinted Chen Yun's appearance in their minds. This young man who held 100% control of Wen's group even caused a stir in the entire Jiangnan province. Countless big shots wanted to meet with Chen Yun. Chen Yun nodded slightly and walked into the hotel's lobby. Manager Lu immediately greeted him, bending his waist and fawningly said to Chen Yun, "Chen Dong, you are here, still having dinner?" "Aha." Chen Yun nodded. Okay. Chen Dong, you follow me." Lu Cheng trotted to the front, ready to lead Chen Yun to the private room. However, right at this moment, a voice filled with provocation suddenly came from outside the hotel lobby. "You are Chen Yun, right?" Chen Yun's footsteps lurched as he turned his head to look at the doorway, only to see a young man with dyed brownish yellow hair, a slender figure and 10 slender fingers, was holding Chen Yun's ex-girlfriend Lu Qian in his arms as he walked towards Chen Yun, and behind him were a dozen or so bodyguards dressed in black suits, all of them fat, strong and oxen-tall. Lu Xing and Lu Qian had followed Chen Yun all the way. They did not expect Chen Yun to actually come to the Orchid Pavilion Hotel. Lu Qian looked at Chen Yun's eyes, flashed a trace of anger. Damn Chen Yun, after the breakup even have money to run to the Lanting Grand Hotel. Before the breakup, why did not give her flowers? Lu Cheng beside him saw the visitor and then saw the bunch of bodyguards following. He immediately looked flustered and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Lu Xing, what did you bring so many people here for? I still need to report to you for coming here?" Lu Xing swept Lu Cheng with a contemptuous look and immediately stopped paying attention to him. Lu Xing stopped and looked at Chen Yun in front of him and said disdainfully, "You're the one who tried to force yourself on Lu Qian, and broke that punking Jiping's hand? I'll forgive you now if you kneel down and apologize to me and slap yourself 30 times. Lu Xing's eyes were arrogant as he looked at Chen Yun with a blank stare. "Lu Xing, you." Lu Cheng was stunned when he heard Lu Xing's words. He was just about to open his mouth but was immediately disliked by Lu Xing. "You what you? Lu Cheng, you shut up, chirping on the side like a stupid bird. You think Chen Yun can really afford to eat? If you're blind, then throw it away. You're the biggest loser in the Lu family. You can only be a crappy manager in a hotel." Lu Cheng and Lu Xing were both people from the Lu family, a large family in Maple City. Lu Xing was the son of the head of the Lu family, the young master who was held in the palm of everyone's hand, while Lu Cheng was just a collateral lineage, with a low status in the Lu family. Even if he was much older than Lu Xing, he could only swallow his anger when he was insulted like this by Lu Xing. Lu Cheng still wanted to open his mouth to remind Lu Xing, but he was stopped by Chen Yun lifting his hand. Lu Cheng looked at Chen Yun and sighed helplessly. Their Lu family was like a glowing fire and a white moon compared to Chen Yun's acquisition of the Wen Group. And this little cutie, Lu Xing, actually dared to provoke and insult Chen Yun, the big boss of Wen Group. Like this. "Chen Yun, it was me who was blind in the first place. I was fooled by your sweet words. I didn't let you touch me, so you were impatient and wanted to force yourself on me. Now you've finally revealed your true colors. See if my brother Lu Xing doesn't screw you up in a while. A toad still wants to eat swan meat. Humph, you dream." Lu Qian, who had been embraced by Lu Xing, kept her eyes fixed on Chen Yun, and she realized that from the time she came in until now, Chen Yun did not have the slightest ripple in his eyes, and there was even a hint of teasing in his ancient, wave-free eyes. Lu Qian immediately felt something bad, an ominous premonition within her heart, but when she thought of Lu Xing beside her, but he was a member of the Maple City Wang family, the fifth of the 13 Jiangnan Imperial Guards, the trace of concern in her heart was dispersed. Even if Chen Yun recently had a small chance to get some small money, but behind Lu Xing is a big backer of the Jiangnan 13 Great Protectors, so this Chen Yun can't make any waves. Chen Yun ignored Lu Qian and slowly opened his mouth, saying to Lu Xing, "The Lu family of Maple City, right? What is the name of your Lu family's company?" "Changlong Communication Company, market capitalization of $4 billion. If you're scared, hurry up and kneel down for me, and you still want to bang my woman. He. Lu Xing said arrogantly with a face full of dejectedness, only to see Chen Yun slowly pulling out pineapple 15 from his pants pocket and calling one Iwei. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. "Dong Chen, what are your orders?" "Oh, nothing, want to ask you something? Do you know that what Chanlong Communication Company? The Chanlong Communication Company of the Lu family in Maple City? Ah yes, that's the one. See if you can acquire it for him now. Money is not a problem. Jiang Chengwen's group chairman's office. Wen Wei immediately checked the information of the Chanlong Communication Company's shareholders, then said to the other end of the phone, no problem, Dong Chen. Chapter 27, Who did you mess with again? Well, make it quick, and by the way, help me notify that Lu family head. Just tell him that his good son has messed with someone he shouldn't have. After Chen Yun hung up the phone, the Lu Xing in front of him first froze, followed by covering his stomach and laughing. Ha ha ha, I say Chen Yun, you're too amusing, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Lu Xing also pulled out his cell phone and mimicked Chen Yun, saying conspiratorially, that, help me get the head office of the Lanting Grand Hotel. Ah yes, that what's her name Wen's group, help me acquire it now. Money is not a problem ha 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 ha. Lu Xing covered his stomach and laughed so hard that he couldn't get up, and one of his feet kept stomping on the ground, emitting a thump 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 sound. Chen Yun, I suddenly realized that you love face Did you find out that we were following you a long time ago before you had the cab drive to the Orchid Pavilion Hotel in an attempt to scare us? And now in front of me, saying to the air that you want to acquire our Lu family's company. Do you even brag without a draft? Our Lu family's company has a market capitalization of over $4 billion. What are you going to acquire? With your bragging mouth? Ha ha ha. Chen Yun did not pay any attention to Lu Xing's taunts. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. The bottom of his eyes were calm, just quietly watching Lu Xing perform. Maple City Lu family residence. Lu Benwei, the head of the Lu family, was leisurely sipping fragrant tea when the phone beside him suddenly rang. Lu Benwei put down his teacup and went to answer the phone. Hello, who is it? Your Lu family was bought out. Blame it on your good son Lu Xing for messing with someone he shouldn't have. The phone automatically hung up after saying that. Lu Benwei thought that it was another harassing call from a competing company and didn't take it to heart, picking up his teacup again and savoring it. Suddenly, the door of the room was heavily pushed open, breaking in a middle-aged man with black hair mixed with many white hairs, his face terrified and his lips trembling. Lu Benwei glanced at the visitor, unhurriedly took a sip of tea and said slowly, Zhanpeng didn't I say not to disturb me when I'm drinking tea? And why are you panicking? You are also the mainstay of the Lu family. To be scared like this by a little thing, what is the decency? Lu Zhanpeng held onto the doorframe, his voice trembling, brother, our Lu family has been taken over. Our shares are all gone. Lu Zhanpeng's words were like a thunderbolt, exploding in Lu Benwei's mind. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The teacup in his hand, bang, fell to the ground with a bang. The phone call just now was real. Lu Xing see Chen Yun never bird him. The heart is very unhappy, is about to greet behind a few bodyguards to give Chen Yun a little color. The hand of the phone suddenly rang. Look at his old man, quickly picked up. Hey old dad, what's wrong? Who did you mess with? You bastard. Hearing Lu Benwei on the phone as if he wanted to eat people, Lu Xing was startled and hurriedly shivered. Father, are you mistaken? I've been honest lately. I haven't messed with anyone. You still have the face to say. People have come to my door. Our Lu family is lost because of you. All our efforts are gone. All gone. Lu Benwei on the phone hissed and roared. Beep beep beep. As the busy tone of the phone came, Lu Xing had long been frozen in place. His eyes widened in shock. The smile on his face instantly solidified. What did his father just say? The Lu family was gone? How is this possible? How could the Lu family be gone? The market value of their Lu family was as high as $4 billion. How could it be gone just like that? Is it really Chen Yun? Yes, Chen Yun. That's not true. How could it be Chen Yun? As soon as Lu Xing raised his head, he saw Chen Yun's light eyes, looking at him with a smile. Lu Xing could not hide the panic in his heart. He stumbled backward several steps, and was only stabilized by the stout bodyguard behind him. You. Lu Xing's two thin lips kept fighting up and down. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lu Xing's hands trembled as he dialed with his cell phone, his voice trembling. Still, there is still salvation. I still have Brother Wang. After a while, the phone was finally picked up, and a low male voice came through. Looking for me? What is it, Lu Xing? When Lu Xing heard Wang Sherbei's voice, he cried and cried as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. Wang, Brother Wang, I'm in big trouble. Quickly save me. Save the Lu family. Have you caused less trouble? Tell me, who did you mess with again? Chen Yun, Brother Wang, do you recognize him? Lu Xing then told Wang Sherbei all about it, and there was a silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Hey, Brother Wang, are you listening? You said, you messed with someone named Chen Yun, at the Orchid Pavilion Hotel? Ah, yes, Brother Wang, please, for the sake of me also being a member of Taipa, save me. Save the Lu family. I'll be right there. After Wang Sherbei finished speaking, he hung up the phone and hurriedly rushed towards the Orchid Pavilion Hotel. He didn't know if the Chen Yun that Lu Xing had messed with was that. When Lu Xing heard that Wang Sherbei was coming, his panic look eased a little, as if he had eaten a pill in his heart. If Wang Sherbei could help him, then the Lu family might still have a chance to save itself. Fengcheng Wang family is the Jiangnan 13 in the 5th 2, Wang's Yunhai Group, market value up to hundreds of billions of dollars. The power and the heyday of the Wen's Group is not different. Want to save the Lu family's company is easy. Of course, if you want to run over the same. Lu Xing put down the phone. His voice was still a little shaky, raising his shaking finger to point at Chen Yun. You wait for me. Immediately, someone will come to clean you up. My brother Wang is the 5th typo. Chen Yun smiled faintly, no ripples in his eyes. It's fine, I'll wait for him to come. Lu Qian, who was standing at the side, looked at the panicked Lu Xing. The uneasiness within her was finally confirmed. Even the people from the 13th generals couldn't get Chen Yun killed? Lu Qian's eyes were filled with panic. Why did Chen Yun become so mysterious once he left her? Even Lu Xing was scared out of his wits by Chen Yun. This Chen Yun was so powerful. Why did he hide it from her before? After another long time, outside the hall suddenly walked into 2 men in a hurry. Chen Yun looked up. The one in front looked more mature, about 30 years of age, combing a French back hair, eyebrow bones long and straight, nose bridge towering, thin lips like a sharp blade. The one following behind is a bit older, snow white hair, skin has become flabby, but eyes Qiang have God, spine erect, steady pace. Seeing the visitor, Lu Xing hurriedly ran up to greet him and cried out to Wang Sherbei. Wang, brother Wang, it's him. He is Chen Yun. He's the one who wiped out our Lu family. Please, you must save me. Save the Lu family. Wang Sherbei just entered the door when he saw the calm and collected Chen Yun. After seeing Chen Yun's appearance, he did not hesitate for a moment, slapped Lu Xing's face, lifted his foot and kicked at his knee. Lu Xing's leg immediately came up with a click sound, strangely twisted. Ah! A sharp pain instantly caused Lu Xing to let out a heart-rending scream, and before he could react, he was thrown to Chen Yun's feet by Wang Sherbei like a chicken. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. Chen Yun could not help but stare, his pupils shrinking slightly. This person was not simple. Lu Xing wailed in pain, cold sweat constantly breaking out on his forehead as he rolled straight on the ground with his thighs in a death grip. Wang, brother Wang. What is this doing? What is this doing? Chapter 28. Don't want to see her. Wang Sherbei ignored Lu Xing, who was lying on the ground screaming miserably, and stepped forward to greet Chen Yun. I believe you are the brother Chen Yun who acquired the One Group, right? I am Wang Sherbei of the Maple City Wang clan. During this morning, the news that Chen Yun had acquired the One Group had long spread throughout the entire Jiangnan province, and everyone was shocked by the news. What surprised them was that someone had dared to snatch away what the Zhou Group had been planning for more than a year. Halfway through the process, it wasn't a secret that the Zhou Group had a big power behind it and was preparing to acquire the One Group. All the groups had kept very silent by tacit agreement, and Chen Yun actually dared to jump out at this time, openly provoking the Zhou Group. The power behind it is afraid that the head is not small, so they have launched a secret investigation into Chen Yun's background, but finally found nothing. When Wang Sherbei walked into the hotel and saw Chen Yun's face, he recognized at once that this person was the same Chen Yun who had acquired the One Group, and his heart was suddenly shocked, and he could only sigh silently. Lu Xing, your sacrifice. The organization will remember you. Chen Yun smiled faintly as a response. Lu Xing, who was lying on the ground, heard Wang Sherbei's words, his body stiffened, and fear flowed out of his agonized expression. What? Chen Yun had acquired the One Group? Wang Sherbei had no need to lie to him at this time. The person that Lu Qian had asked him to teach him a lesson was actually a shareholder of One Group. Even if Chen Yun only accounted for 20% or so of the shares, or even a dozen, that was not something that a small Chanlong communications company could touch. Lu Xing remembered his performance in front of Chen Yun just now, as if he was a silly bird. He finally understood why Chen Yun had not been the least bit flustered since the beginning, because Chen Yun had not put him in his heart at all. The Lu family's company was gone, and he, Lu Xing, would completely say goodbye to his life of fine clothes and food in the future. Lu Xing's face suddenly turned ashen. He could no longer care about the pain of his twisted knee, struggling to get up, slapping himself heavily with his hands, crying and begging for forgiveness as he did so. Lord Chen Yun, I was wrong. Please spare the Lu family. Lu Xing slapped himself an unknown number of times. Both sides of his cheeks swelled up high as he crawled forward on his knees, hugging Chen Yun's jade feet to death as he cried and begged for forgiveness. Lord Chen Yun, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I beg you to spare me and spare the Lu family. I'll do anything for you. Lord Chen Yun. Chen Yun looked at Lu Xing, who was wrapped around his body. His brows subconsciously frowned. The Wangsher Bei on the side saw the disgust on Chen Yun's face, and quickly slashed his palm on Lu Xing's neck. Lu Xing instantly fainted, and was lifted up by Wangsher Bei and directly thrown out. Lu Qian saw the scene in front of her. There was no panic in her eyes. Instead, she was filled with extreme jealousy and anger. Sensing Lu Qian's angry gaze, Chen Yun looked up, his pretty face twisted by jealousy and became hideous. Chen Yun felt that Lu Qian, this woman had gone completely crazy. He had already given Lu Qian a chance. It was Lu Qian herself who did not cherish it, and preferred to bring Lu Xing to provoke Chen Yun. This time, he simply borrowed Wangsher Bei's hand to remove this hidden danger completely. Chen Yun said to Wangsher Bei on the side, "Brother Wang, I would like to ask you to do something for me." Wangsher Bei hurriedly asked, "Of course, as long as it is within my Wangsher Bei's capabilities. I wonder what Brother Chen Yun would like me to do." "Very simple. I never want to see her again in the future." Chen Yun glanced in Lu Qian's direction and smiled faintly at Wangsher Bei. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Wangsher Bei froze and glanced at Lu Qian before smiling at Chen Yun. "Ah ha ha, a small matter, Brother Chen Yun. I promise to satisfy you." After Wangsher Bei finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, whispering a few instructions. "Chen Yun, I want you to die." Hearing Chen Yun's words, Lu Qian could no longer control the hatred towards Chen Yun in her heart and lividly rushed towards Chen Yun with open teeth and claws. Chen Yun looked calm and collected himself. An instantaneous body dodged away from Lu Qian. His calves violently exerted force, hooking Lu Qian's legs backward with force. The unsupported Lu Qian immediately fell forward. His head knocked heavily on the ground and fainted. The old man behind Wangsher Bei, seeing the stance that Chen Yun had displayed, couldn't help but slightly micrometer his eyes. He could tell that Chen Yun's strength was only higher than Wangsher Bei's, not lower. Seeing that the matter was pretty much settled, Chen Yun was ready to turn around and go eat. After messing around for so long, Chen Yun's stomach had long been hungry. Seeing that Chen Yun was about to leave, Wangsher Bei hurriedly opened his mouth again and asked, "Brother Chen Yun, this is because he hasn't eaten dinner yet?" Chen Yun's footsteps lurched as he muttered in his heart, "It's not because Lu Xing called you here, otherwise I would have gone to dinner long ago." "Well, does Brother Wang still have something to do?" "Brother Chen Yun, why don't you come to my place for a drink? It just so happens that a few of my friends are also at my place. I think they must also be very eager to get to know Brother Chen Yun." Seeing Wangsher Bei inviting him, Chen Yun pondered for a while. He was now light on wealth but did not have a strong and powerful background. There would always be some ungrateful jumping clowns who would come to mess with him, and getting to know a few friends from the upper circles would do him no harm. So Chen Yun nodded and said to Wangsher Bei, "Alright then, I'll trouble Brother Wang tonight." Seeing Chen Yun's promise, Wangsher Bei's face was overjoyed. "Brother Chen Yun being able to come, that really gives me, Wangsher Bei, a great deal of face." At this moment, that old man suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in Wangsher Bei's ear. "Young master, this person's skill is definitely above yours, so please make sure you keep your eyes peeled." Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Wangsher Bei's eyes stared, then relaxed and smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, Uncle Tiger, I had no intention to cross paths with Brother Chen Yun. If Brother Chen Yun wanted to destroy my Wang clan, why would he need to take action against me?" Subsequently, Wangsher Bei took Chen Yun on a big Ben and left. Tiger Uncle stayed behind to watch Lu Qian, waiting for Wangsher Bei's order to come. To avoid her waking up in a while to sneak away, save time to catch her and have to spend some effort. After the car turned into a villa area, it stopped outside the door of a private villa. "Brother Chen Yun, here we are. This area of villas have all been bought by our Wang family. This one in front is where I live." Chen Yun sighed in his heart, worthy of being a family that controlled a group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. A single strike was an entire villa area. After getting off the bus, Chen Yun followed Wangsher Bei into the villa. A 3-story high, modernist-style villa came into view. The villa's area was very large. Just the surrounding lawn, it was about as big as 7 or 8 basketball courts. Just walked into the door, an empty large living room appeared in front of the eyes. There are 6 people, lying lazily on the spacious sofa. Heard someone come in, have raised their heads. Wangsher Bei smiled and introduced Chen Yun. The family forces behind these people are all members of the 13 guards of Jiangnan. Chen Yun looked towards those people and instantly saw 2 familiar faces. Wasn't that Han Fei and Xie Yuanlong from Fengchengno, 1 middle school, who were in the same grade in school as Chen Yun? Among the 3 bastards? When Xie Yuanlong saw that it was Chen Yun who came, his face was full of doubt, while Han Fei, who was lying beside him, had long since bounced up from the sofa like his ass was on fire, and immediately ran to Chen Yun's side. Carrot at, "Mr. Chen, what brings you here?" Everyone was surprised to see Han Fei's attitude. When did Han Fei the kid become so flattering? Xie Yuanlong, who was still sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Han Fei, what are you up to?" Chapter 29, The 13 Gangnamis Tai Bao. Asterisk Sigma for all. Sigma Han Fei heard Xia Yuanlong call out to him and pretended not to hear him as he continued to pander in front of Chen Yun. Mr. Chen, ever since you woke me up the other day, I immediately went to look for that bastard Yin Jiping and found him dangling by one arm. Not knowing which one of the people who are as smart as I am had beaten him up, I went up there without saying a word and wasted his other hand as well. He's probably lying at home with both hands hanging right now. Han Fei smiled, waiting for Chen Yun to praise him. After Chen Yun heard what Han Fei said, he couldn't help but be impressed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled and said to Han Fei, I'm very optimistic about you. The 5 people on the sofa had also heard what Han Fei had said to Chen Yun, and the looks on their faces were all very surprised as to what kind of person this Mr. Chen was that he could make Han Fei waste the hand of his fox friend Yin Jiping. At this time, Wang Shibei saw the doubts in the other few people's hearts and introduced them. This is brother Chen Yun, the one who has 100% control over Wen Group after the change in the equity of Wen Group in Jiangcheng this morning. Hiss. Those 5 people sucked in a mouthful of cold air after hearing Wang Shibei's words. How could they not know about a major event that happened in Jiangnan province this morning? Wen's group was suddenly taken over by a person called Chen Yun, acquiring 100% of Wen's group's equity at a price of more than $100 billion, causing Zhou's group, which had been working in vain for more than a year, to gnash its teeth. Xia Yuanlong is the only one whose heart is still full of doubts. This Chen Yun was not a poor boy before? How did it all of a sudden become a big boss who acquired Wen's group? It looks like Han Fei that was already aware of it. Otherwise how would he have wasted Yin Jiping's hand for Chen Yun? Standing beside Chen Yun, Han Fei, when he saw this news in the morning, his heart was still guessing whether the 2 Chen Yuns would be the same person. After all, it is not unlikely that a character who can casually take out $900 million to buy a car will spend more than $100 billion to acquire the Wen Group. But when he heard Wang Shibei say that Chen Yun was the one who had acquired the Wen Group, he was still shocked inwardly. Brother Chen Yun, let's go eat. You should be hungry as well, Wang Shibei said to Chen Yun. Good. Chen Yun nodded. The 5 people on the sofa all stood up as well, following Chen Yun's trio to a large round table next to the living room, where they each took their seats. The table had already been filled with a variety of delicacies and food, still emitting piping hot air, and had obviously just been served not long ago. After eating for a while, Wang Shibei said to Chen Yun beside him, Brother Chen Yun, I would like to invite you to join the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards. I don't know if Brother Chen Yun would like to join? Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards? A curious look appeared on Chen Yun's face as he asked, Brother Wang, what is the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards? Seeing that Chen Yun did not know, Wang Shibei hurriedly explained for Chen Yun. Brother Chen Yun, in fact, the so-called Jiangnan 13 Taba is composed of the rich and powerful forces of the various big family groups in the 13 prefecture-level cities of Jiangnan province, controlling the economy of Jiangnan province, and even half of the southern part of Daxia. Jiangnan 13 Taba, there are elite talents from all walks of life in the industry. The family group forces will organize some activities on a regular basis to bring everyone together to eat, drink, talk about academics, discuss business issues, and reach a situation of mutual promotion and win-win situation with mutual benefit of resources. Brother Chen Yun, by joining the 13 Taba, you will be able to utilize these resources, which will be a great help to you in your future investments in various industries. Chen Yun pondered over what Wang Shibei had said and found it very reasonable. There were countless of the rich and wealthy and landed gentry who had some possessions alone but no access to investment projects, and they were squeezing their heads to join such circles just to make money grow and make making money easy. It was only after a moment that Chen Yun nodded to Wang Shibei and said, Good, then I will join the Jiangnan 13 Taibao. Wang Shibei saw Chen Yun agreed, is also very happy, added Chen Yun contact information, sent a document, and then pulled him into a group chat called Jiangnan 13 Taba. Chen Yun opened the file and took a cursory glance. It was about the introduction of the Jiangnan 13 Taibao. The headquarters of the Jiangnan 13 Taibao was in the provincial city of Jiangcheng, and in addition to the magic capital in the south of Daxia and the cities in the north, there were members of the Jiangnan 13 Taibao in all other first and second tier cities, which were very widely distributed. Jiangnan 13 Taibao has 4 hierarchies: ordinary members, intermediate members, senior members and 13 Taipao. Wang Shibei's family power is the 5th Taipao of the 13 Taipao. The higher the rank of the member, the more resources he could enjoy, and to be one of the 13 Taipao, his back was invariably a powerful party, sitting on hundreds of billions, or even trillions of assets. Chen Yun filled out some information on the document and sent it to Wang Shibei before continuing to eat. Not long after, some of the formalities for Chen Yun to join the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards were also completed, and now, he was an ordinary member of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards. Brother Wang, how do I obtain the contributions needed to level up this member? Chen Yun asked while eating. Brother Chen Yun, you want to level up in such a hurry? Wang Shirbei chuckled. Harm. I wasn't looking at the document and it didn't say where I was told to go to get contributions, which is why I asked Brother Wang. Chen Yun returned. Contributions can be obtained by completing tasks issued by some members, or by doing some help for the organization. Wang Shirbei explained for Chen Yun. Chen Yun nodded and asked again, are there any other methods? These two ways of obtaining contributions feel a bit troublesome. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Wang Shirbei laughed. Is that so? When my father first told me about it, I also felt that it was a bit troublesome. Wang Shirbei paused and then continued. Actually, there is another simpler method, and that is to donate money and exchange it for contributions. That's the fastest method. However, using money to obtain contributions, the further one goes the more one increases the city exponentially. The cost is not a small amount. When Chen Yun heard that it would cost money, his eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, how much will it cost to contribute? Wang Shirbei lifted his wineglass, took a sip of red wine, and said, to upgrade an ordinary member to an intermediate member only requires 1 billion, whereas to upgrade an intermediate member to a senior member requires 100 billion daxia coins. Further up, if you want to upgrade to the 13 imperial guards like my Wang family, it's not something that money can solve. In the history of the 13 imperial guards of Jiangnan, there has never been anyone who has spent money to be promoted to a senior member, but there have been quite a few who have spent money to be promoted to an intermediate member. How about it? Brother Chen Yun wants to be promoted? Donating $1 billion to elevate into an intermediate member would be great, and many rights and benefits would be enjoyed. Wang Shirbei said to Chen Yun. Alright then, I'll just upgrade to a high-level member first. As soon as Chen Yun's words fell, the voices on the dining table were as if the mute button had been pressed, and everyone slowly turned their heads to look at the eating Chen Yun. Even Wang Shirbei's eyes widened in utter astonishment as he asked with some uncertainty. Brother Chen Yun, where did you just say you would ascend to first? Promote me to a senior member first. Chen Yun thought that Wang Shirbei hadn't heard him clearly, so he said it again. Nima. At this moment, everyone was roaring in their hearts. Is this human language? What did it mean to rise a senior member first? Why did it feel like over $100 billion was like shopping for groceries in Chen Yun's eyes? Buying it as he said, not caring about the price. That was more than 100 billion daxia coins. Apart from the Wang family's Yun Hai group, whose market capitalization was in the hundreds of billions, the family groups behind the others didn't add up to 100 billion, did they? Moreover, the Wang family's Yun Hai group wouldn't spend $100 billion for a senior member. Their elevation to the status of the fifth taipa was all based on the cumulative elevation of their contributions, and Chen Yun was actually going to take $100 billion now just to be elevated to a senior member. Wang Shirbei forced down the shock in his heart and asked again, Brother Chen Yun, are you sure you want to donate $100 billion to be elevated into a senior member? That's $100 billion. The revenue brought in by a senior member is not worth $100 billion. It's not bad, Brother Wang. I think it's worth it to me. Since anything that can be solved with money is nothing, Chen Yun said with a bit of pretense. When the others heard this, it was a great thing to say. So damn domineering. Chapter 30, Wang Baton. Brother Chen Yun, are you sure you want to donate? Wang Shirbei asked again and again with certainty. Donate? Really want to donate? Donate. In the end, Chen Yun spent $11 billion under everyone's shocked gazes to become a senior member of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards, and the first person ever to be promoted to senior member with money in the history of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards. At this moment, everyone thought that Chen Yun's brain was broken. That was $11 billion, not $1,010. The amount of money that could be earned if this amount was used for investment was far beyond what a senior member could bring in. Everyone present, except for the Wang family, the families behind the others were only intermediate members at the highest, while Chen Yun had just joined the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards for not even a moment before he was elevated to a senior member, which really made them sweat. Just when they were thinking about how to get on good terms with Chen Yun and get close to Chen Yun, the young master of the plutocracy, a sudden quarrel came from outside the living room, and everyone was attracted by the sound. Is it so hard to invest in you just by letting you obey old mother? Is Lao Miang not quiet enough or not Thai enough? What type do you like and don't tell me? I can change for you. MS. 1. This really won't work. Only to see a tough girl, who was walking towards the living room with a man's ear in her left hand. Chen Yun looked and only felt that the man looked a little familiar. Wasn't this the big star Kai Yukuan? Creamy young face, bright big eyes, a pair of striking black eyebrows and long eyelashes, gray center-parted hair, ethereal temperament, impeccably handsome. But the current Kai Yukuan wasn't as polished as what he saw on TV. He tilted his head, his small ears, reddened by the woman's tugging. Chen Yun couldn't help but feel that these big stars who were spirited and polished in the eyes of ordinary people were like playthings in front of big shots. Kai Yukuan's eyes were a little red, bending over, silently enduring. He was called by his agent to pull investment, letting him accompany this woman, but the result was that she came up and spiked a yellow accent, and also wanted to make a move on Kaiyukuin. He could only resist, but he didn't expect to annoy that woman, and now she kept tugging on his ear. He really didn't like doing that kind of thing, but he didn't dare to run because his agent told Kaiyukuin that if he didn't serve this woman happily today, not only would there be no funds to start the new TV series, even his great future would be over. Wang Batan, can you settle down? Wang Shirbei frowned and said, brother, don't mind me. Today I have to let him from me. Actually dare to resist. If you still dare to refuse today, I'll let the whole network block you tomorrow. Wang Batan crossed her waist with one hand and said angrily to Kaiyukuin. When Wang Shirbei heard her words, he instantly held his forehead speechlessly. This sister of his, who shouted every day for someone to take her from her, but as a result, she was still single at the age of 25. The other few people on the dining table seemed as if they were not surprised, and continued to eat with a calm face. Chen Yun was the only one who, with a sound, he gave a mouthful of the red wine he was just about to swallow. Sorry, choked. Chen Yun snapped and wiped his mouth. Embarrassed. Wang Baton in the living room heard the commotion and huffed, leaving Kaiyukuin behind and walking towards the dining table. Which one of you just laughed at me again? Seeing this, the other few people silently looked at Chen Yun, who was eating with his head down. Wang Batan instantly huffed and puffed and said to Chen Yun, what were you laughing at just now? Seeing that he couldn't hide, Chen Yun could only raise his head in embarrassment, and saw Wang Batan in front of him staring at him with a beak of anger. The woman in front of him, a long burgundy hair draped over her shoulders, big black gem-like eyes fluttering, long eyelashes, a small rosy mouth, delicate face, fair skin, like a finely carved porcelain doll, lovely and revealing a hint of charm. Chen Yun muttered in his heart, such a beautiful woman, just like a shrew, and her old man, what a name. This young lady, I happened to hear your name just now and was stunned. I have never heard such a nice name before, so I lost my temper. A few people listening to Chen Yun's serious bull *******, they covered their mouths and snickered on the side. When they first knew that Wang Shirbei's sister was called this name, people were about to lose their laughter. This Chen Yun could really endure it. It was really admirable. Wang Shirbei looked embarrassed and hurriedly explained for Chen Yun. Let brother Chen Yun laugh. In fact, my sister was originally called Wang Yilim, but this girl insisted on giving herself a name of Wang Batuan. Whoever sees her without this name, she will be anxious with whoever she meets, and my father and also my grandfather are all pissed off. Hearing Wang Shirbei's explanation, Chen Yun then realized. As for the standing Wang Yilian, after seeing Chen Yun's appearance, she couldn't help but slightly open her red lips, her heart stirring up a wave. Chen Yun's face was handsome and charming, with a beautiful jawline, a profoundly handsome outline, a high nose, soared eyebrows into the temples, and a pair of phoenix eyes shining, making Wang Yilian's heart instantly fall deeply into it. Unable to extricate itself, Wang Yilian instantly put away her angry look and hurriedly smoothed her hair in front of her forehead, making a shy appearance and asking Chen Yun daintily, which name does brother Chen Yun like for me? Wang Shirbei and a few others. Hearing Wang Yilian's clipped voice, goosebumps instantly fell all over the place, all of them staring at her with wide eyes and shocked faces, as if they had seen a ghost. What is this situation? Wang Shirbei remembered. Her sister had always been grumpy and had a rough voice. This was the first time he had seen Wang Yilian in this manner. Just like a little girl, revealing a shy posture standing in front of Chen Yun. Could he not be shocked? A few other people's faces were also filled with disbelief. Their mouths were open to the point where they could stuff a fist. Wang Shirbei was seeing his sister's appearance as a little girl for the first time, and why wouldn't they be the same? Wang Yilemon was notorious for not being able to be messed with. Before, when they heard the name Wang Batan, they let out a big laugh, and as a result, they were chased and hammered by Wang Yilemon for the whole afternoon. And now, Wang Yilian was in front of Chen Yun, shyly asking him which name he preferred. How was the difference so big? Chen Yun looked at Wang Yilian in front of him, who looked like a different person, and pretended to do some thinking before speaking. Although the name Wang Baton is indeed very meaningful, however, I still prefer the name Wang Yilian. Seeing Chen Yun say this, Wang Yilian turned her head to Wang Shirbei with a shy face and said, brother Chen Yun likes me to be called Wang Yiluan. Then I won't use that name Wang Baton from now on. Good Elim. Wang Shirbei's mouth was wide open, still with a look of disbelief. His grandfather, had persuaded him nicely for I don't know how many times, but he hadn't been able to get that girl to change her name. And Wang Yilian, who had only just met Chen Yun, had just agreed to it like this? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 31 Leave of Absence. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Wang Yilian squeezed out Han Fei, who was sitting next to Chen Yun, and sat down on her own butt. At the dinner table, Wang Yilian and Chen Yun had a casual conversation, calling Chen Yun's brother with their mouths open and closed. Wang Shirbei several people in the side heard. Don't mention how twisted, but also Chen Yun brother. People Chen Yun how does not look like older than you look, can be really good to call out. In this way, Wang Shirbei several people in Wang Yiluan's delicate voice, some diaphragmatic end of the dinner. When Chen Yun was leaving, that big star Kai Yukuan still stood in place stupidly. As long as Wang Ilian did not give the word, he did not dare to go. If he dared to sneak away and make Wang Ilian angry, his bright future will be really finished. The next morning, Chen Yun arrived at the parking lot, ready to pick a lower profile car to drive to school. Inside the parking lot, more than a dozen luxury cars lined up one by one on both sides, as if they were a luxury car exhibition, with their cool appearance and charming lines, dazzling people and making them very spectacular. Chen Yun walked up, only to see the Lamborghini Poison and the Lamborghini Reventon that he had previously seen at the Shanshui car dealership, also quietly parked there. There was also the Rafa, one of the divine cars in Ferrari, the Porsche 918, the Koenigsegg Gemera, the Aston Martin 1-77, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Yun looked at an incredibly cool car in front of him, as well as many other luxury cars he couldn't name, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought about what Wang Jingtian had said. This was really low-key. Unable to help, Chen Yun walked to a $7 million worth of white Ferrari SF90 in front of the body. Perhaps this one is Wang Jingtian in the mouth of the more low-key car. After arriving at the school, he happened to meet Han Fei again at the school entrance. Han Fei hurriedly and happily ran to Chen Yun, just like a lapdog. Mr. Chen, I didn't think that a big shot like you would still need to come to school. I wouldn't have come if I wasn't forced by my old man. Oh right Mr. Chen. I was just on the bulletin board outside the school and actually saw the notice that Lu Qian, that, was expelled. What an eye of God to let that. Han Fei didn't care if Chen Yun took any notice of him or not. He was chanting all by himself. Chen Yun heard Han Fei's words, has probably guessed that this is Wang Shirbei let people do. Chen Yun also did not go to ask Wang Shirbei to Lu Qian how. As long as Lu Qian can no longer appear in front of his eyes, get dead also does not matter. Once loved people into this, everything is Lu Qian take the blame for it. No blame for Chen Yun. Help Chen Yun's, he will be rewarded, and provoke him, Chen Yun will never be merciful. Han Fei followed him all the way and sent Chen Yun to the classroom before leaving. When the students on the road saw this scene, their faces were all very surprised. Why did this Han Fei suddenly follow Chen Yun around like a little brother, with a face that pleases Chen Yun? After class, Chen Yun was lying on his desk and huffing and puffing as usual. He didn't need to study anymore. With his current chi-kissing first stage spiritual power, the college entrance exam was no pressure for Chen Yun. He could score a few points if he wanted to. Suddenly, Chen Yun who was sleeping was woken up by the vibrating cell phone in his pants. Chen Yun pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar caller. Looking up at the podium, this class was a study session, so Chen Yun sneaked out and went to the sanitation room to make a call. Hello? Chen Yun asked. Chen Yun old brother. I'm Lu Jining, the boss of that Shanshui car dealership. On the other end of the phone, a bold voice came from the phone. When Chen Yun heard it, he reacted and smiled back. So it's old brother Lu. What is it that old brother Lu is looking for me for? Hey, this is not to ask Chen old brother if he has any time recently. Come to Jiangqing to have some fun with me. Lu Jining said. Last night, the news of Chen Yun donating $11 billion and being elevated to become a senior member of Jiangnan's 13 Imperial Guards had caused Chen Yun to catch fire again in the upper circles, and Lu Jining couldn't wait to get to know Chen Yun. Hearing Lu Jining's words, Chen Yun's eyes lit up, but hesitated. With Chen Yun's current grades, there was no point in staying at the school, but with the college entrance exams approaching, students were no longer allowed to take a vacation, not to mention the possibility of Chen Yun taking a vacation for several days at a time. Elder brother Lu, I also want to go to Jiangqing to play with you, but I'm still a student. I'm afraid that the school won't allow me to take a vacation, Chen Yun said with some difficulty. So old brother Chen is worried about this. Ha ha, old brother Chen, just don't worry, just tell me which school, I'll go and get you a vacation. I promise to let you come and play with me today. Ha ha ha, Lu Jining said with a smile. Once Chen Yun heard this, he was also very happy. Staying in school every day and only being able to sleep was just too boring. Then thank you, elder brother Lu. As long as the school approves it, I will definitely go to elder brother Lu right away. Ha ha ha, good. I'll see you in Jiangqing then. After Chen Yun told Lu Jining about his school, he hung up the phone and he returned to the classroom. He was a little curious as to how Lu Jining was going to help him with his leave. Just as Chen Yun was sitting in his seat, dazed and drowsy, two people suddenly came to the corridor outside the classroom, and the grade-level director probed and shouted into the classroom. Is Chen Yun here? Chen Yun come out for a moment. The dozing Chen Yun suddenly heard what seemed like someone calling him, and hastily raised his head, realizing that it was the grade director. Chen Yun hurriedly walked out. The other students in the classroom saw this and whispered, "Hey, the principal seems to be outside as well. Let me see." Really, hey, what's the principal doing here looking for Chen Yun? Who knows, maybe Chen Yun is going to bail out early. A classmate joked, "How is this possible? It's almost the college entrance exam. Where's the chance to bail out?" You don't say. It's really possible. Chen Yun is so good at math. He even solved the problems of the National Olympiad so quickly. It's not impossible to find the principal to go through the back door. "Principal, Chen Yun is here," the head of the grade said to the principal. The principal had come to him in a hurry, naming Chen Yun, and he had thought that Chen Yun had committed some major offense. When he saw Chen Yun come out, the principal rushed forward. "Hello Chen, your mater Lu Dong has already spoken to me. From now on, you can come and go from the school as you please. You don't need to report to your teachers for leave. Just remember to come back when the college entrance exams are over." Ha ha. The principal finished and made a snide remark. Obviously, this was what Lu Jining had told him to help Chen Yun with his leave of absence, but he hadn't expected that it would actually be the principal personally coming over to find him. "Thanks, principal. I'll be back for the college entrance exam," Chen Yun said. The grade director, who was standing on the sidelines, froze in place. The principal rushed over just to open the back door for Chen Yun to take a leave of absence? What exactly was the origin of this Chen Yun, to be able to make the principal do this? "Director Lin, have you memorized what I said?" Remember, I remember principal. Director Lin, who was still in a daze, hurriedly replied back. At this time, the cell phone in Chen Yun's pocket vibrated again, and Chen Yun took it out and looked at it directly in front of the principal and grade director. It was a message from Lu Jining. Lu Jining had already booked Chen Yun's flight ticket. When the time came, all that was needed was for Chen Yun to go to the counter and fill in his ID number. Chen Yun swept a glance at the time. It was just right if he left for the airport now. So Chen Yun said to the principal and grade director, "Then, I'll leave first." Chapter 32, I can invest in you. After leaving the school, Chen Yun drove the white Ferrari SF90 and sped off with the roar of the engine. Chen Yun arrived at the airport and checked in at the counter, glancing at the time before heading to board the plane. Lu Jining had booked a first-class ticket for Chen Yun, and as he walked across the corridor bridge, the sweet-looking, gentle-voiced flight attendant was already waiting by the boarding gate. "Good morning, sir." Chen Yun nodded slightly and walked into the cabin. This was an A350 wide-body airliner. The interior of the airplane was very spacious with very spacious aisles. Chen Yun found a seat and sat down. The seat was a blue leather seat that made it very comfortable to sit on. There was also a small LCD TV in front of the seat that could be used by passengers for leisure and relaxation. After a while, the passengers all arrived one after another, and the airplane would soon take off. A flight attendant with an elegant temperament and a smile walked towards Chen Yun, a pair of slender and white legs, tightly wrapped in black silk, making people think of her. She slightly straightened the hem of her skirt and half squatted beside Chen Yun, tilting her fair and delicate face to gaze at Chen Yun, a pair of bright and moving big eyes under her long eyelashes, exuding a hint of coquettishness. "Good morning, sir. Welcome to this flight. I am the stewardess of this flight, Jingya." Jingya's voice was soft and sweet, drilling into Chen Yun's ears like a spring breeze. Chen Yun sat on the leather seat and could not help but sigh in his heart. No wonder so many men liked flight attendants. Any man who saw this scene would feel an extremely satisfying sense of conquest in his heart. This flight will take off at 10:20 and is expected to arrive in Jiangcheng at 11:43. The whole journey will take 1 hour and 23 minutes. You are in the first class of this flight, so a meal will be prepared for you. You can order from the menu, which is on the left-hand side of your seat. You can notify me at any time if you need anything else. Get me a bottle of water first, Chen Yun said. Yes sir, please wait a moment. Jingya got up and brought a bottle of Parisian water and handed it to Chen Yun in a short while. Thank you. Chen Yun unscrewed it and took a sip. You're welcome, sir. Then I won't bother you sir. Just let me know anytime you need anything. After Jingya left, Chen Yun laid back in his position and rested his eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the seat to Chen Yun's right. Hey, little friend, are you alone? Manning asked towards Chen Yun. His heart was a little depressed. Why was there a kid next to his seat this time? Manning would buy a first-class ticket every time he flew on an airplane, just so he could meet some business bosses in the first class and find business partners for him. Chen Yun heard someone calling him, opened his eyes and looked to the side. It was a balding middle-aged man, wearing a straight suit, looking like a successful man. What's your business? Chen Yun asked suspiciously. He did not recognize the balding man in front of him. I would like to ask your family what your lordship does for a living. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Manning spoke. Chen Yun thought for a moment. He was now the owner of the Win Group, so he should be considered to run a company, right? So he said back, opened a small company. When Manning heard Chen Yun say this, he believed it, thinking that Chen Yun's family only ran a small company with a few million in assets, and a sense of superiority came over him. Kid, then does your family company still need a partner? I can invest in you. Wanxiai Group know it, right? It's a company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars in Jiangcheng that will arrive in a while. I'm going to Jiangcheng this time to talk about cooperative projects with them. Now you know how powerful my company is, right? It's not the kind of small company that your family runs that can be compared to the kind of company that can cooperate with a big company like Wanxie Group, Manning said halfway, only to realize that Chen Yun had long closed his eyes and slept. His eyes immediately revealed disdain. No wonder your family is a small company. Children are so unmotivated. Adults are probably no better. More than an hour's flight flew by in a flash. After the plane landed and stopped, Chen Yun stood up and walked towards the outside. The bald man also got up and followed Chen Yun. At this time, Manning walked up from behind and handed over a business card, saying to Chen Yun, "Kid, my business card is something you can show to your parents, and you can contact me if you need to invest." Chen Yun froze, then smiled faintly and reached out to take it, saying politely, "Thanks." Chen Yun did not have any luggage and directly left the airport, calling Lu Jining. "Hey, old brother Lu, I'm getting off the plane." "Old brother Chen, wait a moment. I'll be there soon. What kind of clothes are you wearing? I'll be able to pick you up later," Lu Jining said over the phone. "I'm wearing a blue and white school uniform and I'm standing in the waiting area outside the airport." Chen Yun glanced at the road sign next to him and said, "Alright old brother Chen, I'll be right there." Hanging up the phone, Chen Yun swiped his cell phone on the side of the road while waiting. At this time, Manning carried his luggage and came to Chen Yun's side. "Kid, waiting for the car?" Chen Yun looked up and realized that it was that bald man again, nodding his head before continuing to swipe his phone again. Manning glanced at Chen Yun and realized that Chen Yun was swiping a short video of a beautiful woman from Douyin, his right thumb still frantically clicking likes. Manning shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays, they are poisoned by these nutrient-less videos. What's the use of watching these every day? How are you going to inherit your parents' company in the future? Suddenly, a dark and calm Rolls-Royce drove in the distance and pressed the horn in Chen Yun's direction. A middle-aged man in a casual outfit walked down from the car. His hair was cleanly combed. There were some wrinkles on his forehead, and on his towering nose, a pair of eyes gazed like torches. His aura was extraordinary. As soon as Lu Jining stepped out of the car, Manning recognized the big boss of the Wanxie Group, and was instantly thrilled with excitement. Running his fingers over his bald head that had long been balding, and straightening his suit that was too straight to be straightened, his arm quietly touched Chen Yun beside him. "Kid, look, that's Lu Jining, the boss of Wanxie Group. I didn't expect him to come to pick me up personally. It seems that this project of mine is highly valued." Manning finished and hurriedly jogged up, smiling and bending over to hand over his business card. "Lu Dong, hello. I didn't think that a small project of mine could make you personally come to pick me up. I'm really terrified," Manning said with an excited expression. Lu Jining looked at Manning, who ran to his front. His face revealed doubt, impatiently pushed away the business card handed by Manning. Without saying a word, peeled away Manning and walked straight over. Pushed away Manning was a little confused. Lu Jining is not here to find him? At this time, Lu Jining's cheerful laughter came from behind him. "Brother Chen, when I see you today, you are truly a talented and graceful man. Ha ha ha." Lu Jining gave Chen Yun a big hug, as if he was seeing an old friend who had been separated for many years. "Elder brother Lu is flattered. Elder brother Lu is the one who is truly magnificent," Chen Yun said modestly. "Ha ha, older brother Chen, get on the car. Let me give you some hospitality." Under Manning's stunned look, Chen Yun and Lu Jining got into the Rolls-Royce, and before Chen Yun got into the car, he took the business card handed to him by Manning and waved at him, the corner of his mouth grinning with a smile. Chapter 33, The Verdun Hotel. The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a towering, opulent hotel. Chen Yun got out of the car and saw the name of the hotel at a glance. Verdun Hotel, a 10-star grand hotel with industries all over the world, was an internationally renowned large-scale enterprise. A night stay at the Verdun Hotel would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, more than double the month's salary of the vast majority of wage earners, and those who were able to stay in it were all rich and powerful people. "Elder brother Chen, I've booked a luxury suite for you at the Verdun Hotel. You can stay here for as long as you want," Lu Jining said with a smile. After the two of them walked into the hotel together, they were immediately greeted by a uniformed, pure and beautiful waitress who clearly recognized Lu Jining. "Mr. Lu, the box you reserved has been prepared for you. Please follow me." Chen Yun and Lu Jining followed the waitress to the outside of a box, pushed the door in, and inside, there were already two silhouettes sitting there. When one of them saw Lu Jining who walked in, he happily ran from his chair and hung onto Lu Jining like a sloth. "Pops, I missed you to death. Ha ha ha, you stinky girl. I've only been gone for a little while, and you're going to miss Daddy to death?" Lu Jining favorably put the man down and turned to Chen Yun. "Come, Chen old brother, let me introduce you. These are my two daughters. This eldest daughter is called Lu Jiro, and that youngest daughter is called Lu Shamer. Chen Yun looked over. This older daughter in front of him, who was holding Lu Jining's arm, was about 20 years old, wearing an open white floral dress, standing tall, a head of dark hair hanging down naturally, thin and slender eyebrows, like willow leaves. Under the small and delicate bridge of the nose, was a small pink mouth. A pair of crystal clear, peach blossom eyes filled with autumn water were fluttering and flashing as they surveyed Chen Yun. As for the youngest daughter sitting on the chair, she looked about the same age as Chen Yun, wearing a white navel-gazing t-shirt with a khaki-colored jacket draped over the outside, and underneath, she wore a fashionable pair of ripped jeans, revealing a portion of her fair and polished legs, a high cool and handsome mullet head hairstyle, the corners of his eyes slightly downward. His temperament was unique, giving people a feeling of coolness. Chen Yun raised his hand and smiled slightly, greeting them. Lu Jining smiled and said to his two daughters, "This is Chen Yun, just like you, shallow more. Both are still in high school." Lu Shamer just lightly glanced at Chen Yun and did not say anything, while Lu Jiro was the complete opposite of her high-strung sister, enthusiastically waving her hand at Chen Yun and winking playfully. After being seated, the dishes were brought up one after another, all of which were some very extravagant and expensive dishes that made one's mouth water. Chen Yun and Lu Jining chatted as they ate. "Elder brother Chen, lately, you have been in the limelight in Jiangnan province," Lu Jining said to Chen Yun with a smile. "Not only did you acquire the Wen Group, but you also spent $100 billion to be promoted into a senior member of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards. Our Lu family has been struggling hard for many years before we are only a senior member. It's really a shame to be compared to elder brother Chen." Lu Jiro and Lu Qianmore, who were sitting on the side, couldn't help but become a little surprised in their expressions, even making the high-strung Lu Qianmore sneak a glance at Chen Yun. They all lived in Jiangcheng and were very familiar with the One Group. Although the One Group had been going downhill in recent years, it did not prevent it from being a large group with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. The person in front of them, chatting with their father, wearing a school uniform and still in high school, is actually the person who recently acquired Wen's Group. And just yesterday, several of their small groups of the younger generation of the Jiangnan 13 Taba were also discussing this man of the hour. Chen Yun put down his wine glass, pursed his lips, deliberately let out a long sigh, and said to Lu Jining with a bitter smile, "Elder brother Lu, I'm forced to be so high profile. Recently the family has been watching me closely. I have to come up with some results earlier before I can do so." Hearing Chen Yun's words, Lu Jining sighed in his heart. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yun was indeed one of those young masters sent out by the great reclusive families to train. Otherwise, how could he possibly be able to come up with so much cash on his own? Lu Jining did not open his mouth rashly to ask Chen Yun about the family power behind him, in case he got into a stalemate. It would not end well at that time. Then, "Does old brother Chen have any plans afterward?" Chen Yun said to Lu Jining after pondering for a while. "Well, I plan to set up an investment company in the future, specifically for investing in some good projects, which can develop faster than starting my own company to run a business." Lu Jining nodded. Running a business from scratch, the time needed to produce results was indeed quite a lot, and although investment could see good results very quickly, it was often accompanied by a lot of uncertainties and risks, and it required a huge treasury to maintain it. However, Chen Yun dared to say so, there must be his reliance. From the fact that Chen Yun acquired the Winsome Group and threw hundreds of billions of dollars to be promoted into a senior member, it can be seen that Chen Yun has this strength. "I see, maybe in the future, I have projects that I need old brother Chen to invest in. Ha ha ha," Lu Jining said with a smile. "Ha ha, elder brother Lu is joking. In the future, if I can help, I will certainly not push back." Chen Yun smiled back. Lu Jining earlier could bear the pain and sell his car to him, so that Chen Yun owed Lu Jining a big favor, and Lu Jining was also very good to him. In the future, Lu Jining had the need to help. Surely can help is to help. "Oh right Chen old brother, there is a charity auction in the afternoon. Do you want to go and take a look together?" Lu Jining asked. "Of course, I'll listen to old brother Lu's arrangements," Chen Yun said. After dinner, there was still some time before the afternoon charity auction, so Chen Yun went back to the luxurious suite that Lu Jining had booked for him to rest first. Chen Yun lay on the large, comfortable and soft bed and opened the system interface. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, shadow bearing limit, advancement, make do. Spirit, chiropractor first rank, plus, make do. Dasha coins, 999999997866957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 1010. Martial arts, running thunder fist, plus, beginner. Skills, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. The appearance of the black-robed man made Chen Yun realize that he was now so small. In front of those with great strength, with Chen Yun's current strength, he would be at the mercy of the slaughter. Even if Chen Yun had a system with unlimited potential, it couldn't change his current weak strength. Only by seizing the time to develop and raise his own strength, he would be able to have room to fight back in the future when faced with a powerful enemy. Whether or not to spend 100 divine magnificence points to upgrade his physique to pure June first order, Chen Yun chose yes without hesitation. A stream of pure energy surged into Chen Yun's body, warm and soft, gradually dispersing and strengthening every inch of the muscles and meridians within Chen Yun's body. The tingling sensation was like thousands of ants gnawing at his body, causing Chen Yun to resist, humming out softly. It was only after another while that the refreshing sensation brought about by the physique strengthening slowly faded away, while Chen Yun was as if he had just come out of the water. The bedsheets had long since been drenched in the sweat that had flowed out of Chen Yun. Chen Yun added all of the remaining 910 divine magnificence points to spirit again, and it was as if a clear spring immediately flowed out of his mind. Chen Yun could clearly feel that his head, vision, and hearing had all become exceptionally clear, able to perceive more subtle movements. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, pure June first stage, plus, barely. Spirit, chiaroscuro limit, advanced, make do. Dasha coins, 999999997866957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 0. Martial arts, running thunder fist, plus, beginner. Skills, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. Chen Yun checked his current attributes, and his spiritual power was only 100 divine magnificence points short of being able to advance to the next realm. Chen Yun exited the system with great satisfaction and went to the bathroom to take a cool shower. Now the bed in the master bedroom could not be laid down, so he could only go to another room to rest. Chen Yun did not know how long he had been lying there, and in a daze, he heard what sounded like someone knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The chiropractor's extreme sensory power caused Chen Yun to immediately wake up. Who was looking for him? Chapter 34 Auction. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yun got up from the bed to open the door and found Lu Jiro standing outside the door, followed by a reluctant Lu Shamer. Why are you guys here? Come in and sit, Chen Yun said with some surprise. No. My father said that he had some business and asked us to come over first to take you to the auction. Lu Jiro's big dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Chen Yun. She always felt that Chen Yun was going to be a little more handsome than he was during lunch. Oh good. Let's go then. Chen Yun followed the two sisters, Lu Jiro and Lu Qianmore, down to the hotel's first floor lobby, where a pink Maserati was already parked outside. Beep. Lu Jiro unlocked the car with the key and sat in the main driver's seat. Lu Shamer also lightly pulled open the door and got into the back seat of the car, while Chen Yun chose to sit in the passenger seat. On the road, Lu Jiro drove the car and asked Chen Yun with some curiosity. Brother Chen Yun, are you really still in high school? Chen Yun smiled faintly. Ah, yes, I'm currently in my senior year of high school. That's the same as my sister Hei. She's also in her senior year. You guys still have a month before the college entrance exam, Lu Jiro said, glancing towards Lu Shamer in the rearview mirror. Brother Chen Yun, do you have a college you want to go to? Chen Yun heard Lu Jiro's words and looked down in thought. It seemed like he hadn't really thought about where he wanted to go to college. A week ago, he was just an ordinary person who could barely go to a university. And now, he had accidentally obtained the mysterious system. His IQ had long been different, and the Capital University and Jiangcheng University, which he had not even dared to think about before, were just a choice for him. Chen Yun looked up and humbly said to Lu Jiro, Capital University or Jiangcheng University? I guess. I'm not sure yet. Lu Jiro in the backseat heard Chen Yun's words and thought that Chen Yun was bragging. Her beautiful eyebrows frowning as a hint of contempt appeared in her eyes. Capital University was the top school in Daxia, and was also renowned throughout the world. In order to be admitted to Capital University, one's grades needed to reach at least the top 50 in the province, and everyone was a high-achieving school bully. Although the Capital University and Jiangcheng University are both institutions of higher learning in Daxia, but the admission results are very different. Want to be admitted to Jiangcheng University? Only need to reach the province's top 500 or so, and Lu Shamaru's results just to be able to reach. Wow, then your grades must be better than Moore's. Lu Jiro was a little surprised, not realizing that Chen Yun was so rich and had such good grades. Lu Shamer behind the car instantly rolled her eyes speechlessly. Her sister really dared to believe it. Soon, Chen Yun and his group arrived at a building with clear lines, simple atmosphere, and the walls of the entire body were covered by a glass curtain wall. The charity auction in a while should be held here. The open-air parking lot was filled with all sorts of luxury cars, and it seemed that many people had already arrived. Chen Yun and the two sisters, Lu Jiro and Lu Shamer, walked into the main door together, and immediately, an etiquette lady approached them. Are the several gentlemen and ladies here to attend the charity auction in a moment? Chen Yun's trio nodded. Please trouble a few gentlemen and girls to go to the front desk to register first. Before the auction begins, you can take a short break in the exhibition hall outside the venue. Miss Manners respectfully bent down and made a pleased gesture to the several people. After registering their information, Chen Yun, Lu Jiro, and Lu Shamer each received a number plate, and Chen Yun received number 117. There was still some time before the auction, so Chen Yun and the few others wandered around the exhibition hall. There were many colorful photographs hanging on the walls inside the exhibition hall, plastered all over the walls. There were children as young as 5 or 6 years old, wearing tattered clothes and looking at the camera with a pair of empty, lifeless eyes, as well as starving, bone-thin children who were holding bowls that had knocked over a corner, licking their lips with intent. Chen Yun was deeply touched inwardly as he looked at a picture of a person living a poor life of not having enough to eat or wear. So pitiful. Lu Jiro beside Chen Yun, her jade hand quietly gripped the edge of her skirt, her eyes filled with heartache. Lu Shamer, who stood behind the two, could not help but frown slightly, coldly looking away, not looking at the photos on the wall again. Just as Chen Yun looked at the photos one by one, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Zero? And Asimo? I didn't expect you guys to be here as well. Chen Yun turned his head to look. It was a man around his mid-20s, dressed in a hipster outfit, holding his sunglasses with one hand as he was looking at the three of them. After Lu Jiro saw the visitor, she just faintly responded and continued to go look at the photos, while Lu Shamer didn't even look at the man as she lowered her head and started swiping her cell phone. When Chen Yun saw Lu Jiro and Lu Shalomore ignoring that person, he also turned around. When Zhou Xing saw Lu Jiro and Lu Shamore's reaction to him, a trace of imperceptible gloom flashed under his eyes, and he could only turn his gaze to Chen Yun. Chen Yun was wearing a school uniform with his hands in his pockets, exuding an unspeakable aura that gave people a feeling of being unable to see through him, and it seemed like he had never seen this person in Zhangcheng before. To be able to have two beautiful women from the Lu family follow you, I wonder what this brother's honorable name is, Zhou Xing said to Chen Yun with a sinister smile. When Chen Yun heard Zhou Xing's gloomy words, he could not help but frown and ignored him. Seeing that Chen Yun did not pay any attention to him and still continued to look at the photos exhibited on the wall, Zhou Xing snorted coldly and looked towards the exhibition wall. Just after taking a glance, Zhou Xing gave a disdainful sneer. What's there to see here? Just some orphans who can't afford to eat. You guys are so meaningless. You can look so seriously at this kind of boring stuff. Zhou Xing finished speaking, and then he whirled around and left without looking back. After Zhou Xing walked away, Lu Jiro angrily pouted. Her jade hands clenched into fists as she said angrily, "This Zhou Xing is really not human, playing with her cell phone." Lu Shamaru nodded her head in rare agreement. By the way, Chen Yun, the one group that you acquired was the one that was screwed to the point of near bankruptcy by Zhou Xing's family's Zhou group a few years ago, so you have to be careful, Lu Jiro kindly reminded. Zhou Xing, Zhou group. Chen Yun's eyes stared for a moment, then he revealed a gentle smile again and thanked. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Jiro, I will pay attention. At this moment, Lu Jining walked in from outside the door, scanning around and seeing the trio standing under the exhibition wall. He walked towards Chen Yun and the others, elder brother Chen, Zero, and stranger. As soon as Lu Jiro saw that Lu Jining had arrived, she hurriedly went up to take Lu Jining's arm, and the cold-looking Lu Shamer, as if her eyes would only become somewhat softer after seeing Lu Jining. Elder brother Lu, you're here. I'm sorry, old brother Chen, there was some delay. It's not in the way, old brother Lu, Chen Yun said with a smile. Let's go. The auction is about to start. Let's go in together, Lu Jining said to the trio. Chen Yun and Lu Jining, father and daughter, walked into the hall of the auction together. The hall was very spacious, large enough to accommodate several hundred people at the same time. There was a reddish-brown auction table at the very front of the hall. There was a huge screen behind the auction table. There were many chairs neatly discharged underneath the table, and a lot of people had already taken their seats. Chen Yun and the others also found a good position, and then sat down to wait for the auction to begin. After Zhou Xing entered the auction venue, he saw Chen Yun and Lu Jining's father and daughter sitting together at a glance, his eyes revealing a dark luster, the corner of his mouth smiling coldly. It's time to bankrupt your Lu family. Chapter 35, the auction begins. As the surrounding seats were gradually filled, the auction would soon begin. A dignified and elegant woman with a generous temperament, dressed in a dark green Republic of China cheongsam, walked onto the auction stage with a confident stride, and the noisy voices at the scene slowly quieted down. Everyone on site, network, telephone commission guests, good afternoon. Welcome to the Jiangcheng Century Charity Auction site. I am this auctioneer Gu Rong. All the lots in this auction are provided by Century Group, and all the funds from the auction will be transferred to the Century Charity Foundation. Since the establishment of the Century Charity Foundation, it has been committed to helping the economy of poor mountainous areas, adhering to the concept of charity and helping the poor and needy for the poor mountainous areas. I will now introduce the bidding rules. Please note that all bids are in dasha coins. The purchase amount payable by the buyer is the final hammer price. Gu Rong on the auction stage, with a microphone next to her cheek, was generous and elegant in her demeanor, and her eyes were full of confidence as she looked at the crowd of bigwigs below the stage without any stage fright. The rules of the auction were introduced for about 10 minutes or so before the first bidding of the day finally began. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now very honored to be able to present you with this lot. Dotsai Green Dragon Teaching Children figure embracing the moon base. Starting at 60 million. Each bid shall not be less than 5 million. On the screen behind Gu Rong, a picture of the Dotsai Qinglong teaching son hugging the moon vase was released. Hug the moon vase body bucket color painted blue dragon, cloud pattern and floral pattern. Dragon body coiled around the bottle. For claws tread clouds, lifelike. The bottle waist has a hug the moon image, symbolizing the dragon to teach his son, is one of the representatives of the Dasha porcelain. Soon, there were many people bidding on this lot one after another. 70 million, bidding on the spot. Mr. Sun, 80 million, 85 million, Mr. Zheng, 90 million, back to Mr. Sun. Any more bids? Gu Rong didn't panic at all in the face of the frequent bidding. She was calm and composed, and exuded elegance between her hands and feet. After some fierce bidding, this Dotsai Qinglong teaching children figure embracing the moon vase was finally successfully taken by Mr. Zhang at a high price of 130 million. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will present you the second lot. This is a piece passed down from, for this charity auction, the lots that Century Group had come up with were all very precious and rare treasures, and the final prices were all over $10 million. But so far, nothing had appeared that could interest Chen Yun and Lu Jining. Ladies and gentlemen, now presented, is the 12th lot of this auction, Dragon Boat Auspiciousness Turning Center Vase, starting at 20 million. Each increase shall not be less than 1 million. On the screen, a video of the turning heart vase was released. The abdomen of this turning heart vase was designed with a hollowed-out design. The inner vase depicted a lively dragon boat race, turning the inner vase through the hollowed-out area. It was as if one could feel the intensity of the dragon boat race as well as the joy of the participants. Lu Jiro, who was sitting beside Lu Jining, saw such an interesting contraption and immediately said excitedly to Lu Jining, "Father, this bottle is really fun. Hey, it can still spin inside. Why don't we take a picture of it?" Lu Jining looked at his two-eyed eldest daughter. Naturally he was full of promise and said dotingly, Ro likes it, then let's buy it. 29 million. Is there anyone else bidding? Gu Rong held the auction hammer in her left hand, and as she watched it about to fall, Lu Jiro, who was holding the number plate, hurriedly raised it. When Gu Rong saw the suddenly raised number plate, the hammer that was about to fall stopped. 30 million, coming to Mr. Lu's side. Does Mr. Lu want to add? That Mr. Lu, who had quoted 29 million, gritted his teeth and thought for a while before raising the number plate in his hand again. 31 million, back to Mr. Lu's hand again. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Jiro raised the number plate in her hand again. 32 million, Mr. Lu seems to not want to give up. Hearing Lu Jiro's offer again, Mr. Lu was like a deflated ball. He really couldn't take more money. 32 million, 32 million, are they all sure they don't want to add more? Gu Rong swept a glance at the stage. Seeing that no one raised their cards, she picked up the auction hammer placed aside and was about to knock it down. 35 million. A voice full of banter suddenly rang out from the back of the venue, and Gu Rong's hammer that was about to fall immediately stopped, raising her eyes towards the person who had made the offer. Mr. Zhou, 35 million. Lu Jiro's hanging heart was just about to relax when she was immediately startled by Zhou Xing's offer. She turned around angrily and saw Zhou Xing with a bad smile on his face at a glance. This damnable Zhou Xing, Lu Jiro said angrily. Chen Yun did not turn around. With his current sharp mental power, Chen Yun heard Zhou Xing when he made his offer. Lu Jiro glanced at her old man. Lu Jining smiled gently at her and nodded his head to signal Lu Jiro to continue. Seeing Lu Jining agree, Lu Jiro hurriedly raised the number plate in her hand again. 36 million, back to Lu. However, without waiting for Gu Rong to finish, Zhou Xing's slow voice sounded again. 40 million. Lu Jiro also did not show any weakness and immediately raised the number plate in her hand. 41 million, Mr. Lu. 4,500. 46 million, Mr. Lu. 50 million. As long as Lu Jiro raised his card, Zhou Xing's lazy voice is bound to immediately follow. And now the price, which has been added to 90 million, is about to break through the billion-dollar mark, and has long since far exceeded the value of the heart-turning bottle itself. Gu Rong on the stage, face still showing a smile. Zhou Xing and Lu Jiro fierce bidding. She did not have any effect. The people under the stage are also interested in watching the lively Zhou Xing's obvious provocation. Lu Jiro's lungs are about to explode. Aside the low head to play with the phone Lu Xing's more cold pretty face also has a haze emerged. Even the calm Lu Jining, the eyebrows cannot help but wrinkle a little. Behind him, Zhou Xing sat on a chair and looked at Lu Jiro. His teasing voice once again. Miss Lu, don't you like this porcelain? If you don't add it, then I'll take it. Lu Jiro's face was unsightly, and she looked at Lu Jining somewhat helplessly, saying, Father, why don't we not take it? Lu Jining's eyebrows wrinkled even tighter. He was a whole generation older than Zhou Xing. How could he let Zhou Xing, the junior here to suppress the limelight, spread the word that his Lu Jining's face do not want? Lu Jining waved his hand, signaling Lu Jiro to continue to increase the price, just as Lu Jiro wanted to raise the number plate, but suddenly sounded a lazy voice around him. 200 million. Chen Yun's careless offer was like 5 thunderbolts landing in everyone's mind. One by one, like robots, they mechanically turned around, staring daggers at Chen Yun and his party. How much? How much did that person offer just now? 200 million? Crazy. Which landlord's stupid son is this? This is not the way to spend a lot of money. This vase was quoted at $90 million, which was already a serious premium, and Chen Yun actually quoted $200 million directly. Zhou Xing at the back, hearing Chen Yun's offer, almost fell to the ground in an unsteady manner. His eyes looked at Chen Yun, who was lazily leaning back in his chair, his eyes glaring as if they were bronze bells, gritting his teeth and viciously saying to Chen Yun, Good boy, you really have balls. 200 million dare to report. There was no need for him to spend so much wasted money for nothing in order to make a strong appearance. He had really underestimated this kid. Zhou Xing finished in a cold voice, stood up and left without looking back. Lu Jining, who was sitting on the sidelines, was filled with astonishment and hurriedly said, Elder brother Chen, you this. Elder brother Lu, that person is like a mosquito. It's just too annoying, noisy and distracting. It just so happens that this heart-turning bottle can be given to Sister Jiro, also as a thank you to Elder brother Lu for entertaining me. Chen Yun smiled lightly and said to Lu Jining, as if spending $200 million on an item was just a trivial matter to Chen Yun. Then, I, Lu, am not pretentious, so I thank you, old brother Chen. Lu Jining thanked. Lu Jiro, who was sitting on the other side of Lu Jining, saw the relaxed Chen Yun, and her eyes were instantly adoring as if she had committed nymphomania. So handsome. Chapter 36, Sister Trugo. The calm Gu Rong on the stage. At this moment her heart also flooded with waves. Can have such a bold handwriting? This is which rich son of Jiangcheng? Gu Rong was slightly stunned, and immediately adjusted. The auction hammer fell heavily on the auction table. 200 million. Congratulations to Mr. Chen for auctioning this dragon boat auspicious turning heart vase. Finally, this time, the turning heart vase was auctioned off by Chen Yun without any surprises. The previous lot was really competitive. What we present to you next is the 13th lot of this auction. This lot is. The things that were bid on afterward were no longer able to attract Chen Yun's few people. When the auction ended, Chen Yun went to make the payment, counting the 10% commission. Chen Yun paid a total of $220 million in cash. Chen Yun took the invoice for bidding on the Dragon Boat Auspicious Turning Center vase and went with Lu Jining and a few others to the pickup area outside the venue. The staff member took the invoice handed over by Chen Yun, carefully examined it, and was immediately shocked by the numbers on the invoice. Dragon Boat Auspiciousness Turned Heart Vase. Hammer price. 200 million. This Dragon Boat Auspicious Turn Heart bottle. The Century Group gave the reference price as only more than 30 million. Even if there are buyers like very much, the bidding at most will only be on the basis of the reference price fluctuation of 20-30%. This whole 200 million and what is going on? The staff came back to his senses and hurriedly handed the invoice back to Chen Yun, saying in a respectful tone, Just a moment sir, the Dragon Boat Auspiciousness Turning Heart bottle will be fetched for you immediately. Not long after, there was another staff member, holding a blue porcelain specialty box onto the table, opening the box, revealing the transcentric bottle placed inside. Lu Jiro saw this and immediately excitedly came forward, her slender jade fingers reaching in from the hollowed-out place, fiddling with the inner bottle. Row, this is what old brother Chen bought. He hasn't even looked at it yet. Why are you playing with it first? Don't get out of the way yet. Lu Jining said with a straight face. Lu Jiro said somewhat grudgingly to Lu Jining, Old dad doesn't like me anymore. Humph, elder brother Lu is fine. This was originally given to Sister Jiro. Chen Yun said gently, Sister Jiro, feel free to play with it. Hearing Chen Yun say this, Lu Jiro instantly thanked happily. Thank you brother Chen Yun, I really love you. After saying that, she even threw a wink at Chen Yun, looking at Lu Jiro's dark and thick hair, her playful and cute face, and the flirtatiousness emanating from her crystal-clear peach blossom eyes. Chen Yun could not help but feel his heartbeat quicken and his cheeks become a little warm. Lu Jining saw this and couldn't help but smile inwardly. If Ro could be with Chen Yun, he as a father naturally raised his hands and feet in favor of it. Not to mention the benefits that Chen Yun's family's power would bring after the marriage alone. He hadn't seen Ro being so passionate about other men. The pursuit of Lu Jiro's people also have a lot of people. Sent more than gifts, luxury cars, watches, bags and lipstick, etc. But Lu Jiro to those rich kids are love and care. Not to mention throwing winks. When Chen Yun's few people came out, the sky had long since darkened, and the orange streetlights along the street had already been turned on. Elder brother Chen, it's getting late. How about I take you to eat the specialty food of the nearby Jiangcheng? Lu Jining asked Chen Yun as he held the box containing the turning heart bottle in his arms. Chen Yun was just about to agree when Lu Jiro, who was on the side, grabbed it and said, "Iya pops, why don't I take brother Chen Yun to dinner, and you take stranger back to rest early? Doesn't she have a test of some sort tomorrow?" Lu Changemore, who was playing with her cell phone with her head down, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. "Sister, you are really meticulous." As soon as Lu Jining heard what Lu Jiro said, he instantly understood her little mind, and didn't break it down, saying smilingly, "Then you have to ask old brother Chen if he agrees? How about it, brother Chen Yun? I'll take you to eat delicious food and play fun." Lu Jiro looked at Chen Yun with anticipation. Chen Yun didn't have anything to arrange, so he naturally agreed to Lu Jiro. So Lu Jining said goodbye to Chen Yun and then took Lu Shamer and left first. Chen Yun got into Lu Jiro's pink Maserati and together they went to eat delicious food and have fun. Lu Jiro drove the car and stopped outside a street and said to Chen Yun, "Get out of the car, brother Chen Yun. We're here." Lu Jiro led Chen Yun, drilling into a very shabby-looking alley. The two of them walked towards it for another 4 or 5 minutes, and suddenly it was like they had entered a new world. Beside the streets where people came and went, under the colorful and brightly lit store signboards, the aroma emanating from various kinds of delicacies continuously wafted into Chen Yun and Lu Jiro's nostrils. "Wow, it smells so good." Lu Jiro inhaled deeply, overflowing with a happy smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. Suddenly, a warm, soft, tender hand grabbed Chen Yun's palm, instantly pulling the frozen Chen Yun into the bustling crowd. Chen Yun, look at this potato. It's so delicious. Look at that meatball. Chen Yun, this one, this one, this one. It smells so good. Boss, I want that squid. And this one. Well, it's delicious. Chen Yun, try it." The lively Lu Jiro, pulling Chen Yun, squeezed her way through the crowd, and the two of them could be seen in front of various food and snack stalls. A lively and pretty, long-haired beauty wearing a floral open skirt, eating with her cute and pretty face stained with some dips, holding many snacks in one hand, and pulling a handsome man with a handsome face, as beautiful as a crown of jade in one hand, attracting passers-by in the surrounding area to turn back frequently. Hiccup. Finally, Chen Yun and the two of them ate for who knows how long until Lu Jiro burped loudly, and only then did she pat her slightly propped-up belly with satisfaction. Lu Jiro turned her head, suddenly realizing that she had, just now, been grasping Chen Yun's hand as she scurried around the food court. She hastily loosened it considerably and opened her mouth to ask, "Is brother Chen Yun full?" "Full, sister Jiro." Chen Yun rubbed his somewhat reddened and hot hand. After being grabbed by Lu Jiro for so long, the two of them had long had fine sweat coming out of their hands. Lu Jiro's faint body fragrance still remained on his hand, making Chen Yun unable to resist sniffing it. Lu Jiro saw Chen Yun's action. Her pretty face couldn't help but have a touch of redness emerge, hurriedly turning her head away. Chen Yun smelled the fresh fragrance on his hand, somewhat unfulfilled. He put down his hand and asked, "Sister Jiro, where are we going to play next?" Let's go to catch dolls. After catching dolls then go watch a movie. How about it?" Lu Jiro turned around, her starry eyes turning slightly. Great. So Lu Jiro brought Chen Yun, and drove to a nearby mall, which had a doll machine store, where all sorts of dolls were placed in the machines. Lu Jiro half squatted in front of the doll machine. Her hands were busy, working for half a day, but did not catch one, and finally only caught up a yellow sponge doll with the help of Chen Yun. Dolls are so hard to catch. Let's just go watch a movie. Perhaps Lu Jiro also knew that her talent was limited. Holding the doll that Chen Yun had grabbed for her, she bounced and pulled Chen Yun's hand towards the movie theater. Chen Yun looked at Lu Jiro, who was smiling like a flower beside him, happy as a child. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and his eyes were filled with tenderness. Arriving at the movie theater, Lu Jiro tilted her snow-white neck and looked at the large pile of movies above her head, and instantly fell into a tangle. "Chen Yun, which one shall we watch?" "Sister Jiro, why don't we watch that horror movie?" Chen Yun revealed a long-planned smile and pointed at a frightening publicity poster. Chapter 37. Aren't you scared? Lu Jiro glanced at the frightening publicity poster and saw Chen Yun's bad smile, revealing a scared look, and weakly asked Chen Yun, "Horror movie? Aren't you scared?" "I don't know. Why don't we try? If you're really scared, we'll come out." Chen Yun said in a coaxing manner. Lu Jiro hesitated and agreed obediently. Lu Jiro went to buy the ticket, and also bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 drinks along with it, and the two of them walked into the movie hall together. Today is the middle of the week. There are not many people in the theater hall. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro found a seat and sat down. Waited for a short while, the movie began to play. The horrifying and bizarre atmosphere in the theater hall became more and more intense as the plot unfolded, leaving the moviegoers with a layer of eerie feeling. Chen Yun watched the movie while secretly observing Lu Jiro's reaction, but the woman did not seem to have any emotional changes, and kept eating popcorn without stopping. This Lu Jiro was really able to eat. Ate a bunch of things in the food court, and now can still eat so much popcorn. No wonder her figure is convex and curved. Very plump. Suddenly, the plot of the movie came to a crucial scene. A cloaked female ghost suddenly rushed in from outside the elevator door that was just about to close. In the darkened movie hall, there were several women and men, all of whom let out shrieks. As for the afterthought Lu Jiro, her head was racing, suddenly letting out a sharp popping sound. She flung herself onto Chen Yun's chest, her pair of jade hands half wrapping around Chen Yun's waist. Chen Yun, I'm so scared. Feeling the warm Lu Jiro in his arms, Chen Yun's mouth revealed a triumphant smile as he softly comforted. Don't be afraid, I'm here. What Chen Yun did not see was that Lu Jiro, who had buried her face in his arms, had the corners of her mouth rise up and a smug smile emerged. Scared, Lu Jiro vigorously rubbed her head against Chen Yun's sturdy chest, her nostrils lingering, causing Chen Yun's heart to itch. Chen Yun gently patted Lu Jiro's jade back with his hand. Through the thin skirt, the body temperature was transferred to his fingertips, and the smooth skin was hidden. This was the first time Chen Yun had such intimate physical contact with the opposite sex. The wonderful feeling made Chen Yun unable to return to his senses for a long time. Lu Jiro sidled up and leaned her head against Chen Yun's chest, her fragrant hair casually draped around her jade arm that looked like a lotus root resting on Chen Yun's abs until the end of the movie. When Chen Yun and Lu Jiro walked out from the movie theater, Lu Jiro's face, completely devoid of the look of shock after seeing a horror movie, was full of smiles and said to Chen Yun, "Let's go, brother Chen Yun. I'll send you back to the hotel." Chen Yun touched the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed, nodded his head and replied. He realized that Lu Jiro had long seen through his little trick. Chen Yun himself was in turn molested by Lu Jiro. Suddenly, a message popped up on Lu Jiro's cell phone. Realizing that it was from Lu Shamer, she opened it and gave a light hum with some reproach. This girl, really? Seeing this, Chen Yun hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "Stranger wants you to go to the school tomorrow afternoon, with her, to take the exam," Lu Jiro explained. "Can I still go to the school exam with her?" Chen Yun was a bit puzzled. "Oh, listening to what Stranger said before, this exam of theirs is privately organized by the school. It's all based on voluntariness, so if you want to blend in it shouldn't be too difficult. Stranger wants you to go to the exam together." It seems that when she was in the car in the afternoon, she didn't quite believe that your grades could be accepted by Capital University. "Well, do you want to go and prove it to that little girl? Just to thwart her?" Day in and day out no one is convinced. As if Lu Jiro was very confident in Chen Yun, she said jokingly. Chen Yun pondered. He could just test it, so he agreed. And the two of them agreed that Lu Jiro would come to the hotel to pick him up in the afternoon. Back to the hotel lying on the big bed, Chen Yun's mind cannot help but all Lu Jiro's knitted brows and smile. So a lively and cheerful, mature and warm-hearted big sister. So that Chen Yun's heart that was broken by love, all of a sudden want to fall into. The next day, Chen Yun slept until close to noon, then got up and ate something at the hotel. Lu Jiro would pick him up from the hotel in a while. Ding! It was a message from Lu Jiro. She had already arrived downstairs at the hotel. Chen Yun hurriedly took the elevator down to the lobby. The familiar Maserati was parked outside the lobby. "Hello, brother Chen Yun." Lu Jiro lowered the window of the car and waved her white arms towards Chen Yun in greeting. Today's Lu Jiro, wearing a light gray tulle shirt on top. Her snow-white skin was hidden, and her lower body was paired with a short black skirt, revealing her long and white calves, showing her sexiness. Lu Shamer on the back seat of the car, wearing a set of gray and white school uniform, a good girl's appearance, while the cold expression, high cold aura has not changed in the slightest. Chen Yun pulled open the door of the passenger side, just sat in. The back seat of Lu Shalomore threw a school uniform jacket and a transparent pencil bag, said faintly, "School uniform on, follow me later." Lu Shalom's voice was cool and crisp, very delicate, as if it was a fine rain in the winter, gently hitting the glass, making a crisp and pleasant sound. This was the first time Chen Yun heard her voice, and he didn't expect it to be so nice. After traveling for about 20 minutes or so, the Maserati stopped in front of a school gate, and after saying goodbye to Lu Jiro, Chen Yun followed behind Lu Shamer and smoothly blended into the school. Chen Yun followed Lu Shalomore, turning left and right in the school building, and soon stopped in front of a classroom, turning around and saying to Chen Yun again, "In a moment you sit next to me." After saying this, Lu Shalom walked into the classroom. Chen Yun also hurriedly followed. In the classroom, there are already 3 or 2 students, scattered sitting on the position to chat. See, Lu Shamer walked in, eyes all reveal admiration. Some male students' eyes, there is a hint of love and admiration revealed. Lu Shamer randomly picked a back seat, and Chen Yun sat on the empty seat to her left. Who is that boy? He seems to have come with Lu Shalomore. I don't know. I don't recognize that person. I don't think I've seen him at school either. Lu Shalomore would actually walk with him. All of his classmates' fragmented voices were transmitted word for word into Chen Yun's ears, and he realized that the enhancement of his spiritual power was very effective when used to eavesdrop on others. Chen Yun ignored those people and glanced at Lu Shamer next to him, realizing that Lu Shamer was leaning on the back of the chair, resting his eyes, long curved eyelashes, delicate jawline, handsome mullet head for both men and women, and the coldness that could be felt even when his eyes were closed, exuding an aura of a stranger not to be approached. Chen Yun turned his head and looked out the window with nothing to do. One after another, some students entered the classroom, and the 50 or 60 desks that were set up were soon almost full. Just at this time, a female teacher wearing black-framed glasses, holding a pile of test papers walked in. The classroom is still looking for someone to chat with the students. Immediately have to return to their seats. Lu Shamer heard the sound, also slowly opened his eyes, waiting for the teacher to issue the paper. Chapter 38, How did you get there so fast? The teacher on the podium rested his hand on his glasses for a moment and scanned the circle before the test papers were passed down from front to back from the front row of each group. Getting the test paper, Lu Shamer glanced faintly at Chen Yun before focusing on answering the questions. Chen Yun flipped back and forth for a bit. This test is math. A glance sweep, not more than a second or two. The answer to each question will soon have a number in mind. Taking out a 2B pencil from his pencil bag, Chen Yun squinted his eyes and looked at one to fill in one. 12 multiple-choice questions in less than 30 seconds had all been filled in. Chen Yun took out a water pen again and began to do the fill-in-the-blanks section. The water pen in Chen Yun's hand danced rapidly on the answer card. The pencil on his wrist could only be seen as a residual shadow. For fill-in-the-blanks, finished in the blink of an eye. Now only the last 6 answer questions remain. Chen Yun also did not understand whether this paper was easy or difficult. He only felt that the thoughts in his mind were very clear, and subconsciously felt that this question should be written this way. From the time the paper was handed out, a total of 15 minutes hadn't passed before Chen Yun had finished writing all of them, and with his hands spread out, he was ready to rest for a while. Lu Shamer, who was on the side, heard the movement Chen Yun made and turned her head to look. Seeing Chen Yun lying on the table, his head facing out the window, the test paper and answer card being pressed under his arm, Lu Shamer's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Her heart was a little puzzled. He didn't write? Subconsciously stole a glance towards Chen Yun's answer card. In a flash, Lu Shamer's obsidian-like eyes suddenly condensed, an unbelievable look appearing on her face. She saw that on Chen Yun's answer card, the position of the last answer question had already been filled. How long had it been? He had written it all? Lu Shamer raised her head, glanced at the clock hanging on the podium. The doubt in her heart intensified. Less than 15 minutes had passed. She had only just written the last question of the choice, which had some difficulty. She was trying to find the solution, and Chen Yun had already written it all? The area where the answer card was pressed down just happened to only reveal the area of the last big question. Could it be that Chen Yun had only written the last big question? Lu Shamer thought. She instantly felt that it was very possible, and in her heart, she despised Chen Yun even more. The little mind of a boy wanting to pretend to be a fork. Could she not know that? Every time he took an exam, he intentionally wrote only the last question of each section, as a way to show that he was very good at it, as if he was saying to others, "Look, I've even written the hardest questions, and those wise questions in front of me, aren't they just randomly written?" In Lu Shalom's opinion, Chen Yun is now such a proud, arrogant, low-eyed, like to play the fork, cannot wait to show in front of her. Even if Chen Yun wrote the last big question correctly, Lu Shalom will not feel that Chen Yun can be admitted to the capital university. A real schoolmaster often pay more attention to every detail, because 1 point difference, it is possible to lose touch with the top school like Capital University. After Lu Shamer figured it out, she sneered and snorted lightly, so she stopped looking at Chen Yun and continued to start answering the questions. Chen Yun, who was lying on his back looking at the scenery, his keen ears suddenly heard a cold laugh from Lu Shamer, and muttered in his heart, how could this person be so excited about writing a question that he laughed out loud? As time passes by, all the students in the classroom are burying their heads in hard writing hard. The pen tip on the paper made a rustle sound clearly audible. Lu Shamer also in the end of the exam there is still half an hour, wrote to the last question. wrinkled his brows thinking for about 10 minutes, raised the pen, began to calculate. End of exam. Answer cards are passed from back to front. Just when Lu Shamer was about to finish writing, the exam time had arrived. Lu Shamer only had to stop her pen. The last question was a bit difficult, but give her some more time. She would be able to write it all out. Aha! Chen Yun, who had been lying on his back for more than an hour, heard that the exam was finally over, and lazily sat up and stretched, handing his answer card to his classmate at the front desk. Lu Shamer, who had just finished handing over his answer card, suddenly saw Chen Yun's long-written answer card out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly froze. The two thin red lips couldn't help but open, his pupils slightly trembling, his ice-cold eyes showing shock, and his expression becoming a bit dumbfounded. What the hell? Chen Yun had written it all long ago. Lu Shamer remembered that since she saw Chen Yun get down, Chen Yun never seemed to get up again. It was impossible for him to be writing questions in the time behind. So when did Chen Yun finish writing? Could it be that when Chen Yun got down, he had already finished writing all of them? Thinking of this, Lu Shamer's stagnant face was filled with disbelief. Did Chen Yun really only use less than 15 minutes to finish writing this paper? What kind of hand speed was he? Even if Chen Yun's hand speed kept up, didn't he have to think? Chen Yun did not notice Lu Shamer's shocked expression and continued to stare out of the window in boredom, while the teacher on the podium immediately took a red pen and corrected the paper after collecting it. Swish, swish, bear. The teacher looked at the answer cards carefully and corrected them quickly, and the grades for one paper soon came out. When correcting the last one, a touch of softness finally appeared in the female teacher's serious eyes as she reached out and turned this answer card over, going to look at the name in the upper left corner. Chen Yun? The female teacher's face was a bit puzzled. It seemed like she hadn't taught this student in her impression. Maybe it was from another class. I've already corrected all the grades. Not bad. This time there's finally a student who scored a perfect score. Where's student Chen Yun? Raise your hand for me to see. Hearing that teacher on the podium call him, Chen Yun's eyes then retracted from the window and slowly raised his hand. You are student Chen Yun, right? Not bad. You got full marks on this paper. Keep up the good work. The female teacher gently encouraged Chen Yun. All the students in the classroom turned their heads to look at Chen Yun, who was sitting next to Lu Shamer, revealing gazes of admiration. Lu Shamer beside her. Her face was filled with shock. Others might not know, but she was very clear that not only did Chen Yun score a perfect score on the exam, but he also used less than 15 minutes to finish writing this paper. Looking at the leisurely Chen Yun, Lu Shamer's heart began to waver. Perhaps Chen Yun just happened to be particularly good at math? Students, take a break. There will be another exam in a while. The female teacher finished speaking and walked out. The classroom immediately became noisy, all discussing Chen Yun, who scored a perfect score. Wow, it's actually the student who went with Lu Shamer. I didn't expect him to be so good. That's awesome. This paper can also get full marks. I'm rushing a bit short of time. It's not for nothing that two school masters go together. Chen Yun didn't care either, tilting his head and looking out the window to enjoy the scenery. The next section of the Invigilator soon came. This time the test was physics. After dividing the test paper, Chen Yun still answered at a rapid pace. With just less than 10 minutes, he had already finished all the writing, and then lay down on the table fiddling with the pencil pouch. This scene, all was Lu Shanyun's eyes, and finished writing. Lu Shanye looked at the time. Less than 10 minutes. Chen Yun finished writing again? How can he be so fast? This physics exam. Lu Shallow more in shock, in a hurry to hand in the paper. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yun is the only one full marks. Although there are many 99-point students, but it is like an abyss. The gap is very large. Because the Invigilator really couldn't find any mistakes in Chen Yun, his answer sheet was really too perfect. Under the envious and admiring eyes of all the students, Chen Yun and Lu Shamer walked out of the school together. At the entrance of the school, Lu Shamer's face was all complicated as he looked at Chen Yun, his face with sharp angles, highbrow bones, fair skin, and a calm face, as if the perfect scores from the two exams just now were a breeze for him. How are you? So fast? Chapter 39, The Banquet. Ha! Chen Yun was startled by Lu Shamer's tiger and wolf words and looked at her in surprise, not expecting the high and cold Lu Shamer to actually say such words. Where am I fast? How do you know I'm fast? Hey, no, I'm not fast at all, okay? You little girl, don't talk nonsense. Lu Shamer looked at Chen Yun, who was blushing and explaining with her hands in a frenzy, a bit confused and dumbfounded, and froze for a while before reacting to what Chen Yun was saying. A light blush even surfaced on her icy face, like a melting iceberg. Looking at Chen Yun could not help but freeze. The appearance of this iceberg beauty when she was shy was so tantalizing that he could not help but want to go up and caress her. Tick, tick tock. Suddenly, a burst of car horns sounded, causing the frothing duo to come back to their senses. Chen Yun turned to look. It was Lu Jiro's pink Maserati and Lu Jining's Rolls-Royce. The shy Lu Xiaoro hurriedly got into the black Rolls-Royce compartment, and Chen Yun was about to sit together in Lu Jining's Rolls-Royce when the Maserati behind him suddenly honked its horn again. Tick! Only then did Chen Yun see the petulantly angry Lu Xiaoro through the car window, and Chen Yun could only get into the Maserati's passenger side. What? After not seeing you for a while, you've fallen for my sister? Lu Xiaoro looked like she was asking for trouble. Just now when the two froze, Lu Xiaoro saw it all in the car. Hey! You misunderstood. It was your sister who physically attacked me just now, Chen Yun hurriedly explained. Oh, exempt? Tell me, how did she attack you? Lu Xiaoro was curious. Hey, your sister, she said that I'm fast, but let me tell you, I'm not fast at all, Chen Yun said righteously with a look of conviction. Put, ha 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 ha, Lu Xiaoro didn't hold back and laughed out loud, accidentally slapping on the horn and startling a front car labeled with a yellow rookie tag. Hey, what are you laughing at? It's all been said that I'm not fast at all. Really? Chen Yun defended somewhat anxiously. His dignity as a man could not be lost. How could strangers say such words for no reason? She must know something. And, how are you going to prove it? Lu Xiaoro said, blinking her seductive peach blossom eyes, deliberately placing her hand on her fragrant shoulder and flirting with Chen Yun. You! Chen Yun looked at Lu Xiaoro, who was molesting him so much that he wanted to immediately rush up and put her on the spot in the car. But it was just a thought. Chen Yun helplessly let out a long sigh and silently drew small circles in his heart, cursing Lu Xiaoro for not being able to find a boyfriend in this life. The car stopped near a pier. When Chen Yun got off the car, Lu Jining and Lu Xiaomore had long been waiting outside. On Lu Jining's body, he was still wearing a casual outfit. When he saw Chen Yun and the rest of them, Lu Xiaomore's icy face always had a feeling that was not quite natural. Chen, old brother, let's go. I'll take you to a banquet. Many big shots from the group will be here tonight, Lu Jining said to Chen Yun with a smile. Chen Yun followed Lu Jining and several others. Together they boarded a huge cruise ship. Without stopping on the deck, they went straight to the second floor. A few waiters stood outside the door of the second floor, and when they saw Chen Yun and the few others approaching, they hurriedly pushed open the door and bowed to welcome them. Walking through the door was a spacious hall. The overhead was covered in soft lights. The interior was incomparably lavishly decorated, and there were at least hundreds of people inside, gathered in twos and threes to chat. Several tall, beautiful-faced waitresses, carrying trays containing drinks and food, traveled back and forth in the hall. Chen Yun was the first time to come to this kind of place. His heart could not help but be a little nervous, but on second thought, he was now the richest man in the world. Whoever was nervous could be, but it should not be his turn to be nervous. His waist couldn't help but straighten up, and walked in with big strides. The people in the hall, seeing Lu Jining and his party, nodded their heads in greeting. Lu Jining also smiled and waved his hand in greeting. At this time, three people walked head-on. Their faces all had a slightly anxious look. When they saw Lu Jining arrive, they immediately revealed happy smiles and hurriedly greeted them. Old Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go over and chat. What is it that's so urgent? Lu Jining was a bit puzzled. I can't say it in a sentence or two. It's really urgent, old Lu. Alright, you guys wait. Lu Jining turned to Chen Yun with a slight apology. Chen, old brother, those old brothers of mine don't know what to engage in. I have to excuse myself for a while. It's alright, old brother Lu. If you have something to do, you can go ahead. Chen Yun smiled gently and said to Lu Jining, alright then, you and Jiro and the girl stroll around first. I'll be right back. After Lu Jining finished speaking, he was hurriedly pulled away by those three people. So Chen Yun, along with the two beauties, Lu Jiro and Lu Xiaomore, wandered around the hall. Speak up, what has made you guys in such a hurry? Those three brought Lu Jining to a box, and after sitting down, Lu Jining opened his mouth and asked, Old Lu, something big has happened. The company of our brother three seems to be in big trouble. A man in his 40s or 50s with a slightly tired demeanor said anxiously. Recently, I don't know what happened suddenly. A few originally good cooperation party all ran away. The goods are all pressed in the warehouse, can't get out at all, and the cash can't be recovered. A few days ago just wanted to go to the investors to discuss, but the result was that they came to the door instead, all saying that they want to withdraw their capital. With the company's current capital, it will go bankrupt soon. That middle-aged man couldn't help but stand up from his seat, looking agitated, his face reddened and sputtering. Lu Jining held his chin, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he looked at the other two. Old Yu and Old Ma, what's wrong with you? Old Yu and Old Ma's faces were also very ugly as they said in a deep voice. We're in the exact same situation as Old Zhang. We suspect that someone is behind this. Hearing the words of the three, Lu Jining couldn't help but recall the previous meeting with an investor. At that time, he felt that the investor's attitude was a bit subtle, but he didn't put it on his mind. But now it seemed to be very suspicious. If all of Wuxi Group's investors also withdrew their investments and the partner companies broke their contracts, how long would Wuxi Group be able to hold out? Thinking of this, Lu Jianing's heart couldn't help but raise a cold feeling. An ominous premonition arose. This person, he came prepared, and I'm afraid that the power behind him is incredibly large. Old Lu, where do you think we're going to get so much money all at once? We have no choice but to come to you for help. Have you guys looked for a bank? Lu Jianing opened his mouth and asked. Old Zhang looked agitated and very angry. I looked for it a long time ago. No, they won't lend it at all. How could this be possible? The company's development prospects were so good. How could they not lend? The uneasy feeling in Lu Jianing's heart became stronger and stronger. Could it be that he was really coming at them? If that person really made a move on Wanxie Group, could the current capital of Wanxie Group hold out? If not, where would he raise so much money? Chapter 40, Queen of Film. Chen Yun, along with Lu Jiro and Lu Shamer, were wandering around the hall when he casually picked up a glass of wine from the plate on the waiter's end and tasted it. Ouch! The flavor bolts were sweet. Drinking it is not bad. Oh. In the hall, Chen Yun saw many big stars that he could only see on TV before. Perhaps in the past, Chen Yun would have excitedly run up to them to ask for their autographs, take a picture together, and then post it in his circle of friends to show off. But now, Chen Yun's identity is not what it used to be. This is really too much of a drop, and Chen Yun is the world's richest man. He now for such vanity has long disdained. In a relatively remote corner of the hall, a middle-aged man with a big belly, fat head and ears, and his hair almost falling out, was staring lustfully at the hot beauty in front of him. Liang Ruoshi had an embarrassed smile on her face and tried to keep her tone of voice calm. Mr. Yang, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Is it? You're going to replace my role as the female number one for no reason. Besides, we signed a contract. In the eyes of outsiders, Liang Ruoshi was a Golden Cat award-winning movie queen with face value and strength in the entertainment industry, and her scenery was boundless. But in reality, only she knew that those so-called honors were worthless in the eyes of these investors, and she was nothing more than a plaything in their hands. When she came to the banquet, she was suddenly told by Yang Xian that if she didn't stay with him for one night, she would have to change her role as the number one female in a new movie. When she heard this news, Liang Ruoshi was so angry that her eyes almost burst into tears. She was at least a very powerful actress in the domestic entertainment industry, but the investor didn't give her any face, and actually wanted to blackmail her with the position of the number one female role in the movie. Yang Xian's pair of eyes, which had long since narrowed into a slit, stared at Liang Ruoshi's beautiful and delicate face with a bad smile on his face. Such a living, breathing beauty, who had reportedly never had a scandal with anyone else. Great beauty Liang, what's so inappropriate about this? Contracts are dead, but people are alive. There are plenty of people who want the number one female role in this movie. If you don't accompany me, there will always be someone else. Isn't that right? However, I still prefer that tonight. It's great beauty Liang who accompanies me. Yang Xian smiled lewdly, and his salty hands were about to embrace Liang Ruoshi's thin waist. Liang Ruoshi was so furious by what Yang Xian said that she trembled. No longer able to restrain the anger in her heart, she forcefully slapped away Yang Xian's arms. Just change, then please ask Mr. Yang to find someone willing to accompany you himself. The movie was being looked upon favorably by very many people, and being able to star in it was bound to make Liang Ruoshi even more popular. But if she needed to trade in her chastity for it, Liang Ruoshi would rather give up her role. All the honors and awards Liang Ruoshi has received since entering the entertainment industry have been based on her own superb acting skills and excellent looks, gradually winning the audience's recognition one step at a time and becoming a well-known Golden Cat award-winning actress in China. Seeing that Liang Ruoshi dared to reject him and even made a move on him, Yang Xian became infuriated and rushed forward to grab Liang Ruoshi, who was about to turn around and walk away. Whether you're going to act or not, you have to stay with me tonight. Liang Ruoshi, who was about to leave, suddenly had her wrist grabbed by Yang Xian, and her petite body was instantly pulled backwards by Yang Xian, almost falling onto Yang Xian's body as she stumbled. Seeing that Yang Xian was about to reach out and pick at her clothes, Liang Ruoshi hurriedly shouted out, "Help!" Liang Ruoshi's scream instantly drew all eyes in the hall, and Chen Yun followed the direction of the voice as a bald man was about to tug on Liang Ruoshi's clothes. Chen Yun instantly recognized the famous movie Queen Liang Ruoshi. He had been to the cinema before and had seen many of the movies Liang Ruoshi had starred in, and every one of them had been very good. Yang Xian also sensed that everyone in the hall was watching the place, and with an awkward smile, he intended to drag Liang Ruoshi to the private room. The others just frowned. None of them went over to help Liang Ruoshi and soon stopped paying attention. Everyone didn't really intend to care about this. Everyone could probably guess what Yang Xian wanted to do to Liang Ruoshi, but none of them tried to stop it, because in the eyes of these capitalists, weren't showbiz troublemakers just for their amusement? Liang Ruoshi's clothes were somewhat disheveled by Yang Xian, and after seeing that no one in the hall was paying attention to this place anymore, a wave of powerless despair rose up in her heart. Seeing that no one intended to stand up for Liang Ruoshi, the smile on Yang Xian's face became even more unrestrained as he laughed sardonically and said to Liang Ruoshi, "Ha ha ha, let's see where you're going to run tonight." Chen Yun took one look before turning his head, not intending to care about the matter. Although he quite liked Liang Ruoshi's movies, Chen Yun and the movie queen didn't know each other at all. Lu Jiro, who was walking beside Chen Yun, also recognized Liang Ruoshi, the film queen who was being pestered by Yang Xian, and the look on her face instantly became a bit anxious as she hurriedly ran in Liang Ruoshi's direction. Liang Ruoshi is Lu Jiro's roommate at the Magic City Drama University, and the two have always been very good girlfriends. Liang Ruoshi's family is average, but with her own beauty and superb acting skills, after graduation, she developed very smoothly in the entertainment industry, and soon became a household name as a big star. As for Lu Jiro, she enrolled in the drama university all because of her interest. Her family was well off and she didn't need to act for a living. Even though she had already graduated for many years, the two of them often kept in touch. Let her go. Lu Jiro grabbed Liang Ruoshi's hand, her eyes glaring angrily at Yang Xian. When Liang Ruoshi saw Lu Jiro, who had rushed over, her despairing heart seemed to see hope again, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing out of her reddened eyes. Yang Xian was about to pull Liang Ruoshi to the private room. When he saw Lu Jiro running, there was some doubt in his eyes. Who is this? What? Still buy one get one free? You want to join me too? Yang Xian took a closer look and realized that Lu Jiro's looks and figure seemed even better than Liang Ruoshi's. The lewd smile on his face smiled even more happily, and his other hand was about to come and grab Lu Jiro. Just then, a pair of strong hands suddenly gripped Yang Xian's arm, making him unable to move. Yang Xian looked up and saw Chen Yun, who was wearing a blue and white school uniform, his face cold and his eyes staring sharply at him. "Let go of them," Chen Yun said to Yang Xian in a deep voice. "You, who are you? This is between me and Liang Ruoshi. You guys stay out of this." Seeing how young Chen Yun was, Yang Xian thought that he wanted to make a splash and stage a heroic rescue, so he said to Chen Yun with a sardonic smile, "Do you know who I am? Still want to heroically save a beauty in front of me? Believe it or not, I will immediately bankrupt your parents' company." Hearing Yang Xian's threat, Chen Yun didn't hold back for a moment and let out a light laugh. "It's hard to say if you can make my company go bankrupt or not, but if you still don't let go, the one that will go bankrupt might be your company. Ha! You think you're Wanxie Group, or the son of the old boss of one group?" Yang Xian was instantly laughed at by what Chen Yun said. His company didn't dare to say that it could be compared to large groups with hundreds of billions of assets like the Wanxie Group or the One Group, but it was at least a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars. As one of the company's shareholders, Yang Xian's temper instantly rose when he was mocked by such a young man like this. However, before Yang Xian's words could be uttered, he was interrupted by a cool female voice. Chan Dong. Chapter 41. Good evening, guests. Chan Dong. When Yiwei's cool voice rang out behind Chen Yun, tonight's banquet had invited shareholders from many of Zhangcheng's large conglomerates, and she had also received an invitation from the organizers. Just now when she saw Chen Yun suddenly run towards Liang Ruoshi, Wen Yiwei hurriedly followed her. Chen Yun turned his head, not realizing that Wen Yiwei had also come. He hadn't noticed him just now as he wandered around the hall. Chen Yun nodded slightly and looked at Yang Xian with a cold face. As for Yang Xian, when he saw Wen Yiwei walking behind Chen Yun, he first froze, then hurriedly loosened his grip on Liang Ruoshi's hand, peeled away from Chen Yun who was blocking his way, and fawningly stretched out his hand to Wen Yiwei. "Wen Dong, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm Yang Xian, a shareholder of Lan Shi Group." Just now, Yang Xian did not hear Wen Yiwei address Chen Yun. He thought that Wen Yiwei was here to find him, and he was very excited inside. The director of the Wen Group would actually come over in person. Could it be that he was here to discuss some big project? Even though Blue World Group's market capitalization had already reached tens of billions, being able to cooperate with a large group like Wen's Group and Wanxie Group that had hundreds of billions of dollars was a rare opportunity for them. The benefits they could gain from it were incalculable. Wen Yiwei looked at the lewd-looking Yang Xian in front of her. A trace of dislike appeared on her high-cooled and delicate face, and she turned her head away to ignore it. Lu Jiro on the side was taking care of the stunned Liang Ruoshi. Her own good girlfriend was being insulted like this. How could she swallow this breath? Angrily questioning Yang Xian. "Why are you doing this to Liang Ruoshi?" Yang Xian's expression was a bit impatient. "What's it to you what I do? Do you even know who I am? Can't you see I'm talking to Dongwen about something? Do you believe that I'll make your parents' company disappear in Zhangcheng tomorrow? Then do you know who I am?" Lu Jiro said angrily without any fear of Yang Xian. Yang Xian froze slightly and subconsciously asked, "Who are you?" "My father is Lu Jining of the Wanxie Group. Do you believe me or not? I'll make your Thai company disappear in Zhangcheng tomorrow." Hearing Lu Jiro's words, Yang Xian's ears instantly boomed as if he had been stabbed by a needle, his entire body becoming slightly numb as an incredulous look appeared on his face. What did you say? You're Lu Don's daughter. Yang Xian really couldn't figure out how Liang Ruoxi could be connected to Lu Jining's daughter. Lu Jining, the shareholder of the Wanxie Group and the contemporary head of the Lu family, had 2 baby daughters that almost everyone knew about, and whoever moved the interests of the Wanxie Group, Lu Jining might sit down with you and talk it over. But if anyone messed with his baby daughters, Lu Jining would avenge his daughters, even if he dropped a piece of meat himself. Lu Jiro said that he would make the Blue World Group disappear in Jiangcheng. Yang Xian would not have the slightest doubt. Maybe Wanxie Group would lose some money because of this, but he believed that Lu Jining would definitely do it. As a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars, the Blue World Group was neither big nor small, and if it was really targeted by the hundreds of billions of dollars of the Wanxie Group, bankruptcy would be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Yang Xian's face revealed a horrified demeanor, the fat meat on his face trembling unceasingly, his 2 sausage-like thick lips shivering. He said to Lu Jiro, Miss Lu, I didn't mean to force Liang Ruoxi. This is all a misunderstanding. Right at this moment, Lu Jining came with his 3 buddies, all with a somewhat somber look on their faces, and seeing that the cross-faced Yang Xian was constantly begging for forgiveness, he froze slightly and asked, "What's going on here?" Lu Jiro saw her father arrive and quickly said angrily, "Father, this scum is trying to bully Liang Ruoxi." Lu Jining naturally knew Lu Jiro's good best friend Liang Ruoxi, and had often brought Liang Ruoxi home to play when Lu Jiro was in college, and it was impossible for him to sit back and watch as his daughter's good best friend was almost bullied. Lu Jining swept a glance at the tearful Yang Xian and faintly said to him, "Tell your company to roll their own bags and get out of Jiangcheng by tomorrow, otherwise you know the consequences." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian was instantly anxious and hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Lu Dong, I was wrong, please let me go." How is it possible to make a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars pull out of Jiangcheng in just one day? The company's market value of tens of billions of dollars is not cash. If it was cash, he can now immediately and a few shareholders appoint, patting his ass and leave immediately. But the Blue World Group tens of billions of valuation, almost all fixed assets, such a short period of time to sell all the words, do not know how much money will be lost. It's good that the other shareholders didn't hack him to death. After tonight, he would probably go from being a big boss worth billions of dollars to being a penniless pauper with nothing. The terrified Yang Xian kept kowtowing to Lu Jining, and suddenly saw Wen Yiwei, who had been standing at the side, and crawled over to beg for mercy like he saw the last straw. "Wen Dong, you save me. I can give up a portion of my shares to Wen Group. Please save me." If there was anyone in Jiangcheng who could still save him, Wen's Group, which had the same market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars as Wanxie Group, was definitely one of them. Wen Yiwei's color was high and cold as she spoke faintly. "You'll have to ask our boss whether to save you or not." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian hurriedly spoke. Right, that Chen Yun, Dong Wen, where is he? I'll go beg him right away." All of Wen Group's shares had been acquired by Chen Yun, and anyone who had paid some attention would know that such a big shot could potentially be more powerful than Lu Jining, and perhaps Lu Jining would also let him off for Chen Yun's sake. Wen Yiwei glanced at Chen Yun, then said quietly, "Chen Dong is right in front of you." Hearing Wen Yiwei's words, Yang Xian, who was still kowtowing, made a move and slowly raised his head, which happened to meet Chen Yun's cold eyes. Yang Xian only felt that his eyes were dazed, his brain was blank, cold sweat continuously broke out on his forehead, and his heart was as if it was being clutched in a death grip, unable to breathe. What? This young man in front of him was actually Chen Yun, the ruthless Chen Yun who had thrown over $100 billion and directly acquired the Wen Group. In an instant, Yang Xian knew that he was completely hopeless, offending the 2 big shots of Jiangcheng all at once. Even if the god of heaven came, he couldn't save him. The bankruptcy of the Blue World Group was already on the cards. Yang Xian, who couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure, didn't take a breath and fainted on the ground straight away. Several people no longer looked at the fainted Yang Xian. No matter if he was really fainted or not, Lu Jining would only give him 1 day to deal with the assets of the Blue World Group. After 1 day, the Blue World Group would completely disappear within Jiangcheng. "Elder brother Chen, there are some things I want to discuss with you." Only after resolving Yang Xian did the uneasiness on Lu Jining's face resurface, and he said to Chen Yun with a somewhat anxious expression. Seeing that Lu Jining was looking for him for something, Chen Yun hurriedly agreed. "Okay, old brother Lu, Wen Dong also come along. There are some things that need to be confirmed with Wen Dong as well." Lu Jining added to Wen Yiwei, who was standing beside Chen Yun. Wen Yiwei froze, then nodded. Just as several people were about to go to the box, someone suddenly held a microphone and said to the people in the hall, "Good evening, guests." Chapter 42, The 5 Prefectures Li Family. Everyone in the hall heard the sound and their eyes followed the direction the sound came from. A middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a black robe and waistcoat, equipped with a black bowler hat on his head, was holding a folding fan in his right hand, while his left hand was holding a microphone. As for the young man behind him, Chen Yun did recognize him. It was none other than Zhou Xing, who had been scared away by Chen Yun at the charity auction for 200 million. Zhou Xing stood respectfully behind that middle-aged man, but his eyes were full of teasing when he looked at the people on stage. When Chen Yun saw Zhou Xing's eyes, he could not help but frown slightly. What was he up to again? Guests, I'm glad that everyone can give me Zhou Wenjun face tonight. This time, I've invited you all here, mainly because I want to inform you of one thing. Zhou Wenjun paused. His right hand flicked his wrist, only to hear a snap. With a sound, the folding fan unfolded in his hand, and Zhou Wenjun slowly shook it twice before opening his mouth and slowly saying, "The Li family in the capital intends to inject capital for my Zhou group, in exchange for the opportunity to develop in the south." The moment Zhou Wenjun said this, everyone in the hall instantly exploded, and there was a flurry of discussion. How could someone from the capital Li family go south? I don't know either. There wasn't a single bit of news earlier. Don't the people from the 13 Imperial Guards care? The 5 families are too arrogant. The Li family of the capital city was one of the 5 governments. The family's power was huge. The Li family's Baichuan group, the market capitalization was as high as trillions of dollars. The group's enterprises controlled many industries in the north, and the annual revenue was close to $500 billion, and the net profit had reached $100 billion. Lu Jining and Wen Yiwei, who were beside Chen Yun, heard what Zhou Wenjun said on the stage, and their expressions became very grave. If what Zhou Wenjun said was true, it would be a huge challenge for the group power of the Jiangnan 13 Typo. They all knew that the Jiangnan 13 Taba and the Magic City Hangsha, jointly controlling the southern economy, had been very long. The 5 capital city governments controlling the northern economy of the Great Summer Kingdom. The 3 forces of the well-water offenses river water, each other unannounced, in order to have been the development of peace until now, and the capital Li family to intervene, will inevitably break this delicate balance. In the face of the impact of such a giant power, perhaps the top 13 Jiangnan group of forces can hold on to their own industries, but some of the weaker groups are very likely to go bankrupt. Under the impact of the Li family, the southern market will definitely be ripped out by the Li family, and when they gain a foothold, what will greet the Jiangnan 13 Taipa will be eaten up step by step. It's really a stormy day. The conglomerate power of the Great Summer Country would most likely usher in a major reshuffle. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little strange. Everyone looked at Zhou Wenjun on the stage, their eyes filled with anger and vigilance. In the hall, there were already people whisking their sleeves away one after another, and there were also people approaching towards Zhou Wenjun on the stage, to leave or to stay. This was a standoff, and it was of great significance to the future development of every group. Lu Jining's face was unsightly. He seemed to have guessed something. He turned to Chen Yun and said, "Elder brother Chen, let's go. This banquet is really a spoiler tonight. Let's talk about it somewhere else." Chen Yun also sensed that everyone's atmosphere had become somewhat low, so calmly Lu Jining said, "Alright, let's change places then." Zhou Xing, who was on the stage, watched Chen Yun and Lu Jining's group leave and let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a bizarre smile. Chen Yun sat in Lu Jiro's car and followed behind Lu Jining's Rolls-Royce, while Wen Yiwei and Lu Jining's 3 brothers also followed behind in their cars. Lu Jiro's best friend Liang Ruoshi went back first. The group drove for about 30 minutes and stopped outside a private mountain village. This place was a property under the Wanxie Group, designed for the leisure use of Lu Jining's shareholders. Inside the box, sweet and savory meals had been placed on the table, but none of them moved their chopsticks, and the atmosphere appeared a bit gloomy. Lu Jining grimaced and took the lead to speak. "Chen Laodi, you heard the conversation I just had with Wen Dong. Originally, I wanted to inject capital into a few of my brothers myself to alleviate the immediate needs of their companies, but now it seems that I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Wen Group that you acquired, old brother Chen, suffered an inexplicable capital chain break a few years ago, and the opponent's tactics and now dealing with old Zhang and their company are simply much the same. If there is no mistake, the one who caused all of this is the organizer of the dinner party just now, the Zhou Group. Only it didn't occur to me that the one who supported the Zhou Group behind the scenes was actually the Li family in the capital, and with their strength, I very much doubt that in the near future, the Wanxie Group will be targeted by them as well." After Chen Yun heard Lu Jining's words, he asked with some curiosity, "Elder brother Lu, can you tell me about the power of this capital city's Li family?" Thus, Lu Jining presented the relevant information about the capital city Li family to Chen Yun, who held his chin in his hand as he listened carefully. "Elder brother Chen, The fact that Zhou Wenjun and the others dared to make such a high-profile announcement this time means that they must have made sufficient preparations. As early as a few years ago they had already begun to plan for their move south. Even we, the Wanxie group, are not sure that we can survive the onslaught of that giant Li family. That's why I want to ask elder brother Chen if he can help us get through this difficult time. If it doesn't work, I'll have to go find the top management of the Jiangnan 13 Taba to discuss a plan. I believe that it won't take long for them to convene a meeting as well. After listening to this, Chen Yun sort of figured it out roughly. To put it simply, it was that all the local groups were afraid that this foreign force would come down south, and with its strong capital, use strong-arm tactics to cause some of the groups to go bankrupt and close down, and thus take their market share. No one knew which group would be the target of the capital's Li family's southward movement. No one would bet that the Li family's target was not themselves, and all the groups were preparing themselves as best as they could. Chen Yun lifted his wine glass, took a sip and said to Lu Jining with a smile, "Elder brother Lu is worried about the group's cash flow being collapsed by the Li family with their tactics, isn't he? Hey, there's definitely nothing wrong with making preparations as early as possible. I've already instructed the company to start rolling back funds, but who knows when the Li family will strike, and how long the rolled back funds will be able to hold the group up, and if it's really being targeted by such a colossus. My heart just doesn't have a clue." Lu Jining sighed a long breath. Always breezy face, has long been covered with worry. If the Wanxie group really did not survive, the Lu family more than 10 years of hard work will all go up in smoke. When Yiwei sitting on the chair, the heart is also worried. If it is Wen's group was used as the first target of the Li family south, the end will not be better than the Wanxie group. However, for some reason, when she saw the calm and relaxed Chen Yun beside her, her heavy heart would feel relaxed, as if there was Chen Yun, everything would not have any problems. Chapter 43, Don't worry old brother Lu. Chen Yun spoke faintly. If the first target of the Li family's move south is really the Wanxie group, I can guarantee that your cash flow won't be collapsed by the Baichuan group. Chen Yun's tone was light, yet it exuded an air that left no room for doubt. When Lu Jining heard Chen Yun's words, he was first stunned, then his eyes lit up with excitement and his throat knots trembled a little. Is elder brother Chen serious about this? Baichuan group is a giant group with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars. True. Chen Yun smiled faintly and said to Lu Jining in a very domineering manner, because I am stronger than them. A group with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars was just a group. Chen Yun would not take this matter to heart at all. He just felt that Lu Jining was a person who was really good to him, and if the Wanxie group really ran into trouble, Chen Yun would definitely help. Lu Jining looked at Chen Yun, who was relaxed and confident. His heart was beating wildly, and he dared to say this kind of words. The power of the group behind Chen Yun, compared to the Baichuan group of the Li family, would be no less, or even more powerful. At this moment, Lu Jining's heart felt incredibly grateful for the decision to sell the Lamborghini poison to Chen Yun. Because of his accidental desire to get to know Chen Yun, Lu Jining was able to attach himself to Chen Yun's tree, unintentionally saving the Wanxie group. The people in the box, hearing Chen Yun's promise, a big stone hanging in their hearts fell to the ground and stood up to raise their glasses in honor of Chen Yun. Chen Yun old brother, the three of us will take advantage of the situation and be your old brother. In the future in Jiangcheng, if there is anything, just look for us, Zhang Qiyuan said with a glass full of excitement. Right, feel free to look for us, even if you want to rob old Lu's two precious daughters, we'll give him a stop. Ha ha ha, old Ma said as he excitedly patted Lu Jining's shoulder. Hearing old Ma's words, Lu Jining helplessly smiled and shook his head. If Chen Yun really liked her precious daughters and his daughters were willing to do the same, of course he wouldn't object. Lu Shamer, who was sitting on the side and was eating the dishes, had a movement in her hand. Remembering Chen Yun's words just now that he was willing to give up his daughter, her high and cold demeanor stiffened, and she had a marvelous feeling in her heart. As for the passionate Lu Jiro, her peach blossom eyes full of charm stared nakedly at Chen Yun. The figure of the proudly looking down on all things had long lingered in her heart. Chen Yun listened to a few uncles joking. He also perceived Lu Jiro's eyes like a hungry wolf, and remembering everything that happened in the movie theater before, he touched his chin somewhat awkwardly, not daring to look at Lu Jiro. Under Lu Jining's three good brothers' enthusiastic rounds of toasts, Chen Yun's face remained normal, only slightly red. The three, on the other hand, had long since gotten drunk. Their faces were red, and they were lying on the floor horizontally, making it unbearable to look at them. Lu Jining was not in a good mood, and one by one, he sent them to the lounge within the mountain villa first, while Chen Yun drove away with Lu Jiro and Lu Shamer. For the next few days, Chen Yun did not see Lu Jining, and was supposed to be at the company preparing for the big event that was about to happen. However, Chen Yun was not bored these days. Lu Jiro accompanied him to almost half of the tourist attractions in Jiangcheng, and the two of them were like a couple, having a very happy time. Chen old brother, you are going back so soon? Lu Jining stepped out of the car and said to Chen Yun. Chen Yun had been playing in Jiangcheng for a full week, and it was time to return to Fengcheng. Elder brother Lu, I've troubled you and sister Jiro to take care of you during this period of time. I'll come back to play in Jiangcheng when I have time. Chen Yun said with a smile and was about to wave goodbye when he suddenly saw Lu Jiro drag out a pink suitcase from the trunk of the Rolls-Royce and playfully winked at Chen Yun. Lu Jiro was wearing a white casual t-shirt and a pair of ultra-short jeans today, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender, long legs with delicate lines. Let's go. I have to trouble brother Chen Yun to take care of me for a while. Lu Jiro pulled the pink suitcase and walked towards the dumbfounded Chen Yun. Lu Jining laughed and shook his head. This girl had approached him a few days ago to discuss going back to Maple City with Chen Yun to play for a while. It was really a girl's fault. However, Lu Jining still booked her a plane ticket to go back with Chen Yun. Just like that, with an excited face, Lu Jiro pulled Chen Yun and got on the plane. She hadn't been to Maple City to play yet. It was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon when the two arrived in Maple City. Chen Yun brought Lu Jiro to the parking lot outside the airport. The Ferrari SF90 he drove when he arrived was still parked here. Lu Jiro looked at the white as snow Ferrari SF90 and spoke. Brother Chen Yun, I didn't expect you to like such a low-key color. Hearing Lu Jiro's words, Chen Yun just smiled faintly without saying anything and led Lu Jiro towards Maple Leaf 1. When she drove to the gate outside Maple Leaf 1, Lu Jiro instantly recognized this prestigious mansion in Jiangnan province, but quickly relieved. With Chen Yun's identity, it was not unusual for him to be able to live here. After Chen Yun drove his car into the parking lot, he found that there was a pair of young men and women taking pictures in front of his luxury car. Chen Yun parked his car and walked towards the elevator with Lu Jiro. Passing by the two young men and women, Chen Yun kindly reminded them, feel free to take pictures, just be careful not to bump into it. The man wearing a black t-shirt and a pair of casual pants underneath, with his hair only left in the middle like a broomstick head, heard Chen Yun's words and immediately put down the Pineapple 15 Pro Max in his hands. Turning to look at Chen Yun, my dad's car still needs you to say? When the broomstick head saw Lu Jiro beside Chen Yun, he immediately revealed a look of I get it and mocked. Trying to act tough in front of a pretty girl? Driving a crappy Ferrari and wanting to rub my dad's divine car in front of a beautiful woman? Do you know what kind of cars these are? Broomstick head looked at Chen Yun with a look of contempt and stepped aside, revealing the incomparably handsome Lamborghini Poison behind him. Lu Jiro took a look and immediately voiced out, ha, isn't this my father's Poison? How come it's here? The broomhead heard Lu Jiro's words and instantly snorted coldly. Still your dad's car? Is it hard to believe that my dad has an illegitimate daughter? Do you know how much this car costs? Several $100 million Daxia coins. Can your dad afford it? Not to mention the Poison. Can you afford my dad's other cars? This Porsche 918, and this Koenigsegg, they're all tens of millions of dollars. It'd be weird if your dad could afford it, the broomstick head said while excitedly introducing Chen Yun and Lu Jiro one car at a time. Finally revealing a look of seriousness, he said to Chen Yun, young man, it's not wrong to adore vanity, but you shouldn't brag about being powerful, you know? The pretty girl behind the broomstick head, on the other hand, looked at him with a face full of admiration. After listening to Broomhead's words, Chen Yun silently turned around and returned to the Ferrari SF90's car, brought in a large number of keys and pressed them one by one. Beep, this is Poison, right? Beep, this is a Koenigsegg Gemera, right? Beep, this is an Aston Martin, right? But how come I don't remember having a son like you? Chen Yun touched his head with a puzzled expression before revealing a harmless smile and said to Broomhead, Chapter 44, Father, I didn't recognize you. When Broomhead saw this scene, the smug smile on his face instantly froze, and he mechanically turned his head to look at the row of luxury cars with flashing headlights, and froze in place. His insides were trembling madly. What the hell? I'm just here to put on a fork. How did I meet the right person? The head of the broom slowly turned back, his face filled with an awkward smile, his tone humble, one word at a time, slowly squeezed out of his mouth. Father, I didn't recognize you just now. Lu Jiro, who was standing behind Chen Yun, put. A laugh came out. Chen Yun also did not expect that this guy could be so bendable. Anyway, the broomstick head did not do anything to the limousine, so he was too lazy to bother with him anymore, and took Lu Jiro up the elevator. Push open the heavy room door. The long-lost breath immediately came. Chen Yun took a deep breath. The heart size, really still home comfortable Lu Jiro looked at the wide hall. Her heart was a little shocked. This house was also too big. Chen Yun, how big is this house? Lu Jiro asked. Chen Yun thought for a moment. It's like over 2,000 square feet. You live alone? Yes. Sister Jiro, pick whichever room you want to sleep in. Chen Yun said to Lu Jiro with a smile. One person living in a 2,000 square feet mansion? This was too extravagant. Lu Jiro looked around in shock as the three huge and incomparable vertical floor-to-ceiling windows allowed for a beautiful view of the scenic Maple City. This set of Maple Leaf One mansion had an excellent location and large area. The price was definitely very high. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Lu Jiro followed Chen Yun to the outdoor balcony covering an area of more than 500 square meters. Next to the large swimming pool, the blue water rippled and was crystal clear. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro, a person lying in a leisure chair, looking at the slowly flowing Maple River, a towering office building. The mood is very cozy. Lu Jiro picked up a bottle of Meiju brand fresh orange drink beside her, raised her snow-white neck and took a sip. Chen Yun, where are your parents? Aren't they in Maple City? They passed away when I was very young. Chen Yun calmly returned. Lu Jiro was shocked when she heard Chen Yun's words, and secretly cursed herself as she hurriedly changed her question. What about your relatives? Is there a girlfriend? The girlfriend just broke up not long ago and ran away with someone else. Lu Jiro's expression froze, and she was a bit embarrassed. Her heart was incomparably self-condemning. I'm really good at chatting. Chen Yun did not care. His eyes looked at the endless stream of traffic in the city. When it came to relatives, he seemed to have an elder who treated him like a relative. Sister Jiro, how about going with me in a moment to meet a relative who raised me up? Chen Yun inquired, just as Lu Jiro was incomparably guilty in blaming herself. When she heard Chen Yun's words, she agreed without even thinking. Yes, of course. The two of them rested on the lounge chairs for a while longer. Chen Yun quietly listened to Lu Jiro tell her interesting stories about her life in the university, and didn't get ready to leave until 5 in the afternoon. Chen Yun still drove the white Ferrari SF90. In the car, Chen Yun said to Lu Jiro on the passenger side, Sister Jiro, I'll have to trouble you to tell a lie with me in a while. Oh, what do you want me to do? Play your girlfriend? Lu Jiro rolled her big bright eyes and flirted with Chen Yun in a delicate manner. Chen Yun let out an awkward laugh, and in his heart, he slandered, Sister Jiro, if you keep flirting like this, I really can't help it. Sister Jiro, I don't want to expose my identity yet, so I have to trouble you to see her in a while. Just say that this car is yours. Lu Jiro blankly glanced at her, a little disappointed in her heart. Che, just this thing? Okay, thank you, Sister Jiro. Chen Yun smiled gently and thanked. At this time, Chen Yun saw a stationery store on the side of the road, so he parked his car on the side of the road and went in to buy some stationery and a school bag, and then bought some snacks from the convenience store next to it. After a while, Chen Yun only carried a big bag of things, back to the car, and continued to drive toward the destination. Suddenly, a message popped up on Chen Yun's cell phone, and he opened it to find that it was from Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan, are you kid alright? I see a whole bunch of people blocking the school gate. It seems to be that Yin Jiping kid. I'm too scared to go out. Chen Yun thought about it. Yin Jiping is so crowded. Should be to find Chen Yun revenge. Chen Yun broke Yin Jiping an arm. How can he swallow this breath? Chen Yun reported to Zhang Quan, immediately turned around and drove in the direction of Fengcheng First Middle School. If Yin Jiping could not find him, he was afraid that he would take it out on Zhang Quan. Lu Jiro beside him was instantly a bit puzzled. Why did this turn around again? What happened? Lu Jiro asked. Sister Jiro, I have to take care of something first. Outside the entrance of Maple City No. 1 Middle School, Yin Jiping, whose two arms were wrapped in bandages, looked furious. His eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire as he stared at the students walking out of the school. Third uncle, you have to take it out for me in a while. I was in bad shape that day. I was accidentally sneak attacked by that bastard Chen Yun. I have to take his arm off today. Standing beside Yin Jiping was a middle-aged man with half of his black hair white, lean figure, and calm demeanor, who said to Yin Jiping in a calm tone, Xiaoping don't worry, third uncle me, this person, what I hate the most is to engage in sneak attacks. Victory, dishonest scum. In a moment, I will definitely seek justice for you and waste his two arms. Hearing Yin Tianfeng's assurance, Yin Jiping's face instantly revealed a smug smile. It's still third uncle who is the best for me, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm currently injured. Otherwise where else would I need your old man, third uncle, to make a move? Yin Jiping sneered in his heart. Chen Yun, let's see how arrogant you can still be this time. Yin Tianfeng was one of the few Yin family's shadow-bearing realm powerhouses, and was even a shadow-bearing third-stage expert, and his strength was one of the best in the family. Apart from the elder who was past his prime and had reached the fourth stage of shadow-bearing, Yin Tianfeng and Yin Jiping's father were the strongest in the entire Yin family, and with such strength, he didn't believe that he couldn't take down a high school student. When Chen Yun drove his low-profile white Ferrari to the entrance of Maple City No. 1 Middle School, it still attracted the envious gazes of many passers-by, causing a burst of gasps. Chen Yun sat in the car, and saw that the school entrance was surrounded by a group of aggressive people, and it was not easy for them to get around, and from time to time, a few students drilled out from the crowd, and left in a hurry. Chen Yun said to Lu Jiro, Sister Jiro, wait for me in the car, I'll come when I'm done. Lu Jiro looked at the group of tigers outside. knowing that she could not help, she worriedly reminded, "Okay, then be careful yourself." So Chen Yun opened the car door and headed towards the school entrance. Yin Jiping noticed the white Ferrari SF90 just as the low roar of the Ferrari sounded from afar. Yin Jiping's mind was still wondering which rich kid in Maple City's car this was, when he saw that Chen Yun, the one who had made him gnash his teeth, walk out of the car. Chapter 45, Taking Revenge. When Yin Jiping saw Chen Yun walking down from the car, his heart was startled. Chen Yun, this poor boy, when did he drive a Ferrari? Yin Jiping took a closer look at the Ferrari. His heart became even more puzzled. If he wasn't mistaken, the one Chen Yun drove seemed to be a Ferrari SF90, with a landed price of more than $7 million. His own car, just a Porsche 911 of about $1 million. Relying on the Porsche logo, he has already asked out many beautiful women, and this Chen Yun, who relied on a part-time job to be able to afford to eat, was driving a car that was even better than him by more than one grade. How was this possible? Yin's first reaction was to think that this Ferrari was definitely not Chen Yun's. So where did Chen Yun get this car from? A rental car. Yes, it was definitely a rental car. Otherwise, with Chen Yun as a poor boy, how could he afford a $7 million Ferrari SF90? After figuring it out, the doubt on Yin Jiping's face was replaced by anger. His eyes red as he yelled in Chen Yun's direction. "Chen Yun, you still dare to come out when you step on a horse?" The bodyguards behind him immediately made way for Yin Jiping, who led Yin Tianfeng towards Chen Yun. "Chen Yun, don't think that you've rented a Ferrari to come over here and try to scare me. I still don't understand what kind of strength you, a pauper, have." Yin Jiping smiled contemptuously, his eyes flashing with angry fire as he said viciously to Chen Yun, "Last time you sneak attacked me and got lucky and broke my arm. Today I'm going to let you have a taste of what it's like to have both your arms broken." Chen Yun looked at Yin Jiping. Both of his arms were tightly wrapped in bandages and hanging in front of his chest. The other arm should be the work of that Han Fei kid. "When did I sneak attack you? Didn't I remove your arm fair and square?" With a disdainful look on his face, Chen Yun continued, "I remember that not only did I remove your arm, but I also dried out your nosebleed with one punch." Oh, hearing what Chen Yun said, Yin Tianfeng turned his head to look at Yin Jiping and opened his mouth to ask, "Xiao Ping, he said that he didn't sneak up on you. He removed your arm fair and square. What's going on here?" Cold sweat immediately broke out on Yin Jiping's forehead, his heart fuming. His third uncle was good at everything, but his brain was too rigid. If he were to know that he had indeed had his arm removed by Chen Yun in a fair and square manner, Yin Tianfeng would most likely waste his leg on the spot. Under Yin Tianfeng's cold gaze, Yin Jiping barely managed to squeeze out a smile. His bottom was a little lacking. Third uncle, how could I possibly lie to you? Don't be fooled by that brat. I am your nephew. Yin Tianfeng snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Chen Yun, saying indifferently, "Kid, do you want to remove one of your arms yourself? Or do you want to let the old man do it himself and waste both of your arms?" Chen Yun looked at the man in front of him, and immediately sensed the flow of breath within the other party's body. Having only reached the third stage of shadow bearing, Chen Yun instantly did not place him in his heart. "You're an interesting man. Why don't you ask me why I removed one of Yin Jiping's arms?" Yin Tianfeng looked at the fearless Chen Yun. His heart was a little puzzled. Wasn't he afraid? Yin Tianfeng took another close look at Chen Yun. He was indeed an ordinary high school student who couldn't be any more ordinary. So he put down his heart and said in a cold voice, "If Xiaoping has done something wrong, the Yin family will punish him. But you hurt my Yin family's person. Where does that leave the face of the Yin family? Either you remove one of your arms yourself today, or I'll waste both of your arms." "Ha, all of you Yin family members are of the same virtue. I'd like to see how you're going to waste both of my arms today," Chen Yun said to Yin Tianfeng contemptuously. Yin Tianfeng's face was gloomy, veins rippling on his forehead. Seeing how arrogant Chen Yun was, he stopped talking nonsense with him and quickly approached Chen Yun, only to see Yin Tianfeng's speed was extremely fast. Stretching out his dry and thin but very powerful hand, he quickly grabbed at Chen Yun's arm. Chen Yun was about to send out his strength to resist, but suddenly, as if he had sensed something, his expression was calm, allowing Yin Tianfeng to grab at him. Just as Yin Tianfeng's hand was about to grab onto Chen Yun, a sturdy arm suddenly appeared in the air and blocked Yin Tianfeng's strike for Chen Yun. Both Chen Yun and Yin Tianfeng looked up as a burly muscular man appeared in front of the two of them, smiling foolishly at Yin Tianfeng as his arm shook with such force that it instantly shook Yin Tianfeng back several steps. Shocked back, Yin Tianfeng's face froze, and then became irritated, setting up his stance towards the muscular man and about to charge. At this time, Han Fei's voice came from behind Chen Yun. "Yin Jiping, how dare you make a move on Mr. Chen?" Han Fei, who was followed by another person, walked up to Chen Yun and said with a smirk, ****, Mr. Chen, I just saw this Yin Jiping with a bunch of people at the school, and I guess that he is here to take revenge on you. So I hurriedly invited two uncles from home to come over and help. Chen Yun smiled faintly. With his strength, even if 100 Yin Tianfeng came, they would not be enough for him to beat. Yin Zhiping, who was hanging by his 2 arms, saw Han Fei and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Han Fei, the last time you broke my arm for no reason. I haven't settled the score with you yet. What are you doing here now? Han Fei saw Yin Zhiping, instantly also came to anger. Before in the mountain water car dealership, almost by Yin Zhiping this lie to death. Right triangle and area operators, Yin Zhiping, you still have the nerve to say, Lao Zi was almost killed by you. Waste you an arm or considered cheap you. I brought 2 people with me today. If you think your life is too long, just try it. Yin Tianfeng also saw the man following Han Fei. The other party was obviously also an expert at the 3rd stage of shadow bearing. Counting the muscular man, he had no chance of winning 1 against 2. Yin Tianfeng's face instantly became ugly, so angry that his chest pulled up a bellows as he gritted his teeth and said to Han Fei, Han Fei, do you really want to offend me for a poor boy? Han Fei looked at Yin Zhiping as if he was looking at a little cutie. Generally, he directly laughed out loud. Very well, Chen Yun, there's really something about you. To actually have that stupid bird Han Fei protecting you, you'd better not let me catch you, or else I'll definitely make you beg for forgiveness on your knees in front of me. Yin Zhiping's face was purple. His face was so angry that it was twisted together. He couldn't figure out why Han Fei would go against him for Chen Yun. Was his brain broken? Today, Han Fei had brought 1 more shadow-bearing realm expert than him. Now it was impossible to waste Chen Yun's arm, so he could only let out a few harsh words and hurriedly brought Yin Tianfeng and a bunch of bodyguards to run away in disgrace. As for Yin Zhiping's harsh words, Chen Yun didn't even put it on his mind. Waiting for a day when he was not in a good mood, he would destroy a Yin family to help. After Yin Zhiping left, Chen Yun took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Quan, telling him that he could come out in peace. Now that the matter had been resolved, Chen Yun did not linger any longer and praised Han Fei a few times, which made him so happy that his mouth grinned behind his ears. Let's go Sister Jiro, it's been taken care of. Chen Yun fastened his seatbelt and drove the Ferrari SF90, roaring away under the envious gazes of the surrounding passers-by. Chapter 46, Autumn Hill Welfare Institution. The car soon stopped outside an old bungalow. Lu Jiro looked over with some curiosity. The brick fence, about 1 person high, was covered with lime green creepers, and on the wall next to the gate, there were a few crooked, long painted words. Autumn Mountain Welfare Institute. Lu Jiro murmured. Could it be that this old building in front of her was the place where Chen Yun grew up? Then his identity was. Lu Jiro was a bit puzzled. Chen Yun, you're not. Chen Yun also expected Lu Jiro to ask for so. Remembering what he had prepared to say long ago, he explained. After my parents passed away, my family did want to take me back, but at that time I seemed to be very rebellious, so by chance, I grew up here. Chen Yun looked at the place in front of him that had witnessed his growth, his gaze filled with softness. Only after listening to Chen Yun's explanation did Lu Jiro reveal a look of realization. I see. Chen Yun pushed open the rusty big iron gate and stepped in with his things. Behind him, Lu Jiro also hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the compound, he could hear the laughter of many children frolicking and playing. Brother Chen Yun, a few children running all over the courtyard, who were approximately still in elementary school, saw Chen Yun coming and greeted him with innocent smiles. It seemed as if the entire courtyard became extraordinarily lively once Chen Yun arrived. Chen Yun, you're here? A voice as clear as an oriole bird came from the inner room. One could only see a flower-lettered girl in a small white dress pushing open the iron door of the house and walking out. The girl was petite and delicate. Her black hair was tied into 2 twisted braids that fell on her snow-white delicate collarbone, under the small white dress, revealing her slender white calves, and the natural smile on her face made people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. Chen Yun smiled brightly, revealing white and neat teeth. Sister Zixuan, you are also here. Well, I came over right after work. I just arrived not long ago. Aren't you about to take the college entrance exam? How come you still have time to come over? Yan Zixuan wiped the water stains on her hands. She should have been washing dishes just now. I haven't been here for quite a while. It just so happens that my grades have improved a bit recently, so I wanted to come over to see the dean. Chen Yun handed Yan Zixuan the things in his hand and scratched his head. In front of Sister Zixuan, he would always be that child who couldn't grow up. When Chen Yun was still in elementary school, Yan Zixuan, who was already in high school, would often bring them tasty treats at night after school, and whenever he woke up the next day, Chen Yun would always be able to see the candies that Sister Zixuan had prepared by his bedside. Just come, what else do you bring? Really, do you usually have enough money to spend on yourself? Only then did Yan Zixuan notice Lu Jiro, who had been standing quietly behind Chen Yun, and was somewhat surprised. Chen Yun, this is? Oh, Sister Zixuan. She's a friend of mine who happened to be on her way and brought me here. Lu Jiro poked her head out and smiled lightly, waving her hand towards Yan Zixuan to greet her. quickly come in, the dean is also inside. It just so happens that you stay and have dinner together. Yan Zixuan hurriedly greeted them. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro followed behind Yan Zixuan and arrived outside an office. The door was left open, and inside the room, beside a simple table and chair, was sitting an old grandmother with gray hair. Grandma Jiang. President Zhang took off her presbyopic glasses and squinted to see. Realizing that it was Chen Yun and Yan Zixuan, a smile instantly appeared on her pale face. It's little Yun, come in and sit down. Yan Zixuan said to Chen Yun. You guys chat first, I'll go cook. Okay, Sister Zixuan. Chen Yun moved 2 stools and sat next to President Zhang. Grandma, how's your health these days? Ha ha ha, what can I do? But little Yun why are you free to come over? From what Xiao Xian said, aren't you preparing for the college entrance exams recently? Dean Jiang asked with a concerned face, touching Chen Yun's hand. I haven't even come over for a long time. It's not that I miss Grandma Jiang. Chen Yun felt Dean Jiang's wrinkled hand, filled with warmth. His heart was filled with emotion. He was brought up by Dean Jiang. Chen Yun had long since regarded her as his own relative. What is there to see in this old woman of mine? Don't delay your studies. Dean Jiang somewhat chided. Won't happen, Grandma Jiang. My grades are still good now. Chen Yun said with some pride. Really? Then Xiao Yun can work hard to get into a good university. Dean Jiang's pale eyes were full of favor. Have you spent enough on living expenses recently? I'll give you a little more if it's not enough. Hearing Dean Jiang's words, Chen Yun's heart felt like a warm current had surged through his heart, making his nose slightly sour. Enough to spend. Dean Jiang then looked towards Lu Jiro, who was sitting on the side, looking similar in age to Yan Zixuan, delicate and cute, with white skin. Dean Jiang, who had read countless people, could tell at a glance that this girl was either rich or noble, and definitely came from a large family, yet she was sitting quietly beside Chen Yun like a little birdie, and was instantly somewhat surprised in her heart. Little Yun this is? Girlfriend? I'm Chen Yun's girlfriend. Lu Jiro, who was finally unable to hold back, excitedly introduced herself to Dean Jiang, turning her head to look triumphantly at Chen Yun, the corners of her mouth rising, hooking out an ambiguous smile. President Jiang looked at Lu Jiro, who was still gentle and elegant just now, and in the next second, she became like a rabbit, and more felt that the girl in front of her was even more interesting. With a smile on his face, Dean Jiang said to Lu Jiro, Xiao Yun's vision is really good, being able to find such a good girlfriend, this is his good fortune. Hearing Dean Jiang say this, Lu Jiro's peach blushed slightly. She graciously moved her stool a little closer, chatting with Dean Jiang, leaving Chen Yun alone. Seeing this scene, Chen Yun helplessly shook his head, cannot help but think of his first love Lu Qian, arrogant and domineering, aggressive, and mature and sensible. Lovely Lu Jiro contrast, really do not understand how he was looking at Lu Qian. Just as Lu Jiro made Dean Jiang laugh, Yan Zixuan walked in with 2 plates of dishes. Dinner is served. Seeing this, Chen Yun hurriedly got up to help, taking the plates in Yan Zixuan's hands and placing them on the small table. It was a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of boiled cabbage with a little bit of minced meat sprinkled on it, which was bubbling with a wisp of heat. Yan Zixuan came over again with rice and a few pairs of chopsticks, and everyone sat around the small table. Wow, it smells so good. Lu Jiro, who hadn't eaten all afternoon, her stomach rumbled and gulped as she looked at the 2 plates of ordinary to ordinary home-cooked food. Eat quickly if you're hungry. Row. Dean Jiang said to Lu Jiro with a smile. Chen Yun's few people sat together like a real family. A very cozy picture. It didn't take long for the 2 plates of food to be all eaten up, and Yan Zixuan didn't rush to clean up the dishes, accompanying Chen Yun and the few others, chatting together about interesting things from all over the world. It was not until late at night that Lu Jiro reluctantly bid farewell to President Jiang, as if she was the child that President Jiang had brought up from a young age. President Jiang stood at the gate, watching over the car that was gradually moving away, his old eyes flickering with a complex luster. Chapter 47 Fashion Show. After returning home, Lu Jiro without a care in the world directly lay across the sofa and stretched out. Ha! Chen Yun's line of sight happened to see Lu Jiro's white t-shirt being brought up by her raised arm, revealing her small and delicate navel, plus her white and slender thighs under her jeans, making Chen Yun's heart skip a beat. Chen Yun touched the tip of his nose and said to Lu Jiro, Sister Jiro, which room do you want to sleep in? Just pick it, the bedding and whatnot is inside. Lu Jiro on the sofa closed her eyes and let out a pout. Brother Chen Yun, are you trying to sneak over at night? I'll leave the door open for you. Hearing this, Chen Yun was so frightened that he hurried back to his room. He was afraid that if Lu Jiro seduced him again, he really would not be able to resist. Lu Jiro looked at Chen Yun, who fled in haste, the corner of her mouth hooked into a smug smile. After returning to his room and taking a cool shower, Chen Yun's restless heart gradually calmed down. Lying on the big bed and opening the system interface, host, Chen Yun, physique, pure June first order, plus, barely, spirit, Kiara Skuro limit, advanced, make do. Dasha coins, 999999997246957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 620. Martial arts, running thunder fist, plus, beginner. Skill, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. Chen Yun looked at the extra 620 divine magnificence points, 2 of which were from the 200 million he had spent on buying the heart-turning bottle, while the rest should have been added after the money he had previously called 1 Iwei, which was taken to solve the financial chain problem of Zhang Qiyuan's three-man company. According to the system's rules, when Chen Yun transferred the system's money to someone else, it would not increase the divine magnificence points, it would only be increased if the money was spent. However, the system did not restrict that the person spending the money had to be Chen Yun. Such a rule added a lot of convenience for Chen Yun. Chen Yun checked the attribute panel and realized that his spiritual strength was only 100 divine magnificence points short of advancing to the next realm, so he planned to raise his spiritual strength first. Whether or not to spend 100 divine magnificence points to raise his spirit to the first stage of negative tail. Sure enough, as Chen Yun had guessed, the rank of spirit power was divided according to the 9 sons of the dragon, and Negasonic was none other than the 8th son of the dragon. Without hesitation, Chen Yun decisively chose yes. At once, a marvelous feeling surged through Chen Yun's mind, as if he could sense the flow of blood within his body. The blood bursting out from the chambers of his heart was being sent to his entire body in a steady stream. The keen sense of his surroundings was more than a little heightened from earlier, making one feel refreshed. Chen Yun looked to the martial skills section of the panel, and there was a small plus sign behind the running thunder fist, which he tried to want to upgrade. Whether or not to spend 5,000 divine magnificence points to upgrade martial skill, running thunder fist to intermediate. Holy, so expensive? This running thunder fist upgrade actually required 5,000 divine greatness points for a single cost, which really startled Chen Yun. Forget it, it was better to save the 500 or so divine greatness points to spend next time. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, pure June first order, plus, barely. Spirit, negative Shi first order, plus, barely. Dasha coins, 999999997246957044436. 5. Divine greatness points, 520. Martial art, running thunder fist, plus, elementary. Skills, vehicle driving, plus, elementary. Chen Yun looked at the current panel. His heart was quite satisfied, but it was still far from enough. It seems that he had to make 1 Iwei spend his money faster. Chen Yun is now counting on 1 Iwei for his divine greatness points. The next day, Chen Yun got up early in the morning. What surprised him was that Lu Jiro had gotten up earlier than him. Outdoor balcony on the leisure chair. Lu Jiro is lazily sunbathing. A white one-piece wraparound dress. Outside the gray long-sleeved jacket. Snow-white shoulders hidden. Very attractive. Hearing Chen Yun coming, Lu Jiro turned her head and smiled sweetly. Brother Chen Yun, the sun is shining on your butt. Sister Jiro, I thought I got up early enough. Chen Yun took a look at the time and realized that it was only around 8 o'clock. Where are you planning to take me today? I haven't come to Maple City to play yet. Lu Jiro picked up the cup of water on the side and took a shallow sip. When Chen Yun heard Lu Jiro's words, he pondered in his mind. In fact, he hadn't played much in Maple City either. During the after-school hours of high school, he was either working part-time or on his way to work part-time. How could he have the time and money to go out and play? Just then, Chen Yun's cell phone received a message from Louis Varon. Dear Mr. Chen, this season's fashion show for the Maple City stop of Louis Varon's Dasha Walk will be held today at 4 p.m. We cordially invite you to attend our upcoming event. Your support and participation is priceless to us. The invitation to the fashion show will be delivered to your residence by 12 o'clock today. With this invitation you will be able to enter the venue. Entry is restricted to myself only. Louis Valentine looks forward to your arrival. Chen Yun took a look. It turned out to be an invitation to this quarterly fashion show after he had previously become a VIP customer by spending money at LW. So Chen Yun said to Lu Jiro on the side, why don't we go to LW's fashion show this afternoon? Since Chen Yun didn't know which places in Maple City were fun, he would have to look for them on Douyin in a while so that he could avoid stepping on potholes. LW's fashion show? Lu Jiro tilted her head, her big bright eyes turning around. I haven't been to one in a while either, but it seems like you need an invitation to get in, right? And an invitation is only enough for one person to go in, Lu Jiro said. Chen Yun frowned slightly. The text message also seemed to say that it was only for one person to enter, so he said to Lu Jiro, that's not going to count. I'll think about what's fun. Chen Yun, are you a premium VIP of LW? A senior VIP would be able to bring an extra person in. Oh, hearing Lu Jiro say that, Chen Yun hurriedly asked, then how do I get promoted to senior VIP? I'm only a junior VIP of LW right now. Lu Jiro thought for a moment and said to Chen Yun, If I remember correctly, to rise to a senior VIP in LW, it is necessary to reach an annual consumption of $10 million, and it will automatically help you upgrade to a senior VIP in LW. When Chen Yun heard this, it's a good idea. It's not just spending money. Then if Sister Jiro wants to go see it, when the invitation is delivered at noon, we'll go back to LW to spend a bit more and get upgraded to a senior VIP first so that we can take you in. Goody. Brother Chen Yun is so good to me. Lu Jiro looked at Chen Yun with affection in her eyes, her face blossoming into a flowery, happy smile, and the two small dimples beside the corners of her lips held a sweetness that would not dissipate for a long time. Chen Yun looked at the smile revealed by the flowery Lu Jiro, and for a moment, his heart was about to melt away. Ding dong! It was almost noon when the person who came to deliver the invitation finally arrived. Chen Yun accepted it and then drove Lu Jiro to the Lanting Hotel for dinner first. They had only eaten a little snack in the morning, and their stomachs had long been rumbling with hunger. When Chen Yun and Lu Jiro got out of the car, the eyes of the few waiters standing outside the hall looked straight. The man was handsome and elegant, and the woman was as beautiful and charming as a pair of golden girls. The waiters quickly recognized Chen Yun and hurriedly bowed to welcome him. Good noon Chen Dong. Good noon Chen Dong. Manager Lu, who happened to be at the front desk, hurriedly greeted him with a quick step. Chen Dong, you are here. This way please. Chapter 48, all of them. Where's Lin Momo? Chen Yun casually asked. Oh, Dong Chen, MS. Lin has already gone to Jiangcheng for her internship. Lu Chang bent over and hurriedly returned. Chen Yun nodded slightly. If Lin Momo had the ability, Chen Yun planned to hand over his future investment company to her to manage, so that the speed at which he could acquire divine magnificence points would be much faster again. After dinner, Chen Yun brought Lu Jiro to the LW boutique in Wanxiang City. The store was not crowded with only a pair of men and women and a few noble women selecting things. Miss welcome, may I help you? A delicately faced counter attendant walked towards Chen Yun and the others. Chen Yun smiled and looked at Lu Jiro on the side. Sister Jiro, just buy whatever you want. It's up to you if you can go to the fashion show. I'll be polite then. Lu Jiro looked at the bags and handbags on the counter. Her eyes were glowing. It is every woman's nature to like these things. The counter attendant followed Lu Jiro's line of sight and hurriedly picked up that one handbag and introduced it. Miss, this Cousin small handbag is a retro color scheme to highlight the inspiration of the Paris road signs inspired, and will continue to. Lu Jiro listened carefully, took the handbag handed by the counter attendant, tucked it in her hand and turned around, one hand on her small waist, smiling sweetly at Chen Yun. Chen Yun, good looking? Good looking. Chen Yun looked at the dimpled and shapely Lu Jiro, bright eyes and white teeth, willow waist, long straight long legs, just like a charming and sentimental fairy, making him froze out of his mind. Lu Jiro was very pleased to see Chen Yun's eyes, constantly roaming over her proud figure. Wrap it up. Lu Jiro handed the handbag in her hand to the counter attendant and turned around to look at another one. Miss, this handbag is a tribute to the City of Light Paris tilted work, canvas shaping Art Deco style conformation. After the counterkeeper organized the handbag in her hand, she rushed to introduce it to Lu Jiro again. Lu Jiro still posed, threw a wink towards Chen Yun, looking at Chen Yun nosebleed. In this way, every time Lu Jiro picked up a bag, she would turn back to flirt with Chen Yun. Unconsciously, Lu Jiro had already picked out a dozen handbags and bags, while the counter attendant following behind Lu Jiro was very shocked in her heart. She roughly estimated, Lu Jiro purchased those things, about need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. She can extract from the commission, is a considerable amount, and look at Lu Jiro's appearance, seems to have no intention of stopping. Thinking of this, the counterkeeper's attitude more and more enthusiastic up. Seriously for Lu Jiro one by one introduction. Lu Jiro in the display cabinets, this side to see, there to see what you like to let the cabinet sister package up. Handbags and bags to buy perfume to buy jewelry after the end of the buy. Lu Jiro took the ring handed over by the cabinet sister, carefully measured. Miss, this ring is in yellow gold 18K gold constructed double rows of stacked wearable structure, paved with its paved diamonds shed bright light. Flowers bloom above the ring, fashionable flow of light unbridled surging. Lu Jiro looked at the golden ring and loved it. Turning to Chen Yun, brother Chen Yun, can you help me put it on? The pure and moving Lu Jiro, her eyes flowing, held the ring in her right hand, and her left hand's green jade finger reached out in front of Chen Yun, staring at him with anticipation. This, Chen Yun looked at the choo-choo moving girl in front of him. The knot in his throat slid up and down, some hesitation in his heart. Well, Jiro's sister want to wear here, wear it here. Lu Jiro's left hand intentionally compared an international friendly gesture with a smile on her face. Chen Yun took the ring that was handed to him. His fingertips inadvertently touched Lu Jiro's delicate fingers. Even though he and Lu Jiro had already had many physical contacts, it was still like an electric shock, making him unable to resist a jolt. Chen Yun carefully put the ring on the middle finger of Lu Jiro's left hand. It's so pretty. Lu Jiro looked back and forth at the ring on her left hand. Her heart is sweet as honey. This ring doesn't need to be wrapped up. I'm going to wear it now, Lu Jiro said to the counter attendant behind her. Of course, no problem, miss, as long as you like it. The counter assistant's heart was already about to go numb. That one ring alone was worth more than 100,000 dasha coins, and the girl in front of her didn't even ask about the price. How rich was his male companion in the end? Out of the corner of her eye, the counter assistant couldn't help but sneak a look at Chen Yun, only to see that he had a calm face, his eyes gently looking at Lu Jiro, seemingly completely unconcerned about the issue of money. While the counter sister was secretly envious, a delicate voice suddenly came to mind beside her, giving people some goosebumps. Hubby, I want the one in her hand. A woman with thick foundation on her face, wearing a stepmother's dress with a mink shawl over it, stepped on her hateful heights and wrapped her arms around a short middle-aged uncle and pampered her. That middle-aged uncle, greasy and with a big belly, walked towards Chen Yun and the others. Ha, aren't you Chen Yun? Why haven't you come to wash the dishes lately? Chen Yun turned his head to look and found that the visitor was none other than LV Jian, the black-hearted labor agent from his previous part-time job. At that time, many labor brokers did not dare to recruit Chen Yun because of his age. Only LV Jian took Chen Yun under his wing, expecting that he would do it even if he was paid less. So he was dead set on withholding Chen Yun's hard-earned money, leaving him with the dirtiest and most tiring jobs. But in the end, he only shared less than half of Chen Yun's wages with him. Lu Jian moved his eyes away from Chen Yun and looked at Lu Jiro colorfully, intentionally raising his hand to touch the few hairs left on top of his head, revealing the large gold ring on his thumb and the name watch on his wrist, then smiled hypocritically. Little beauty, the ring on your hand is not cheap. It's better to take it off and let us have it. When Lu Jiro heard Lu Jian's words, she gave a puzzled look and didn't want to bother with him. The woman whose face was covered in foundation, seeing Lu Jiro's lack of response, was a bit annoyed and clamped her voice in question. Little vixen, do you hear me? Hurry up and give me the ring on your hand. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Ever since Chen Yun and Lu Jiro came in, Lu Jian beside her had been squinting her eyes and staring at the young and beautiful Lu Jiro, and her heart suddenly became jealous. When Lu Jiro saw that woman scolding her, her face held a red color, her eyebrows locked, and her white teeth biting her thin lips. What did you scold me for? I scolded you for being a vixen, hooking up with a random man and then wanting to come and buy Louis Vallen's bag, not looking at the man you hooked up with to see if he can afford it? That woman mockingly looked at Lu Jiro, glancing at the big and small boxes that were packed up. You want to pretend in front of a woman even if you don't have any money, and you're buying so many things. Let's see what you'll take to pay in a while. The big-bellied LV Jian straightened his rounded belly and revealed a greasy smile. Little beauty, the Chen Yun next to you is nothing more than a poor one who works under me part-time. How can he afford to buy all these things? Why don't you follow me? I'll buy all these things for you. Lu Jian is very clear. Chen Yun, who has been working under him for many years, is a poor one who can only live by doing part-time jobs. He can let Lu Jiro follow him. He must be relying on a set of skin and flowery words to trick Lu Jiro. Lu Jian didn't believe that a person who could only endure even if his wages were deducted could afford Louis Vuitton stuff. I'm sorry, how much more of this kind of jewelry do you have in the store? Wrap it all up for me. I'll take it all. Just when Lu Jian thought he had Lu Jiro in his grasp, Chen Yun suddenly grabbed Lu Jiro's shoulder and said to the counter sister standing next to him. Chapter 49, Don't apply too much. As soon as Jian Lu heard this, the smile on his face instantly froze. Chen Yun was going to buy all the jewelry in this store? How was this possible? As a world-class top luxury product, Louis Vuitton, how many people would dream of getting a piece of it as a way to show off to their friends around them? Although LW's jewelry is not the top product in the jewelry industry, the brand effect of Louis Vuitton, the world's top luxury, makes its price only high but not low. A Louis Vuitton quarter of the cheapest jewelry also need tens of thousands of dasha coins. The price of the most expensive is as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars. In a Louis Vuitton store, the amount of jewelry could be quite a lot, and to buy all of it, it would take at least a few million or even tens of millions. Chen Yun, a poor man working under his hand, tiredly working for a month with a meager salary, actually dared to speak out, wanting to buy all the jewelry in the store. Lu Jian, immediately like hearing the world's funniest joke, snorted a laugh. Ha ha ha, I will stand here today to see you buy. If you poor can buy it, I will call your grandfather on the horse. The other customers in Louis Vuitton's store obviously didn't believe what Chen Yun said either. All looked at Chen Yun with disdain. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and wrap up all the jewelry in your store for me. Chen Yun ignored LV Jian, gently glanced at the counter girl and said. The counter sister, who was still in a daze, came back to her senses and hurriedly walked behind the counter, taking out and packing the jewelry in the showcase one by one, while Chen Yun looked on calmly and indifferently. When the last piece of jewelry was packed, the counter sister also calculated the price of these items, and her eyes could not help but shrink slightly. First, sir, these jewels total 8,733,990,000 dasha coins in full, not counting what this lady purchased earlier. The counter assistant raised her head and said softly to Chen Yun. LVGN, who was standing on the side, heard the counter sister's offer and immediately let out a cold smile, his eyes full of contempt. If he added the dozens of bags of big and small things next to him, it would require at least tens of millions. Even if Chen Yun worked under his hand for a lifetime, he would not be able to earn this much money. The woman who was covered in foundation was even laughing, a pair of jealous eyes staring provocatively at Lu Jiro. Then right at this moment, Chen Yun slowly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Swipe your card, and count the ones you just bought along with it, Chen Yun said lazily. The counter attendant respectfully received the bank card and after tallying up the prices of all the items, she took Chen Yun's bank card and gently swiped it next to the POS machine. Tick, the payment was successful. LVGN, who was waiting to see Chen Yun's joke, watched as a small ticket slowly printed out from the POS machine. His eyes suddenly tightened and an incredulous look appeared on his face as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Yun, this poor actually really bought it all. How was this possible? Close to 10 million dasha dollars, even with his annual salary, plus frequent deductions from his workers, he wouldn't necessarily be able to earn it in a 10-year period. The few customers around him who were eating melon, their eyes were whiter than copper bells, their faces filled with shock. This man could actually afford it. Sir, you have spent a total of 12,674,000 dasha coins in full this time, and the computer backend has automatically upgraded you to LW's Premium VIP, the counter assistant said to Chen Yun in a soft voice. Chen Yun nodded slightly and wrote down the address of Maple Leaf 1. Send all these things here for me. Afterward, Chen Yun calmly wrapped his arm around Lu Jiro's waist and left. As he walked to the door, Chen Yun's footsteps lurched as he turned back to the two men whose eyes were filled with consternation. Grandson, tell your little lover not to put on too much flour. Her face is whiter than if she had been dead for 3 days. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, the two men immediately turned purple with anger and trembled slightly. The powder on that woman's face seemed to be shaken off a layer. Walking out of Louis Varon, Chen Yun hurriedly put his arm around Lu Jiro's thin waist down and said to her with a smile, Sister Jiro, still angry? Lu Jiro's eyes were a bit grumpy as she looked at Chen Yun. Why don't you continue to embrace? Is it because my waist is thorny, making you endure for so long? Seeing this, Chen Yun hurriedly acted as if nothing had happened, his eyes looking away as he scratched his head without replying. The address of the Louis Varon fashion show was in a large theater near the sea, and it was said that LW had spent nearly a month just building the theme stage for this runway show. Chen Yun glanced at the time and realized that there was still some time before the fashion show started, so he said to Lu Jiro, Sister Jiro, why don't we go for a walk on the beach first? Yeah, Lu Jiro nodded and agreed. Chen Yun parked his car beside the coastal road on the beach, which was also relatively close to the Grand Theater, and it wouldn't take much time to get there in a while. This was the off-season for tourism. There were not too many people on the beach. Some people were walking on the periphery of the beach, while others took off their shoes and played on the sandy beach where the seawater had risen. The embankment built with stones under their feet was paved all the way to a red and white lighthouse not far away, and the waves kept coming up and lapping at the embankment. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro strolled on the stone road, looking at the turquoise blue seawater, in a soothing mood. Suddenly, Lu Jiro beside him suddenly pointed in the direction of the lighthouse and exclaimed, Chen Yun, look at that person's body. Chen Yun hurriedly looked in the direction Lu Jiro was pointing, and saw that more than 50 meters away, a person was standing beside the embankment under the lighthouse, his head hanging low, his eyes looking at the sea, and he was actually holding a large stone in his arms. Chen Yun's keen spiritual power could clearly sense the person's strong fluctuations of sadness, and the aura emanating from his body inadvertently actually caused Chen Yun to feel a hint of pressure. He was a little puzzled. What was that person going to do? Suddenly, that person straightly hugged the boulder and fell straight into the sea. Lu Jiro, who was beside him, was startled, and Chen Yun could not think fast enough and immediately darted towards the spot where the man had fallen into the sea. System, can I learn swimming and diving related skills? Chen Yun opened the system as he darted on his way. He didn't know how to swim yet, a veritable dry duck. Learning swimming skills, elementary, costs 10 divine magnificence points. Learning diving skills, elementary, costs 10 divine greatness points. Learn to learn. By the way, all of them level up to full level for me, Chen Yun anxiously said to the system. Upgrading swimming and diving to the limit costs 60 divine magnificence points and has been successfully upgraded for the host. After the cool mechanical female voice fell, Chen Yun's mind instantly had many more memories of swimming and diving techniques, and his body immediately formed corresponding muscle memories. When all of this was completed, Chen Yun happened to arrive at the location where the man had fallen into the sea, and as he looked out into the sea, a black dot that kept getting smaller and smaller could be faintly seen in the turquoise blue sea. Chen Yun dropped his cell phone, did not even take off his clothes, took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. The moment he entered the water, it was as if the entire world was quiet. The only sound in his ears was the sound of water pouring into his ears. Chen Yun opened his eyes and looked towards the figure. His body was upwards, his eyes tightly closed, his hands clasping the stone around his chest as he slowly sank into the depths. Chapter 50, Xiaoju. Chen Yun swam and quickly dived towards the depths. After both his swimming and diving skills were raised to their limits, Chen Yun only felt that he was in the ocean, like a shark that moved with agility as he continued to approach towards the silhouette. As he dived deeper and deeper, the light around him gradually became darker and darker, and the range of what he could see became smaller and smaller. Just as the surroundings were about to be plunged into darkness, Chen Yun finally grabbed the man's arm, violently pulling him upwards, pushing away the stones that ringed his body, his feet vigorously swinging up and down as he turned around and floated towards the surface of the sea. With Chen Yun's current physique, diving deep for 10 minutes by himself was not a problem at all, but he was now pulling an adult to swim in the sea, and the oxygen consumed by his body was increasing exponentially. Chen Yun opened his eyes and looked up to the surface of the sea, which was gradually becoming larger and larger. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Phew! The moment Chen Yun's head was exposed to the surface of the sea, he sucked in a large mouthful of air, and for the first time, Chen Yun felt that breathing was such a luxury. Supporting the man, Chen Yun slowly swam under the embankment, a stone-built embankment with many gaps on it to land on and borrow strength. Leaning against the nearly vertical embankment, Chen Yun held the man in one hand and rested on the embankment's gap with one hand, first leaving the water surface, and then with the help of the gaps between each stone crevice, he endeavored to climb up. Rarely to Chen Yun's physique, also cannot help but breathe heavily, but he did not have time to rest. The man has fallen into unconsciousness. Chen Yun hurriedly put him flat on the ground. Both palm root overlapped the same direction, began to press the chest. Lu Jiro, who had rushed over after calling the emergency services, looked at Chen Yun who was doing CPR on the man, and couldn't help but be stunned. Her eyes filled with incredulity. From the surface of the sea to the embankment, there were at least more than 10 meters high, and Chen Yun had just fished that person up from the bottom of the sea, but even below the embankment, he was carrying that adult who was heavier than him to climb up. Although Lu Jiro had witnessed the entire process with her own eyes, she was still very shocked in her heart. She did not expect Chen Yun's physical quality to be so good. Vomit. After Chen Yun pressed dozens of times, a stream of seawater was spat out from the man's mouth, and he began to gradually breathe, his consciousness slowly returning. Buzz though. An ambulance pulled up beside the coastal artery outside the embankment, and the paramedics in the car came rushing and carrying a stretcher and first aid kit. After the paramedics briefly examined the man and realized that his life was out of danger, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and cast appreciative glances at the drenched Chen Yun. When they came down from the ambulance, they saw Chen Yun who was doing CPR. If it wasn't for Chen Yun, the man would most likely have lost his life due to missing the best time to resuscitate him. Young man, are you injured? A doctor looked at Chen Yun, who was wringing his clothes, and said softly. Chen Yun smiled faintly. Thank you, I'm fine. Seeing Chen Yun say so, the doctor did not force himself and put the man on the stretcher. Chen Yun glanced at the time. The fashion show was soon to start, but he was eager to follow the ambulance to the hospital. Chen Yun was curious as to why that man who could make him feel pressure would go and jump into the sea. Lu Jiro, who was standing beside him, as if she could see what was on Chen Yun's mind, softly said, Chen Yun, let's go to the hospital together as well. Otherwise it's inconvenient for that uncle to be alone in the hospital. But, the fashion show. Chen Yun was a little hesitant. Lu Jiro guffawed. It's alright, you can watch it with me next time. Chen Yun's heart was touched for a moment, nodded, and Lu Jiro rode in the ambulance together. After arriving at the hospital, the person was sent for a full body checkup, and it was only after a while that a nurse came over to inform Chen Yun that they were going in. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro came to the hospital bed. The man's lips whitened as he heard a sound and slowly lifted his eyelids. Uncle, are you feeling better? Lu Jiro asked with concern. Xiao Decision just wanted to open his mouth to question why he had to save him, but suddenly saw Lu Jiro's clear, bright, flickering big eyes, and in an instant, the grief at the bottom of his heart surged like a tidal wave, and his tears couldn't stop falling. Xiao Di is the deputy leader of a mercenary corps in the Silver Triangle. His wife passed away after giving birth to his daughter due to a difficult labor. In order to support his family, he had to live a life of blood on the tip of a knife outside. just to provide a happy life for his daughter. But not long ago, his daughter and her nanny were unfortunately involved in a car accident. The nanny died on the spot, and his daughter became a vegetable, never waking up. When he learned the news, he immediately rushed back to Maple City from the Silver Triangle, begged all the doctors, but got the same answer. Slowly desperate, he left a sum of money to maintain the cost of his daughter's convalescence, and then wanted to come to the beach to kill himself, but was accidentally saved by Chen Yun. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro looked at the robust Xiaoji lying on the hospital bed and crying in pain. For a while they were a bit confused. Chen Yun quickly opened his mouth and asked, "Uncle, do you have any difficulties? We might be able to help you." Facing someone who could make Chen Yun feel pressure, Chen Yun wanted to try and pull some strings. "You can really help me?" Chen Yun smiled calmly and said confidently, "Of course." When Xiao Di heard Chen Yun's words, he immediately stopped the tears in his eyes. Somewhat skeptical, but looking at Chen Yun's eyes did not look like he was lying to him. Thinking for a moment, he still told Chen Yun about his daughter's car accident. After hearing this, Chen Yun's heart was also very hard because his parents also lost their lives in a car accident, and he could understand Xiao Decision's sadness. "Uncle Xiao, just because the doctors in Maple City said there is no way, it doesn't mean that the doctors in Jiangxing don't have a way. Not to mention that there are definitely doctors with relevant research in the country and abroad. They will always find a way." When Xiao decided to listen to this, as if he was enlightened, he slapped his head. How come he didn't think that there are domestic and foreign doctors? But Xiao decided to whirl around and think of the high cost on the way to seek medical treatment. A flash of determination in his eyes. He has to return to the Silver Triangle right away, and get together the cost of treatment for his daughter as early as possible. "Chen Yun, thanks for your enlightenment. I will definitely earn enough money to save my daughter as soon as possible." After saying that, Xiao Di was about to remove the syringe on his hand. Seeing this, Chen Yun hurriedly stopped Xiao Di. "Uncle Xiao, if you don't mind, you can work in my company and I will help you with the expenses." As he spoke, Chen Yun released his body's aura if nothing else, and Xiao Decision, who was also at the Pure June realm, immediately noticed the difference, and looked towards Chen Yun, who was smiling faintly, with a fluttering expression. Xiao decided that he was about to be 40 years old, and he had been crawling on the edge of life and death all day long, plus he had a little talent of his own, so that he could constantly break through the limits of his body and become a Pure June realm expert. As for Chen Yun, he definitely did not look to be more than 20 years old, and had actually reached the Pure June realm, which caused Xiao Ju's heart to be astonished. "Then what do you want me to do? I'm just a roughneck," Xiao Ju still asked with some caution. Chen Yun smiled brightly. "Don't worry, Uncle Xiao. I will definitely not let you do anything illegal. The Great Summer Country is a society of the rule of law." Hearing Chen Yun's promise, Xiao Di also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a mercenary, he had deep emotions towards the Great Xia Country. If Chen Yun were to ask him to do something illegal, there was absolutely no way he would agree. "Boss Chen, then when will I start working?" Chapter 51 The Challenge. "There's no rush, Uncle Xiao. Wait for me to help you find some more authoritative doctors first and have them take another look at your daughter's condition." "Thank you, Boss Chen," Xiao Di said excitedly. Chen Yun thought about it. The most powerful person he knew in Maple City would be Wang Sherbei, so he took out his cell phone and called him. "Brother Wang, do you know the top management of the first hospital of Maple City?" Wang Sherbei's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "President Wu of the first hospital of Feng City is my friend. Brother Chen Yun, you can go over to him now. I will speak to him." "Alright, then thank you, Brother Wang. It's fine, Brother Chen Yun. If there are things in the future, you can also ask in that group chat of the Jiangnan 13 Tai Bao. You are a senior member. I believe that there will be a lot of people who are willing to help you," Wang Sherbei said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yun stood up and said to Xiao Di, "Uncle Xiao, I've contacted the doctor who hospitalized your daughter. I'll go over and take a look for you now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji hurriedly pulled out the needle in his hand and wanted to go with Chen Yun. Chen Yun saw that Xiao Decision insisted, but also had to let him go over together. Pure June realm experts. Physical quality is still very strong. From drowning until now, Xiao Decision has basically recovered almost. So Chen Yun 3 people, take a taxi first back to Maple Leaf 1 to take a shower and change clothes, and then go to Maple City First Hospital. Outside the hospital, after receiving a call from Wang Sherbei, President Wu, who was about to leave work, hurriedly put on his white coat again and ran to the hospital gate to wait for Chen Yun. At this time, Xiaodi parked in front of the hospital in his 4-seater Koenigsegg Gemera, and when Chen Yun got out of the car, he saw a doctor in a white coat and 2 nurses standing at the entrance. Seeing Chen Yun arrive, Wu Qingfeng hurriedly walked forward and shook Chen Yun's hand. "You must be Mr. Chen. I'm Wu Qingfeng, the dean of the first hospital. Has Dean Wu made all the arrangements?" Chen Yun nodded slightly and opened his mouth to ask, All arranged. The most authoritative psychiatric director in the hospital is already checking in the ward. You follow me. Chen Yun's trio followed Wu Qingfeng all the way and soon arrived outside a ward. Inside the ward there was only a little girl lying down. A doctor was examining her. While the other few beds had long since been devoid of patients, it was unknown when they had been switched to other rooms. Only after a while did that doctor walk out. Xiao Determination beside Chen Yun asked eagerly, "Doctor, can my daughter still wake up?" Zhao Chang glanced at Xiao Di, sighed and shook his head. Difficult. The brain damage inside the skull is really a bit serious. Wanting to wake up is not a simple thing. Hearing Zhao Chang say this, Xiao Di immediately panicked, holding Zhao Chang's hand and constantly shaking it. "Doctor, please let my daughter wake up. She is less than 10 years old." Speaking here, the tears in Xiao Di's eyes couldn't help but fall again. It is said that men don't cry lightly, but his daughter is the only soft underbelly in Xiao Di's heart. Seeing this, Wu Qingfeng hurriedly opened his mouth and comforted. "This gentleman, don't get excited. Director Zhao Chang is the most experienced doctor in our hospital. Please trust him." Xiao Di also realized that he had lost his temper and hurriedly let go of Zhao Chang's hand. His eyes reddened and his eyes were full of expectation. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Chang said to Chen Yun and Xiao Di, "I really can't do anything about this patient. But foreign countries are a bit more advanced than the Great Summer in this medical field of waking up vegetative people. I can try to help you contact foreign experts to see if they have any solutions. But don't be too happy. Those experts abroad are very busy. I can only help you guys try to contact them. I'm not too sure if they can come." Zhao Chang smiled bitterly. When Chen Yun heard Zhao Chang's words, he said with a smile on his face that made it seem undeniable, "Don't worry, Uncle Xiao. I'll have those foreign experts come over to see your daughter." "Thank you, Boss Chen. Thank you, Dr. Zhao." Xiaoji's face flushed a little red as he excitedly thanked Chen Yun, and Zhao Chang's words had renewed hope in his heart. Then, "Dean Wu, I will leave first. I will contact you in time if I have any news." Dean Wu nodded. "Then I will trouble Director Zhao." Only after Director Zhao Chang left did Wu Qingfeng turn to Chen Yun and Xiao Ju. "Mr. Chen, why don't we transfer the family members to the advanced ward first? I will specially send 2 advanced caregivers to take care of them." Chen Yun naturally agreed, and Xiao Di was even more grateful as he kept saying thank you. "Boss Chen, I'm really very grateful that you've been so kind to me. I can work for you now." Chen Yun smiled faintly and said to Xiao Di, "Uncle Xiao, it's good for you to spend more time with your daughter now. I'll inform you when I have a job." Xiao Decision's heart instantly became more and more grateful to Chen Yun. Ever since he rushed back to Maple City, he had been on his way to pay his bills and seek medical attention. He simply had no time to properly accompany his daughter. Then, "Many thanks to Boss Chen. When you need me, you can just order." After taking care of things, it was already evening when Chen Yun and Lu Jiro came out. Today, he was supposed to take Lu Jiro to the fashion show, but he was delayed due to saving someone's life. And Lu Jiro did not complain a single word, but patiently accompanied Chen Yun, which made his heart feel a little guilty. "Sister Jiro, I'm really sorry for today." Lu Jiro furrowed her eyebrows and pouted her small mouth in a pretense of anger. "Then how are you going to compensate me?" Chen Yun tilted his head and thought for a while. "How about I take you to see a race car?" This was something he had just brushed up on in Douyin today. There was a luxurious racing challenge in Maple City tonight, and it was said to be a very powerful racer who was inviting all kinds of drivers to come and challenge him in Maple Mountain. Yeah. Lu Jiro heard this and had some anticipation in her heart as she had not seen a racing competition yet. So Chen Yun drove the Koenigsegg and led Lu Jiro towards Maple Mountain. When they arrived at the top of Maple Mountain, they found that the place was already overcrowded, and the open space was filled with all kinds of luxury sports cars, such as Audi R8, BMW M8, Ferrari 296, such $1 or $2 million sports cars. Here are as many as there are, and the most dazzling of these cars is the one red Ferrari parked in the center of the open space. This is a Ferrari 488 Pista, the domestic landed price of more than 7 million, equipped with a 3.9T V8 engine, maximum horsepower of 720 horsepower, 100 kilometers of acceleration requires only 2.85 seconds. Its ultimate speed can reach 340 kilometers per hour. Next to the red Ferrari 488 Pista, there was a man wearing a black sweatshirt and gray loose casual pants. Jiang Baojun was all smiles and a look of enjoyment as he listened to the crowd around him bragging about him, as he was the initiator of tonight's racing challenge. At this moment, Chen Yun's Koenigsegg Gemera slowly drove into a parking space at the top of the hill, and its distinctive engine sound and beautiful body lines immediately caught everyone's attention. "Isn't this the Koenigsegg Gemera?" Chapter 52 Koenigsegg. The gazes of everyone on the mountaintop were all focused on this divine car at once. Koenigsegg Gemera is the first 4-seater supercar developed by Koenigsegg, limited to 300 units worldwide, utilizing a plug-in hybrid system consisting of a 3-cylinder engine and 3 electric motors. With a maximum horsepower of 1,727, it takes only 1.9 seconds to accelerate to 100 kilometers, and its ultimate speed reaches more than 400 kilometers per hour. This Koenigsegg Gemera, the domestic landed price needs at least more than 30 million Dasha coins, belongs to the kind of money cannot buy super sports car. Everyone was a bit surprised that this kind of car would actually appear here. Which young master of Maple City had recently purchased this car? It had never appeared in Maple City before. When Chen Yun and Lu Jiro got out of the car, Han Fei in the crowd immediately recognized it and hurriedly pulled Xie Yuanlong over. The faces of the other rich kids were a bit puzzled. They did not recognize Chen Yun as a person. On the other hand, Jiang Baojun, who was originally the center of attention, had all the limelight stolen by Chen Yun at the moment. His face was hard to see, his eyes were as cold as ice and frost, and he seemed to have a fleeting flash of anger. Sigma for all, Sigma Mr. Chen. I didn't expect you to come to see the challenge match as well. Han Fei squeezed out from the crowd and said with a happy face. Behind Han Fei was Xie Yuanlong, who had a somewhat stiff face. After going back from Wang Shibei's house that night, the first time he went to look up Chen Yun's information, he found that what Wang Shibei had said was true, which made him completely turn his previous impression of Chen Yun upside down. Throwing hundreds of billions of dollars to acquire the Wen Group and spending $100 billion to be promoted to a senior member of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards. This was properly a stealthy tycoon. When will the challenge begin? Chen Yun looked around and asked Han Fei. We just finished a match, but no one has been able to win against Jiang Baojun until now. Mr. Chen, that Jiang Baojun is still quite powerful. Chen Yun nodded his head slightly, intending to find a good viewing position with Lu Jiro. Then right at this moment, Jiang Baojun, who was standing in the center of the field, walked over and said in an unkind tone, "Isn't it just a broken three-cylinder that's hybridized with oil and electricity? This kind of car also dares to drive over to race." The bottom of Jiang Baojun's eyes skimmed a touch of jealousy. Feigning disdain, he skimmed his mouth. "Even if the car is more expensive, it's useless. Just based on my car skills, this Koenigsegg in your hands is not as good as my Ferrari. Kid, dare to run a race with me. Your car is so good, surely you won't lose to me?" The corners of Jiang Baojun's mouth grinned upwards as he looked at Chen Yun provocatively. When the surrounding people heard Jiang Baojun say this, they all showed anticipation. They were also eager to see if Jiang Baojun, whose car skills were out of this world, could win this divine car Koenigsegg. Oh, Han Fei saw that Jiang Baojun dared to provoke Chen Yun. He said in a deep voice, "Jiang Baojun, don't be arrogant. You can outrun me before you say anything. What are you again? Don't dare to run even if it's meaningless." The tone of Jiang Baojun's words were drawn out and slow as he sneered. "Your provocation is useful, I promise." Chen Yun's subdued voice suddenly rang out, not making a sound just now because he had upgraded his vehicle driving skills to the limit in the system. In an instant, Chen Yun's mind was flooded with a large amount of skills and experience regarding various vehicle driving techniques. Drifting, accelerating, cornering and other super difficult skills were now a piece of cake for Chen Yun. Jiang Baojun was about to leave, when he heard Chen Yun promise him. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. As for Lu Jiro and Han Fei, they both looked at Chen Yun with some concern. The Fengshan Mountain at night was very dim. There were no street lights on the road. It was very dangerous to race with Jiang Baojun here. Not to mention that Jiang Baojun was an experienced driver. Chen Yun did not say anything. With a gentle smile on his face, he and Jiang Baojun drove the car to the center of the highway. The window of the Ferrari 488 Pista was lowered, and Jiang Baojun's left hand was casually resting on the door, his eyes contemptuously looking at the Koenigsegg Gemera that was parked side by side with his car on the starting line. "Kid, be careful not to fall off in a while. Just having a good car is of no use. Later on, I'll make you not even be able to smell my car's exhaust. Ha 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 ha." Chen Yun's face was flat, lowered the right side of the window, stretched out his right hand in an international friendly gesture, purposely waiting for Jiang Baojun to see clearly before Chen Yun slowly rolled up the window. Seeing the scene of Jiang Baojun, angry eyes, face green, cold snort, angrily staring at the highway ahead, Chen Yun also no longer paid any attention to Jiang Baojun. His hands resting on the steering wheel, a sense of familiarity with this car immediately surged through his body, and his experiences from racing also appeared in his mind. At this time, a blonde beauty wearing a white navel-gazing t-shirt, plus a black ultra-short skirt, revealing a pair of long white legs and twisting her plump buttocks, walked up from the back of the two cars. The blonde held a flag in her hand, waving it from side to side, and finally waving it downward with great force, an action that signaled the start of the race. In an instant, the Koenigsegg and the Ferrari, like cheetahs, scurried out at the same time. The race route was down the highway from the west side of the hilltop, and then circled back to the hilltop from the east side of Maple Mountain, which was like running a lap in this Maple Mountain. Chen Yun's Koenigsegg Gemera only needed 1.9 seconds to accelerate to 100 kilometers, a full second faster than Zhang Baojuan's Ferrari. In a blink of an eye, the Koenigsegg scampered to the front of the Ferrari, almost a length ahead, and even had a tendency to gradually get rid of it. Zhang Baojun looked at the front of the Koenigsegg. His heart did not panic. The performance of the two cars itself, there is a certain gap. The start by Chen Yun's Koenigsegg pull away is very normal, but Zhang Baojun is clear. Fengshan's highway has a lot of curves. Chen Yun can accelerate in a straight line of the road is very few, and he can rely on the rich experience of cornering. Slowly Chen Yun will be thrown away. Thinking of this, the first curve will soon arrive. At this time, Koenigsegg has been ahead of the Ferrari has more than 10 meters away. Chen Yun holding the steering wheel, not the slightest intention to slow down. A nearly 90-degree bend, instantly drifted through, only leaving a ground of smoke and dust, and disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Zhang Baojun, who was following behind, was stunned, and the Koenigsegg disappeared from his line of sight. What happened? Zhang Baojun suddenly widened his eyes. His heart was beating furiously. Cold sweat couldn't help but break out on his palms. Is Chen Yun playing with his life? Surprisingly, he didn't slow down when he crossed the corner. Zhang Baojun thought that his car skills were good, but he wouldn't dare to play accelerated drift on this kind of highway that was only 2 body widths wide, with a cliff outside. Even on a normal track, Zhang Baojun would occasionally make mistakes when using accelerated drifting, but Chen Yun actually dared to accelerate and drift through a corner on such a dangerous track, and actually succeeded. Between thoughts, Zhang Baojun also came to the corner. He obviously slowed down his speed, and tried to use the most perfect drift to get out of the corner as quickly as possible, but when he looked forward again, he didn't find the figure of Koenigsegg at all. Is this Koenigsegg Gemera's performance so good? Chapter 53, One more competition. Accelerating at 100 kilometers took only 1.9 seconds. The short distance burst was just too strong. When Zhang Baojuan's Ferrari arrived late, the Koenigsegg had long since stopped at the finish line, and Chen Yun leaned against the car, closing his eyes to feel the excitement from the drag race just now. Chen Yun had not slowed down the entire time with the added skill of driving a vehicle at the extreme level, and the absolute speed and passion was very addictive to him. The crowd on top of the hill was surprised to see that Zhang Baojun, who had not lost a single race all night, was now actually thrown so far away by Chen Yun. This person is really powerful. Even Zhang Baojun can win. Che, it's not because the car is good. So true. That Koenigsegg's performance isn't even on the same level as a Ferrari. When Jiang Brejan got down from the car, his face was ugly and his eyes were lowered. Delta, Han Fei stood beside Chen Yun, very pleased with himself, and mocked at Zhang Baojun. Hearing Han Fei's words, Zhang Baojuan's face felt even more green and white as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's just relying on the performance of the Koenigsegg, what's there to be proud of?" Zhang Baojun was certain that accelerating through the corners would not be much faster than him, and if he was allowed to drive the Koenigsegg Gemera, he would be able to similarly throw Chen Yun off a street. Seeing that Zhang Baojun was unconvinced, Chen Yun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It just so happened that he wanted to run it again, so he said to Zhang Baojun, "Then why don't we change cars and compete again?" Hearing Chen Yun say this, Zhang Baojun inwardly felt secretly happy and sneered. "This is what you said. Don't blame me for dumping you too far." Chen Yun shrugged his shoulders and asked Lu Jiro on the side, "Sister Jiro, do you want me to take you for a ride?" "It's cool." Lu Jiro looked at the smiling Chen Yun. In her heart, she also kind of wanted to try it out. She had only seen racing cars on TV. She hadn't personally experienced it yet. Good. The corner of Lu Jiro's eyes curved as she nodded and said. Chen Yun casually threw the keys to Zhang Baojun before leading Lu Jiro onto the red Ferrari 488 Pista. When Zhang Baojun saw that Chen Yun actually brought a woman on board, he was a bit annoyed. This Chen Yun clearly did not put him in his eyes. The performance of the Ferrari 488 Pista itself was inferior to the Koenigsegg Gemera. The original lighter body was one of the few advantages. After adding the weight of an adult to it, there was hardly any advantage to speak of. "Let's see how arrogant you'll still be in a while." A flash of anger flashed under Zhang Baojuan's eyes. His thick eyebrows turned up, gritting his teeth, angrily driving the Koenigsegg to the starting line and waiting. Once Lu Jiro sat in the co-pilot, Chen Yun softly reminded, "Sister Jiro, hold on to the handrail for a while, and close your eyes if you're scared." "I won't be scared." Lu Jiro deliberately straightened her full breasts and crossed her arms to Chen Yun. Chen Yun smiled gently and held the steering wheel with both hands. This was the first time he drove a Ferrari 488 Pista, but the feeling his body brought to him was like he was re-meeting an old partner he had been working with for many years, and was very familiar with each other. Not long after, the blonde beauty from earlier came to the front of the two sports cars, waving the flag in his hand. The race was once again on the spot. The start of the two supercars was the same as in the first round. Koenigsegg took the lead. instantly leading the Ferrari by a length. Zhang Baojun, who was temporarily ahead, secretly sneered in his heart. Although it was his first time to drive the Koenigsegg Gemera, the powerful performance made him confident. Looking at the Ferrari in the rearview mirror, Zhang Baojun once again boosted his speed, and threw Chen Yun away from at least more than 10 meters distance. Soon, the first corner appeared in front of Zhang Baojun's eyes. He began to slightly reduce speed, drifting sideways, quickly over the corner, and did not waste much time. Into the straight continue to accelerate. Want to get rid of Chen Yun behind him. Chen Yun, who was more than 10 meters behind, was calm inside, and after entering the curve, he still maintained full speed, and drifted from the edge of the cliff in a perfect drift, between the tires and the ground, and was even rubbed out by a bit of sparks. Lu Jiro on the co-pilot, eyes from the right side window, saw the wheels about to fall into the cliff. Her heart was about to pop out of her chest, couldn't help but let out a sharp popping sound. Chen Yun After exiting the corner, Chen Yun could still see the Koenigsegg not far ahead, the distance having been narrowed down to about 10 meters. Zhang Baojun looked at the Ferrari that scurried out of the corner and was inwardly shocked at how the distance was still being drawn closer. During the first race, Zhang Baojun had not seen the Koenigsegg's figure since the first corner. While Chen Yun was driving the Ferrari, he could actually chase after him. Thinking of this, Zhang Baojun stepped on the gas pedal with deadly force, wanting to utilize the Koenigsegg's advantage of straight-line acceleration to throw Chen Yun's Ferrari off. But soon, another corner appeared in front of his eyes, forcing him to slow down and drift through the corner. When Zhang Baojun exited the corner, the bright red Ferrari followed closely behind, and the distance between him was surprisingly shrunk once again. Just like this, Chen Yun was constantly closing in on the Koenigsegg by virtue of each full-speed corner, not slowing down the entire time. Damn it! Sitting in the car, Zhang Baojun couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness rise in his heart. Even though Koenigsegg's straight-line outburst was very fast, it was only a matter of time before he was overtaken by Chen Yun. Before the start of the first race, Zhang Baojun had thought that he would be able to utilize the advantage of his experience in cornering as a means of defeating Chen Yun's Koenigsegg, but at this time, sitting in the Koenigsegg car, he wished that there were fewer corners. At the end of the hilltop highway, everyone was poking their heads out, wanting to see who would cross the finish line first. Finally, a bright red Ferrari appeared from a short distance away, roaring towards the finish line. Waiting for a while, followed by the Koenigsegg appeared in people's sight. When everyone saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. How could it be a Ferrari? This is not scientific. Zhang Baojun couldn't even win in a Koenigsegg? This is too strong. Chen Yun was driving a Ferrari with relatively poor performance and actually still won against Zhang Baojun. Not to mention that this time, Zhang Baojun was driving a Koenigsegg Gemera with explosive performance. Zhang Baojun's car skills. Everyone has witnessed the challenge for a night. Not lost a single game. But since Chen Yun came, he lost 2 games in a row. And even after changing cars, he was also left far behind by Chen Yun. After Zhang Baojun got down from the car, his face turned blue, snorted coldly, and without looking back, he drove into his Ferrari and left the place. The racing skills and experience that he was originally proud of had been crushed by Chen Yun without mercy, which was simply unacceptable to him. Oh, Che, losing your eyes in a hurry. Han Fei looked at the departing Ferrari and mocked. The other people on the hilltop, who did not care about Zhang Baojun's departure, had gathered around, wanting to strike up a conversation with Chen Yun, and among them, there were quite a few rich kids and beautiful women. Seeing this, Chen Yun hurriedly pulled the dizzy Lu Jiro back into the car and sped away after saying goodbye to Han Fei. Chen Yun, I want to go to a nightclub. Lu Jiro, who had slightly slowed down, said on a whim. Chapter 54, really big. In the car, Chen Yun had planned to take Lu Jiro back to rest first, and seeing Lu Jiro say so, he asked with some doubt, Sister Jiro, what's so fun about a nightclub? Lu Jiro looked out the car window and nudged her mouth. Life hits the spot. I haven't been there yet. Seeing Lu Jiro say this, Chen Yun could only agree, so he turned the direction towards the city center and drove. It wasn't long before Chen Yun and Lu Jiro arrived at a nightclub place called Golden Zune, and after parking the car on the side of the road, the two walked in together. Chen Yun asked for a booth at the front desk, some drinks and snacks, but go in and just sit down. Lu Jiro has some regret. The whole place is filled with a strong smell of smoke, mixed in the air fragrance and faint sweat sour smell mixed together. Cannot help but let Lu Jiro frown. This is completely different from what she imagined. The waiter quickly sent over the juice and snacks that had been ordered, and Chen Yun just happened to be feeling a little thirsty. Picking up a cup of the drink and tilting his head back to drink it all, Lu Jiro looked towards the center of the dance floor. There was a large group of young people, dressed in shorts and revealing outfits, were bouncing along to the powerful music, constantly shaking their bodies, enjoyment smiles on their faces. Chen Yun, why don't we go up and try it too? Lu Jiro asked softly. Okay, Sister Jiro. Chen Yun looked at those people who were shaking their heads. How could he feel awkward? It was also the first time he came to play in a nightclub like this place, and he appeared to still be a bit restrained. Brother Huang, that chick is so handsome. A young man with dyed green-inch hair pointed at Lu Jiro, who walked to the edge of the dance floor and said to the yellow hair beside him. Huang Chengjui looked in the direction Xiao Feng pointed and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's so big. Go, get that woman for me. By the side of the dance floor, under the dim lights, it made it a little hard to see each other's faces. Lu Jiro bit her lips, a faint blush rising on her cheeks as she graciously took Chen Yun's palm and followed the example of the people around her, twisting her sexy thin waist. In an instant, Chen Yun and Lu Jiro looked at each other, and their soulful and playful eyes struck Chen Yun's innermost being, leaving him dazed and confused. Chen Yun in Lu Jiro's leadership, body a little stiff swaying, but hot eyes in Lu Jiro body never moved away. The two of them had been rocking along with the music for an unknown period of time, and on Lu Jiro's snow-white neck, a layer of fine fragrant sweat was emerging. Chen Yun, let's rest for a while. Lu Jiro took out a tissue from her pocket, wiped the fine sweat on her face and said to Chen Yun. Then, Sister Jiro, you go back to the card table and eat something first. I'll go to the restroom. The cup of juice that he drank earlier made Chen Yun somewhat unable to hold his breath. Lu Jiro had just returned to the card seat, but found that there were already 3 or 4 beauties with heavy makeup on the seat. Lu Jiro made sure that she had not made a mistake, and opened her mouth a bit puzzled and asked, are you guys sitting on the wrong seat? Those women on the card seat saw Lu Jiro come back and said with a feigned face of apology, I'm sorry sister, we are all still college students. We don't have the money to book a card seat. Just now we saw that no one was here, so we wanted to come and take a rest. If sister minds, we will leave now. Lu Jiro looked at those pitiful girls. There was nothing wary in her heart. Anyway, it was just her and Chen Yun. The card seat was so big, it was big enough to sit down. So she said to them, it's okay, you guys sit down. Upon hearing this, those few girls showed joyful faces and thanked them in a hurry, pulling Lu Jiro and started chatting. When they learned that Lu Jiro was a graduate of Magic City Drama University, they immediately revealed a look of admiration. Magic City Drama University is equivalent to Capital University in the arts colleges and universities, and those who are able to graduate from here are equivalent to having half a foot in the entertainment industry. They have to ask Lu Jiro. There is no gossip about their favorite idol. Lu Jiro also came to interest, gushing to them, the few girls while listening, while to Lu Jiro handed a cup of juice like a drink. Lu Jiro also no defense, end up on a mouthful of drink, after drinking 2 or 3 cups in a row, only to continue to give them the gossip about the stars. But slowly, Lu Jiro found something wrong, hands holding her forehead, her head began to dizzy. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Lu Jiro's tone was weak, leaning on the sofa as if she would faint the next moment. Seeing this, the few girls on the card table curved the corners of their mouths imperceptibly, let out a grim smile, and waved their hands towards a short distance away. What they gave Lu Jiro was not a drink at all, but a mixture of fruit juice and several types of alcohol to make people drunk at the drop of a hat. Soon, Xiao Feng, who had dyed green hair, came from the side and looked at the fainting Lu Jiro with lewd eyes. Chen Yun, who had just returned from the restroom, suddenly saw several more girls on the card table, and a man leaning down about to hug Lu Jiro, who had collapsed on the sofa. Seeing this scene, a bad feeling rose in Chen Yun's heart, and he immediately squeezed through the crowded crowd and rushed towards the card table with big strides. Just as Qiu Feng's hand was about to touch Lu Jiro, Chen Yun had already rushed behind him and forcefully gripped the back of Qiu Feng's neck, flinging him out as if he was lifting a chicken. Ouch! Chen Yun did not care about Qiu Feng, who fell to the ground, hurriedly checked for Lu Jiro. Fortunately she was only drunk. Her fleshy face was flushed with a reddish haze. Her hazel eyes had a flood of drunkenness. Her vermilion lips curled up slightly as she murmured, Chen Yun, I'm here, Sister Jiro. Chen Yun hurriedly comforted in a soft voice, as if she had heard Chen Yun's words. Lu Jiro's jade hand kept groping, and as soon as she wrapped Chen Yun's arm around her, she buried herself in the 2 jade peaks. Chen Yun's body only felt a tingling sensation. The warmth and softness coming from his arm was just too intoxicating. At this time, Xiao Feng, who had climbed up from the ground, could not care less about the pain, and pounced towards Chen Yun with a fierce expression. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chen Yun turned his head, a pair of ghostly cold eyes narrowed, his gaze exceptionally cold as he raised his left hand to deliver a simple and unadorned punch, blasting heavily at Xiao Feng's body. Then Xiao Feng was like a cannonball, directly flew out, knocked down on a card seat, head tilted, fainted. The music on the dance floor was very loud, completely muffling the sounds of the fight on this side, and only some of the surrounding people looked at the ice-cold Chen Yun with fear in their eyes. Chen Yun did not pay attention to the surrounding strange eyes, reluctantly and slowly pulled away Lu Jiro's holding arm, gently a princess hug, then holding Lu Jiro out of the Golden Zen nightclub. When Chen Yun holding Lu Jiro, ready to use the car key to open the car door, behind the back came a large group of people, hands carrying iron bars, imposing Chen Yun surrounded. Chapter 55 Gao Xiaolan. You want to run away after beating up my people? Do I even want to mix in the future? Master Huang? Huang Chengjui stepped out from behind a group of juniors, greedily glanced at Lu Jiro who was being held in Chen Yun's arms, and then coldly and sternly said to Chen Yun. Huang Chengjui was the head of a small powerful gangster in this neighborhood, with 30 to 40 lapdogs under his hand. Except for the Black Bear gang and the Gao family's people, he was the biggest here. Give me the woman in your hands, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and this matter will end here. Chen Yun's eyes stared as he sniffed, his black eyes revealing an icy chill. You're the one who had someone get Sister Jiro drunk, so what if it was me? Be a good boy and hand over that woman, and I'll pretend that today's incident didn't happen. Huang Chengjui laughed as if he was determined to get Lu Jiro. Seeing that Chen Yun remained indifferent and stood there dumbfounded, Huang Chengjui suddenly became a bit impatient and took the iron rod from a junior brother beside him, pointing at Chen Yun and cursing. Do you hear me? The iron rod in my hand is not long-eyed. If you are not careful, you will only be able to sit in a wheelchair in the future. Miss, Huang Chengjui has brought someone to find trouble with the owner of that Koenigsegg. A middle-aged man in white plainclothes respectfully said to Gao Xiaolan. Gao Xiaolan crossed her legs and held a highball glass, her pair of long white and smooth legs swaying back and forth. Oh, let's go down and take a look. Gao Xiaolan put down her wine glass, stood up and said to Wang Ping who was standing by the side. Just when Huang Chengjui wanted to greet someone to go up and beat up Chen Yun, a junior behind him suddenly whispered into his ear. Brother Huang, I just checked. The car behind that person is a Koenigsegg Gemera, with a landing price of tens of millions of dollars, or a limited edition of 300 units worldwide. When Huang Chengjui heard this, his heart thumped. Which big shot came to Golden Zune nightclub tonight? How come he didn't see it just now inside? Drag him out and beat him up in a while. Don't touch that sports car. You hear me? Huang Chengjui cautiously said to the little brother next to him. Immediately, Huang Chengjui turned back and angrily cursed. Kid, do you know how much the sports car behind you costs? Hurry up and stay away from that car. If you touch a big shot's car, can you afford to pay for it with this cheap life of yours? Chen Yun coldly stared at Huang Chengjui, turned around and put Lu Jiro down. His right hand encircled his soft waist, took out the car keys from his pocket and opened the car door. Beep! The orange headlights that flashed twice were like a heavy hammer that hit Huang Chengjui's head heavily, and he only felt a heavenly rotation. Chen Yun was actually the owner of this luxury car in front of him, can have tens of millions of cars, which is not a big man who calls the wind and rain. Maple City and the powerful and influential people, he more or less have some eyes, but he has never seen Chen Yun this number of people. After Chen Yun opened the car door, he gently hugged Lu Jiro and put her into the co-pilot, and by the way, he flattened the seat down so that Lu Jiro could comfortably lie on it. After everything was done, Chen Yun then closed the car door, turned around to look at Huang Chengjui, who was scared pale as paper, and coldly said, "What did you just say, my lord?" I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." Huang Chengjui's legs continued to tremble. His eyes were filled with a look of panic. Both knees softened and he directly fell to his knees in front of Chen Yun. The seat alone was worth tens of millions of dollars. Looking at Chen Yun's age, he must be an heir in a prestigious family. Chen Yun wanting to kill him, a ruffian, would be as simple as pinching an ant to death. Thinking of this, Huang Chengju desperately kowtowed on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. "Da, Lord, please let me live. I shouldn't have let anyone get my sister-in-law drunk. Please let me go, Lord." Chen Yun looked at Huang Chengjui, who had knocked his head through and was bleeding blood, and did not want to forgive him. His face was gloomy, like a pool of stagnant water, sending shivers down one's spine. This yellow hair should not hit the idea on Lu Jiro. Lu Jiro in Chen Yun's heart has unconsciously become incredibly important, must give Huang Chengjui and these legs of his a lesson. Chen Yun slowly walked over to the kneeling Huang Chengjui, kicked him over and then violently kicked him in the small of his back. Huang Chengjui only felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. The food in his stomach was turning over, and the several ribs near his abdomen were broken in unison. "Ah!" Huang Chengjui's scream of pain, causing a layer of cold sweat to appear on the foreheads of the surrounding juniors. Their eyes panicked as they looked at the demonic young man before them. All of them were so scared that they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. Chen Yun raised his head, coldly scanned the circle, and was about to copy the iron rod to waste the legs of Huang Chengjiao's juniors. At this time, two people suddenly came from the distance. Huang Chengjui, who was lying on the ground covering his stomach, saw Gao Xiaolan and struggled. shouting, "Sister Lan, save me!" Chen Yun glanced at them and spoke indifferently. "Are you here to help this yellow hair?" The beauty who walked in front, her slightly curly hair resting on her delicate collarbone, was wearing a black cheongsam that was dignified and beautiful, and between the forked hem of her skirt, her white jade-like calves were faintly visible. "Mr. Misunderstood, I was worried about dirtying your hands and wanted to come and help you dispose of this garbage." Gao Xiaolan's voice was soft and melodious as she smiled and looked towards Chen Yun. The smile at the corner of her mouth was like a mesmerizing evening glow in the sky. Mesmerizing. Wang Ping, who was walking beside her, saw Huang Chengjui trying to come up and hold Gao Xiaolan's leg, and kicked him in the brain, causing him to pass out directly. Seeing that Gao Xiaolan and the two were here to curry favor with him, Chen Yun simply left it to them to deal with, dropping the iron rod in his hand with the intention of turning around and leaving. "Just a moment, sir. I'm Gao Xiaolan, the owner of the Golden Respect nightclub. I'm really sorry for what happened tonight. As compensation, I can open a free black gold membership card of the Golden Respect nightclub for sir." Chen Yun did not care about any black gold membership card at all and originally did not intend to take care of this woman, but hearing that she was also surnamed Gao, he could not help but ask a curious question. "Who is Gao Tunfeng to you?" Gao Xiaolan was slightly stunned when she heard Chen Yun's words. "Sir, you know my second uncle? Sort of know each other." Chen Yun smiled faintly. Being the owner of a nightclub and also surnamed Gao, it was true that he was a member of the Gao family, one of the two major underground forces in Maple City. "Then I'll trouble you to deal with these people. Just send the black and gold membership card to Maple Leaf 1. After Chen Yun finished speaking, he got into the Koenigsegg and left. Gao Xiaolan looked at the direction Chen Yun left and raised her eyebrows slightly. Chen Yun's promise to accept the black gold membership card meant that he agreed to befriend her. To be able to befriend a big shot who drove a tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, her decision tonight was very wise. Wang Ping, who had been standing silently at Gao Xiaolan's side, opened his mouth and inquired, "Miss, what are we going to do with these people?" Gao Xiaolan turned around, her gaze cold as she looked at the ground hooligans kneeling and shivering on the ground in front of her. "Send them all in for squatting. Let them be sentenced harshly." "Okay, miss." Chapter 56, memorizing quite familiarly. Returning to Maple Leaf 1, Chen Yun went from the parking lot and carried Lu Jiro all the way to her room, carefully covering her with a quilt before exiting the room. Just as Chen Yun was about to go back to his room to rest, the system's cool female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Physique has been upgraded. Spirit has been upgraded." Chen Yun's footsteps lurched as a warm and cozy feeling came from his body and mind. Chen Yun could feel that his body had become a little stronger again. Looking down at the ring finger of his left hand, it should be the strengthening effect brought about by this ring. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, pure June second order, plus, barely. Spirit, negative Shi second order, plus, barely. Dasha coin, 999999997246830304306. 5. Divine greatness points, 410. Martial art, running thunder fist, plus, elementary. Skills, vehicle driving, extreme. Swimming, extreme. Diving, extreme. After deducting the upgraded skills, the divine magnificence points were just enough, which could not help but make Chen Yun's sword frown slightly. Waniwei's speed of spending money was really too slow. If he wanted to utilize the divine magnificence points to strengthen his physique, he didn't know that he would have to wait until the year of the monkey. So Chen Yun took out his cell phone and called Waniwei, and the call was quickly answered. "Hello, Director Chen. What are you looking for me for?" "Director Wen, I hope you can speed up the progress of Wen's group's development and expand the group's industry. You don't have to worry about the financial aspect," Chen Yun said indifferently. When Waniwei heard this, it just so happened that she also wanted to expand her business on other fields. She was just afraid that the funds provided by Chen Yun would not be enough. Now that her boss had given the word, then she could also rest assured that she could boldly go ahead with it. "I understand, Dong Chen. Well, that's it then." The following day, when Chen Yun woke up, Lu Jiro was still huffing and puffing in her room. Chen Yun didn't disturb. He planned to go back to school in the morning for a stroll. Chen Yun hadn't been to school for almost a month. After leaving a message for Lu Jiro, Chen Yun drove to the school. When Chen Yun arrived at the classroom, he had already finished the first class, and it was the break time after class. When the students in the class saw the suddenly appearing Chen Yun, they all froze for a few seconds, revealing curious expressions. Ever since Chen Yun was called out by the grade director, he had disappeared for almost a month. For the school to give Chen Yun such a long vacation so close to the college entrance exam, it must be because Chen Yun had something very important to do. Chen Yun had just sat down in his seat when Zhang Quan moved a chair right next to him like a dog picking up a scent. "Where have you been these past few days? The school actually managed to let you take such a long vacation?" Zhang Quan asked in surprise. The surrounding students, too, all turned their heads curiously, wanting to know what Chen Yun had gone to do. Chen Yun smiled faintly. The principal asked me to go to a school in Jiangqing for closed learning. I only came back to see you today after taking a vacation break. Chen Yun could only lie like this for now. He couldn't say to his classmates that he had taken a vacation simply because he didn't want to stay at school. After listening to Chen Yun's explanation, Zhang Quan revealed a look like this was the case, and the other students also came to a realization. No wonder Chen Yun could take such a long leave. So this was the principal's arrangement. Chen Yun pursed his lips and smiled, shaking his head, not realizing that Zhang Quan, this kid, could actually really convince Su Nuhan. Ding bell. Everyone began to return to their seats. Zhang Quan had originally planned to blow off some more steam with Chen Yun, but when he heard the class bell, he could only carry his chair back. This section was a physics class, and Chen Yun buried his head under his desk and started playing with his cell phone. Su Dingxiang walked in holding her lesson plan and stepping on her small high heels. Under her short black hair, her cheekbones bulged and her sharp eyes scanned. When she saw the sprawled Chen Yun, her willow-like thin eyebrows suddenly wrinkled and she slapped the podium hard. Don't sleep. Hurry up. There are still a few days before the college entrance exam. Can you guys sleep? The shrill voice was very piercing. Chen Yun sighed and could only helplessly put away his cell phone and sit up. Su Dingxiang on the podium looked at Chen Yun, who was full of indifference, and her heart became inexplicably irritated. Chen Yun also sensed Su Dingxiang's hostile eyes and secretly muttered, if he had known that there was this snobbish woman's class today, he wouldn't have come. This Su Dingxiang, to those rich second generation and ordinary students, were two completely different faces. Poor students like Chen Yun had to sit straight and serious in her class, without a hint of slackness, and those rich second generation students, in her class can sleep, not to mention. Su Dingxiang will also be ridiculous to ask whether it will be noisy to them to sleep. More once, another class of rich second generation too noisy. Su Dingxiang will directly change the class to self-study, so that the other students look at each other in disbelief. In this way, in this physics class, Su Dingxiang would intentionally or unintentionally connote Chen Yun every time, and Chen Yun was too lazy to bother with her, staying seated in his position. At the end of class, Chen Yun thought to himself that it was finally over, and just as he was about to get down, Su Dingxiang's piercing voice came from the podium. Chen Yun, come with me to the office. Chen Yun's brow furrowed and he could only stand up and follow Su Dingxiang to the office. Just as Su Dingxiang arrived at the office and sat down, she slammed her lesson plan onto the desk and angrily rebuked Chen Yun. Chen Yun, your physics grades are good? Dare to sleep in my class. Chen Yun restrained his emotions and said to Su Dingxiang as calmly as he could, Ms. Su, I myself have carefully reviewed after class, and now I feel that my grades will make some progress. Ha! There's progress, it's just how you feel. Write a paper for you and you'll immediately be revealed. The corners of Su Dingxiang's mouth rose as if she had heard something funny. Glancing at Chen Yun with contempt, rummaging through the drawer for a while and taking out a test paper and throwing it in front of Chen Yun. I'll know right away if there's any progress. Chen Yun looked at the disdainful Su Dingxiang. His heart was vaguely angry. He had not needed to prove it to anyone for a long time, but in order to shut this snobbish woman up, Chen Yun still picked up a pen and wrote on the test paper at a rapid pace. Swish swish swish. In no time, Chen Yun finished an entire test paper, closed the pen cap, and politely handed it to Su Dingxiang. Su Dingxiang, who was sitting on the chair, was slightly stunned. It had only been less than 5 minutes that had passed and Chen Yun had finished. Su Dingxiang took the paper and began to correct it with a red pen. Correcting it, she gradually realized that what Chen Yun had written seemed to be completely correct. Although the answer questions did not have an answer process and only the answer was written out, it was indeed correct. How was this possible? Su Dingxiang was a bit puzzled. Turning over the paper and checking it again, she instantly realized what was going on and let out a cold laugh. The answers are memorized quite skillfully. It's really hard for you. She had just realized that this paper had been tested before, and the reason Chen Yun could write so fast must be that he had memorized the answers. Otherwise, why did he only write the answers to his answer questions, not the process? Chen Yun, can't you focus on your studies with this crooked mind of yours? Su Dingxiang sneered. The college entrance exam will come up with original questions? To actually memorize the answers? How ridiculous. Chapter 57 for your good. Beside the bookshelf, Su Dingxiang took out a physics Olympiad exercise book, picked a paper from it, and threw it in front of Chen Yun once again. Come on, write. Let me guess if you've memorized the answers to the questions in this Olympiad book. Su Dingxiang wrapped her hands around her chest, her eyes contemptuously looking at Chen Yun. I'll give you an hour. I'll take the day off for you and the class behind you. I'd like to see here today if you can still write this paper. Hearing Su Dingxiang's words, a layer of dark cloud surfaced in Chen Yun's pupils. His stoic face tightened. The knot in his throat rolled twice. If she wasn't his teacher, Chen Yun would have already slammed his fist on Su Dingxiang's sharp-tongued face. Chen Yun took a deep breath and took a pen to write on the test paper. On the test paper, complex questions entered Chen Yun's eyes, and his mind subconsciously gave him the optimal answer. In the ordinary person's case, it might be an Olympiad question that could never be done. But in Chen Yun's hands, each question could be answered in just a few seconds. Su Dingxiang, who was sitting on the side, could not help but be a little surprised when she saw Chen Yun's speed of answering the questions. The front side of a paper was quickly done, and Chen Yun basically just glanced at it before writing down the answer. This kind of Olympiad questions, even if she was allowed to write them, each question would take a long time. Just as Su Dingxiang froze, Chen Yun had already handed her the finished paper in front of her. Teacher Su, I finished writing. Chen Yun's low voice pulled Su Dingxiang back to reality, and she froze as she received the paper, took the answers and began proofreading. Su Dingxiang squinted her eyes and looked very carefully, the red pen continuously drawing a red check mark on the paper, her hand slowly becoming a little shaky. After proofreading the paper for 10 minutes, Su Dingxiang couldn't believe the result in front of her eyes. Chen Yun didn't make a single mistake in this Olympiad difficulty paper, and there was still no process for answering the questions, only the answers. Su Dingxiang flipped through the answers to make sure she hadn't made a mistake, and then rechecked them again, but the result was still the same. How is this possible? Su Dingxiang's heart was beating furiously. As a physics teacher, she didn't dare to guarantee that this kind of Olympiad difficulty topic could be alright, and Chen Yun actually not only did all of them, but also used less than 10 minutes of time. The palm of her hand holding the red pen was a little sweaty as she stared blankly at this alright paper, her heart unusually shocked. Teacher Su, now you should believe that my grades have made some progress, Chen Yun calmly said to Su Dingxiang. Su Dingxiang straightened her clothes and pretended to be calm. The bottom of her heart was a bit lacking as she lectured. Even if your grades are good, that's not a reason for you to sleep in class. You're disrupting classroom discipline like this, and you're not putting the teacher in the slightest bit in your eyes. It's close to the college entrance exam, yet you still have the mind to sleep. I have to ask your parents to come over and communicate properly. After Su Dingxiang finished speaking, she took out her cell phone from one of her bags and was going to ask Chen Yun to call and ask his parents to come over. When Chen Yun heard Su Dingxiang's words, his face sank and a flash of stern color flashed under his eyes. This woman really wasn't done. Chen Yun took the cell phone and lost a number. The caller was quickly answered. Chen Yun's voice was ghostly cold as he opened his mouth. This is Chen Yun. Come to Ms. Su Dingxiang's office immediately. Chen Yun didn't wait for the other side to reply and directly hung up the phone. Su Dingxiang heard Chen Yun call her by her full name over the phone. Her face turned blue as she glared hatefully at Chen Yun and laughed angrily. Well, good for you Chen Yun. In front of me you dare to call me by my full name. Is there any respect for teachers left in your eyes? When your parents come, I will definitely tell them the whole situation truthfully. Su Dingxiang was so furious that her eyebrows went up, biting her back teeth. Her two nostrils closed one by one. Not long after, the office door was pushed open. Su Dingxiang looked towards the door, a puzzled look on her face. Why did the principal come? Only to see the principal looking around the office. He soon saw Chen Yun, who was standing quietly next to Su Dingxiang, and hurriedly walked forward. When Su Dingxiang saw the principal walking in her direction, she was shocked and hurriedly assumed a posture of correcting her homework, only to see the principal walk quickly to Chen Yun's side and respectfully ask, Student Chen, is there something you're calling for me? The pretentious Su Dingxiang couldn't help but tremble in her hand holding the red pen when she heard the principal's words. Chen Yun was actually calling the principal just now. Su Dingxiang hurriedly stood up from her chair and scolded Chen Yun. Chen Yun, I told you to call your parents. What are you doing calling the principal? The principal's work is so busy, running over and delaying precious time because of a little thing you did. Can you afford to take the responsibility? Hey, Mr. Su, you can't say that. We should listen to the students' demands more often. Our work as educators is only meaningful, isn't it? The principal hurriedly explained. How dare he not listen to Chen Yun? If he made this Chen student unhappy and went to Lu Jinning's place to report on him, he as the principal would have to be laid off in minutes. Seeing the principal say this, Su Dingxiang changed to a welcoming smile again and echoed, the principal is right. We do have to listen to the students' demands more, or the principal cares about these children. Nah, I should learn more from you. The principal ignored Su Dingxiang's ass-kissing and looked to Chen Yun on the side. Student Chen, just talk to me if you have anything to say. Fire Su Dingxiang for me. Chen Yun looked at the fawning Su Dingxiang, his eyes ancient, and said indifferently. When Su Dingxiang heard Chen Yun's words, a flash of panic flashed across the bottom of her eyes. Her eyebrows wrinkled as she gritted her teeth and said, Chen Yun, what are you babbling about? How could the principal possibly agree to this inexplicable request of yours? The principal froze. Her eyes turned a little strange when she looked at Su Dingxiang, and without even thinking about it, she readily agreed. Of course, there's no problem. I'll let her do the exit formalities now. Ah, principal, you're not mistaken, are you? You're going to fire me for a student's joke? Su Dingxiang's expression looked a little shocked. She suspected that her ears had misheard and looked at the principal incredulously. However, the principal's attitude was very resolute, and with a serious expression, she said to Su Dingxiang, "Ms. Su, Chen's words are what I mean. Please go and do the exit procedures right away later." Su Dingxiang looked at the principal, who did not look like she was joking, and all of a sudden froze in place, her eyes looking in horror at Chen Yun, who had been standing quietly next to her. After so many years of slipping through the cracks, she finally reacted to the fact that how could an ordinary student be able to invite the principal here with a single phone call, and make the principal agree to an unreasonable request. All signs indicated that Chen Yun's identity must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Su Dingxiang's back went cold. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her complexion instantly became extremely ugly. Her eyes panicked as she looked towards Chen Yun. "Chen, fellow student Chen, I'm also doing this for your own good." Chapter 58 Big Bin Z. "Classmate Chen, you can't take it out on me like this just because I called you up for sleeping in class." Su Dingxiang's shoulders kept trembling as she begged Chen Yun in a low voice. "For my own good?" Chen Yun snorted out a laugh. His voice spiraled into an icy coldness as he glared angrily at Su Dingxiang. "All the students in the senior class, who doesn't know your teacher Su's two faces? Rich and powerful, rich second generation sleeping in class doesn't matter. Even in order not to disturb them sleeping, directly change the class to self-study. What do you let the other students do? Your kind of tendency is simply an insult to the profession of a teacher. You." Chen Yun's continuous questioning made Su Dingxiang's face rise to the color of pig's liver, but she couldn't refute it because what Chen Yun said was the truth. The other teachers in the office also looked at Su Dingxiang, their faces showing contempt and great disdain. Su Dingxiang was like a deflated ball. She knew clearly that if Chen Yun shook out her scandal in front of the principal today, she would have no chance of becoming a teacher again. At this time, the cell phone in Chen Yun's pocket suddenly vibrated. Picking it up to find that it was Lu Jiro's call. "What's wrong, Sister Jiro?" "Chen Yun, there's a beautiful woman named Gao Xiaolan who says she wants to find you." "Okay, Sister Jiro, I'll be right back." Hanging up the phone, Chen Yun thought to himself, "This Gao Xiaolan is really in a hurry." And with a disgusted glance at Su Dingxiang, he then rushed towards home. After Chen Yun left, the principal coldly glanced at the pitiful Su Dingxiang and said with a straight face, "Su Dingxiang, you hurry up and go and do your exit formalities." After the principal finished speaking, he also turned around and left, leaving only the stupefied Su Dingxiang sitting paralyzed in her chair. When Chen Yun returned to Maple Leaf 1, Lu Jiro was sitting on the sofa chatting with Gao Xiaolan. Seeing Chen Yun arrive, Gao Xiaolan smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Chen." Today's Gao Xiaolan was wearing a light blue slit-long dress. Her hair was tied up with a hair tie and rested on her snow-white jade shoulders, and her face was fresh and beautiful with light makeup. "Mr. Chen, this is the black and gold membership card of the Golden Zune nightclub." Gao Xiaolan got up and handed Chen Yun a black card. Chen Yun nodded slightly and placed the membership card into his pocket. Lu Jiro, who was sitting beside Gao Xiaolan, held her fragrant cheeks and sidled up to Chen Yun. "Chen Yun, let's go shopping with Sister Xiaolan at her antique store in a while, shall we?" Seeing that Chen Yun was a bit puzzled, Gao Xiaolan hurriedly explained. "Mr. Chen, a new batch of hairpins arrived at my aunt's store today, and I would like to invite Sister Jiro to go over and take a look." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun agreed with a gentle smile. "Of course, it's no problem, Sister Jiro." The three of them then decided to set off now, and after arriving at the parking lot, Chen Yun casually drove a relatively ordinary Rolls-Royce Phantom from the 2 rows of luxury cars towards Aunt Gao Xiaolan's curio store. The curio store was near the center of the city, and the car was parked in front of an antique building with dragons and phoenixes on the gate plaque. Flowing Light Pavilion. Chen Yun, Lu Jiro, and Gao Xiaolan had just walked into the store when they were attracted by a quarrel at the counter, and Chen Yun realized that the person's back seemed a bit familiar. "This is an imitation? You can't be mistaken." In front of the counter, a slim man was arguing with a sales clerk. "How could I be mistaken?" The clerk returned with great certainty. "But Elder Wu told me that this painting is indeed Master Su's authentic work." The man was a bit worried. "Can your old man Wu be compared to a professional like our Flowing Light Pavilion?" It must be that he looked away. "But, de Binzi?" The man was still about to say something when Chen Yun's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhao Bin turned his head to look behind him, and coincidentally saw the 3 Chen Yuns walking towards him, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Chen Yun? Zhao Bin and Chen Yun were friends in junior high school. His family was also relatively poor, and the two of them even worked part-time together. Except that later Zhao Bin didn't get into high school, and had been just wandering around outside. "These two are?" Zhao Bin looked towards the 2 big beauties next to Chen Yun and asked curiously. "These 2 are my friends, Lu Jiro and Gao Xiaolan." Chen Yun introduced Zhao Bin. The 2 beauties also smiled and gave Zhao Bin a wave. Looking at his little heart, "Big Binzi, what are you doing here? Hey, you also know that I just like to fiddle with some objects. A painting that I just went to a stall a few days ago cost me $500. Xiaobin glanced at the clerk, then lowered his voice and said in Chen Yun's ear, I took it to an old-timer to palm his eyes, and as a result, he said that I had bought Master Su's authentic painting, and that it was worth several $100,000, so I just came over today to see if it's real. Chen Yun understood after hearing Xiaobin's words, but it was a pity that he didn't know much about it and had no way to help Xiaobin identify it. How about it? Have you considered it? The clerk asked Xiaobin with a smile. The paintings of Master Su from the previous dynasty era. The number of them that have survived to this day is extremely rare, and each of them is very precious, and many collectors are scrambling to get their hands on them. Xiaobin was also very hesitant in his heart. If this painting was really genuine, then he would lose a lot of money if he sold it as a fake. The clerk saw that Xiaobin was still hesitating, so he said to him, why don't I call our manager Gua, and let him give you another look? Okay. Not long after, a manager in a suit came over and said with a smile, little brother, I understand the matter. I'll help you look at it again now. Manager Gua took the scroll handed over by Xiaobin, carefully unfolded it on the counter, looked at it with style, then sighed lightly and shook his head, saying, little brother, this painting of yours is indeed a fake, but it's also considered the finest of fakes, reaching the point where it can be mistaken for the real thing. If you're willing to sell it, I can offer you 5,000 dasha coins, just as a friend, and if you have anything good in the future, you can come back to our flowing light pavilion. Manager Guo looked at Xiaobin with a bloodthirsty look. 5,000 grand summer coins was already a significant amount for Xiaobin's family, but Elder Wu said that this is a genuine work of art. Xiaobin was still a bit unwilling. Little brother, if you don't believe me, I'll have someone call an authoritative expert over, and you can see again if what I said is wrong. After Manager Guo finished speaking, he asked the store clerk next to him to go and ask the expert to come over. Soon, the clerk invited an old man with a hunched back and hair that was already gray. This is the vice president of the Maple City Artifact Appraisal Association, one of the members of the Jiangnan Province Artifact Appraisal Association, and a big name in the appraisal circle. Sun Yizhou, expert son. Manager Gui introduced from the side. Let expert son look at it. Now little brother can rest assured, right? Xiaobin was slightly reassured after hearing a whole bunch of titles, and nodded his head in agreement. Manager Gui invited Sun Yizhou to the counter and quietly patted the back of Sun Yizhou's hand and gave him a wink. The small movements that they thought were hidden were all seen by Chen Yun. Chapter 59 Fake. Sun Yizhou stood in front of the counter, bent down, squinted, and scrutinized it with a magnifying glass. Ha, good. Seeing this, Zhao Bin on the side, his face revealed a joyful expression and hurriedly asked, Expert son, how is it? This painting is real, right? Sun Yizhou didn't reply, still scrutinizing every detail. After a long time, Sun Yizhou slowly straightened up, put away the magnifying glass in his hand, and sighed out regretfully. It's a pity. This painting is considered very outstanding even amongst the forgeries. It can probably be worth 3 or 4,000 dasha coins. Hearing that the expert had said so, Zhao Bin's heart, which was originally still full of anticipation, instantly became very lost. Little brother, now believe my words. I can bid you up to 5,000 dasha coins simply because I want to make a friend with you. Manager Guo sincerely said to Zhao Bin. Zhao Bin was helpless and just wanted to agree. Wait a minute. Chen Yun, who was on the side, however, suddenly spoke. In a flash, everyone's eyes were all focused on Chen Yun. What's wrong again? Manager Guo looked at Chen Yun impatiently. Chen Yun walked up to the counter and took a look at the unfolded scroll before he made an inner judgment. He had some suspicions in his heart just now after noticing Manager Guo and Sun Yizhou's small movements. So Chen Yun immediately learned the skill of appraisal in the system and raised it to the limit. Chen Yun found that Zhao Bin's painting was indeed authentic, and Manager Guo and Sun Yizhou should have been trying to trick Zhao Bin, a person who did not know what he was doing. How do I see this painting as an authentic one? Chen Yun laughed lightly and said indifferently. When Gao Xiaolan behind him heard this, she looked surprised and couldn't help but glance at Chen Yun. Could it be that he also knew how to appraise literature? As for Manager Guo and Sun Yizhou, when they heard Chen Yun say this, their faces could not help but change slightly. You're questioning old man's appraisal ability? Sun Yizhou raised his eyebrows upwards, his tone unkind, revealing an unassailable stance as he questioned Chen Yun. Your level is insufficient. What's wrong with me questioning you? Chen Yun asked flatly. Seeing that Chen Yun still dared to contradict him, Sun Yizhou was instantly furious, his teeth shivering, his eyes seeming to spit out fire. He was also a dignified figure in Maple City and was the vice president of the Maple City Cultural Appraisal Association. Many rich merchants in Jiangnan province were also polite when they saw him, and now he was actually questioned by a brat like this. What are you talking about? Are you trying to cause trouble? Manager Gui was also very angry. In Maple City's cultural curiosity world, no one had ever dared to question Sun Yizhou's appraisal ability. Security. Where's the security guard? There's someone making trouble here. Jiaobin saw Manager Guo shouting for security and was a little scared in his heart. Pulling Chen Yun's hand. Chen Yun, let's just forget about it. The security guards outside the gate heard Manager Guo's words and hurriedly rushed in. But when they saw Gao Xiaolan behind Chen Yun, they were immediately puzzled. Gao Xiaolan was the niece of the owner of the Flowing Light Pavilion. They all knew her. Even if the place was torn down, they wouldn't dare to say a word. How could this Manager Guo ask them to kick Gao Xiaolan and these people out? Seeing that several security guards were still hesitating there, Manager Guo scolded in a stern voice. Are you deaf? Hurry up and kick them out. Just as Manager Guo was fuming, another middle-aged man with bronze-colored skin and thick arms walked in outside the main door and laughed out loud when he saw this scene. How is Miss Gao going to be kicked out in her own store? Ha 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 ha. When Gao Xiaolan saw the visitor, her eyebrows furrowed and she did not reply. Long Zixuan was a member of the Black Bear Gang, and the relationship between the Gao family and the Black Bear Gang had never been very cordial. Gao Xiaolan turned her head away, not wanting to bother with him. Your own family's store? Manager Guo was a bit confused, but when he saw Long Zixuan, he rushed to welcome him. He was only recently recruited by Flowing Light Pavilion and Long Zixuan was his first big client. Master Long, you are here. Long Zixuan nodded his head, looked towards the indifferent Chen Yun and snorted. How dare you even question elder son? Has your kid taken the wrong medicine? What elder son has appraised has never been wrong. For you, a rash young man, to dare to contradict the titan of the industry is truly laughable. Seeing Long Zixuan speaking on his behalf, Sunny Zhou's mood instantly got much better and looked at Chen Yun with contempt, snorting coldly. Just at this moment, from the stairs of the second floor, two people came down. A middle-aged beautiful woman. Her skin was exquisitely maintained, without a single wrinkle, making it impossible to guess her age. Along with the beautiful woman, was a radiant white-haired old man, dressed in plain clothes, chatting with the middle-aged beautiful woman. Sunny Zhou beside the counter, saw that old man, looked excited, bowed his back and jogged forward to greet. Jiang Lao, why are you also here? This Jiang Lao in front of him was the vice president of the Jiangnan Provincial Artifact Appraisal Association, a much higher status than Sunny Zhou, a member of the association. When Jiang Changfeng saw Sunny Zhou, he stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's little son. I'm here today to show Boss Gao a batch of hairpins. Are you old, Mr. Jiang Changfeng? I've heard son mention you, and in the future, there are some objects that will need old Mr. Jiang's help to take a look at them. Long Zixuan followed behind Sunny Zhou and said respectfully, Ha ha ha, well said. As for the middle-aged beautiful woman, she looked towards Chen Yun and Gao Xiaolan's few people, and when her gaze landed on Chen Yun, her expression visibly stalled as she hurriedly walked over. Are you Mr. Chen Yun? Auntie, you also know Mr. Chen? Gao Xiaolan asked curiously. How can I not know you? Mr. Chen Yun is the sole shareholder of the One Group, and it's really a humble honor to be here in our Flowing Light Pavilion today. Gao Chenya pursed her lips and stretched out her slender hand to Chen Yun. Chen Yun also smiled faintly at Gao Chenya and naturally shook her hand. Manager Gui, who was standing at the side, heard the conversation between Chen Yun and the others. His face turned pale in a flash, and sweat continued to emerge from his deathly pinched hands. The One Group could be considered a large group that no one knew about in Jiangnan province, and just now, he had actually tried to kick out both the shareholders of the One Group and the niece of the owner of the Flowing Light Pavilion. With this instant, he had directly offended all of the two big shots. In an instant, Manager Guo's eyes turned obscure and indistinguishable as he looked at Chen Yun, his expression stiffening and the muscles on his cheeks twitching vaguely. After Gao Chenya clarified the cause of what had just happened, her beautiful eyes glanced faintly at Manager Guo and greeted Jiang Changfeng, who was not far away. Elder Jiang, there's a painting here that I'd like to ask you to palm your eyes again. Good. Jiang Changfeng smiled brightly after hearing this. I'll take a look then. When Sunny Zhou saw that Gao Chenya wanted to show Jiang Lao the painting, his heart plummeted and he could only follow him with a stiff upper lip. Jiang Lao stood in front of the counter, carefully observing the scroll on the counter, and asked Sunny Zhou beside him, Little son, what do you think? Before Sunny Zhou could say anything, the watching Long Zixuan snorted and glanced at Chen Yun. Elder son said that this is a fake, and there are actually still rash youngsters who dare to question elder son. Oh, Jiang Changfeng raised his head and looked at the flustered Sunny Zhou. You say this is a fake? Chapter 60 Get Lost. Sunny Zhou nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes fluttered, subconsciously looking to the side of Manager Guo. Stammered. It's a fake. Elder Jiang. Little son a genuine work that can be seen so easily is actually described by you as a fake. Jiang Changfeng looked at Sunny Zhou, his face full of disappointment. Turning his head, Jiang Changfeng glanced at the pale-faced Manager Guo, and suddenly as if he understood something, he said meaningfully to Sunny Zhou, Little son you really didn't see that this is a genuine work? Sunny Joe heard that Jiang Changfeng's words meant something, and was so scared that his upper and lower teeth did not listen to the call, and kept on trembling. It was all Manager Gua who told me to say it. I was also tricked by him. Sunny Joe looked like he had gone out of his way. His face reddened, pointing at Manager Gua and shouting angrily. Manager Gua obviously didn't expect to be suddenly backstabbed by Sunny Joe. Panicked, he looked at Gao Chenya and hurriedly defended himself. Boss Gao, it's not like that. It was all Sunny Joe's idea. It was him who said he wanted to cooperate with me to cheat people together. I was forced to do it. When Jiang Changfeng saw the two men say this, he was immediately enraged, and sternly scolded Sunny Joe, who was already trembling. Sunny Joe, as a person of the Appraisal Association, you actually dared to fool the people who came to you for treasure appraisal, the antique world of Jiangnan province. When did you come out with such a scum who doesn't abide by the bottom line? From now on, you are no longer a member of our Appraisal Association. I will remove you from the entire antique circle. In the antique circle, some unscrupulous experts would purposely fake for people in order to make money. And once this kind of thing was discovered, they would immediately lose their reputation and have no more foothold in the circle. When Sunny Joe heard that Jiang Changfeng wanted to block him, his brain instantly went blank, and he stumbled and sat down on the ground. His eyes were godless. Jiang Changfeng, as the vice president of the Jiangnan Provincial Culture and Antiques Appraisal Association, wanted to remove an ordinary member from his name, and was absolutely capable of doing so. On the side, Gao Qianya, a trace of anger appeared on her exquisitely maintained face. Her gaze was stern, and she coldly said, I really didn't expect which blind personnel would recruit scum like you. No need for me to say more. Get lost on your own. After kicking Sunny Joe and Manager Gua out, Jiang Changfeng carefully valued the painting again, and in the end, Flowing Light Pavilion decided to buy this Master Su's authentic painting for $730,000. Zhao Bin naturally nodded his head in agreement, smiling from ear to ear. Chen Yun, thank you so much for today. With this amount of money, I don't need to work for the rest of my life. Zhao Bin was overjoyed, looking excited as he thanked Chen Yun. Chen Yun smiled gently. It's fine. Alright then, call me when you're free. I'll buy you a drink. After saying that, Zhao Bin left the Flowing Light Pavilion. He did not want to disturb Chen Yun's date with the two beauties. After sending Jiang Changfeng away, Gao Chenya softly said to Chen Yun, Mr. Chen, Xiaolan told me that the hairpins are on the second floor, and just now, Elder Jiang has appraised all of them, and they are all fine objects. Chen Yun nodded his head and together with Lu Jiro and Gao Xiaolan, followed Gao Chenya to the second floor of the Flowing Light Pavilion. As he passed by Long Zixuan's side, Chen Yun grinned, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth at Long Zixuan. It's quite ridiculous. Long Zixuan's face was ugly. How could he have thought that Sunny Joe and that Gua manager were deliberately lying? Looking at the back of Chen Yun's few people, he gritted his teeth and secretly thought, when that old man dies, let's see how long you Gao family can still be arrogant. Going up to the second floor, Gao Chenya led Chen Yun and the others to a glass display case, which contained a dozen of exquisite hairpins. Some of them were for collection, while the other could be used for wearing. Lu Jiro picked an emerald green jade hairpin, and Gao Chenya skillfully coiled up Lu Jiro's hair and fixed it with the exquisite jade hairpin. Bright light sprinkled on Lu Jiro's long and slim figure. The coiled up black hair glittered under the light, and her body seemed to be filled with immortal qi, as if she was a fairy who descended from the sky, and didn't eat fireworks. Sister Jiro and this hairpin are really a perfect match. Gao Xiaolan couldn't help but praise it. Lu Jiro spun around and smiled sweetly. Thank you Sister Xiaolan. Gao Chenya was also all smiles as she took out a few more hairpins for Lu Jiro from the showcase and packed them up for her. Chen Yun and Lu Jiro thanked her before visiting the Flowing Light Pavilion for a while longer before leaving. Chen Yun, let's go to the mall for a while longer. In the car, Lu Jiro blinked her pair of moving peach blossom eyes and looked towards Chen Yun, tilting her head as she proposed. Yeah, Sister Jiro. So the two of them came back to a mall near the city center, and after having lunch, they strolled around the mall. Underneath an abandoned industrial building, there were more than a dozen police cars that surrounded the place, and countless plainclothes criminal police officers were standing by the police cars in a tense atmosphere. Captain, the pistols don't seem to be of much use to them. If this continues, Fan Man will run away sooner or later. A plainclothes criminal police officer held his gun in both hands and leaned behind a pillar, his eyes staring intently at the stairs in front of him. This industrial building, the outer walls of the second and third floors had been built up with concrete, making sniping impossible, and the various passages inside the building had long been blocked by Fan Wen's few people with something in advance, so if he wanted to go up to the third floor, the only thing left was the stairway in front of him. At this moment, Yang Su's face is covered with worry, thick eyebrows screwed together, the bottom of his eyes are full of anxiety, his hands are propped on the wall. thinking about countermeasures. Near the evening, the criminal police received a report from a rich businessman named Lin Tianchuan. The bandits kidnapped Lin Tianchuan's son and demanded $200 million in cash from him. After understanding the situation, Yang Su and the other Interpol officers in the team immediately launched an investigation, tracking all the way to this abandoned industrial building, and as a result, they realized that the kidnappers were none other than the Fan Wen, several people who had given them an immense headache. They originally wanted to take advantage of hot weapons, to take the opportunity to subdue Fan Wen several people, but the result in the fight, they found Fan Wen they are not afraid of pistols, but also several police officers knocked down to the ground. However, Fan Wen's few people seemed to know the difference and didn't threaten the lives of these criminal police officers, only knocking them out and throwing them down the stairway. Officer Yang, although we don't dare to kill you guys, if you keep on not cooperating, I don't mind if your brother is missing a few parts on his body. My patience is limited. Tonight at 8 o'clock, if I haven't received Lin Tianchuan's remittance, I'll have his precious son killed. Fan Wen held a horn and stood at the stairway and shouted downwards. Yang Su downstairs looked at Fan Wen's arrogant and domineering stance. His eyes widened in anger, hating him so much that his back teeth were about to be clenched. At this time, Lin Tianchuan was raising money all over the world. He was a famous tycoon in Maple City, no doubt, but for him to gather $200 million in just a few hours, it was as hard as heaven. His beloved wife did not know how many times she had cried herself to sleep during the period after receiving the news that her son had been kidnapped. In the industrial building, Yang Su scratched his hair. His head was a muddle. He really couldn't think of any way to subdue Fan Wen's several people. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a vibration of a cell phone sounded from Yang Su's pocket, interrupting his thoughts. Chapter 61, Long time no see. How's the situation? A strong voice came from the other end of the phone. Bureau ho. There's still no way. Yang Su returned tiredly. I've already reported to my superiors, but it will take some time to arrive at the scene. You have to find a way to stabilize Fan Wen. Ho Changping instructed Yang Su in a deep voice. Due to the serious impact of Fan Wen's 7 people on the security of Maple City, he had submitted an application to one of Dasha's special action groups several times before, but it was rejected due to insufficient manpower. It wasn't until just now that this application had been reapproved, and a specialized person would soon come to deal with this matter. Ho Changping also knew very little about this mysterious special operations group. In a confidential document that he handed over when he was transferred to the director, there were only a few mentions of it. In the document, it was written that when you meet something that cannot be solved by manpower, you can apply for assistance from this special action group. After hanging up the phone, Yang Su pinched his brow. He wasn't sure if he could delay until the support arrived. Big brother, when we get the money, we will immediately take Lao Lu to magnesium for treatment. The second oldest stood aside and looked towards Fan Wen, who was sitting on the worn-out sofa. At this time, oldest 3 said indignantly, Second brother, won't we take revenge then? That kid beat old 6 into a vegetable, so we're just going to let it go? Third brother, what are we going to take revenge for? It's not like you haven't seen that person's strength before. If Big Brother and I join forces, we probably won't be a match for him. Old 7 sighed and shook his head. That night, after a few of their brothers were seriously injured by Chen Yun, they had been lying in bed for almost a month recuperating from their injuries, and until today, they had yet to heal. As for their old 6, he had even had his spine broken by Chen Yun's punch, turning him into a vegetable who had not woken up even now. Old 2 and old 7 are right. We'll leave when we get the money. Fan Wen looked towards Lin Qingzhou, who was tied up solidly. His voice was gloomy. That night Chen Yun was like a killing god descending from the earth. Even though he didn't fight with him, Chen Yun had long left a deep shadow in his heart. Lao San, you go to the staircase and guard it. Everyone get ready. No matter if you receive money or not, when the time comes, you will tear the ticket right away. Fan Wen straightened up. A hint of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Time blinked by. Only half an hour left from 8 o'clock. Staring at his cell phone, Fan Wen, his face was covered with dark clouds. Until now, he hadn't received a single penny from Lin Tianchuan. Fan Wen got up violently, grabbed the speaker next to the sofa and went to the stairway. Officer Yang, there's only the last half hour left. If I still haven't received the money once 8 o'clock arrives, then you'll be waiting to collect the corpse. Yang Su at the bottom of the stairs changed his expression when he heard Fan Wen's words. He wouldn't doubt what Fan Wen said in the slightest. Outlaws like Fan Wen had long regarded human life as grass. If 8 o'clock came and Lin Tianchuan still hadn't completed the remittance, Fan Wen would most likely take direct action. Yang Su frowned tightly, lowered his head and paced back and forth, from time to time picking up his cell phone to look at the time. Soon, there were only 10 minutes left from 8 o'clock in the evening. Fan Wen suddenly came to the stairway again, his face grimly smiling. He shouted to Yang Su downstairs, Officer Yang, I'm not going to wait until 8 o'clock. I'm going to kill Lin Tianchuan's son now. Fan Wen was about to turn around and go back after saying that. Yang Su, who was burning inside, hurriedly spoke. Fan Wen, don't be impulsive. I'll immediately have Lin Tianchuan transfer some money to your account first. You also know, how hard is it to get $200 million together in a moment? Can you give Lin Tianchuan a little more time? He's going around raising money for you. Fan Wen's footsteps lurched, seemingly pondering something, and only after a long time did he slowly turn back, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll trouble Officer Yang to tell Lin Tianchuan to hurry up. I'll wait for him until 8:15 at the most. If the money hasn't arrived yet, then I don't want it. Yang Su's heart tightened again after hearing this. It's only been 25 minutes. Can the person who said could make it over? If they still can't arrive at 8:15, I'm afraid that Fan Wen's people will really tear the ticket. Fan Wen, can the time be more lenient? $200 million is not so easy to put together. Yang Su was at the entrance of the stairs, shouting loudly towards the upper floors. However, the third floor was silent. Fan Wen's several people didn't talk back to Yang Su again. What to do? What to do? Who can deal with Fan Wen now? Yang Su's hair is messy like a chicken nest, pacing back and forth on the floor. All the scattered ashes and smoke to half of the cigarette was extinguished. Suddenly, a shadow flashed suddenly in the mind of the worried Yang Su. Right, Chen Yun. The criminal police who traveled with Yang Su that night had found several traces of fighting at the scene, which indicated that Chen Yun had indeed fought with Fan Wen's 7 men and had managed to beat them back. Yang Su's eyes instantly glowed. How could he have forgotten that there was such a person? With less than 20 minutes left, compared to the person that Ho Bureau said that he didn't know when he would be able to arrive, Yang Su was more willing to believe that Chen Yun who was in Maple City would be able to arrive at this moment. Thinking of this, Yang Su hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Chen Yun. Ding ding ding. Chen Yun had accompanied Lu Jiro in the shopping mall in the city center for the whole day and was about to drive back when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Without waiting for Chen Yun to speak, Yang Su's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Chen Yun, Fan Wen has kidnapped a hostage. We really can't do anything about him. Can you rush over now? Chen Yun's expression froze when he heard Yang Su's words. Fan Wen? The group of people who kidnapped Lin Mo that night? Thinking back to that night, before Chen Yun could ask why Fan Wen kidnapped Lin Mo, he was stopped by the black-robed man. Chen Yun was curious to know the purpose of Fan Wen and the black-robed man. Perhaps he could ask something from the mouth of Fan Wen's group. In the middle of his thoughts, Yang Su's anxious voice came from the phone again. Hello, Chen Yun? Are you listening? Oh, okay Officer Yang. I'll be right there. Returning to his senses, Chen Yun hurriedly replied. He checked the address Yang Su said. It should be about the same time to rush over now. Hanging up the phone, Yang Su immediately let out a long breath. If Chen Yun was really able to rush over, with his strength, there would be a great hope of rescuing the hostages from Fan Wen. Officer Yang, it seems like you guys are not going to take this kid's life? Fan Wen carried the tied-up Lin Xingzhou to the stairway, his voice teasingly shouting towards the downstairs. Fan Wen, what do you mean? Isn't it not time yet? Are you going to back out? Yang Su's heart was in his throat again for a moment, nervously looking at Fan Wen who was all smiles. Officer Yang, it's already 8:13. Do I expect you guys to credit my account in the remaining 2 minutes? Fan Wen snorted coldly, holding a dagger against Lin Xingzhou's throat. The tip of the knife was about to pierce into the skin, cutting a faint line of blood. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab into the throat, the atmosphere in the hallway was tense to the extreme. The criminal police officer gripped his pistol and aimed it at Fan Wen as if he would pull the trigger at any time. Just then, a slow voice suddenly rang out in the hallway, causing the dagger held by Fan Wen to tremble lightly. Fan Wen, long time no see. Chapter 62 Standing at attention. Only to see Chen Yun walking calmly to the stairway with his hands behind his back, smiling and looking up at Fan Wen. As for Yang Su, when he saw Chen Yun coming, his expression was still tense and he did not feel a bit of relaxation because the dagger in Fan Wen's hand, at any moment, might stab into Lin Xingzhou's throat. Chen Yun, the dagger. Yang Su stared intently at Fan Wen's hand and reminded Chen Yun in a low voice. Without Yang Su's reminder, Chen Yun had long noticed the brightly shining dagger, but Chen Yun's eyes were calm and remained very calm. When Fan Wen on the third floor saw the sudden appearance of Chen Yun, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes and he couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards with Lin Xingzhou. How could Chen Yun be here? The other few people within the third floor, hearing the sounds coming from downstairs, were also stunned, their mouths open wide as if their hearts were about to jump out of them. Old 5 and Old 7, who had fought with Chen Yun, their legs were even weaker with fear, their bodies not daring to move. Fan Wen, long time no see, do you still recognize me? Chen Yun wore a smile as he looked at Fan Wen calmly. Why are you here? Fan Wen forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, the knot in his throat moved, shivering as he spoke. I certainly have some things I want to find you to understand. As Chen Yun spoke, he slowly took a step forward. Upstairs, when Fan Wen saw that Chen Yun was about to continue walking forward, he immediately raised the dagger in his hand in fear and took another step back. If you move forward again, I will kill him. Seeing that the dagger had already pierced into Lin Qingzhou's skin, Yang Su's face was so anxious that he almost wanted to shoot. Fine, I won't move forward. Chen Yun smiled helplessly, signaled with his hands, and retreated again. Just as Fan Wen was about to let out a sigh of relief, Chen Yun's feet suddenly snapped into action, and with a dozen steps of stairs, Chen Yun took 3 steps, like a bolt of lightning, and scurried out. Everyone's eyes flashed. Chen Yun, who was originally at the entrance of the building, instantly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Yun had already appeared at Fan Wen's side. A bad feeling rose in Fan Wen's heart, and he was about to forcefully stab the dagger into Lin Qingzhou's throat. Chen Yun raised his hand and his right palm flew like a quick knife, splitting on Fan Wen's arm. Fan Wen only felt a numbness in his right arm, like he couldn't use his strength. The dagger he was holding fell to the ground with a clang. In an instant, intense pain hit him, causing Fan Wen to immediately let go of the bound Lin Qingzhou, kneeling down smoothly, his left hand covering his right arm that had been struck by Chen Yun. Fan Wen's expression was agonized, grimacing as he looked down. A swollen bag bulged on the small arm of his right hand, and the bone inside seemed to have broken. Chen Yun hurriedly caught Lin Qingzhou. Yang Su downstairs also reacted quickly and immediately rushed up to bring Lin Qingzhou down. The others within the 3rd floor, looking at Fan Wen, who was kneeling on the ground and letting out pained moans from time to time, their faces suddenly turned pale, their eyes widened and they shivered several times in a row. They hadn't even seen how Chen Yun had come up, as if he had appeared out of nowhere, and then Fan Wen had knelt down in agony. It was not known whether it was a psychological trick, or whether Chen Yun had become stronger again. They felt that Chen Yun was even more terrifying than that night, and was probably not much worse than their gang leader Zhao Yuan. Chen Yun did not care about the others. Crouching down to himself, he asked Fan Wen, the person wearing the black robe that night, "Do you recognize him?" Fan Wen, who was in excruciating pain, heard Chen Yun's words and looked hideous. "No, don't know. Yo, kinda tough guy." Chen Yun let out a light laugh, reached out and placed his hand on the swollen bag on Fan Wen's right arm, slowly pressing down. "Really don't know?" Being pressed by Chen Yun in such a way was like rubbing salt into the wound. The pain was so intense that Fan Wen seemed to faint immediately, his voice trembling and begging for forgiveness to Chen Yun with a sobbing voice. Big brother, I really don't know." "Oh?" Chen Yun was somewhat surprised in his heart and continued to ask, "Then who asked you to kidnap Lin Momo?" Fan Wen's eyes rolled white as he trembled and replied, Zhao, it was Zhao Yuan." "Who is Zhao Yuan?" Black Bear, gang leader." Hearing Fan Wen's reply, Chen Yun could not help but lower his head in deep thought. Black Bear gang leader? He didn't seem to have any deep hatred with Zhao Yuan, right? Could it be that the black-robed man made Zhao Yuan do this? The purpose is to lure me out to find the divine dragon ancient ring? It's very possible. It seemed like he had to find some time to figure out the details of this Black Bear gang leader Zhao Yuan first. At this time, Fan Wen's weak voice suddenly came from the side. Big brother, can you stop pressing?" Only then did Chen Yun realize that while he had just been thinking, he had been rubbing back and forth on the swollen bag on Fan Wen's arm, and at this moment, there was no trace of blood on Fan Wen's lips, which were pale. Chen Yun touched the tip of his nose and stood up as if nothing had happened, waving his hand and shouting to the others in the building, "All of you come over." In Lao San's heart, he was obviously still unwilling to be captured by Chen Yun just like that, bellowing out to force himself to be bold, waving his pocket knife and rushing up towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun stood with his arms folded, quietly looking at Lao San, who was less than 10 meters away from him. An instantaneous flash to Lao San's back, a chop was applied to the artery on the back of his neck, and Lao San just fell straight down. Chen Yun clapped his hands and looked up at the other few people. His eyes flashed with a fierce color as he opened his mouth and asked, "You guys shouldn't need me to do anything, right?" Those few people hurriedly shook their heads like rattlesnakes, waving their hands vigorously. No. Then form a line by yourselves and follow me downstairs to find the police uncle to register. If I find anyone running away, I'll directly break his legs." The oldest several people hurriedly formed a line and followed behind Chen Yun. On the way, they also very knowingly took Fan Wen and the oldest 3 with them and walked downstairs together. Yang Su and his criminal police teammates on the 2nd floor, all holding pistols, concealed behind the pillars in the building, always focusing on the stairway, standing by. In the 3rd floor, there was no sound coming from the 3rd floor. They were now not at all sure what was going on upstairs. After Yang Su gave Lin Qingzhou to the paramedics, he hurried back here to stand guard again. He didn't send the criminal police up there because he knew that even if he went up there, he wouldn't be able to help Chen Yun, and he might become a liability. At this time, Chen Yun suddenly appeared from the stairway and walked towards Yang Su idly. Yang Su saw Chen Yun coming down, just wanted to go up and ask about the situation. He suddenly realized that Chen Yun was followed by Fan Wen several people. He hurriedly hid behind a pillar, lifting his gun with a tense look on his face. Could it be that Chen Yun was also taken hostage? However, they soon discovered the end. Fan Wen and Lao San, both of them, seemed to have been unconscious for a long time, while the faces of the others did not have a ferocious look, only a good boy look. Officer Yang, why are you so nervous? They are very obedient. Chen Yun bared his big teeth and looked at Yang Su with a smile, then turned around and heckled Fan Wen and the others. Attention! Chapter 63, Returning Together. Attention! At ease. The few people behind Chen Yun even immediately began to implement Chen Yun's instructions, just like elementary school students being trained by the military. This operation directly dazzled all the plainclothes police officers hidden in the second floor. Can you still play like this? Yang Su looked towards the fainted Fan Wen and Lao San. His heart instantly understood what was going on, inserted the gun in his hand back into his waist, walked up and patted Chen Yun's shoulder hard. You can. Last time in the hospital, I thought you were bragging. Yang Su circled around Chen Yun, constantly looking up and down. Everyone had 2 arms and 2 legs. Why was Chen Yun able to subdue Fan Wen several people so easily? Fan Wen, who couldn't even be helped by ordinary hot weapons, didn't expect to be planted here today. Surrounding the criminal police, is also full of face full of worship. They have participated in the capture of Fan Wen action do not know how many times, but each time the result is invariably return in defeat. For this operation, they originally thought that the result would be the same as before, and Chen Yun's appearance. Perhaps I've had more meals. Chen Yun smiled. Then Officer Yang, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Hey, aren't you waiting for the family to come over to thank you? Lin Tianchuan might give you some payment. Yang Su asked. Lin Tianchuan was a big tycoon in Maple City. Chen Yun had saved his precious son, so he would definitely get a very generous amount of money. Forget it, I'm helping people, I'm not here for the money. Chen Yun waved his hand and refused. Who was he? The richest man in the world today. Would he still care about this amount of payment? Alright, if you want it someday just talk to me. I can help you contact Lin Tianchuan. Seeing Chen Yun say this, Yang Su did not force himself any further and waved his hand at the other plainclothes criminal police officers. Cuff all these people and take them back. As Chen Yun and Yang Su walked outside the building, a strong air-braking sound suddenly came flying in the distance. Chen Yun looked startled and immediately looked in that direction, only to see a man in black casual clothes suddenly appear in front of him, around his 30s, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's under 2 thick eyebrows. Chi Gue scanned the 2 of them, Chen Yun and Yang Su, before opening his mouth and asking, which one of you is Yang Su? Where is that Fan Wen? Yang Su looked at the instantly appearing Chi Gue and was dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief and opening his mouth wide. What the hell? Where did this person appear from? Chen Yun on the side was also very surprised. If he wasn't mistaken, the Chi Gue from just now actually flew in front of the 2. It was only because Chi Gue's speed was too fast that he gave Yang Su the illusion of appearing in an instant. Seeing that neither Chen Yun nor Yang Su returned him, Chi Gue couldn't help but frown. Which one of you is Yang Su? Where's that Fan Wen who kidnapped people? Oh, I am. Fan Wen has been taken care of by us. Yang Su, who came back to his senses, hurriedly said to Chi Gue, why call me when you guys can solve it yourselves? Do you know how many things I have to do? Chi Gue had a stern face and was a bit annoyed. He was originally rushing to Hai Province to deal with an emergency and happened to pass through Jiangnan Province, so his superiors let him take a detour to take a look. As a result, when he arrived here, Yang Su said that it had already been solved. In this way, how much of his time would be wasted for nothing? Yang Su as Chi Gue so said, heart suddenly some fire. From the evening until now, the whole more than 2 hours to arrive. The delivery boy horse back and forth can run dozens of times. Of course, these words of anger, Yang Su only dared to quietly vent in his heart. After all, the person in front of him, but even the director of the Ho 3 times are not invited to the big man. Yang Su patiently explained to Chi Gue, it's true that our criminal police team has no way to solve Fan Wen, but time is running out and you haven't come yet. Saying that, Yang Su looked to the side of Chen Yun. I just suddenly remembered that this brother's hands are good. The dead horse is a living horse. I didn't expect it to be really solved. Oh, Chi Gue heard Yang Su say that and turned his head to look at Chen Yun, generally being able to force a criminal police officer to be helpless. Fan Wen must have already stepped into the realm of ancient martial artist, and if Chen Yun could solve Fan Wen, then he was undoubtedly an ancient martial artist with good strength as well. Pure June realm. Chi Gue could tell Chen Yun's realm at a glance and couldn't help but praise him. Not bad. Chen Yun looked like he shouldn't be more than 20 years old, and his martial realm had actually reached the pure June realm. You're the one who solved Fan Wen? Chi Gue's stony face eased up a lot as he opened his mouth to ask Chen Yun, because he could not feel Chi Gue's aura. Chen Yun was still guessing which one would be stronger compared to the man in front of him and the black-robed man. Hearing Chi Gue ask him, Chen Yun then reacted and nodded. It's me. Chi Gue's sweeping gaze caused Chen Yun to feel a sense of having his bottoms looked at again. His heart was very uncomfortable. System, is there that kind of technique that can shield other people's senses? Chen Yun called up the system interface. Being peeked at every day was a bad feeling. Searching for skill for the host, subliminal breathing technique. Subliminal breath technique disrupts the enemy's perception of the host. The disrupting effect can be enhanced with skill upgrades. Whether or not to spend 10 divine magnificence points to learn the subliminal breathing technique, elementary. It was really there. Chen Yun secretly rejoiced. Now he finally had pants to wear. Chen Yun did not hesitate and decisively chose to learn it. System, give me another subliminal art upgrade to full level. Subliminal breath art, beginner, learn successfully. Subliminal breathing technique upgrade failed. Host's divine magnificence points are insufficient. Upgrading subliminal breathing technique to full level will cost 800 divine magnificence points. Host's current divine magnificence point balance, 400. Can upgrade subliminal breathing technique to advanced level? To upgrade or not? Chen Yun was stunned. The cost of upgrading this skill was a bit expensive. Upgrading it to full level actually required 800 divine magnificence points, a whole dozens of times more compared to the previous ordinary skills. However, in order to keep others from seeing through his underpants, Chen Yun finally endured the pain and chose to spend 300 divine magnificence points to upgrade subterfuge to advanced. Divine magnificence points deducted successfully. Subterranean breath technique upgraded to advanced. In an instant, the aura on Chen Yun's body became particularly bizarre and hazy, calling for indistinguishability. Chi Gue, who was observing Chen Yun, suddenly noticed the change in Chen Yun's body. Originally, he could clearly perceive Chen Yun's martial cultivation at the pure June realm, but somehow, it was now blurry. Chi Gue's pupils condensed, becoming more and more interested in the young man in front of him, a smile emerging on his expressionless face. Very well, I hope to see you in the Special Operations Group in the future. As soon as the words fell, Chi Gue made a flash and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Where is everyone? Yang Su's eyes were wide open, his hands clasping his head as he stared at Chi Gue's disappeared location with a look of having seen a ghost. And this time, Chen Yun thoroughly saw Chi Gue's movements. He did indeed fly away. Chapter 64, Are you here to take pictures too? In this world, there were actually people who could fly. If there was no mistake, the black-robed man who came and went without a trace that night was also like Chi Gue. Only at that time, Chen Yun's realm was still relatively low and he was unable to see the movements of the black-robed men. Just like Yang Su, who would have felt that they appeared and then disappeared all of a sudden? Chen Yun's heart was instantly filled with some anticipation as to what strength he had to achieve in order to step into the air just like Chi Gue. Captain, was I blind just now? I seem to have seen a person suddenly vanish into thin air in front of you. One of the plainclothes police officers who escorted Fan when several people walked out from the building, scratched his head and asked Yang Su in doubt. It should be that your eyes are blurred. Yang Su said perfunctorily. What happened in front of his eyes? Even he himself felt unbelievable. Who would believe it if he said it? Yang Su turned to Chen Yun and said, Chen Yun, then we will take Fan Wen back for interrogation first. Thank you very much for tonight. After Yang Su left, Chen Yun drove the Rolls-Royce and went back to Maple Leaf One with Lu Jiro who had been staying in the car. In the following days, Chen Yun followed the guide on Douyin and took Lu Jiro to hit several famous net-red attractions and had a great time. The relationship between the two also grew closer, but no one had pierced the thin layer of window paper. In the evening, Chen Yun and Lu Jiro returned to the mansion of Maple Leaf One. Exhausted from playing, Lu Jiro collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion, her face flushed and her voice somewhat shy. Chen Yun, I want to drink milk tea. Chen Yun picked up a cup and filled it with a mouthful of water, wiped his mouth and said to Lu Jiro, Sister Jiro, what do you want to drink? I'll order it for you now. I don't want takeout. I want you to go outside and buy it for me. Lu Jiro turned her head away, her slightly nervous jade hands rubbing back and forth, not daring to look at Chen Yun. Chen Yun was a little puzzled. Wouldn't it be more convenient to call for takeout? But Chen Yun still agreed, went downstairs and drove to buy milk tea for Lu Jiro. Seeing the heavy door was closed, Lu Jiro cover has long been fluttering, jumped ceaselessly chest, long out of a breath. Chen Yun in the parking lot, casually drove a black Porsche 918 toward the nearby milk tea store. After parking the car on the side of the road, Chen Yun walked into the milk tea store and looked at the various types of milk tea before reacting to the fact that he had forgotten to ask Lu Jiro what she wanted to drink. So Chen Yun took out his cell phone and called Lu Jiro, but strangely, the call was never answered. Chen Yun only had to pick a few cups of this milk tea store's signature, pay for them and then stand aside to wait. This milk tea store was very hot. The store was stuffed with customers, There was almost no place to land, and there was still a steady stream of customers trying to pour in from outside. Chen Yun stood in the store and waited for more than half an hour before getting his milk tea, then squeezed out of the crowd with great difficulty. When Chen Yun returned to the place where he had just parked his car, he suddenly realized that next to his sports car, there were 3 fashionably dressed, revealing, long-legged hot girls who were taking pictures around his sports car. Wow, this sports car is too handsome. Yeah, I've never seen such a handsome sports car before. The 3 hot beauties kept sizing up the sports car in front of them, their eyes full of envy. One of the beauties with big waves and dyed dark green hair bent down and couldn't help but gently touch the logo on the front of the car. This car logo is a Porsche, right? That's right, this car logo is Porsche's. Another beauty wearing ultra-short leather pants said with an affirmative face. Porsche is also widely known as a luxury brand among luxury cars, and those who can afford to drive a Porsche. Which one of them is not a rich man with some assets at home? Hurry, don't touch it, take a picture of me first. The third beauty wearing a black wraparound skirt with sexy black silk, holding a pineapple cell phone said to her 2 companions, Coming, in a while you also have to take a few pictures for me. When the time comes to send the photos to the circle of friends, this does not let people envy death. The woman with big green waves covered her mouth, smiled and took the cell phone, then took pictures of the black silk beauty who was posing. Chen Yun watched them take their turns taking pictures before walking up with his milk tea. Those 3 hot beauties, flipping through the beautiful photos on their cell phones, were all happy in their hearts, and were just thinking about how to take a group photo together, when they saw Chen Yun walking towards them with his milk tea, so they beckoned and shouted to Chen Yun, Handsome guy, are you here to take a picture too? Before Chen Yun could open his mouth, the hot girl in leather pants continued, Handsome, it's inconvenient for you to take pictures alone. How about we take a few more for you after you take a group photo for us? Chen Yun froze, and did not refuse, with a faint smile on his face. After placing the milk tea in his hand on the ground, he took over the leather pants hottie's cell phone and prepared to take pictures of them. The 3 of them stuck to the front of the car, and with every change of pose, Chen Yun would quickly press the shutter a few times, and soon help them all take a good shot. Handsome guy, you took really good pictures. The leather pants hottie took her cell phone and looked at the pictures Chen Yun took, feeling very satisfied. Come on handsome, stand over there and I'll take a few shots for you. Wow, I won't take any pictures. Chen Yun smiled and politely refused. The 3 beauties all looked surprised when they heard Chen Yun's words. Handsome, this is a multi-million-dollar sports car. There aren't many chances to take a picture together. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Yes handsome, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Such a handsome sports car. If you miss it, you may not be able to see it in this lifetime. That beautiful woman wearing black silk also agreed. I really don't need it. You guys are mistaken. Chen Yun cried and laughed a little, then corrected them. Also, this sports car is more than a few $1,000,000. This sports car is a Porsche 918. The landed price needs to be tens of millions. The 3 were still about to say something, when they suddenly heard Chen Yun say that this sports car was worth tens of millions of dollars. Their expressions froze, somewhat not quite believing it, and they hurriedly opened their cell phones to check. Holy, it's true, hey, wow, actually really is Porsche 918. I actually in tens of millions of sports car photo. Look, this sports car is limited to only 900 units worldwide. The owner of this car must be a rich man with several small goals. I really envy such a rich man. If only I could be his wife. The 3 beauties flipped back and forth through the introduction about the Porsche 918, and kept sighing with emotion. Seeing this, Chen Yun smiled without saying a word, picked up the milk tea placed on the ground, quietly sat in the driver's seat, started the roaring car, and sped away with a kick of the gas, still envious of the 3, only to hear a deafening roar suddenly ringing in the ears, just before the eyes of the Porsche 918, like a string of arrows generally scampered out, leaving a long string of white exhaust. 3 hot sexy beauties, the expression on their faces instantly flaxen and frozen, shocked in their hearts, incredulously looking at the direction in which Chen Yun left. This car, is the handsome man's just now? Chapter 65. Do you like it? When Chen Yun returned to the mansion, Lu Jiro's figure was not found in the living room. The door to her room was closed instead. Chen Yun put down the milk tea and sat on the sofa, shouting in the direction of the room. Sister Jiro, I bought the milk tea back. But after a long time, there was still no response at all from Lu Jiro's room. And just as Chen Yun was about to get up from the sofa and go over to check, the door was suddenly opened. Chen Yun raised his eyes and instantly froze in place, his huge eyes staring in death, only to see Lu Jiro wearing a sexy black wraparound skirt. Her lower body was covered by tulle, her snow-white skin was hidden, her devilish figure, slender and exquisite, concave and convex, capturing people's hearts, snow lotus root-like white jade arm, smooth and long legs, as if falling down to the mortal world of the fairy. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Chen Yun's eyes were a little too busy for a while. He didn't know exactly where to look first. Lu Jiro lowered her eyelids, eyelashes slightly trembling. White face has long been like a ripe peach. Small hands uneasily pinched the muslin. Walking towards Chen Yun. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yun's throat knots rolled. Couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. A superbly beautiful woman, wearing a sexy and alluring black wraparound skirt displayed in front of her eyes. Who could stand this? Brother Chen Yun, do you like it when I wear it like this? Lu Jiro sat down close to Chen Yun. Her dainty voice rang out from the side of Chen Yun's earlobe, exhaling like orchids, instantly making him feel his mouth dry and his heart tingle. Like. Chen Yun licked his somewhat parched lips. Such a beauty close at hand. Such temptation. Letting the hormones in Chen Yun's body instantly explode, filling his body with blood. Then, Lu Jiro's silver teeth gently bit her red lips, her flirtatious eyes looking straight at the handsome and clean-cut man in front of her. Chen Yun deeply inhaled on a breath, his eyes complexly looking at Lu Jiro, as if he had made some kind of determination. His voice low and hoarse. Sister Jiro, I want to take a bath. Chen Yun was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. Lu Jiro heard Chen Yun's words and froze slightly, suddenly realizing that she hadn't taken a bath yet either. Just now she was so focused on picking out clothes that she actually forgot about this matter. If she let Chen Yun know that she hadn't taken a bath. Thinking of this, Lu Jiro's peach cheeks couldn't help but become more and more flushed. She hurriedly rushed towards the bathroom, her face shy. While running, she shouted, "You wait for me first." Chen Yun, who was just about to get up to take a shower, saw Lu Jiro, who suddenly ran away, a little unsure, and had to sit back down again. On the sofa, Chen Yun's mood was never able to calm down. In the end, he was only a novice who had never touched that area before. Since growing up, Chen Yun had only fallen in love with Lu Qian once, and as a result, he hadn't even touched Lu Qian's hand a couple of times. Not to mention deeper things, Lu Jiro's passionate offense was not something that he, an innocent boy, could resist, and in the face of such a sexy and mature big sister, Chen Yun's heart could be described as powerless. Just when Chen Yun was sitting on the sofa thinking wildly, his cell phone suddenly received a message. He casually opened it and found that it was a distress text message from Zhang Quan. Chen Yun, come to the Ruihua Hotel in the city center. Zhang Quan is surrounded by several people. He won't be able to hold out any longer. Seeing the content of the text message, Chen Yun's heart was immediately startled. It was Zhang Quan who was in trouble. Chen Yun was also unclear as to who had taken Zhang Quan's cell phone and sent him the text message, but it could be clearly seen that Zhang Quan was in a very bad situation right now. When Chen Yun was earning money from his part-time job and living on a starvation diet, Zhang Quan was one of the few people who were still willing to lend him a helping hand to help Chen Yun through that difficult stage. If anything happened to Zhang Quan, Chen Yun would not spare the culprit. Chen Yun immediately called Xiao Ji and told him to rush to Ruihua Hotel immediately now. Listening to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom, Chen Yun gritted his teeth, face tangled, and finally sighed, and drove to the Ruihua Hotel at speed. On the way, Chen Yun sent a message to Lu Jiro, saying that he temporarily had an urgent matter to deal with, so that Lu Jiro early rest, do not have to wait for him. Lu Jiro washed in the bathroom for more than 20 minutes before she shyly and slowly walked out of the bathroom, because she also knew that what was going to happen next was a very important thing in her life. Walking out of the bathroom, Lu Jiro changed out of the sexy wraparound skirt she was wearing just now. Her body was wrapped in a bath towel, outlining her enchanting and voluptuous body. A head of black hair was draped like a waterfall, and from time to time, her wet hair fell down with water droplets, dripping on her bare and white back. Lu Jiro found that Chen Yun was not in the living room, thinking that he also went to take a bath, so she sat on the sofa while brushing her cell phone and waiting for Chen Yun. At this time, Lu Jiro saw the message that Chen Yun had sent to her and couldn't help but be stunned. Her pretty face then became flushed and spat in a low voice, cursing, "Good you stinking Chen Yun, if you can't, you can't. You still find so many excuses." Lu Jiro got up and came to the balcony outside the air, saw a side of the swimming pool, simply put a huge piece of float on the surface of the water after, and then directly untied the towel to lie on. Lu Jiro looked at Maple City under the night, her eyes mesmerized, her mind thinking about something. Staying by Chen Yun's side for so long, she had already unconsciously fallen deeply in love with Chen Yun, and tonight's decision, Lu Jiro was not a whim, but had been well thought out. In this period of time, Lu Jiro on Chen Yun's behavior also more and more understanding. Chen Yun and those she has seen, empty-minded, arrogant rich kids compared to the nature is completely opposite. Obviously, Chen Yun's power in his hands is very impressive, but he is very low-key, upright and kind-hearted. Lu Jiro believed that her eyes would not be wrong. In her life, she only recognized Chen Yun alone. Jade feet fiddled with the water. Lu Jiro's arms unconsciously rested on her chest, A beautiful image that people could not bear to look at. Is my body not tempting enough? Lu Jiro laughed to herself. This Chen Yun was really not understanding. When Chen Yun drove his car and arrived at the entrance of Ruihua Hotel, Xiaodi also happened to walk down from a cab and quickly followed behind Chen Yun. Boss Chen. Chen Yun gently nodded his head, and then he hurriedly led Xiao Ju, in a fiery hurry, towards the location of the box sent on the text message. Pa! Only to see an eagle-headed, fierce-looking man flinging a slap on Zhang Quan's face. As for Zhang Quan and the box, he was grabbed by two minions from behind by his arms, kneeling on the ground unable to move, his eyes glaring at the man in front of him as if he could eat him up. After arresting you bastard, I don't believe that Zhang Jinbao son of a won't hand over the stuff. Chapter 66, Elder Feng. Kong Jia's face was gloomy. The corner of his mouth pulled up coldly as he let out a grim smile and said to Zhang Quan, who was kneeling on the ground, let your old man properly not develop in Maple City, in favor of coming to our Minzhong City to stick his foot in the door. Bah! You can't compete more than fair competition, but you have quite a few sinister means. Your Kong family is really getting more and more wasteful. Zhang Quan's face was swollen from being slapped, a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, his eyes despised and full of disdain as he mocked. His father, Zhang Jinbao, had fairly bid away a piece of very promising real estate at the land bidding in Minzhong City next to Maple City some days ago. Then this piece of land had long been looked at by the Kong family, but unexpectedly a Zhang Jinbao was killed halfway, which made the Kong family miss out on this piece of real estate. The Kong family was originally a huge family business in the city of Minzhong. The group's highest market value once reached billions, only in recent years because of mismanagement, resulting in the gradual decline. The enterprise scale is constantly shrinking into only a few hundred million market value, with the Kong family getting weaker and weaker. The former prestige is no longer, which makes many emerging groups are rushing to get a piece of the pie. Zhang Quan's father, Zhang Jinbao, this time is to seize the Kong family's shortage of funds, successfully grabbed this piece of real estate from their hands. The Kong family originally wanted to rely on this piece of land with good potential, and then earn some money to restore the foundation. The Kong family has been to the other competing companies to make good relations, but did not expect all to Zhang Jinbao as a dowry. This makes the Kong family executives very angry. Just spend out to get through the money is a lot of money. In the end it is a basket of water in one empty. Good use of underhanded tactics of the head of the Kong family. Immediately led his son Kong Jia went to Maple City to catch Zhang Quan. Want to use this means to threaten Zhang Jinbao to give up the real estate. Being poked to the sore spot, Kong Jia's face became infuriated, raising his hand to slap Zhang Quan's face. Seeing this, Su Nuhan hurriedly went to tug on the juniors who were grabbing Zhang Quan, wanting to save him. A few other juniors who were standing next to him rushed forward and pulled Su Nuhan back again. Zhang Quan closed his eyes, wanting to silently receive this slap. Then after waiting for a while, Kong Jia's hand was slow to land on his face. Zhang Quan couldn't help but open his eyes, and saw Kong Jia's hand being tightly grasped by a stocky middle-aged man. Let go of your hand. Kong Jia grinned as he tried to break free from Xiaodi's hands. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Kong Jia's face was twisted, and he yelled at his little brothers. What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this person. The juniors inside the box were also puzzled. They didn't even realize when Xiao Ju appeared. Only when they heard Kong Jia's roar did this group of juniors react and aggressively waved their fists and rushed up to Xiao Dong. Xiao decided to look at the crowded punks. His expression was very calm. His left hand was still holding Kong Jia's hand tightly. His feet created a wind, and a move of shadowless leg made the gods. Those juniors who were just about to get close were kicked backwards by Xiao Ji and flew out, bringing down a piece one after another. Before long, a dozen or so juniors were kicked and lay on the ground screaming and moaning bitterly. The two juniors who grabbed Zhang Quan's arm were so scared by Xiao Dong's momentum that they unconsciously loosened up and their legs and feet became weak. When Kong Jia saw this scene, he was stunned. What is this situation? More than 10 people can't beat one who only uses his feet? What kind of losers are you stepping on horses? At this time, outside the door, Chen Yun walked into the box. Zhang Quan, who had just stood up, was astonished. Chen Yun, how did you know I was here? Your wife sent me a message saying that you are dying. Chen Yun smiled and glanced at the red-faced Su Nuhan next to him. Zhang Quan's heart warmed and his eyes were filled with emotion. Just now, Su Nuhan tried to rush up despite her safety. He knew all about it. What is this person's enmity with you? Chen Yun glanced at Kong Jia, who was being held down by Xiao Di, and turned his head towards Zhang Quan. At the mention of Kong Jia, Zhang Quan was immediately furious and told Chen Yun what happened. Zhang Quan and Su Nuhan came to the Ruihua Hotel for dinner tonight, and as a result, halfway through the meal, Kong Jia brought people to break in to kidnap him. Chen Yun's eyes were cold and his hands were wrapped around his chest. So this doesn't waste him? Kong Jia looked at Chen Yun's men, a flash of panic in his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, you guys have the balls to wait, See if I call someone over to not kill you. After saying that, Kong Jia was about to take his cell phone to call and shake people. Xiao Di reached out and was about to snatch Kong Jia's cell phone. As a mercenary, he was well versed in the reasoning of eliminating future troubles. Slow down Uncle Xiao. Let him fight. After listening to Zhang Quan's words, Chen Yun knew Kong Jia's face, wanting to deal with this type of person. Uprooting the forces behind him that he was so proud of was the right way to go, or else he might screw up again afterward. Seeing Chen Yun being so arrogant, Kong Jia sneered and immediately took out his cell phone to make a call, fearing that Chen Yun would back out. Elder Fong, this is Jia. Yes, I was bullied in Maple City. Can your old man come over to avenge me? Yes, thank you Elder Fong. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Kong Jia's heart seemed to have a renewed vigor. Tilting his neck, condescending and arrogant, he said to Chen Yun, be sensible and hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise in a moment when Elder Fong comes, there will be a few of you who will have good fruit to eat. Chen Yun, who was on the side, frowned and opened his mouth to say to Xiao Di, Uncle Xiao, give him 2 pushes of bucket to make him quieter. Hearing Chen Yun's instruction, Xiao Ju immediately raised his hand and slapped it hard towards Kong Jia's mouth. Snap. Kong Jia, who was unable to move, could only be at the mercy of Xiao Ju, and his cheeks soon swelled up like steamed buns. You guys step on the horse and still dare to hit me. Kong Jia roared. You guys know who Elder Fong is. Without waiting for him to finish, Chen Yun shook his head and impatiently said to Xiao Ju again, Uncle Xiao, give him 2 more blows. Snap. 1 no more, 1 no less. And again, it was exactly 2 more smacks. I ma. Seeing Chen Yun about to open his mouth again, Kong Jia immediately shut his mouth in fear, not daring to make a sound, his eyes staring maliciously at Chen Yun. Chen Yun's face was expressionless, his cold eyes turned on Kong Jia. Look at Nima look. Uncle Xiao, give him 2 more hits. Snap. This time Kong Jia was finally honest, his mouth closed tightly, his eyes hurriedly lowered, secretly cursing Chen Yun's ancestors in his heart. Zhang Quan, who was standing beside Chen Yun, on the other hand, was filled with worry, somewhat worriedly saying to Chen Yun, why don't we just leave it like this? We don't even know that Fong Lao. What if? Don't worry, I'll give that Fong Lao a beating into a Fong Suanzi even if he comes. Chen Yun comforted. It wasn't that Chen Yun was bragging, but he had that confidence. Chen Yun pulled out his cell phone and asked in the group chat of the Jiangnan 13 Tai Bao, Chen Yun, senior member that, in Maple City, come to the Ruihua Hotel right away. I have something to find you guys. He was eager to see if this so-called Fong Lao could actually break bread with the forces of the Jiangnan 13 Eagles. Chapter 67, coming right away. Not long after Chen Yun's message was sent, someone soon replied to him. Wang Sherbei, 5th typo alright brother Chen Yun. I'll be right over. Lu Zhining, senior member brother Chen. Do you need me to rush over? Zhang Qiyuan, intermediate member brother Chen. Who bullied you? I'll come over on a plane right away. In the first instance, 2 of the senior members of the Jiangnan 13 guards immediately replied to Chen Yun. When the other members of the group saw this scene, they also said that they would immediately go. Not to mention the mysterious forces behind Chen Yun. Just the strength of being able to make the eldest young master of the Wang family, who was the 5th Tai Pao, reply in seconds was enough for them to go and curry favor with Chen Yun. Not long after, outside the box walked in a hunched back, hair gray, eyes but gleaming old man. I think this is the Kong Jia move to the rescue of the old man Fong. Fong old man's real name is called Fong Wenhai. Young has been working for the Kong family. When the Kong family can become a party in the city of Ming, Fong Wenhai's credit is absolutely indispensable. And now the Kong family fell into disrepair. The reason for this, and Fong Wenhai's retreat has a huge relationship. Back then, the Kong family relied on Fong Wenhai, who was very good at Kung Fu, and often used his force to remove obstacles to the Kong family's interests. Slowly, Fong Wenhai's reputation grew. In the entire city of Mingzhong, and even in Jiangnan province are widely spread. People see him, they call him Fong Lao, and his name Fong Wenhai, but gradually forgotten. Outside the box there were some melon eaters gathered. Some of them couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw that the visitor was Fong Wenhai. Why is Elder Fong here? When Kong Jia saw Fong Wenhai, his face instantly revealed a joyful expression, and he hurriedly shouted, Elder Fong, you're finally here. With that, Kong Jia tried to break free from Xiaoju's bonds, but Xiaoju still held on calmly and had no intention of letting go. You step on the horse and still don't let go. Can't you see that Elder Fong is here? Kong Jia used his hands to break Xiao Decision all the time, but naturally, Xiao Decision's chi was just too strong, making him helpless. Young man, for old man's sake, let go of Jia. Fong Wenhai slowly opened his mouth and said to Xiaoju. Xiao Decided glanced at the old man in front of him and disliked him nonchalantly. I don't even know you old man. Why should I give you face? When Fang Wenhai heard Xiao Decision's words, his expression couldn't help but froze before he laughed out loud. He hadn't known how long it had been since he had heard someone dare to speak to him like that. Back then, his reputation had spread throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Everyone on the road would sell him Fang Wenhai a face, but now he was being looked down upon like this. Good boy. In Jiangnan province, you actually don't know my name Fang Wenhai. It seems that I've been retired for so long that there are already juniors who don't remember me. Fang Wenhai carried his hands behind his back. The smile on his face gradually converged and became gloomy and icy. At this time, Chen Yun walked out from behind Xiao Ji. His tone was flat as he said to Fang Wenhai, I haven't really heard of any Fang Wenhai, but I have heard of one called Fang Wenshan. His songwriting is not bad. Hearing Chen Yun mock him in such a manner, Fang Wenhai's face grew more and more ugly, as if a volcano was about to erupt at any moment. Fang Wenhai stared at Chen Yun and Xiao Ju in front of him, his voice hoarse. Over the years, you guys are the most ballsy youngsters I've ever seen, but in my case, being ballsy isn't a good thing. Yes, people like you who don't have any balls, naturally you won't be able to meet us who have so much balls. Whether it's a good thing or not I'm not sure, but it's definitely quasi no good for you to meet me. Good. Very good. I like you to be so arrogant and cocky young man, but back then to you the same. In my hands can die a lot. Before the words fell, a strong aura instantly swept out from the thin and stooped old man in front of them. Zhang Quan and Su Nuhan only felt their breathing stagnate, as if a large stone was pressed on their chests, leaving them breathless. Fang Wenhai's feet stomped on the ground, and with a fierce force, his body was like a cannonball rushing straight towards Chen Yun, leaving behind a series of residual shadows. Although Fang Wenhai's bodily functions had long since passed its peak, his strength would not have slipped too much, and he was still more than capable of dealing with two brats. If today's ridicule by Chen Yun was spread out, he, Fang Wenhai, would definitely be laughed at by everyone, and the prestige he had built up when he was young would be wiped out, and he would lose face in Jiangnan province. He had to give Chen Yun and the others an unforgettable lesson for life, otherwise he would only be the talk of the town after dinner. Seeing this, Xiao Ji immediately wanted to step forward to block them, but was stopped by Chen Yun who raised his hand beside him. Ever since Chen Yun had stepped into the pure June realm, he had yet to have a painful fight, and Fang Wenhai, who was not bad in strength in front of him, was a perfect target for practicing. Chen Yun's figure swayed, and a second before Fang Wenhai got close, he dodged to his side, and the sonorous fist wind came straight at Fang Wenhai. Fang Wenhai's complexion was frozen. He did not expect Chen Yun's reaction to be so fast. Not only was he able to dodge his attack, but he still had the strength to launch a counterattack against him. Frozen in thought, seeing Chen Yun's fist about to land on his body, Fang Wenhai immediately came back to his senses, forcibly stopping his dive, twisting his body to avoid Chen Yun's ferocious punch. Fang Wenhai was worthy of being an expert who was once renowned in the entire Jiangnan province. At such a close distance, he was able to dodge this blow, which made Chen Yun feel very surprised. Taking advantage of Fang Wenhai's evasion, Chen Yun took advantage of his victory and stepped forward, his dazzlingly fast fists coming one after the other, hitting Fang Wenhai's vitals everywhere. In his haste, Fang Wenhai tried his best to put up a defensive stance to fend off, but Chen Yun's fists could not be defended against, and his body would always take a few hits. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Chen Yun's offense became more and more ferocious, just like a tireless fighting machine. His fierce and powerful fists kept landing, making Fang Wenhai suffer. Xiao Ji, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, had a look of surprise on his face. Chen Yun's strength didn't look much weaker than his, and was even vaguely stronger than him. Kong Jia, who was being dragged by Xiao Dong, his expression was filled with astonishment. In his mind, Elder Fang was an invincible existence, but at this moment, he was being whacked by Chen Yun, unable to lift his head. Bang! Finally, Fang Wenhai could not support himself and made a move to attack towards Chen Yun. With the help of the short gap in Chen Yun's defense, he quickly retreated backwards. After stabilizing his stance, Fang Wenhai's back was shocked out of a cold sweat. After he stepped into the pure June realm, there were only a few people on the road who could fight with him and not be weak, and the young man in front of him could actually suppress him to death, leaving Fang Wenhai with no power to fight back. Chen Yun looked at the trembling Fang Wenhai. Not yet finished, he hadn't used his full strength yet. Fang Wenhai was panting heavily. His hunched back was even more stooped at the moment. His eyes were horrified as he looked towards Chen Yun, who was not red in the face and still calm and composed. You, what exactly are you? Chapter 68, Nameless Pawn. I'm just a nobody. It's normal for a big shot like you to not recognize me. Chen Yun narrowed his eyes and grinned, a simple smile on his face. No, you have this kind of strength. There's no way I wouldn't recognize you. Fang Wenhai's expression grew more and more alarmed, his eyelids fluttering. Chen Yun looked like he was definitely no older than 20 years old, and at such an age, he could beat him senseless. definitely a family descendant from a major power. When he thought of this, a trace of fear instantly rose in Fong Wenhai's heart, and he could not help but beat a retreat in his mind. Right at this moment, the roar of many engines suddenly resounded outside the gates of Ruhua Hotel. Countless luxury commercial cars and supercars, as if they didn't need money, were parked outside the hotel's main gate, and successful people with extraordinary temperament walked down from the cars one after another. The leader, Wang Shibei, led the representatives of almost all of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards members in Maple City, and rushed towards the box that Chen Yun had issued to them in a vast manner. The surrounding melon eaters were filled with confusion. What was happening? Distinguished business leaders and important members of the society, who normally would not be seen at all, were all rushing towards this place at this moment. Soon, they surrounded the box. When Wang Shibei walked into the box, he saw the confronting Chen Yun and Fong Wenhai. He was slightly stunned and blurted out, "Fong Wenhai? What are you doing here?" Fong Wenhai, who was still thinking in the dark, heard someone beside him call him by his first name, and subconsciously turned his head to look, realizing that it was actually Wang Shibei of the Wang clan. "Wang, young Master Wang, what brings you here?" Fong Wenhai looked towards the door. It was crowded with people. Among them there were quite a few big shots that he couldn't even flatter even if he wanted to. His heart thumped again. "What's the situation? Brother Chen Yun is looking for us for something." Wang Shibei nodded his head and signaled to Chen Yun. Seeing this scene, Fong Wenhai's suspicions in his heart were confirmed. His lips trembled with fear, and an icy feeling immediately spread from his toes to the bottom of his heart. To be able to invite the Wang family's youngest master here if there was something wrong, Chen Yun's status was bound to be frighteningly high. And I'm afraid that the group of people outside were all here to look for Chen Yun as well. Zhang Quan looked at Chen Yun, his eyes full of shock. After seeing Wang Shibei, his heart was also shocked. Wang Shibei is a senior member of the Yunhai Group, an important person of a company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, was actually calling himself a brother to Chen Yun. Wang Shibei scanned around the people lying all over the box. His brows lightly frowned as he looked towards Fong Wenhai. "Say, what are you doing here? Could it be that?" Speaking of this, a touch of coldness surfaced on Wang Shibei's face, and when Fong Wenhai beside him saw this, he hurriedly spoke out to explain. "Wang, young Master Wang, don't misunderstand. I'm this." Fong Wenhai was so anxious that he scratched his ears and looked at the person lying on the ground, and then looked at Kong Jia who had been grasped by Xiao Ji. A pair of old eyes instantly sprang out, and a solution came to his mind. "Young Master Wang, I came over to clean up these bastards." Fong Wenhai glared at the stunned Kong Jia before pulling out a far-fetched smile and looking at Chen Yun. This bastard, Kong Jia, brought some people to find trouble with this lord, and he even tried to ask me to help him. I obviously didn't agree and immediately rushed over to clean him up. After Fong Wenhai finished speaking, he walked straight towards Kong Jia, stepped forward and slapped him with 2 slaps, slapping Kong Jia's eyes straight up. The whole person was dazed, and his cheeks, which were already swollen high, seemed to bulge a little more. Chen Yun, who was standing on the side watching the show, snorted and laughed out. Even the expressionless Xiao Di, the muscles on his face were slightly twitching. This person Fong Wenhai was quite interesting. Just now he had fought with Chen Yun, but now he was talking so justifiably. With an embarrassed face, Fong Wenhai looked at Chen Yun. "My lord, I have no intention of wanting to fight against you. It is this asshole Kong Jia who has confused my old eyes, my lord." Upon hearing this, Wang Shibei looked slightly angry and went up to Fong Wenhai and slapped him. How dare you go against brother Chen Yun? Kneel down and apologize immediately." Even though Wang Shibei's strength was far inferior to his, Fong Wenhai who had been slapped did not dare to say a word more, and could only honestly bow his head and bend over, kneeling down to apologize to Chen Yun. "My lord, I was wrong." Wang Shibei then walked over to the dazed Kong Jia and raised his hand to him and hit him with 2 more forced buckets. Pa! Kong Jia's cheeks had completely swollen like a pig's head, and his mouth emitted a whimpering moan. Miserable. Kong Jia's heart was very stifled. He couldn't figure out how he could not understand how he had surprised such a big shot like Wang Shibei by merely kidnapping Zhang Quan. "Fong Wenhai, what did you say this person's name was? Which family group is it from?" Wang Shibei asked, pointing at Kong Jia. "Young Master Wang. His name is Kong Jia. He is the young master of the Kong family in Minzhong City." Fong Wenhai hurriedly returned. "The Kong family?" Wang Shibei pondered for a long time, but he did not recall having heard of such a family business before. But since Chen Yun had called them here, Wang Shibei naturally had to get this done for Chen Yun, so he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, gave an explanation to the other end of the phone, and hung up the phone and said to Chen Yun, "Brother Chen Yun, I've already had people prepared to acquire the Kong family. I believe that it won't take long for there to be no family surnamed Kong in Minzhong City." "What a trouble for brother Wang," Chen Yun said to Wang Shibei. "Kong Jia, who was in a daze on the side, was startled into sobriety for a few moments when he vaguely heard that Wang Shirbei was going to acquire their Kong family. The Wang family's Yunhai Group was a large enterprise with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars. And even if their Kong family was at its peak relative to it, it was like a mayfly shaking a tree. If Wang Shirbei wanted someone to acquire the Kong family, it would be as easy as a slap in the face. Once the Kong family was wiped out, Kong Jia would immediately be reduced from a rich second generation to a pauper. The huge disparity made him not dare to imagine, whimpering as he begged for mercy from Chen Yun. Lord, please spare the Kong family. We don't want that piece of real estate anymore. Please spare us. Chen Yun's eyes were indifferent, and he did not pay any attention to Kong Jia's pleas for mercy. He still understood the reasoning that if you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Behind him, Zhang Quan listened to Chen Yun and Wang Shirbei's conversation. Had long been frozen in place, the two they easily decided the life and death of a multi-billion-dollar valuation of the enterprise, helping him to completely solve the trouble. Looking at the calm Chen Yun, Zhang Quan's face was filled with complexity. This good brother of his was really too mysterious. Just as Chen Yun was about to bid farewell to Zhang Quan, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly popped up a message. Almost at the same time, Wang Shirbei and the people outside the box, the cell phones on them all received a message as well. All of them opened it to check, and realized that it was actually a message from the founders of the Jiangnan 13 Taba. The Chang family, all members, enter the meeting immediately. Chapter 69 Chang family. The Chang family, one of the three founders of the Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards, was above the 13 Imperial Guards. As the commander of the Jiangnan 13 Taibao, the Chang family has a very strong strength. Industries throughout the entire Jiangnan province and even the southern region of Daxia. The Changgang group of the Chang family, the enterprise valuation reached trillions of dollars several years ago, is a veritable giant group. At this moment, a person outside the box beckoned towards Chen Yun and Wang Shirbei. Mr. Chen, young Master Wang, I've already looked for the owner of the Ruihua Hotel, and he just happens to have a conference room here, so why don't we carry on here? When Chen Yun and Wang Shirbei heard this, they both nodded. It would be best to have a place here where they could have a video conference. Zhang Quan, you and Su Nuhan go first. We still have some business to attend to. Chen Yun turned back to Zhang Quan and said, well, thank you for today. Zhang Quan thanked. Chen Yun waved his hand and let out a light laugh. Hey, what kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to thank me, so don't be melodramatic. Seeing Chen Yun say so, Zhang Quan did not squirm and nodded his head before taking Su Nuhan with him and leaving first. After Zhang Quan left, Chen Yun and Wang Shirbei followed the man up to the top floor of the Ruihua Hotel, where there was a huge conference room that was big enough to accommodate all of them. Entering the conference room, everyone sat on their chairs and successively opened the video conference. On their cell phones, each person turned on the camera on themselves, exposing their bodies in the screen, and Chen Yun followed their example and entered the meeting. In the very center of the video conference was a middle-aged man with sword brows and an imposing body. His powerful aura seemed to be able to penetrate through the cell phone, allowing one to feel a hint of pressure. Chen Yun looked towards the bottom left corner of the video, and the man's note read, Chang Wei, Commander. It turned out that he was the initiator of this video conference. After another moment, Chang Wei, who was sitting in front of the screen, slowly opened his mouth, his voice thick. Everyone, I've suddenly summoned you all tonight to discuss something important. Chang Wei's voice paused, his sharp eyes staring at the camera as if he was observing something. I believe that all of you, to a greater or lesser extent, have heard something about the 5 prefectures Li family, and today, we will discuss this matter. As Chang Wei's words fell, a small murmur resounded within Chen Yun's conference room with them. The recent news of the capital city Li family wanting to move south for development had always been a stone hanging over their hearts. No one wanted their foundations, which they had fought so hard for so many years, to be destroyed. Just now, I have already discussed some options with the other 2 commander representatives. So now, I need to discuss some more details with everyone. Chang Wei crossed his arms, his eyes looking at the screen. When everyone heard Chang Wei say that he had a countermeasure, their eyes immediately flashed with a flash of brilliance. Sitting upright and continuing to wait for Chang Wei to speak. Changgang Group is also a $1 trillion market capitalization of the supergroup. Its strength and the capital of the Li family's Baichuan Group. The difference is not much, since Chang Wei said that there is a way. It must be certain that there is a certain degree of certainty to solve this time the trouble. Everyone at the meeting couldn't help but feel some anticipation in their hearts regarding the Li family's idea of wanting to go south for development. It is certain that they will only force their way into the market from a certain place first. Otherwise, even with the Baichuan Group's capital reserves, it will not be enough to support them to blossom in multiple points. So you all don't need to panic too much. As long as we can predict the direction of the Li family, I believe that it will be a very difficult thing for Baichuan Group to enter the market of Jiangnan province on a large scale. Then next, let's focus on the discussion on. Everyone was fully concentrated, listening to Chang Wei's proposal with a grave expression on their faces. Only Chen Yun was absent-minded, his fingers constantly scratching around on the screen. Chen Yun saw some familiar people among the attendees. Lu Jining of the Jiang Changlu family, Zhang Qiyuan of the Zhang family and so on. There were also many executives that he had never seen before. Their faces were all covered in anxiety, holding their foreheads as they pondered over something. Chen Yun's eyes scanned over them one by one, carefully memorizing their appearance and rank information. It was unknown how long had passed, and while Chen Yun was still observing those people, Chang Wei's voice abruptly sounded in his ears again. Alright then, we'll leave it at that for today. Everyone will retire first. Chen Yun will stay for a bit. Inside the conference room, when the others heard Chang Wei's words, a hint of surprise appeared on their heavy faces, and after signaling with Chen Yun, they went ahead and walked out to wait. Chen Yun was slightly stunned as he looked at Chang Wei in the screen and realized that his eyes were staring straight into the camera as if he was looking at Chen Yun. Soon, only Chen Yun and Chang Wei remained in the video conference, and he was the only one left in the spacious conference room. Chen Yun, I have heard Bei and Lu Jining mention you. Chang Wei's face was well-defined and resolute and serious, exuding a faint majesty. Chen Yun's sword brows slightly raised as his eyes looked at Chang Wei in the screen. I wonder what Mr. Chang is looking for me for? Chang Wei gazed at the screen and said to Chen Yun, I would like to hear what you have to say about the Li family's move south. Chen Yun's expression was stunned, a little at a loss for words. He hadn't listened at all just now. He had no idea what Chang Wei had said. Chen Yun awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and smiled sarcastically. Mr. Chang thinks highly of me. What opinion can I have? The proposal that Mr. Chang has put forward is already perfect. I will definitely give my full support. Chang Wei smiled and nodded. He seemed to have seen something. He did not poke his nose in. Chen Yun, welcome to be able to join us. Jiangnan 13 Imperial Guards. When we have the chance to meet in the future, we will have a good chat. From the moment Chen Yun entered the meeting, Chang Wei had been observing Chen Yun, such a sensitive node, but suddenly joining someone whose power could be very large. It made him somewhat skeptical if Chen Yun was an undercover agent sent by the 5 governments. However, from what he had just observed, Chen Yun was like a second little cutie, like he didn't know what he was doing, his mind completely off the content of the meeting, as if he hadn't taken this matter to heart at all, and it was only then that Chang Wei dispelled this concern. I also look forward to the day I meet with Mr. Chang. Chen Yun replied back. An important figure of a trillion-dollar conglomerate was still worthy of his friendship. After exiting the video and walking out of the conference room, the people outside were waiting for him, and when they saw Chen Yun come out, they gathered around. Brother Chen Yun, what did Mr. Chang say to you? Mr. Chen, do you have a better idea? A group of people were talking and looking anxious. Although Chang Wei's several methods were indeed feasible, it was still a lot of pressure for them. Chen raised his hand, signaling them to calm down first, cleared his throat and said to them, don't worry everyone, there is currently no better way, but if you do encounter the Li family in the future, just talk to me, I will definitely help you. Chen Yun did not care in the slightest about the impact that the Li family would cause by moving south. He instead hoped to run into the Li family in the capital so that he could receive another large amount of divine magnificence points. When the crowd heard Chen Yun say this, their hearts were immediately overjoyed as the gloom and anxiety on their faces were swept away, and they hurriedly thanked Chen Yun. However, there was one among them, whose delicate face was still anxious and torn inwardly. Finally, that person clenched her silver teeth, as if she had made a decision, and chased after Chen Yun towards Chen Yun who was preparing to turn around and leave. Chapter 70 Investment. Hua Qingfang jogged all the way, following closely behind the crowd, and finally caught up with Chen Yun outside the hotel's main entrance. Mr. Chen, please stay. Hua Qingfang stepped on her small high heels, her face flushed and slightly panting. Mr. Chen, I would like to ask you for a favor. Chen Yun looked towards the noblewoman who suddenly stopped in front of him, his face puzzled. Is there something? Mr. Chen, can you invest in our company? Although it was a little difficult to speak, Hua Qingfang still spoke slowly. Hua Qingfang was the chairman of Maple City's Liren Group, and was previously discussing this matter at the company, only to suddenly receive Chen Yun's message and hurriedly rush over. Oh, can you tell us the reason? Chen Yun stopped and opened his mouth to ask. As soon as Hua Qingfang heard that there was something going on, she hurriedly and excitedly explained to Chen Yun. Mr. Chen, it's like this. Our Liren Group invested in a company in Min Province not too long ago, and the issues regarding cooperation were all discussed at that time, but as a result, they suddenly backtracked today, asking us to add another $5 billion, but the group simply couldn't take out that much money. Hua Qingfang looked worried. If she couldn't get the money, The original project would not only be disbanded by the other party, but would also lose hundreds of millions of dollars for nothing. And in the end, she wouldn't get anything. The situation in Jiangnan province today. Every group is trying to recycle as much money as possible. No one is willing to invest such a large sum of money for her at this time. After listening to Hua Qingfang's words, Chen Yun held his chin in thought for a while before raising his head and saying to her, "Alright, then I'll go with you." Other people lacked money, but the last thing Chen Yun lacked was money. Spending money to be able to add divine magnificence points and also make Hua Qingfang owe him a favor. It was a surefire deal. Hua Qingfang, who was standing in front of Chen Yun, looked dumbfounded, her thin lips slightly opened, somewhat in disbelief. This was a promise? It was the first time Hua Qingfang had met with Chen Yun, and she did not hold much hope that Chen Yun would invest in Liren Group, but she did not expect Chen Yun to agree so easily. She had to borrow the entire $5 billion, and Chen Yun actually didn't even bat an eyelid and just agreed to a person who was meeting him for the first time. Did this Mr. Chen's money come from the wind? Ah, good. Then Mr. Chen, you follow me. We'll go to the company right now. Hua Qingfang, who had come back to her senses, hurriedly said to Chen Yun. Thus Chen Yun said goodbye to Wang Sherbei and his group before driving after Hua Qingfang and heading to Liren Group together. Where is Hua Qingfang? Does she still want to cooperate? A fat woman in a flowery dress with short curly hair, a thick and fat neck that was almost invisible, a face full of horizontal meat, wearing thick makeup, spittle flying everywhere, sat on the sofa with her waist crossed and angrily scolded the female secretary in front of her. Mr. Chang is very sorry. Our Hua Dong has some important things to deal with. She will be back soon. The black and white professionally dressed female secretary bent over and carefully explained to Chen Limei. What do you mean? Are my matters not important? Chang Limei laughed back in anger. Her eyebrows rose as she pointed at the female secretary. Hurry up and tell Hua Qingfang to hurry up and cancel the contract if she doesn't have the money. Yes. The female secretary didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Agreed in a loud voice, turned around and was about to go call Hua Qingfang. Just at this moment, the office door was pushed open and Hua Qingfang and Chen Yun walked in from outside. When the female secretary saw this, she was as relieved as if she was relieved. She hurriedly walked forward. Hua Dongfang, you're finally back. Mr. Cheng has been looking for you. Hua Qingfang nodded and said softly, it's been hard on you. You go down first. Cheng Limei on the sofa saw Hua Qingfang walk in and said in a conspiratorial manner, Hua Qingfang, you still know to come back? Does your Liren Group have money or not? Do you know how much time this will delay us? Hua Qingfang looked at the aggressive Cheng Limei and did her best to restrain her emotions, calmly saying to her, Mr. Chang, I just went to pull investment just now. Cheng Limei was stunned in her heart. She really let her borrow money? Are you sure? The additional research and development funds that our Aishin Group wants is 5 billion, not 500 million. Cheng Limei emphasized again. This time, the sudden additional funding was actually to make the Liren Group take the initiative to cancel the contract, as they had found a better partner company than the Liren Group. Mr. Chang, this Mr. Chen is the investor. Hua Qingfang took a small step to the side and introduced Chen Limei. Oh, Cheng Limei glanced out of the corner of her eye at Chen Yun beside Hua Qingfang, slightly stunned, and then laughed out loud immediately afterward. You're saying that this little white boy is going to invest $5 billion in you? Ha ha ha. Cheng Limei covered her stomach and kept patting the sofa, laughing like a pig in front of her. Hua Qingfang, forget it if you can't borrow the money. There's no need to go to such great lengths to make up a lie, right? You just went out. It couldn't have been a secret rendezvous with this little white boy, right? Don't tell me. Your eyes are pretty good. Ha 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 ha. Hua Qingfang heard Cheng Limei mocking so recklessly. Her face suddenly turned white and she scolded sternly. Cheng Limei, do your eyes grow to your ass? Do you know who Mr. Chen is? You're going to pay for your words and actions. Ha ha ha. Isn't he your gigolo? Chen Yun's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle up with a displeased look. He and this fat lady didn't know each other at all, and he hadn't said a single word from the time he came in until now, and he was inexplicably being madly dissed. Who could stand that? Fat lady, keep your mouth clean. Chen Yun was annoyed and opened his mouth to say to Cheng Limei. When Cheng Limei heard Chen Yun's words, the smile on her face froze and she raised her finger to point at Chen Yun, her eyes blazing with fire as she gritted her teeth. You, what did you say about me? I said you're a fat woman. Chen Yun's eyes were disdainful as he said word for word to Cheng Limei. You, are you looking for death? Cheng Limei screamed, so angry that her eyes widened in anger, her face turning blue, and her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Cheng Limei looked just like a fat pig, and she was most jealous of people cursing her like this. Little white girl, do you know who I am? Even Hua Qingfang wouldn't dare to scold me like this. You go to hell. Cheng Limei angrily stood up from the sofa. Her face was hideous and she was about to pounce towards Chen Yun with her teeth and claws open. Chen Yun's face was grim and terrifying, his eyes cold, a flash of viciousness under his eyes. The fat and bloated Chen Limei quickly rushed in front of Chen Yun, holding out her big belly, lifting up her fat and short hand to hit Chen Yun's face. Chen Yun slightly sidestepped and easily dodged it, while Chen Limei lost her center of gravity and stumbled forward. Seeing that Chen Limei was about to fall to the ground, Chen Yun hurriedly flashed behind her and lifted his foot towards Chen Limei's fat ass. Agoo! The 200 pounds Chen Limei was kicked over by Chen Yun, and the moment she fell, it was as if the entire floor shook twice. Agoo! You little white boy. You're finished. Chapter 71 Dreaming. Chen Limei was lying on the floor, covering her bloated buttocks and screaming in pain. She turned over from the floor with great difficulty, her two soybean-like eyes looking maliciously at Chen Yun. You're finished, little white boy. Even Hua Qingfang won't be able to protect you today. I'll definitely ask someone to torture you into a life worse than death. Hearing Chen Limei's words, Chen Yun frowned again. This fat lady's heart was too vicious. Hua Qingfang on the side had long been stunned by Chen Limei. She did not expect things to develop to such a state. Chen Limei actually dared to curse Chen Yun in such a manner. Chen, Mr. Chen, don't be angry. I will deal with Chen Limei. Hua Qingfang let out a dark sigh in her heart. As things stood, she could only give up her cooperation with Eisengroup and try her best to handle this matter to Chen Yun's satisfaction. In order to offend Chen Yun for the sake of Eisengroup, she was still able to distinguish clearly between the stakes and the importance of the matter. If she offended Eisengroup, the company would only lose a few $100 million at most, but if she offended Chen Yun, it would be a problem if Liren Group could survive. Hua Qingfang turned to look at Chen Limei who had collapsed on the ground, suppressing a wave of anger and said, Chen Limei, the cooperation between our company and Aishin Group ends here. I will compensate for the contractual breach of contract, but today you must apologize to Mr. Chen for your words and actions, otherwise no one can save you. Hua Qingfang, are you out of your mind? You want me to apologize to this little white boy? Chen Limei sneered, her eyes filled with contempt. Our cooperation is bound to be terminated. Not only do you have to compensate me for the breach of contract, but you also have to compensate me for $5 billion in moral damages, and then make this little white boy kneel down and apologize to me before this matter can be settled. Hua Qingfang couldn't help but exclaim in shock after hearing Chen Limei's exaggerated demands. You're crazy, aren't you? Hua Qingfang, you think I'm joking with you? To tell you the truth, we are actually intentionally trying to force you to cancel the contract because our research project is very much in demand, and the Shihao Group in Min Province has already promised to cooperate with us. Chen Limei's nostrils were going up to the sky as she looked at Hua Qingfang impeccably, her eyes teasing. Shihao Group was a large group with a market capitalization of $100 billion. It was considered a powerful party in Min Province and had a very large influence. It was stronger than Hua Qingfang's Liren Group by more than one notch. Hua Qingfang, I'm telling you, my brother Cheng Jianing will be here soon. If you don't do what I ask you to do today, believe it or not, Shihao Group will directly bankrupt your company. Chen Limei said, bracing her hands on the floor, struggling to get up. Hua Qingfang's face was ugly. Liren Group was just a small company with a market capitalization of 10 billion. If Shihao Group wanted to make them go bankrupt with all their heart and soul, it wasn't a difficult thing to do. Thinking about this, Hua Qingfang's head suddenly grew big. His heart was worried. Chen Yun, who was standing on the sidelines, did not care in the slightest about what Chen Limei said, and when he saw her trying to get up, he hurriedly went forward and kicked her heavily again. This dead fat woman still wants to get up. The door is not even there. Agoo. Chen Limei once again fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain, her teeth gnashing and creaking, her face flushed red, so angry that it seemed as if she was about to spit out fire as she roared at Chen Yun. Shao, white face, you are truly damned. I will absolutely not spare you. Just as Chen Limei was about to storm out, the office door was suddenly pushed open and a middle-aged man in a black suit walked in from outside. The female secretary behind her couldn't stop him, revealing a difficult look towards Hua Qingfang. Hua Qingfang helplessly waved her hand, signaling the female secretary to stand down. Chen Limei saw the visitor and immediately opened her mouth and shouted, brother, quickly get this little white boy. Chen Yun turned around to look. The person was of medium build, country face, and on his short black hair, there were a few splashes of white hair interspersed with it. Cheng Jianing saw Chen Limei lying on the ground in a sorry state. The thick eyebrows on his face couldn't help but turn upside down as he looked towards Chen Yun and Hua Qingfang and said in a stern voice, what have you done to Limei? Chen Yun was calm and collected himself, digging his earwax with his little thumb before popping onto Chen Limei's body, glancing at Cheng Jianing and saying, you want to know? You. Chen Limei was so angry that she was trembling, and just wanted to break into a curse, but before she could make a sound, Chen Yun's foot landed heavily on Chen Limei's body again. Ouch. See, that's what I did just now. Chen Yun explained to Chen Jianing in a serious manner. Brother, get him killed. Chang Limei raised her volume and hissed. Her plump face reddened and her eyes filled with blood. When had she ever been bullied like this? Chang Jianing's veins rippled on his forehead, his temples jutting, his face instantly chilled, his eyes glowing with overriding coldness. He said to Chen Yun with a leathery smile, Fine, you're very good. It's this woman Hua Qingfeng who made you do this, isn't it? Hua Qingfeng, if you guys don't kneel in front of Li Mei and apologize today, your Liren group will wait for bankruptcy. Cheng Jianing turned his head to look at Hua Qingfeng angrily and said coldly. Hua Qingfeng with an iron face, her expression furious, her chest pumping up and down like a bellows. It was clearly Chang Limei who was unreasonable, and now she actually had to apologize to her. Chang Jianing, your Aishin group went behind our backs to find a new partner company, not to mention that Chang Limei is splashing around on my turf, and you want us to kneel down? It's simply delusional. Seeing that Hua Qingfeng refused to agree, Chang Jianing coldly snorted. It is indeed a bit unrealistic to make you, Hua Qingfeng, kneel down. So let's make this bastard kneel down and apologize to Li Mei first. As the words fell, Cheng Jianing took a large step forward and reached out his hand to grab towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun looked indifferent, not retreating but advancing instead, and instantly stepped forward and raised his hand to give Cheng Jianing a slap on the face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed in the office for a long time. Cheng Jianing was slapped dumbfounded by the sudden onslaught of slaps, and his entire head turned almost 180 degrees, leaving a bright red palm print on his cheeks, which was very blinding. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, Chen Yun yanked Cheng Jianing again before lifting his foot and kicking him over, collapsing on the ground to join his sister. Chang Limei, Boss Hua, the one working with your company is Eisen Group? Chen Yun clapped his hands and turned to the shocked Hua Qingfeng and asked. Ah, yes Mr. Chen, I will immediately go and draw up the information to terminate the contract. I will definitely handle this matter to your satisfaction. Hua Qingfeng lowered her head. Her tone was respectful. Chen Yun had already thanked God for not finding trouble with her over this matter. How dare she pray for Chen Yun to continue investing in her? No, I don't mean that. The cooperation should definitely continue, Chen Yun said. He had come. If he left without spending some money, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Chang Jianing, who had collapsed on the ground, heard what Chen Yun said and immediately let out a cold laugh, covering half of his cheeks as he looked at Chen Yun with contempt. Ha, you guys still want to cooperate? Dream on. Chapter 72, Did you sleep? Chen Yun lowered his head, a refined aura flashed under his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. I didn't say I wanted to cooperate with you either. With that, Chen Yun took out his cell phone and called Wen Yiwei, and the call was quickly answered. Chen Dong, you're looking for me? Immediately, right away. Acquire the Aishin Group in Min Province for me. I understand. Dong Chen. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yun leisurely walked over to the sofa and sat down, his eyes teasingly staring at the two people who had fallen to the ground. Just now, Cheng Jianing heard Chen Yun's words clearly and could not help but laugh out loud, mocking at Chen Yun. Who do you think you are? You can acquire it just by saying so? Our group has a great future. Which shareholder would sell off the equity in their hands at this time? Chang Limei also had a sneer on her face, her eyes looking viciously at Chen Yun, thinking that you can do whatever you want just because you climbed up to Hua Qingfeng. Now you don't even brag without a draft. How ridiculous. However, just as Cheng Jianing had just stood up and wanted to go over to slap Chen Yun, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly received a text message. When Cheng Jianing opened his phone and saw the message, he instantly froze in place. The bank card with your card number ending in 4117 transferred the balance of $326 million whole at 11:26 tonight. How is this possible? The transferred balance was similar to the valuation of Cheng Jianing's shareholding in Aishin Group, which meant that just moments ago, his shares had been forcibly given away. In Cheng Jianing's head, it was like a thunderbolt had rung out, leaving him unable to return to his senses. How could Eisen Group be acquired? Once the project they were researching was successful, Eisen Group's market capitalization would inevitably multiply several times, and it would be very possible for it to grow from billions of dollars to tens of billions. Why would those shareholders at the shareholders meeting let someone else successfully acquire Eisen Group? Why would they sell off their shares that had a great future? Cheng Jianing could not understand. He only felt his head dizzy and a sharp pain in his heart. The shares that had unlimited potential and were valued at billions of dollars were now only left with more than 300 million in cash, a whole dozens of times less valuable than they would be later on. You, what the hell have you done? Cheng Jianing's voice trembled as he pointed a shivering finger at Chen Yun, his eyes filled with anger. Chen Yun calmly sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and smiled gently. I've said that I'm going to acquire Eisen Group. Do you not have long ears? After receiving Chen Yun's order, Wen Yiwei immediately went to investigate the information about Eisen Group. It turned out that wanting to acquire Eisen Group at a normal price was simply impossible. and only by acquiring it at a premium would there be a glimmer of hope. However, Chen Yun had instructed her not to worry about the financial aspect. As long as the acquisition was successful, it did not matter how much it cost. Although Wen Yiwei did not understand Chen Yun's thoughts, she still followed Chen Yun's instructions and tried to negotiate with the shareholders of Eisen Group. In the end, Wen Yiwei managed to acquire Eisen Group with a price of $75 billion. Those few shareholders were all smiles after receiving the money, only distributing more than $3 billion to the uninformed Cheng Jianing. While the share that originally belonged to Cheng Jianing was naturally taken away by a few shareholders. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheng Jianing obviously still couldn't accept this fact. The whole person became a little crazy, holding his head and squatting on the ground. Chang Li Mei, who had struggled to get up from the ground, saw his brother squatting like a fool and hurriedly went over to inquire. Brother, what's wrong with you, brother? Chang Li Mei kept shaking Cheng Jianing, but he never responded and just froze as he squatted on the ground. Hua Qingfeng, who was standing, was also a bit confused. Anyone who understood that Eisen Group's market value would increase dramatically in the next few years, to sell off its shares at this time, that wasn't pure cuteness. What's wrong with that? And for Chen Yun to be able to make the shareholders of Eisen Group willingly sell off their shares, how huge an energy must he have? Boss Hua, if you are willing to continue to cooperate with Eisen Group, just follow the contract you signed before, and you don't have to think about the funds for research and development. I will take care of it all. Chen Yun raised his head and said to Hua Qingfeng. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Hua Qingfeng, who was still in a daze, was stunned again, and she wondered if her ears had heard wrong. She had already prepared for the worst after what happened tonight, but it turned out that Chen Yun had backhandedly acquired Eisen Group and would continue to work with Liren Group. The situation of the Liren Group was like a roller coaster ride. 1 second it had just hit the bottom, the next it appeared on top of the mountain, causing Hua Qingfeng's heart to beat furiously. Mr. Chen, is what you said true? Hua Qingfeng asked with an agitated and unbelieving expression. According to the original contract signed, the Liren Group would be able to earn at least a few $1 billion from the Eisen Group in the next few years. How could she not be excited? Of course it's true. Chen Yun smiled back. Seeing the extra 750 divine greatness points in the system interface, Chen Yun felt physically and mentally happy. It didn't matter if it was money or not, as long as the divine greatness points could increase. That's really too much thanks to Mr. Chen. Hua Qingfeng kept thanking him repeatedly. Chen Yun waved his hand, then stood up. Then I'll leave first. If you still have questions, just look for Wen Yiwei from one group. Good. Okay, Mr. Chen. Cheng Jianing, who was squatting on the ground, heard Wen's group and his confused eyes suddenly condensed. Hua Qingfeng called that person Mr. Chen, and the owner of Wen's group was called Chen Yun. Could Mr. Chen Yun? Cheng Jianing all of a sudden figured it all out. A while ago, Wen's group was acquired by a person called Chen Yun. In Min province also caused a period of not a small storm. Cheng Jianing naturally also heard about it. If the young man in front of him was Chen Yun, then the forced acquisition of Eisen Group was explained. Cheng Jianing's face was white, his palms sweating. Why would such a big shot appear here? Originally a large amount of wealth was waiting for him, but now he was left with such a small amount of money. Cheng Jianing's intestines were repenting. His heart was filled with remorse. How did he provoke the big boss of one group? After Hua Qingfeng sent Chen Yun away, her expression was ice cold, and she said to Cheng Jianing in a cold voice, "You all get out of Liren Group immediately." You, the uninformed Cheng Li Mei still wanted to scream, but was hastily stopped by Cheng Jianing. Brother, what are you doing? You don't care if that little white boy left just now? Cheng Li Mei questioned with an angry face. Cheng Jianing didn't reply to her, his eyes scornfully looking towards Hua Qingfeng, a touch of concealment crossing the bottom of his eyes. Hua Qingfeng, you wait for me. After saying that, Cheng Jianing pulled Cheng Li Mei and hurried away. Hua Qingfeng didn't care. Eisen Group had already been acquired by Chen Yun, so it was expected that this Cheng Jianing wouldn't be able to make any waves. After dealing with the matter, Chen Yun drove his car to Maple Leaf 1. There is still a pretty girl waiting for him at home. I don't know if Lu Jiro is asleep this late. Chapter 73 The Eve. When Chen Yun returned to the mansion of Maple Leaf 1, he did not see Lu Jiro's figure in the living room. However, he realized that the lights on the balcony were still on, so Chen Yun walked outside to try and check it out, and as a result, he accidentally saw an incomparably fragrant picture. Lu Jiro was lazily lying on the huge float. Her jade hand was boredly fiddling with the water splashes, and the direction that her beautiful eyes were gazing at was the night scene of Maple City outside the balcony. Chen Yun, who had suddenly walked in, startled Lu Jiro, and the two of them looked at each other for a while before she realized her situation. Lu Jiro's face instantly turned red, her eyes filled with panic, and her white as snow lotus root arms hastily covered up. You get out. Chen Yun's nostrils felt like two nosebleeds would jet out in the next second. He scratched his head in embarrassment and sardonically turned around to return to the living room. Soon, Lu Jiro, wrapped in a bath towel, shyly walked in from outside the balcony, her face already covered in redness, her head lowered, not daring to look at Chen Yun, and ran straight back to her room. Chen Yun sat on the sofa, his face still showing a silly smile. That wonderful picture has been lingering in his mind. After calming down for a long time, Chen Yun's restless heart slowly calmed down, calling up the system interface to check how many divine magnificence points he had recently increased. Host, Chen Yun. Physique, pure June second order, plus, barely. Spirit, negasonic second order, plus, barely. Dasha coins, 999999995126830304336. 5. Divine greatness points, 2220. Martial art, running thunder fist, plus, elementary. Skills, vehicle driving, extreme. Swimming, extreme. Diving, extreme. Subterfuge, advanced. Chen Yun looked at the more than 2,000 divine magnificence points, his face showing relief. Under his orders, Waniwei really did spend money at a much faster rate than before. After spending 2,000 divine magnificence points to raise his physique to the 4th rank of pure June, a hot current surged within Chen Yun's body, nourishing his 5 organs and 6 bowels as his bodily functions were once again strengthened. Chen Yun felt the enhanced strength within his body for a bit longer before he got up and went back to his room to rest with satisfaction. The second day, after Chen Yun woke up, Lu Jiro was already basking in the sun on the balcony, and when she saw Chen Yun coming, she smiled at him delicately, as if last night's incident had never happened. Brother Chen Yun, I have to go back today. Lu Jiro blinked those bright peach blossom eyes and said softly. Chen Yun walked over to the recliner beside Lu Jiro and sat down. Surprised in his heart, he smiled back. Sister Jiro, going back so early? Well, my good girlfriend Liang Ruoshi has some things to find me, Lu Jiro said back. So it's like this. Chen Yun reclined on the chair, picking up the water cup next to him and taking a sip. Lu Jiro turned sideways, her beautiful eyes staring at Chen Yun as she opened her mouth to ask, Chen Yun, do you want to go to Capital University or Jiangcheng University? Chen Yun, who was looking at the cityscape, heard Lu Jiro's words, his sword brows lightly raised. Why this question again? Chen Yun touched his jaw and looked down in thought. With Chen Yun's current abilities, university was nothing more than a vanity for him, and not even going to university would not have any effect on Chen Yun. What he needed to consider was which university would bring him a better life experience. The Capital University was far away in the north and was not familiar with the area, while the Jiangcheng University was in the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, so it would be relatively familiar. And in Jiangcheng, Chen Yun had people he knew, so obviously he would be more inclined towards the Jiangcheng University. After pondering for a while, Chen Yun smiled and returned. I'm not sure yet, but the probability is that he will go to Jiangcheng University. I also hope that you will come to Jiangcheng to attend university. Hearing Chen Yun's reply, Lu Jiro's face immediately overflowed with a smile as she happily said to Chen Yun, that way in the future, my sister will be able to see you every day. Chen Yun could not help but let out a laugh as well. So Lu Jiro was thinking like this. Good, then I'll go to find Sister Jiro to play every day then. Just like this, the two of them lay on the chair, bathing in the sunlight while chatting idly. Lu Jiro was on a noon flight, and after Chen Yun sent her to the airport, Lu Jiro stood at the security check with her suitcase in hand, and turned back towards Chen Yun and waved. Then I'll leave first, I'll wait for you in Jiangcheng. Oh. The corners of Chen Yun's mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile as he nodded his head and said to Lu Jiro, okay Sister Jiro, I'll go to Jiangcheng to look for you after I finish my exams. Lu Jiro smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, 2 small dimples emerged beside the corners of her lips, happily bouncing towards the security check. After Lu Jiro went in, Chen Yun drove back to Maple Leaf 1. On the eve of the college entrance exam, Chen Yun returned to the school, ready to receive his exam pass and familiarize himself with the exam room with his classmates. In the classroom, Chen Yun collected the issued passes before lining up and heading to the examination room with everyone else to familiarize themselves with the venue. Zhang Quan walked beside Chen Yun, fanning himself with the freshly issued pass and asked Chen Yun, how's your revision going? Not too bad. Coping with the college entrance exam shouldn't be a problem. How about you? Chen Yun, I'm making tremendous progress now. Zhang Quan said, looking proud and revealing a pompous expression as he took 2 steps forward to stop in front of Chen Yun, lifting his hands and raking them through the sides of his hair. I didn't realize that I'm already at the limit of what you guys can do with just a slight bit of revision. Seeing this arrogant look of Zhang Quan, Chen Yun let out a light laugh and shook his head before peeling away from him, quickly following the group in front. After entering the examination room, Chen Yun glanced at the seat number on his pass and walked over to sit down. placing his hands on the table and waiting quietly. Inside one of the examination rooms of the college entrance exam, there were 3 invigilating teachers patrolling back and forth, and the discipline of the examination room was extremely strict. A teacher holding a metal detector, carefully checking back and forth on every student entering the exam room, avoiding any cheating. At this time, outside the door waiting for the security team, walked into a familiar figure. Chen Yun fixed his eyes and found that it was the long-gone school flower Chu Yenran. Chu Yenran carried her pen bag, and after accepting the inspection of the invigilator, she raised her head to look for her position, and then walked straight towards Chen Yun's direction. When she stopped at a seat in front of Chen Yun, she suddenly saw Chen Yun sitting at the back. Her expression could not help but froze, her eyes filled with the color of surprise. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that Chen Yun's exam seat was right behind her. Chen Yun was also filled with surprise and did not make a sound as he smiled and greeted her. The prompt bell for the exam soon rang, and everyone followed the steps of the exam and familiarized themselves with the process. After the simulation ended, Chen Yun and Chu Yenran walked out of the examination center side by side. On the way, Chu Yenyan looked towards Chen Yun and was the first to speak. "Where have you been this month? I don't seem to have seen you at school." When Chu Yenyan was at school, she would pretend to pass by Chen Yun's class without thinking, but when she saw that Chen Yun's seat was empty, her heart felt empty as well. She didn't know when, but Chen Yun had quietly taken up residence in her heart. Chapter 74, Luckily I Told You. Hearing Chu Yenyan's words, Chen Yun could only take out the rhetoric he had used when dealing with Zhang Quan earlier and explained it to Chu Yenyan. "It seems like your grades should have improved very much." Chu Yenyan arched her eyebrows and smiled lightly, feeling happy for Chen Yun from the bottom of her heart. "There is some progress. How are you?" Chen Yun glanced sideways and opened his mouth to ask. Chu Yenyan's smile gradually converged, her brows slightly knitted, her tone not quite sure. "It's still the same as always. I just don't know if I can go to a key university." "You have to believe in yourself. You can definitely do it." "Aha." Chu Yenran let out a bitter smile. She knew that Chen Yun was comforting herself, but still softly agreed. With her current grades, it should not be a problem to go to a better first university, but it would be a bit difficult to enter a key university. The following morning, Chen Yun woke up early and had breakfast before driving to school. Today was the first day of the official college entrance exam. There was a drizzle on the sky, and there was a sea of people outside the gates of Maple City No. 1 middle school, surrounded by parents and some staff members who were delivering the exams, and there were even police officers directing the order at the scene. When Chen Yun appeared outside the school gates in his Ferrari SF90, he immediately attracted a large number of envious gazes. "This car just looks expensive, doesn't it? I didn't expect such a rich family to come to the entrance exams. Hey, these rich kids coming to the exams are just going through the motions. It doesn't matter if they get good grades or not." That's right, if their grades are not good, they can also spend money to send their children to famous schools abroad. I really envy them. Being rich really means they can do whatever they want. Just as Chen Yun wanted to park his car in front of the school, a traffic police officer clad in a raincoat immediately came over and said to Chen Yun, "Sir, you'll have to leave once you drop off the candidates. Parking is not allowed over here right now. It will cause congestion on the road." Chen Yun turned his head, explaining to that traffic policeman, "Oh, I'm the candidate. I have to park my car here before I can go in for the test." That traffic police officer was stunned at his words. Chen Yun was a candidate? Candidate driving a car? The traffic policeman was instantly a little nervous. This person wouldn't be driving without a license, right? Even if he was a rich second generation, he couldn't be like this. "Sir, please show me your motor vehicle license. I need to check." "Of course, no problem." Chen Yun could understand and took out his license from the car and handed it over. After receiving it, the traffic police officer carefully checked it and found that the information on the driver's license was indeed correct and there was no problem. This makes it difficult for the traffic police. The lane in front of Maple City No. 1 middle school can only accommodate 2 cars side by side. Chen Yun parked like this will immediately cause congestion. Just when the traffic policeman's face was torn, another criminal police officer in plainclothes came next to him. "Why does the car keep parking here? The back is a bit blocked." The plainclothes criminal police officer asked the traffic cop standing next to the car. The traffic cop hurriedly said, "There's a candidate over here who came by car. He had to park here." Upon hearing this, the plainclothes criminal police officer walked up and looked towards the car window. His expression was stunned, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "Chen Yun?" Chen Yun was surprised and asked, "You recognize me?" Recognize. Last time when I arrested Fanlun, I was inside. I've seen you," the plainclothes criminal police officer said excitedly to Chen Yun. That night, Chen Yun's heroic deed of subduing Fan Wen's gang by himself alone had spread thoroughly in their team, and everyone admired Chen Yun greatly. "I see, Chen Yun then understood and opened his mouth to say to the plainclothes criminal police officer again, "Is parking not possible here today? I'll drive to the front then, so I won't cause you any trouble." Saying so, Chen Yun was about to restart the car, intending to drive a little further and find a place to park. The plainclothes criminal police officer hurriedly stopped it and said to Chen Yun, You can park here. The traffic will be maintained. You quickly go in and prepare for the test." Oh, seeing that he had said so, Chen Yun did not excuse himself and thanked him. "Then I'll trouble you." Going forward to park the car, there was no telling how much time would be wasted, so Chen Yun was too lazy to get into that much trouble. Parking the car and heading towards the school, the traffic police on the side looked strange. The expression on his face seemed to be saying, "Are you the one maintaining the traffic? You're just going to let him park like that?" The plainclothes criminal police ignored him and straight away brought a few barricades and circled Chen Yun's Ferrari SF90. The surrounding crowd was very surprised that the police could actually let that tycoon park here. "Ha! I just couldn't even park here if I wanted to. How could he park here? You don't even look at what kind of car he's driving. And what kind of car are you driving?" Someone looked at Chen Yun's departing back and said jealously, "It can still be like this? Wait a minute, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the car, right? How did that car owner walk inside the school? Really? I see that person's appearance seems to be young. Could it be that he's still a candidate? Still in school and he can drive? Worthy of being a rich man." Walking into the makeshift exam preparation room, Chen Yun could sense that the atmosphere in the class was very tense, with students flipping through the review materials, trying to see what forgotten knowledge points had not been reviewed. Chen Yun found his seat and sat down, idly fiddling with his pencil pouch. At this time, Zhang Quan walked over to Chen Yun with a piece of review material for the language. "Chen Yun, what does this question mean?" Chen Yun took the material and realized that it was a basic reading comprehension type of question. The probability of the question was quite high, so he gave Zhang Quan a careful lecture. "You see, the answer ideas for this type of question are all the same. You just need to press." Soon, under Chen Yun's thorough explanation, Zhang Quan was like an enlightened soul, immediately understanding the gist of it. "It's still you, Chen Yun. After asking several people, I can only understand what you told me," Zhang Quan said excitedly. Chen Yun smiled without saying anything. It was no exaggeration to say that with his current level of knowledge, he was probably more knowledgeable than the vast majority of teachers. Ding ding ding. It was the bell to prepare to enter the examination room. All of the students' hearts thumped, reluctantly putting down the revision materials in their hands and picking up their pen bags and passes to head to the examination room. Chen Yun followed the crowd and walked to the outside of his exam room, queuing up to undergo the security check. When he entered the classroom, Xu Yanran was already sitting quietly in her seat, and when she saw Chen Yun, she nodded slightly as a greeting. Not long after, the students outside the exam were also all done with their security checks, and the three invigilators solemnly scanned the candidates sitting in their seats, waiting for the bell to issue the papers. Ring ring ring. Another 10 minutes passed after the test papers were handed out, followed by a heavy bell ringing from the radio, meaning that the first exam of the college entrance examination had officially begun. Chen Yun flipped the test paper back and forth, unexpectedly seeing a familiar topic. He could not help but raise the corners of his mouth in a silent smile. "Good guy, thankfully I gave you a lecture. Chapter 75, are you sure?" On the test paper, one of the questions in the reading comprehension section was clearly a similar type of question that Chen Yun had just taught Zhang Quan. While Chen Yun was still reading the question, the sound of rustle 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 was already ringing around the room, and all the candidates were scrambling for time to write. Only then did Chen Yun calmly take out his black pen and began to write on the test paper. Wherever his eyes swept, there wasn't a single question that could be difficult for Chen Yun, his pen dancing quickly. The blank answer card gradually filled with Chen Yun's handwriting. In no time, Chen Yun had written to the essay portion, and now only about 30 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. "Ha!" Chen Yun raised his hands high in the air and stretched a soothing waist, letting out an ill-timed sound that immediately caused the gazes of the three invigilators to all gather on Chen Yun. The surrounding examinees also revealed odd looks, glancing quietly before immediately turning their heads back. Chen Yun, who realized that something was wrong, immediately felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly put his hand down to read the essay topic. Ben hand, mythical hand, and mundane hand are the three terms of Go. Ben hand refers to the formal play that is in line with its reasoning. Mythical hand refers to the unexpected and subtle play. Mundane hand is, combine the material to write an essay that reflects your feelings and thoughts. Requirements, choose the right. Chen Yun looked at the title, bowed his head and pondered for a while, and quickly re-lifted his pen. His mind was like a spring, and he penciled on the test paper, waving it freely. In less than 15 minutes, Chen Yun had sprawled out over 1,000 words, closing the lid of his pen with satisfaction and letting out a long breath as he leaned back in his chair and leisurely observed the candidates next to him. Aside from Chen Yun, every single one of them had pens clutched in their hands, their brows furrowed and their expressions taut, gritting their teeth as they struggled to answer the questions. The exam lasted for a total of 2 hours, and only after 30 minutes before the end of the exam could the candidates hand in their papers early. Now that only a little over an hour had passed, Chen Yun still had to stay for half an hour before he could hand in his papers and leave. There were 3 invigilators, 2 of whom stood on the podium and made their rounds, while another sat at the very back of the examination room, keeping an eye on the candidates' every move. When they saw Chen Yun, who had closed the lid of his pen and was lazily leaning back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed, a strange look quietly flashed between their eyes. This was the college entrance examination, a major event that concerned the future of his life. Chen Yun paid so little attention to it that he actually slept in the examination room of the college entrance exam, and slept with such peace of mind. However, they would not go forward to remind them, as Chen Yun was not their student either, and as long as Chen Yun did not disturb the discipline of the examination room, he could sleep as long as he wanted. The 3 invigilators averted their eyes from Chen Yun, but in their hearts, they were secretly mocking. The students of Maple City No. 1 middle school were nothing more than that. Even the college entrance exams could sleep. Time passed by minute by minute. Chen Yun did not fall asleep. He rested while silently calculating the time in his mind. Suddenly, Chen Yun violently opened his eyes, sat forward and raised his hand to signal to the invigilator. The 3 invigilators who were inspecting the exam room suddenly noticed Chen Yun, who raised his hand, and although they didn't like him, they still walked towards Chen Yun. "Classmate, what's wrong with you?" the teacher in front of the podium asked softly. "Teacher, I want to hand in my paper." Chen Yun looked towards the clock on the blackboard at the front of the examination room. Right on schedule, there were still 30 minutes until the end of the exam. When the invigilator teacher heard Chen Yun's words, his face couldn't help but froze as he subconsciously blurted out, "What did you say?" "I want to hand in my paper." "Teacher, it's about the same time now, so I should be able to hand it in, right?" Chen Yun said to the invigilator teacher with a serious face and a serious face. The 3 invigilating teachers looked at each other in dismay and looked up at the clock on the exam room. It was indeed possible to choose to hand in the paper early now. Chu Yanran, who was sitting in front of Chen Yun, heard the commotion behind her and was also very puzzled in her heart. Chen Yun finished writing all of them? Doesn't he need to check? "Are you sure you want to hand in your paper? This is a college entrance exam." One of the invigilators still couldn't help but remind Chen Yun. "Well, I'm going to hand it in now." Chen Yun did not hesitate and still chose to hand in his paper. The other female teacher invigilating the exam snorted coldly and said to the other 2 teachers, "Humph, he can hand it in if he wants to. It's not like we're the ones who won't be able to get into college anyway." Seeing this, those 2 invigilating teachers could only check and take Chen Yun out of the examination room, leaving the female invigilating teacher to organize Chen Yun's answer sheet. When the students in the examination room saw this scene, the writing movements of their hands unconsciously stopped, and their faces showed a look of shock and incomprehension. There was still half an hour before the end of the exam. Was that person crazy? This is self-defeating? Time does not allow them to think too much, suppressing the confusion in their hearts, grasping the time to continue to answer, refusing to waste a minute and a second. When the female teacher who supervised the exam went to clean up the test paper on Chen Yun's desk, she was shocked to find that Chen Yun's answer card had already been neatly and densely written with answers. Judging from the tightly knit, bold and indulgent handwriting, Chen Yun was not at all like a poor student who had given up on the exams, but instead was more like a high-achieving school bully. The invigilator's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that they had really misunderstood Chen Yun? But I'm afraid that Chen Yun hadn't spent more than an hour from the time he started answering the questions to the time he closed the lid of his pen and leaned back in his chair to sleep. Right? How did he write so fast? The female teacher's eyes were puzzled as she looked towards the surveillance monitor on the corner of the classroom. The Invigilation Center had not sent any news up until now, which meant that Chen Yun had not acted in any way inconsistent with the exam just now. Chen Yun walked out of the exam room. It was very quiet outside. He should have been the first to come out. The principals and teachers who were waiting outside the exam room could not help but freeze in place when they saw Chen Yun coming out of the exam room. The exam was over? They raised their hands, some looking at their watches, some using their cell phones to check the time. Wasn't this half an hour away from the end of the exam? How come someone came out first? The principal walked forward, mistakenly thinking that Chen Yun had come out early because the paper was too difficult, so he didn't want to write. He quickly spoke out to comfort him. "Student Chen, the college entrance exam is not the entirety of life. A momentary loss can't mean anything. There's still a long road ahead." In the principal's opinion, for a person like Chen Yun, the college entrance exam was an optional piece of business. A good exam was the icing on the cake. A bad exam was harmless. and it had no effect at all on a person as powerful as Chen Yun. When Chen Yun saw the principal say this, he did not bother to explain, smiling lightly, "Thanks for your concern, principal." After walking out of the school gate, Chen Yun called that plainclothes criminal police officer again to help him collect the barricades before driving away. "Hey, look, that rich kid just drove away. Isn't he a candidate? It's still quite a while before the exam ends. Why did he come out so early?" People may just come over to experience the atmosphere of the college entrance exams, and naturally leave after experiencing it. The rich second generation won't care about what college entrance exams are. Ha, that's right, with their grades, they are mostly sleeping inside. They might as well come out earlier. Chapter 76, Capturing the Young? The college entrance exam was 3 days in total. Chen Yun would arrive at the exam center on time every day, and after writing the paper, he would choose to hand it in early every time. Each time, the teachers supervising the exam would be very shocked and puzzled, while the candidates who were slowly getting used to Chen Yun handing in their papers early would not feel so strange. Today's final exam, Chen Yun, as usual, still chose to hand in his paper early, and in the shocked eyes of the invigilator, Chen Yun calmly stepped out of the exam room. However, today, Chen Yun did not choose to immediately drive home, but returned to the waiting room, waiting for Chu Yenran to return from the exam, because this evening, the class president organized a graduation party. 3 years of classmates, intending to get together for a good meal. The location was deliberately chosen in the most luxurious hotel in Maple City, the Lanting Grand Hotel. Not only Chen Yun's class will go, Zhang Quan also deliberately pulled on Su Nuhan and Xu Yenran two next door class all the classmates. We are lively, but also for the 3 years of high school to draw a good end. Just when Chen Yun was bored of brushing the short video, the direction of the examination room suddenly came from the direction of the earth-shattering roar. Listen to this battle. It should be the end of the last exam. Soon there was a constant stream of people darting in, looking excited, emotional, and dancing around. Ah, it's over. It's finally over. A loud roar, like the best release of the 3 years of suppressed study life in high school. One after another, the class gradually returned to the classroom, and class president Chen Feiyu walked to the podium and said loudly towards the students, "The college entrance exam has ended. Everyone pack up and pack up. Let's have a painful game at night." Hearing Chen Feiyu's words, the class cheered. They were also very much looking forward to tonight's activities. At this time, Xu Yenran walked in from outside the classroom and patted Chen Yun's shoulder. The two of them had long said that they would go to the Lanting Hotel together after the exams were over. Chen Yun had turned in his papers early every day for the past 2 days, and after the exams were over and he couldn't find Chen Yun, now he could finally ask the questions that had been bottled up in his heart. "Chen Yun, you hand in your paper early every time. Have you finished writing?" Xu Yenran queried. "I definitely finished writing before handing it in." Xu Yenyan's face was surprised. "Then you wrote it too fast, didn't you?" "It's alright." Chen Yun smiled faintly. When the surrounding students saw Xu Yenyan talking to Chen Yun, they opened their mouths to snicker. "You're good, Chen Yun. When did you take down schoolgirl Chu again? Ha ha ha, isn't it normal for a school grass to match a school flower? Chen Yun is so handsome, and school flower Chu is so beautiful. What a match." Zhang Quan walked in from outside the classroom with Su Nuhan and said with a smile, "Chen Yun was handsome and dashing. Xu Yenyan was elegant and shy. The two of them were like a match made in heaven and looked very well matched indeed." Xu Yenyan saw her classmates say so. Her pretty face could not help but emerge a touch of tantalizing redness. Shyly did not respond. Chen Yun, on the contrary, was not shy, showing his 2 rows of big white teeth, sitting on the chair and laughing. Let's go. Let's set off now," Chen Feiyu said as he stood on the podium. Chen Yun stood up, and with Chu Yenran and Zhang Quan, they followed their classmates out of the school gate. "I've rented a bus for each of the 3 classes. You can see it if you walk a distance ahead. You can take the bus to the hotel." Chen Feiyu, who was walking in front, stopped, reached out and pointed in a direction, turned to his classmates, and said, "Meng Jiqi, you take everyone there." "Class president, aren't you coming alone?" Meng Jiqi, the math class representative, asked. "I won't go with everyone on the bus. My dad will drive over to pick me up right away." Chen Feiyu's tone was a bit smug, his eyebrows filled with pride. As soon as the words fell, an Audi S6 by the roadside honked its horn towards them. The gazes of the students were all instantly attracted over, their eyes showing envy. "It's actually an Audi. This car must be at least $100,000, right?" a girl asked curiously. Chen Feiyu heard, heart immediately smug up. "More than 100,000 were enough. My dad, this is Audi S6, landing price to 400,000 it. Chen Feiyu's family is open supermarket. Business is not bad. His dad's Audi S6 is just bought this year. Today, he purposely let his dad drive over to pick him up, just to pretend to be in front of his classmates. Obviously, His purpose has been achieved. Let's go. Let's take the bus over first, Meng Jiqi said. The classmates looked at him with envious eyes for a long time until they heard Meng Jiqi's words. Then they followed him to the front to look for the bus. Chen Feiyu saw that Chen Yun and Xu Yanyan didn't follow the large group, but stood in place, thinking that they wanted a ride, so he walked over. Xu Yanyan, Chen Yun, are you guys taking my bus? The three of us should fit. Chen Feiyu was full of vigor and opened his mouth to ask. A school flower and a school grass. It was quite good to give them a ride. Chen Yun, who was just about to go over to drive the car, had a footstep, and after understanding Chen Feiyu's meaning, he then politely declined. No need, class president. We'll just go over on our own. Really, not together? You guys still have to spend money on a taxi. It's fine, squad leader. Chen Yun smiled and thanked before bringing Chu Yanran to sit on the Ferrari SF90 parked on the side of the road. Chen Feiyu, who saw this scene, had his jaw dropped and his eyes rounded. Chen Yun was actually driving a Ferrari. Ferrari's top luxury car brand. The price of the base model needed to be in the millions at least. And that Ferrari of Chen Yun's, with its dazzling body, one could tell at a glance that the price was definitely not high. When had Chen Yun gotten so rich? Wasn't the Chen Yun rumored to be in the school in the past a poor boy who relied on part-time jobs to be able to afford to eat? How could this Chen Yun suddenly afford a Ferrari? Chen Feiyu, who was frozen in place, took a long time to come back to his senses, his heart filled with jealousy as he slowly walked towards his dad's Audi A6. Originally, he wanted to act like a pussy, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Chen Yun in an invisible manner, which made his heart very embarrassed. Chen Feiyu pulled open the door of the Audi and sat up breathlessly. Chen Feiyu's father in the driver's seat, looking at the Ferrari SF90 that had just turned around and left, asked Chen Feiyu sitting in the back row. Xiao Yu, the Ferrari owner you just chatted with, is he a classmate of yours? Yes, Dad. Chen Feiyu absent-mindedly returned. Chen Feiyu's father gently get inside. That Ferrari is not cheap. Just now, Dad checked. The landed price of that car actually costs more than $7 million. Chen Feiyu, who was sitting at the back and was planning to play with his cell phone, heard his dad's words and his heart violently trembled again. Rating the young? More than $7 million? No kidding? One of Chen Yun's Ferraris could buy a dozen of their family's Audi A6s. This Chen Yun was also too rich,